The Lord's Empire Chapter 1191 to Chapter 1275. Zhao Fu wanted to become stronger by any means necessary. Only then would his life be safe, and only then would the Qin Empire be safe. He did not care if he was despicable or not. After chatting for a while, Yao Ming deeply breathed in and suppressed his fury as he said, "I can give you 50,000 devil beasts and the method to nurture devil beasts. That's all I can give you, or you can kill my little brother. However, don't even think about escaping. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill you here." Zhao Fu thought to himself. This was the Devil Horn Empire's base, and with Yao Ming's power, as well as countless experts and core, if they fought, it was possible that Zhao Fu would die here. Moreover, Zhao Fu's 3 Emperor stars were currently in a weak and dying state, so Zhao Fu could not unleash their full power. However, to be able to obtain the method to nurture devil beasts and 50,000 devil beasts was already quite good. He had traded for this with someone who was not important to him at all. All right. I agree to open the spatial restrictions. Zhao Fu thought for a while before giving a trace of a smile and agreeing. Yao Ming angrily ordered the spatial restrictions to be opened, and the Qin Empire's teleportation channels were once again activated. By now, Yao Ming had been hoping that if Zhao Fu did not agree, he would disregard everything and kill Zhao Fu here. However, Zhao Fu had agreed, and Yao Ming felt quite pained as he had the 50,000 devil beasts enter the teleportation channels before throwing a scroll to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at it and felt quite satisfied as he put it away. He went to a teleportation channel and threw the young man in his hand before entering the teleportation channel and disappearing. At the same time, the countless teleportation channels simultaneously closed, and in that moment, Yao Ming roared, "I'll definitely destroy Great Qin and make you die a horrible death. I'll remember what happened today." Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Yao Ming. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. After all, they were already at each other's throats, so there was no need to show mercy. After returning to the devil world, Zhao Fu looked at the devil beasts painfully transforming into devils. There were roughly 150,000 of them, and he felt that the results this time were quite good. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the scroll and looked at it in detail. This was the method to nurture devil beasts, and with it, Qin would be able to nurture a large number of devil beasts and turn them into devils. That way, Qin's strength would quickly rise, and Qin would have enough foundation to deal with any dangers. However, after looking through the scroll, Zhao Fu felt quite angry because he had been tricked by Yao Ming. No wonder he had agreed so easily. This method of nurturing devil beasts required a core item, which was the 10,000 Devil Lake. Great Qin did not have one, and only the Devil Horn Empire had one. News of what Zhao Fu had done in the Devil Horn Empire quickly spread, causing everyone to look quite shocked. It was the first time someone had made the Devil Horn Empire suffer such a setback. He had fought his way to the Devil Horn Empire's gates and was able to escape unscathed. News of what Zhao Fu had done in the Devil Horn Empire quickly spread, and everyone looked quite shocked. It was the first time someone had made the Devil Horn Empire suffer such a setback. Everyone thought about it and felt that the Devil Horn Empire's people would definitely explode with anger. Now, the two empires would most likely not rest until one side was dead. This was the only thing they could do about their foundation. They would not be able to steal devil beasts again, as the Devil Horn Empire would definitely be prepared. If they went, their plan would fail and they would suffer unnecessary casualties. The problem of foundation was that they could only do this. They would not be able to steal devil beasts again, as the Devil Horn Empire would definitely be prepared. If they did, their plan would fail and they would suffer unnecessary casualties. The second problem was how to defend against the invasion of the Four Worlds. If they could find something to deal with Qin's illusion flower devils and teleportation spears, Qin would fall into a disadvantageous position. Zhao Fu thought about it and found that Great Qin did not have any other tricks up its sleeves. It had already used everything it could and did not have any more tricks up its sleeves. As a powerful empire, it was impossible for it to not have a backup plan. If the other side came prepared, Qin would be at a great disadvantage. No matter how Zhao Fu thought about it, he could only think of 2 backup plans. The first was to turn devil beasts into a devil army. There were now 650,000 of them, and if they exploded out, they would be incredibly powerful and could turn the tide of the battle. They would never have thought that Qin would be able to turn devil beasts into devils. Qin had been keeping this matter a secret this entire time. The second was the primogenitor statue that he had been nurturing all this time. Even though there was only one, its destructive power was undeniable. However, it would take some time before he could refine it, so he couldn't use it yet. Xiaofu felt that only one backup plan was too few, and it seemed that Qin did not have anything else up his sleeves. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought of one of Qin's powerful weapons, which was the dragon-slaying ballistae. They were incredibly powerful weapons, but there were too few of them and they were quite troublesome to manufacture. He could make the dragon-slaying ballistae simpler and lower the materials required. Even though this would weaken the dragon-slaying ballistae's power, as long as he could mass-produce them, it would be worth it. Xiaofu thought about thousands of ballistae on the Great Wall, with each arrow being 10 meters long. Even massive dragons would not dare to come close, and the devil beast army would be in a great advantage. At the same time, he could increase the difficulty of the dragon-slaying ballistae and make them more complicated. He also had to increase the materials required, and it would be best to use saint materials to increase the dragon-slaying ballistae's power. Xiaofu needed something that could kill experts or even kings. This way, Qin would have another backup plan. Facing the invasion of 4 worlds, Xiaofu felt a bit more confident, and he ordered people to research the dragon-slaying ballistae. Now, it was Qin's third problem, which was the matter of buying talisman stones and high-grade corpses. Now that Qin was fighting with 4 worlds, it was not easy to buy anything good. However, Xiaofu did not dare to go to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, and no one would dare to do business with Xiaofu. It was possible that his identity would once again be exposed. Thinking about the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, Xiaofu felt that it was quite a pity and regretted not going to the ancient stem banquet. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone to the ancient stem banquet. Speaking of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, Xiaofu could not help but think of the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest. Back when Xiaofu had been affected by Emperor Killer, not only had the Nether Emperor Star, the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline, and the dragon and phoenix bloodlines been affected, but the 10,000 dragon mark had also been slightly affected. If it was not for these things weakening Emperor Killer, Xiaofu might have been killed on the spot. Xiaofu had always been quite curious about the 10,000 dragon mark and had asked the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's people about it. However, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group would not say anything, and when Xiaofu went to the heaven domain, he would understand. Since he could not go to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, Xiaofu could only go to other domains and buy a large number of corpses and talisman stones. Xiaofu asked for some information and found that the domain closest to Qin City was the Green Province domain. Within the ancient stem domain, Qin City was at the very edge. Because it was a new world and it was to the right, Xiaofu found that the Green Province domain was closer than the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. 7 or 8 days later, Xiaofu brought Mama Jiggery, Tamamonome, Mo Yao Er, Yining Shuang, Shui Ruoliang, and Pu He to the Green Province domain. Because the journey was quite far, in order to avoid the Emperor Killer curse from acting up, Xiaofu could only bring a few women with him. The 3 most powerful people were Yining Shuang, Shui Ruoliang, and Pu He. They were all ancestors of the Dark Demon world. Yining Shuang was an ancestor of the Night Dynasty, while Shui Ruoliang and Pu He were ancestors of the Demon Path sect. When they had first entered the Heaven Awakened world, their cultivations had been at stage 8. Now, the 3 of them were Saint Realm experts, and Xiaofu might need their help in the Green Province domain. Even though it was Xiaofu's first time in the Green Province domain, he felt that it was quite similar to the ancient stem domain. There were all sorts of races here, but compared to the ancient stem domain, the culture here was quite poetic, and the way people spoke was quite scholarly. Moreover, there were countless academies here, and there were many great poets who were loved and respected by countless commoners. Young master, please eat. Young master, please drink. Mo Yao Er and Tamamonome hugged Xiaofu's arms, serving Xiaofu with food and wine. Xiaofu felt quite helpless as he enjoyed their service. The other women sat by the side, all of them wearing cloaks that covered their appearances. However, from the alluring auras they gave off, it was clear that they were peerless beauties. Hearing Tamamonome and Mo Yao Er's flirtatious voices, everyone gulped and could not help but look towards Xiaofu. Only when Mo Yao Er angrily slammed the table and scared everyone else did they look away, not daring to continue looking. Brother, please continue. What happened after the three emperor stars descended at the same time? Following this, a massive explosion sounded out throughout the heavens and earth. The ancient stem banquet stage was almost destroyed, and that mysterious emperor disappeared. Is that so? I thought that the two sides would continue to fight, and I never thought that such a genius would appear in the ancient stem domain. It's simply too shocking. Even the strongest people from the three factions used their armaments and were unable to kill him. Yeah. News of this has spread throughout the ancient stem domain, and I heard it from others. Those three factions are willing to pay any price to find that person, and they want to kill that mysterious emperor. Such a person's accomplishments in the future are simply too shocking. Brother, do you know where the crown prince is? I really want to see such a peerless genius. How would I know? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. If I sold this information, I wouldn't be able to spend all my money in this lifetime. Hearing these two people sigh, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. He had never thought that news would spread so far, and the other domains would know about it as well. It seemed that he would have to be more careful in the Green Province domain in the future. Moreover, the three factions were using all sorts of methods to find information about him, and Zhao Fu was quite worried. If his appearance was accidentally revealed in the ancient stem domain, they might discover the Qin Empire at any time. When that time came, the Qin Empire would have to face three royal kingdom-level factions. Qin Empire did not have much time left, and Qin Empire had to continuously increase its power. Only with power would it be safe. Young master, this servant wants it again. Mo Yao Er said flirtatiously as she stretched out her hand towards Zhao Fu's lower body. Tamamonome flirtatiously smiled as she also stretched out her hand. Zhao Fu regretted bringing them here because they were simply too alluring. Ordinary men would collapse, but their endurance was many times that of other women. This prevented Zhao Fu from bringing more women. Within the guest room, shameful banging sounds could be heard. Yining Shuang and Shui Ruoliang were once sworn enemies, and they had never thought that they would one day be under the same man. Puhi shyly lay to the side and panted while Corrido lay under Zhao Fu's body and served him. This was what she liked the most. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the 6 ruddy-faced women and continued on his way. Because of the World Pearl's teleportation channel, they could teleport incredibly far away, so they quickly arrived at the inner regions of the Green Province. There were a few large merchant groups here, and Zhao Fu found one of them. It was quite easy to make a deal, and because Zhao Fu had money, everything was quite easy. Moreover, Great Qin would not be able to enjoy the benefits that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had before. Whether it was corpses or talisman stones, they were all sold at normal prices. In the future, Great Qin would have to spend a large amount of money on these things. After everything was completed, Zhao Fu brought the 6 women and prepared to return to Qin City. However, an explosion sounded out ahead as a terrifying aura swept over. The people in the surroundings hurried over and reported that a few geniuses from Green Province were fighting over a treasure. Zhao Fu did not plan to go, but the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest suddenly appeared, giving off waves of silver light and a searing power that stabbed into Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu instantly understood that this item was incredibly important to the 10,000 dragon mark, so Zhao Fu had the 6 women go back first while he went to take a look. Scram! A cold-looking young man in red swept out with his spear, and countless fiery rays of light containing terrifying searing power shot towards the other 2 people. The fair-skinned young man coldly harumphed and waved his fan, causing a powerful gale to ferociously slam against the fiery rays of light. A massive explosion sounded out as the fiery rays of light exploded and turned into countless motes of fire. The other person was a dark-skinned and chubby young man. He held a large axe, which gave off a massive black arc of light and sent the incoming fiery rays of light flying. He looked slightly angry as he yelled, "Yi Kuang, you're only ranked 5th on the Green Province rankings, yet you dare to be so arrogant and tell me to scram?" The red-clothed young man called Yi Kuang coldly harumphed and stabbed his spear towards the dark-skinned and chubby young man. This made the dark-skinned and chubby young man even more furious, and he raised his axe as the 2 of them fought. Seeing that the 2 of them were fighting intensely, the fair-skinned young man flew to the side. In the sky, there was a massive orb of light with dragons swimming within it. It gave off an incredibly powerful aura, and this was most likely the item that the three people were fighting over. The dark-skinned and chubby young man was called Niu Hu, and he was ranked 4th on the Green Province rankings. The fair-skinned young man was called Yu Qingmu, and he was ranked 6th on the Green Province rankings. For someone of their statuses to fight over something, it was evident that this item was not simple at all. The people in the surroundings were worried about their identities and strength and did not dare to get close, and they could only watch from afar. Seeing that Yu Qingmu had stopped, Niu Hu also rushed towards the orb of light, wanting to take it. Of course, Yu Qingmu and Yi Kuang would not allow that, and they also started to attack Niu Hu. The three of them clashed, and the shockwaves turned into wild gales that blasted out. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and countless trees were destroyed. The scene was quite terrifying, and no one dared to get close. Boom! The three terrifying attacks collided, resulting in an explosion. Yu Qingmu flew back a few steps, while the other two did not move. Yu Qingmu's expression was quite unsightly. He was only ranked 6th on the Green Province rankings and was a bit weaker than the other two. With his strength, he would not be able to take the treasure, so he could only say, "Can the two of you give my Moon Spirit Kingdom some face and give this clear sky dragon pearl to me? I will be eternally grateful in the future." Niu Hu coldly harumphed, "Keep dreaming. This is a clear sky Saint Dragon pearl, and it contains the clear sky Saint Dragon's essence blood and essence dragon energy. If you refine it, you might be able to obtain a trace of the clear sky Saint Dragon's bloodline. The clear sky Saint Dragon is one of the most noble dragon species, and it is not inferior to a sovereign bloodline. You want us to give up on a chance to obtain a sovereign bloodline? How is that possible? In that case, can you give my Black Bull Kingdom some face and help me take the clear sky Saint Dragon pearl? My Niu Hu definitely won't mistreat you in the future." Hearing these two people's words, the people in the surroundings could not help but feel quite shocked. It turned out that this item was so precious, no wonder even with their status as geniuses, they could not help but fight over it. Even without them saying anything, some people could tell that the orb of light in the sky was a dragon pearl. A dragon pearl was an orb that was birthed by a dragon, and it contained a dragon's essence blood and essence dragon energy. It was incredibly powerful, and it was the most precious thing to a dragon. Seeing how precious this dragon pearl was, the others felt quite tempted. However, they were too wary of the three people in the sky. If they offended them, they would not be able to stay in the Green Province domain. Moreover, a dragon pearl was not easy to refine, especially the higher the grade of the dragon, the more difficult it was to refine. This clear sky Saint Dragon's dragon pearl, if one did not have a king's bloodline or a saint realm cultivation, swallowing it would be like a bomb that would cause one's body to explode. This caused many people to shrink back, because they could not use these things that they had risked their lives to obtain. If they were at the saint realm, it would be fine, as they could cultivate them. However, it was difficult to obtain a king's bloodline, and it required a true kingdom to possess it. However, there were some people who wanted to give it a try. However, just as they got close, Yi Kuang slashed out with his spear, causing a massive fiery crescent to fly out. The hundreds of people who tried to get close were cut into pieces, and their corpses seemed to have been burnt by the heat. "All of you, scram. If you stay here, I will kill all of you." Everyone was given a big fright and retreated. Yi Kuang was simply too domineering, and if they stayed here, they would most likely be killed by him. Niu Hu also slashed his axe towards the ground, causing a massive explosion to sound out as he split a small hill in half. This caused the countless people in the surroundings to run even faster, and Niu Hu smiled in satisfaction. He did not want such a precious item like the clear sky Saint Dragon pearl to be stolen by bugs. Bang, bang. Bang, the three of them fought incredibly intensely, causing clouds to howl and clouds to swirl. Terrifying auras flooded out, and all of them were slightly injured. Boom. A massive axe image appeared, bringing with it immense power as it tore through the sky, sending Yu Qingmu and Yi Kuang flying back. As the fourth-ranked Niu Hu, he was evidently stronger. Yu Qingmu and Yi Kuang flew back 100 or so meters and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Their expressions were quite unsightly, while Niu Hu delightedly flew towards the dragon pearl. Xing, however, just as Niu Hu was about to obtain the dragon pearl, a sword hum suddenly sounded out, causing Niu Hu to retreat in fear. He saw a flying sword giving off a massive amount of sword chi slash towards him. Niu Hu used his axe to block in front of him, and the sword slammed against the axe, causing Niu Hu's body to fly back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A figure appeared. He was dressed in white and was quite handsome. He grabbed at the air, and the flying sword flew back into his hand. Seeing him arrive, Niu Hu and the other two's expressions were quite unsightly. This young man was called Ming Jian, and he was the young sect master of the One Martial Sect. He was ranked third on the Greenwood rankings, and even though he was only ranked third, he was much stronger than Niu Hu. "I'll be taking it." Ming Jian's voice was cold and contained a tone that could not be refused as he grabbed towards the dragon pearl. This caused Niu Hu and the other two to be infuriated, and they simultaneously attacked Ming Jian. Yu Qingmu vigorously waved his fan, causing countless wind blades to slash out. Yi Kuang stabbed out with his spear, causing a fiery light to shoot out. Niu Hu also raised his axe and slashed out a crescent. The three attacks gave off terrifying auras as they flew over, and Ming Jian's expression became cold as he vigorously slashed out with his sword. Sword light exploded out as a massive sword light slashed out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive sword light collided with the three attacks, resulting in a massive explosion. A massive shockwave blasted out, and Niu Hu and the other two were sent flying back. Ming Jian was also forced back a few steps. "The three of you are courting death." Ming Jian's face showed a hint of anger as he spoke coldly to Niu Hu and the other two. Boom! A terrifying sword chi exploded out from Ming Jian's body, forming powerful gusts of wind that caused the weather to change as a terrifying aura spread out. Ming Jian coldly looked at Niu Hu and the other two and raised his sword, pointing it at them. Shing, 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 sword hums sounded out as different-looking white swords of light instantly condensed. There were over 1,000 of them, and they gave off a sharp sword aura. This was a scene that could cause anyone's hairs to stand on end. Ming Jian swung his sword, and the 1,000 white swords of light shot out incredibly quickly, appearing in front of Niu Hu and the other two in an instant. This caused Niu Hu and the other two's expressions to fall, and they hurriedly tried to block. However, they were still slashed to the ground, smashing out large craters and opening up wounds on their bodies. Niu Hu and the other two's injuries were not very serious, and Ming Jian did not kill them. After all, Niu Hu and the other two's factions were not to be trifled with. Climbing up from the ground, Niu Hu and the other two's expressions were quite unsightly, and they felt quite discouraged. Even with the three of them working together, they were still not a match for Ming Jian. It seemed that they would not be able to obtain the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, so they could only let Ming Jian take advantage of them. "Young master. That pearl seems to be a treasure, can you snatch it and give it to me?" "Young master. I want it too, you have to give it to me." "Humph. Young master, don't dote on them too much. That's a Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, and it's very important to young master. It should be young master who uses it." This monk was called Yu Quan, and he was the young sect master of the Desire Buddha sect. The Desire Buddha sect was the #1 sect in the Green Province domain, and it was ranked second overall in the Green Province domain. Yu Quan's power was also quite terrifying, and he was ranked second on the Green Province rankings. He was much more powerful than Ming Jian. "Do you still want to compete with me for the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl?" Yu Quan hugged the two enchanting beauties as he spoke with a trace of disdain and arrogance. With Yu Quan's strength, he did not place anyone here in his eyes at all. Ming Jian, who was the most powerful person here, was not much to him, and he could defeat him in 10 or so moves. A cold light flashed in Ming Jian's eyes, and he did not say anything as he directly attacked. He slashed out with his sword, and a massive sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards Yu Quan, seeming to be able to split apart the earth. Yu Quan laughed and stretched out a palm. He clasped his fingers together and countless rays of golden light shot out from his palm as a massive Buddha's hand appeared in front of Yu Quan. Boom, the massive sword light slashed against the Buddha's hand and exploded, turning into countless traces of sword wind. The Buddha's hand was not damaged at all. "Do you have any other ultimate attacks?" Yu Quan said as he mocked. Flames of fury surged within Ming Jian's heart as he raised his sword and exploded out with all of his power. A white pillar of light shot into the sky, and the heaven and earth spirit chi quickly gathered, forming a massive vortex. This vortex was white and gave off a bright white light. A massive might spread out, and even from far away, one could sense how terrifying this power was. Xing, 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 within the massive vortex, countless massive sword lights containing terrifying power shot out and landed on the ground, easily slicing apart the ground. The ground was instantly sliced apart like tofu, and it seemed as if the heavens and earth were being sliced apart. Ming Jian controlled all of the sword lights and slashed towards Yuquan. The countless sword lights gathered together, and their power became even more terrifying. Even space itself was torn apart, leaving numerous cracks. Yuquan's expression became somewhat serious and a Buddha mark appeared on his forehead. Following this, a ray of golden light shot out and a massive Buddha image appeared before him, giving off a might that could shake the surroundings. Boom, the countless sword lights slammed into the Buddha image, resulting in a massive explosion. The Buddha image blocked the countless sharp sword lights. Ming Jian loudly roared and gathered all of his power, causing the sword lights to become even sharper and more powerful. Yuquan's expression was serious, and the Buddha mark on his forehead gave off an intense light. In the end, Yuquan was still able to block Ming Jian's attack, but the Buddha image was almost sliced apart by the sword light. However, the loser was clearly Ming Jian. Seeing that his strongest attack had not reached Yuquan, Ming Jian's expression became dim, and he understood that he had lost. Niu Hu and the others could not help but gulp as they looked at Yuquan in shock. They definitely would not have been able to block Ming Jian's attack, yet Yuquan had easily done it. The difference in strength between them was not just a little. In the distance, the spectators who had yet to leave were all shocked. This was a battle between the geniuses of the Qing province rankings, and it was indeed terrifying. Their strength far surpassed that of people of the same level. In front of Yuquan, even the other domain's geniuses were weaker. For the Green Province domain to have such a genius was the Green Province domain's glory. If nothing unexpected happened, neither Niu Hu, Master, nor Ming Jian would act. As such, the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl would definitely belong to Yuquan, and no one would dare to take it. Yuquan lightly leapt up and flew towards the orb of light in the sky. Wait! A clear and pleasant voice sounded out as a beautiful woman dressed in scholarly robes appeared in the sky. Seeing her, everyone gasped. The number one expert of the Green Province rankings had come. This woman was called Xianxia, and she was the eldest princess of the Poem dynasty. The Poem dynasty was the most powerful faction in Green Province. Not only was the Poem dynasty more powerful than the Desire Buddha sect, but Xianxia was also more powerful than Yuquan. She was the only person Yuquan feared. Xianxia's voice sounded out, causing Yuquan's expression to fall. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. He did not want to listen to Xianxia and run away with the Dragon Pearl. Otherwise, if Xianxia came, he would not be able to obtain the Dragon Pearl. A light sigh sounded out as Xianxia stretched out a finger and pointed at Yuquan as she said, "Stop." Immediately, a formless energy restricted Yuquan, and he exploded out with all of his power. A golden aura flame erupted around his body, and a terrifying might descended. Yuquan used this to break free from the restriction. However, before he could do anything, Xianxia had already blocked in front of him, forcing him to stop. He looked at Xianxia and said domineeringly, "This Dragon Pearl is already mine." "Xianxia, what do you want to do?" Xianxia lightly laughed and said, "Nonsense. This Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl is ownerless, how could it be yours? I came for the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, and I plan to give it to my weak little sister. Please give it to me." Yuquan coldly harumphed and said, "If you want it, then use your strength to snatch it." Boom, Yuquan started to attack Xianxia. He raised his hand and countless rays of golden light lit up as a massive Buddha's hand containing the power of a mountain pressed towards Xianxia. The power was enough to smash a small mountain into pieces. Xianxia's expression did not change as she stretched out a finger and wrote a black shatter character in the air. The shatter character turned into countless rays of black light that shot towards the Buddha's hand. Bang! After being hit by the black light, the Buddha's hand shattered and turned into countless rays of Buddhist light before disappearing. This caused Yuquan's expression to become quite unsightly, and he exploded out with all of his power. A 1,000-meter-tall Buddha image appeared behind him, giving off boundless Buddhist light. A might covered the heavens and earth, causing everything to be locked down. It was as if a true Buddha had descended. Xianxia's expression was quite serious as she said, "I'm just here to take the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl. You're not a match for me, so why fight to the death?" Boom, Xianxia also exploded out with her power, or else she would not be able to defeat Yuquan. A massive ancient scroll containing immense power appeared. It was accompanied by the chanting of countless poets. This was the poetic dynasty's legacy royal clan art, the Heavenly Poem Scroll. It was definitely the highest grade art in the Green Province domain, and Xianxia had cultivated this art to an extremely high level. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, everyone looked quite expectant. Ming Jian and Niu, whose people obediently retreated a bit, as they understood that they were not a match for these two people. Suddenly, the orb of light started to move, and the countless dragon images within it excitedly roared. The orb of light became even more intense because a person had arrived. What's going on? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. The clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl had automatically flown over to that person. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Zhao Fu became the center of attention, and countless people started to guess Zhao Fu's identity. However, Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, so no one could see his appearance. Zhao Fu also looked quite surprised, and the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest became hotter and hotter. It was most likely because of the 10,000 dragon mark. The clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl had most likely been attracted over by the 10,000 dragon mark, or else Zhao Fu would not have been able to do this. Looking at the orb of light in front of him, Zhao Fu stretched his hand into the orb of light. The light gradually dissipated, and a fist-sized golden crystal orb appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt an unimaginably massive wave of dragon energy enter his body, and his body seemed to go through changes. If Zhao Fu did not have his sovereign bloodline, he might have been affected by the dragon energy and started to turn into a dragon. Sensing this power, the golden dragon could not help but feel quite shocked and said, "Zhao Fu, this is a treasure, you have to obtain it." Zhao Fu naturally would not give up on the dragon pearl, and he prepared to put it away. Seeing the dragon pearl being taken away, how could Yuquan be willing? He turned and started to attack Zhao Fu. He grabbed at the air, and the Buddha behind him stretched out a massive hand, giving off boundless power as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu. This power was enough to crush a small mountain. Xing, a gray sword light flashed out, and everyone's bodies froze as they felt an aura of death. The Buddha's outstretched hand was instantly slashed apart. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and stared at this scene in shock. They all knew how powerful Yuquan's Buddha was, and yet it had been slashed apart by a single sword strike. This person was incredibly powerful. Yuquan's expression was quite unsightly, but he still continued to attack. The Buddha raised a hand, and heaven and earth spirit chi madly gathered. Countless rays of blinding light shot out as a golden sun condensed, and the Buddha held it up. This scene was incredibly shocking. The golden light dyed everything golden and the aura shook the surroundings. This was something that could only be seen in legends. Boom, the Buddha vigorously threw out the golden sun, which gave off an incredibly powerful might as it smashed towards Zhao Fu, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. At that moment, a flood of ghostly chi flooded out, instantly spreading out 100 or so meters, and an eerie and terrifying power exploded out. Xing, a sword cry rang out, and a huge gray crescent sword light slashed out. It only took an instant for it to fly out, tearing through the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the golden sun was split in half. The gray crescent sword light gave off a sharp aura as it slashed onto the Buddha's body. The Buddha was also split apart and turned into countless rays of golden light before disappearing. A massive explosion sounded out as the golden sun was slashed in half. The gray crescent sword light gave off an incredibly sharp aura as it slashed onto the Buddha's body. Who was that person? How could he have such power? Could it be that some old monster had come to bully these juniors? How could he have such power? Could it be that some old monster had come to bully these juniors? By now, Zhao Fu had put the dragon pearl into his spatial ring and was about to leave. Wait. Xianxia called out to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned to look at her and coldly asked, "Is something the matter? Or do you also want the dragon pearl?" Xianxia nodded and said, "This dragon pearl is very important to me, so I hope that brother can give it to me. The poem dynasty owes you a favor. Apologies. I'm not interested. Zhao Fu turned and left. Zhao Fu did not need a simple favor, and he could not have the poem dynasty attack those three factions. Seeing this, Xianxia said helplessly, then I'll have to offend you. She stretched out her jade-like hand and black characters flowed out from the ancient scroll behind her, turning into black spears that gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu like a rain of spears. Blood-red energy barriers appeared around Zhao Fu's body, 72 in total. They instantly formed 72 blood-red spears, and under Zhao Fu's control, they gave off heaven-piercing power as they shot out. Bang, bang. Bang, the two spears quickly clashed. Xianxia's black spears numbered in the thousands while Zhao Fu only had 72. The blood-red spears were far inferior to the black spears, but the instant the two spears clashed, the 72 blood-red spears exploded. Zhao Fu's spears were incredibly powerful, but the moment they clashed, the 72 blood-red spears exploded. Terrifying explosions blasted apart the black spears or sent them flying, and not a single one of them was able to harm Zhao Fu. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and a sword gave off a cold light as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he quickly retreated. Xianxia quickly followed up, and the sword formed from countless black characters suddenly split into black characters that were as big as fingernails. They floated in the air before turning into rays of black light that gave off a sharp aura as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as a black dragon inscription barrier containing immense power spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, the ray of light formed by the black words was incredibly powerful, and it instantly pierced through Zhao Fu's emperor's domain and continued towards Zhao Fu. Facing the countless rays of black light, Zhao Fu gripped the death ray sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out massive sword energy that destroyed the countless rays of black light. Xianxia grabbed at the air and countless black characters appeared before gathering together and turning into a sword that attacked Zhao Fu. Xianxia's power seemed to be slightly stronger than Baiharan's, and Zhao Fu's golden pupil in his left eye widened as a formless energy spread out. Clang, 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 the sound of countless chains sounded out as black chains containing immense power shot out from all directions. This caused Xianxia to feel quite startled, and she immediately spun. Chi, chi, chi. In that moment, the countless chains containing immense power pierced through her body, but Xianxia's body turned into an ink-like black aura and dissipated. Zhao Fu's pupil quickly spun as he searched for Xianxia. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, explosions sounded out as the ancient scroll in the sky split into 8 rays of light and shot towards Zhao Fu. They did not attack Zhao Fu and instead floated around Zhao Fu. The ancient scroll slowly unfurled, and the black characters within it gave off rays of black light. In that instant, the 8 ancient scrolls resonated with each other, forming a formless magic formation that locked down Zhao Fu's body. After struggling a few times, he found that he was unable to break free. Xianxia reappeared and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she lightly smiled and said, "Now that you've been struck by my 8-scroll seal, you won't be able to break free. Take out the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl, I don't want to make things difficult for you." The 8-scroll seal was one of the Heavenly Poem Scroll's most powerful abilities, and she had used it to trap countless experts. Xianxia was very confident that she could trap Zhao Fu and force Zhao Fu to hand over the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl. Boom. This time, Zhao Fu exploded out with his full power. A black and gray aura flame burst forth and countless wild gales blew out. A sovereign might descended, causing the ground to continuously crack and collapse. At that moment, Zhao Fu not only exploded out with his sovereign bloodline's power but also the 6 paths demon image's power. That noble, domineering, eerie, and supreme power caused everyone's expressions to fall. So terrifying. Is this the power of an emperor? Someone cried out because that power made people want to kneel, and it was many times more powerful than King's power. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They could now confirm that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. Xianxia's expression slightly changed. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would explode out with such a powerful emperor's aura. She only had a royal bloodline, and she immediately felt a wave of pressure from Zhao Fu's body. Bang! At that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with his full power, and the black and gray aura flame spread out, breaking free from the 8 Paths of Reincarnation scroll's restrictions. Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia, and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation eyes in his right eye, the 6 gray dots, started to spin. Roar, roar, roar. 100-meter tall ghosts appeared, giving off powerful auras as they stood around Xianxia. They simultaneously raised their sharp claws and swiped at Xianxia, their power causing the air to explode. In that critical moment, Xianxia closed her eyes and black characters that were as big as 2 fingers appeared around her. A formless energy spread out, causing her clothes to flutter and a transcendent aura to spread out. Chi, chi, chi. The instant the 4 ghosts' claws descended, the characters around Xianxia linked together and turned into 12 chains that shot out. They first pierced through the 4 ghosts' arms before piercing through their bodies. The 400-meter tall ghosts let out pained cries before their bodies dissipated into ghostly chi and disappeared. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body flashed and he appeared in front of Xianxia, his sword giving off a sharp sword light as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia blocked with the 12 black chains formed from characters. Demonic strike. At that moment, Zhao Fu lightly cried out and suddenly used a godly spirit skill. The sword that he slashed out brought with it an image of a massive sword that slashed towards Xianxia. Bang! The chains blocking in front of Xianxia were slashed apart by the sword energy, and Xianxia's body was blasted back by the massive sword energy. She crashed into a large boulder, causing it to shatter, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not plan to continue because he had to consider the faction behind her. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to turn and leave, Xianxia cried out and ink-like black aura flowed out of her body as her power continuously rose. Countless black characters surged out from her body and flew into the sky, forming a gigantic sword. When this gigantic sword was formed, it did not give off any powerful sword chi. Instead, it contained a powerful will, and the world seemed to be locked down. Under this gigantic sword, countless people's souls wailed as they felt endless darkness. Death Sun, Zhao Fu raised the Death Ray sword and used the Demon Sun's skill to release a skill filled with deathly chi. A massive wave of deathly chi rushed into the sky, causing the sun to gradually become gray and a terrifying deathly intent covered the surroundings. Xianxia controlled the gigantic sword in the sky, and it gave off a terrifying will as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. At the same time, Zhao Fu's Death Ray sword slashed down. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive gray sword light slashed out, seeming to be able to split the heavens and earth. The gigantic sword formed from black characters exploded out with intense light, and the 2 of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion. In the end, the gigantic black sword was shattered by the gray sword light, and Xianxia's body was sent flying back. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, powerless to get up. Her injuries were not light at all. Zhao Fu was also affected by the shockwave, and he stumbled back a few steps. He did not dare to stay, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Zhao Fu could sense a few experts hurrying over. The battle had already stopped, but everyone was still watching in shock. The Green Province Domain's #1 expert had been defeated by a mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause massive waves. That person's strength was simply too monstrous, and he could rival some old monsters. However, from his voice, he seemed to be quite young. Niu Hu and the others were completely dumbfounded. That was a battle that they could not participate in at all, and Xianxia, who they could only look up to, had actually been defeated. It seemed that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger. No one would always be the strongest. Yuquan's expression became slightly better. Even though he had been defeated by Zhao Fu in a few moves, since Xianxia had lost, it was not too shameful for him to lose. Of course, he would remember the enmity of stealing the Dragon Pearl, and he would definitely take revenge in the future. No one had ever made him suffer like this before. Xianxia's expression was quite dim, and she took out a medicinal pill and ate it, causing her injuries to quickly recover. As the most powerful genius in the Green Province domain, she felt a sense of defeat. She had lost, and even though she had used her full strength, she had still lost. She was not as strong as Zhao Fu, but she accepted her loss and did not feel much resentment. At the same time, she felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. How could such a terrifying person suddenly appear? Moreover, that emperor's aura that seemed to rule over the world made people feel immense pressure. At that moment, she could not help but think of the emperor who had caused such a commotion in the ancient stem domain. Could it be that emperor who had fought with her? This made her feel quite uncertain. News of what had happened quickly spread, and countless people were incredibly shocked. The number one genius of the Green Province domain had actually lost to someone else. This news attracted the attention of the various large factions, and they all felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. After Zhao Fu obtained the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, he used a secret magic formation to quickly return to Qin City. Right now, the 10,000 dragon mark on Zhao Fu's body was still giving off a searing heat, and it desperately wanted the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. The Golden Dragon had given Zhao Fu a way to refine the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, which was to order people to prepare a large amount of divine dragon blood. After all, the Clear Sky Saint Dragon was an Eastern divine dragon. Before, divine dragons were at least stage 8 or stage 9 creatures, and it would have been very difficult for Zhao Fu to obtain their blood. However, to Qin City, it was incredibly simple, and he could even obtain the blood of Saint Realm creatures. According to the method that the Golden Dragon had given him, he did not have to obtain a lot of dragon blood, but he had to obtain a lot of different types of dragon blood. This was mainly because of the 10,000 dragon mark on Zhao Fu's chest, so he needed different types of dragon blood. Soon, Zhao Fu collected 16 types of divine dragon blood, including ice dragons, fire dragons, wood dragons, evil dragons, and other types of dragon blood. Roar! Roar, roar! Countless dragon roars sounded out as the 10,000 dragon mark, which had fused with the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, seemed to have a life of its own. It turned into silver dragon images that swam out from Zhao Fu's body and swam within the dragon blood pool. At that moment, the golden crystal orb remained within Zhao Fu's body and gave off an intense light as a massive wave of dragon energy flowed out. Arg! This caused Zhao Fu's body to tremble and he could not help but roar. Boundless golden light flowed out of his body as golden dragon scales floated out of Zhao Fu's body. Boom! The dragon pearl within Zhao Fu's body continuously trembled and exploded out with a ray of golden light that shot into the sky. Clouds swirled as countless rays of golden light dyed the sky gold, and a massive dragon's might descended, causing countless people to collapse to the ground. An incomparably gigantic golden divine dragon appeared in the sky. It had 3 dragon eyes, 4 pairs of dragon horns, and golden crystal-like dragon scales. This should be the Clear Sky Holy Dragon, one of the noblest dragons out of all of the dragon species. At that moment, the countless dragon images within the dragon blood pool quickly swam around Zhao Fu, and a formless refining power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, covering the golden dragon pearl within Zhao Fu's body. The golden dragon pearl gradually melted and turned into a golden liquid that fused into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's dragonification to become even more intense. It was not just his face, chest, hands, and legs. His body was covered with golden crystal-like dragon scales, and his hands had almost become dragon claws. There were 4 pairs of small dragon horns on his head, and his aura was no longer that of a human's but that of a dragon's. The golden dragon pearl turned into an orb of liquid and continued to fuse into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body was filled with powerful dragon energy, and it seemed as if it would cause Zhao Fu's body to explode. However, Zhao Fu's body did not continue to dragonify because Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline was devouring this dragon energy and fusing it into his sovereign bloodline. The Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl's power was continuously absorbed by Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline, and the orb of liquid continuously decreased before completely disappearing. The Clear Sky Saint Dragon's power had completely fused into Zhao Fu's bloodline. Roar! The gigantic Clear Sky Saint Dragon in the sky let out a heaven-shaking roar, and then poured into Zhao Fu's body with countless rays of golden light. Boom! The moment the Clear Sky Saint Dragon entered Zhao Fu's body suddenly trembled. Countless rays of golden light spread out, and a formless aura exploded out, shaking the surroundings. Within the boundless void, the 3 dim and lifeless Emperor stars suddenly lit up. Even though it was still quite weak, the 3 Emperor stars seemed to come back to life. The countless grey dragon images around Zhao Fu's body became slightly dimmer, and they no longer devoured life force as unrestrainedly as before. The countless silver dragon images within the blood pool devoured the dragon blood within the blood pool and once again flowed into Zhao Fu's body, forming a 10,000 dragon mark on Zhao Fu's chest. What was different was that there was a golden orb at the center of the 10,000 dragon mark. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and felt that his body had become incredibly powerful. With just the power of his body, he could destroy a small mountain, and his constitution had become many times stronger than before. Moreover, his body's strength could rival high-grade devil beasts, and ordinary sabers and swords were unable to harm Zhao Fu at all. They were unable to break through Zhao Fu's defenses, and this was not only because of the clear sky saint dragon but also because of the sovereign bloodline. Moreover, Zhao Fu's body gave off a faint dragon's might, and his aura contained a trace of dragon qi. If someone said that Zhao Fu was from the dragon race, some people would believe it. Apart from this, a certain part of Zhao Fu's lower body seemed to have become slightly larger, and it seemed that his strength had greatly increased. However, it was a pity that Zhao Fu's bloodline had remained at the mid-stage of a level 18 sovereign bloodline. Zhao Fu was just a bit away from reaching the mid-stage of a level 18 sovereign bloodline, and Zhao Fu's bloodline would surpass a sovereign bloodline and become a heavenly saint bloodline. However, this bit was like an uncrossable chasm. Zhao Fu's bloodline had already reached this level, but even after absorbing the ownerless bloodstone and clear sky saint dragon pearl, he had not been able to break through. However, Zhao Fu could understand this. After all, a heavenly saint bloodline reigned above a sovereign bloodline, and only holy empires had it. How could it be so easily obtained? What delighted Zhao Fu the most was what the golden dragon had said. After fusing with the clear sky saint dragon pearl, Zhao Fu's emperor killer's power had been greatly weakened. Now that the golden dragon had said that Zhao Fu could live for another year or so, that would be 2 years in total. This made Zhao Fu feel quite spirited, and he was filled with hope for the future. There was definitely a way to dispel the emperor killer curse, and this was the best proof. By now, Zhao Fu had stood up from the blood pool. There was not a single drop of blood left, as it had all been absorbed by the silver dragon image. Zhao Fu found that the 10,000 dragon mark's power had greatly increased, and perhaps bathing in dragon blood in the future would be of great help to the 10,000 dragon mark. After taking another bath and washing off the dragon blood, Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates and started to discuss the final matter, which was the fish scale world. There were still 10 or so days until the contract expired. Zhao Fu started to gather information from the various continents in the fish scale world. After the contract expired, the fish scale world became quite panicked. Even though they knew that Qin's methods were only to prevent them from breathing, as long as they stayed in the water, they would be fine. However, the current Qin was not the same as the past Qin. He had now unified an entire world and could resist the 4 other worlds, as well as the dark demon world. They were not a match for Qin at all, so they tried to think of all sorts of methods. Some gathered their forces to defend to the death, some tried to cooperate with other worlds, and some tried to sign a contract with Qin that would be permanent. Qin had fused with the Heaven Awakened world for a year, so they naturally had a way to leave the legacy lands. They knew many things about the outside world, and they had found out about Qin's mysterious and suffocating methods from the outside world. They definitely could not stop Qin, so they could only rely on the 3 other worlds to tie down Qin. Only then would the fish scale world have a trace of hope. Otherwise, the fish scale world would definitely perish at Qin's hands. After hearing about this, the 3 other worlds were incredibly happy. After all, with another world joining them, they would become much more powerful, and the 3 other worlds even gave the fish scale world many good things. This was undoubtedly a big problem for Qin. Qin's forces had already been split between the other worlds, and now that the fish scale world had joined, Qin would have to bear even more pressure. Days passed, and in the end, the fish scale world was unified and decided to ally with the outside worlds to resist Qin. In actuality, the fish scale people were only able to survive because of Qin. Without Qin, the fish scale world would have been simultaneously invaded by the 3 worlds. Even though the fish scale world used water as a barrier, it would not have been able to escape its fate of destruction. Now, because of the threat of Qin, the 3 worlds did not have any intentions of invading. They wanted to obtain the power to resist Qin, so they naturally would not do anything to the fish scale world. Since the fish scale world was determined to oppose Qin, Qin decided to attack the fish scale world. The fish scale world thought that with the outside worlds restricting them, Qin would not dare to do anything to them. Now that Qin had caught them off guard, they would be able to achieve good results. Using the remaining time, Qin started to make preparations. 10 or so days later, it was a warm and sunny day, and the deep blue ocean was calm. Today was the day the contract expired, and with the 3 worlds restricting Qin, the fish scale people did not have to worry much. The Darkwater continent was the closest to Qin's Netherwater continent, and it was at the front lines of the resistance against Qin. The system main cities there had the most support for resisting Qin, and the various continents understood that because Qin had attacked first, the Darkwater continent would be the first to suffer. The Darkwater continent now had 5,000 cities and 2.9 billion people. Compared to the other continents, it was naturally quite weak, and it did not even have a third of the strength of the other continents. As such, the Darkwater continent asked for reinforcements, hoping that the other continents would send reinforcements. However, the other continents were quite indifferent, as the world was dominated by player factions, while the Darkwater continent was a system faction. However, since it was at the front lines of the resistance against Qin, if the Darkwater continent was conquered, it would not benefit them at all. As such, the various continents started to hold a meeting. Do you think we should help the Darkwater continent? I don't want to suffer great losses. We have to. If Qin conquers the Darkwater continent, we'll be the next to suffer. It's hard to say right now. With so many worlds restricting Qin, Qin's forces have long since been wiped out, so he most likely won't dare to do anything to us. If we stab him in the back, it might be very effective. It's hard to say if we attack. Qin has too many tricks up his sleeves. Last time, the 4 worlds tried to invade us, but they still failed. Our strength is not enough. Yes. I agree with this point of view, everything should be focused on defense. In that case, I think we should help the Darkwater continent. However, let them be anxious for now. After all, we're also taking a huge risk. If we don't obtain some benefits, we'll be letting ourselves down. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and smiled. They decided to ignore the Darkwater continent's request for help for now and use it as a threat to obtain a large amount of benefits from the Darkwater continent. Qin was also making preparations. Qin was under immense pressure, and he had already sent out his forces to defend against the various worlds. Wanting to invade the fish scale world was quite difficult and would not be an easy matter. However, Qin still decided to continue to attack the fish scale world, as the fish scale world was the easiest to conquer. Qin needed a large number of people and land to increase his foundation. Moreover, after conquering the fish scale world, no one would be able to take it away. After all, with the heavenly domain boundaries protection, as long as they could conquer it, it would belong to them. As for the method of doing this, Zhao Fu and his subordinates had discussed it in detail. By now, the Darkwater continent's army had already made preparations. Most of them thought that they were preparing to defend against Qin's invasion, so they did not mind. They did not understand that the Darkwater continent had long since belonged to Qin. The night gradually darkened, and the cold moonlight shone through the water, illuminating the surrounding water. The Darkwater continent started to attack the nearest continent. Zhao Fu had wanted to use this method to draw the forces of the other continents to the Darkwater continent and then destroy them, weakening the fish scale continent's strength. However, the other continents did not fall for this, and they could only forcefully attack the other continents. After receiving this order, the Darkwater continent's fish scale people felt quite surprised. They were not going to defend but attack the other continents. Even though they could not understand why, they still obeyed the order and attacked the nearest continent, the Bluewater continent. The other continents all knew about the Darkwater continent's movements, and because they were afraid of Qin's attack, it was normal for them to be on guard. As such, the other continents did not pay much attention to this. Under the cover of night, the battle quickly started. This time, the Darkwater continent sent out 300 million or so soldiers, and they quickly attacked the Bluewater continent. The Bluewater continent had never thought that the Darkwater continent would attack them instead of defending, so they were caught off guard. News of this quickly spread, waking up countless people who were sound asleep. They all felt that the Darkwater continent had gone crazy, or else how could it do such a stupid thing? However, the Bluewater continent could deal with 300 million or so soldiers by itself. The Blue Water Continent had 6,000 or so regions, 18,000 cities, 9 billion people, and 1.4 billion soldiers. With this kind of strength, they did not fear the Dark Water Continent at all. Even though they did not know why the Dark Water Continent had suddenly attacked them, since the Dark Water Continent dared to attack, they would not show any mercy. At first, the Blue Water Continent was caught off guard, and hundreds of regions were conquered by the Dark Water Continent. However, the Blue Water Continent's people quickly gathered together and blocked off the Dark Water Continent's people and surrounded them. The Blue Water Continent's morale was incredibly high, and they were incredibly domineering and arrogant because they were much stronger than the other side. They had the ability to win, while the Dark Water Continent's morale was much weaker. The Blue Water Continent's people said mockingly, "Are you city lords stupid? You want to attack us with such a force? What a joke. Now that you can't escape, put down your weapons and surrender, and we'll spare your lives." The countless city lord soldiers' expressions were quite unsightly. Now that they were surrounded by many times their number of city lords, it was indeed impossible for them to escape. It was possible that they would die here, so they felt quite afraid. At the same time, they could not understand why they had suddenly attacked the Blue Water Continent. They simply could not understand this order. The city lords' expressions were incredibly calm, but they inwardly coldly laughed. They were just bait that Qin had put out, and their main purpose was to draw these people over. They were not actually going to attack. Roar! Roar, roar! Roar! Massive roars sounded out as a massive wave of devil chi spread out like a hurricane, causing everyone to feel terror. Everyone could not help but look into the distance and see a massive group of devils flooding towards them. Their evil and savage auras seemed to be able to destroy everything. These were all devils, and some could breathe underwater while others could not. However, Zhao Fu had prepared breathing tools for them, which allowed them to move underwater. Looking at the incoming devil army, the Blue Water Continent's people fell into panic. This devil army was simply too big and there were too many of them. They still did not understand what was going on or why such a large devil army had suddenly appeared. Some people suddenly thought of something and understood why the Dark Water Continent had attacked the Blue Water Continent. If they did not understand anything, they could link it to Qin, and everything would make sense. The Dark Water Continent has long since joined Qin's side, and their traitors and lackeys. That devil army was released by Qin. Everyone, be careful. These words caused massive waves, and both sides looked incredibly shocked. The Blue Water Continent's people were incredibly furious. The Dark Water Continent's fish scale people had actually betrayed the fish scale world and become Qin's lackeys. The Dark Water Continent's soldiers suddenly realized that they had somehow become Qin's people. Some people were quite happy, while others had grim expressions. Some directly said that they were going to resist. The system's city lords immediately stepped out to calm their soldiers and shouted, "Qin's army is invincible and unstoppable. The fish scale world will belong to Qin sooner or later, and those of us who submit first will enjoy great benefits. Also, look at that monster army. Do you think you have the ability to stop them? This is Qin's power. If you don't submit, you'll die." These words caused the soldiers' morale to calm down. Sensing the devil chi that covered the sky and earth, countless people looked slightly afraid. The devil army was incredibly fast and was about to crash into the Blue Water Continent's army. The Blue Water Continent did not want to just wait for death and started to resist. Swish, 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 arrows flew out with terrifying force, leaving streaks of water in the sky. However, they did not deal much damage to the demon army. Some of the demons spewed out demonic auras to send the arrows flying. Some of the arrows hit the demons, but they only made them cry out a few times in pain. The Blue Water Continent had originally surrounded the Dark Water Continent. Now, they hastily gave the order to form a defensive formation in order to block the Devil Beast army. However, how could the Dark Water Continent allow them to do as they wished? As such, they immediately attacked the Blue Water Continent from within, causing the Blue Water Continent to fall into chaos. They had to defend against the Devil army while defending against the Dark Water Continent's attacks. In the end, the Blue Water Continent only put up some simple defenses, with a few scattered soldiers forming shield walls. Boom boom boom, there were a few kingdoms in the Blue Water Continent that used their army chi formations. 10 or so massive creatures gave off powerful auras as they charged over. However, compared to the demon army, they were like a few pebbles. This was because there were just too many demons. Xiaofu had mobilized all his forces, a total of 650,000 demons. Bang bang bang, muffled sounds rang out as countless large devils slammed into the shield wall. Even though countless soldiers desperately tried to resist, they were still sent flying by the massive force. The defensive line instantly collapsed, and they were unable to resist at all. When the 10 or so core chi formations clashed with the devil army, they were instantly shattered. Countless fish-scale people brandished their weapons and roared as they charged at the devil army, desperately resisting. However, they were completely powerless. In front of the massive devils, countless people were sent flying like pebbles. They were unable to attack the devil beasts at all, and even if they did, they would only be able to deal a small amount of damage. In order to deal with these large creatures, they had to have things that could deal with them. If they did not, they could only rely on high-grade soldiers. For example, they only needed a few million Stage 8 soldiers to forcefully stop the devil army. However, the fish-scale world was still a new world, so how could they have so many high-grade soldiers? The powerful devils at the front broke through the Blue Water Continent's defenses, and the devils at the back started to rampantly slaughter. A massive python covered with fangs opened its mouth and devoured hundreds of people. It had powerful digestive abilities, and it digested hundreds of people in an instant. The python then opened its mouth and attacked other soldiers. A 30-meter-tall, ugly rhinoceros with a twisted head gave a massive roar and vigorously charged out, crushing people into meat paste. It also opened its mouth and madly devoured fish-scale people. A savage black crocodile's blood-red eyes viciously looked at the fish-scale people. It was much more powerful in the water, and it quickly swam over and bit down with its massive mouth, easily biting 100 or so people in half. Following this, it swallowed the corpses in its mouth before continuing to bite at other soldiers. Because there was so much food, it did not finish eating all of them, leaving behind countless severed limbs and mangled corpses. Blood dyed the surrounding water red, creating a terrifying scene. The countless devils madly enjoyed their food. To them, the fish-scale people were food, and they relied on eating flesh and blood to grow. The 1 billion or so fish-scale people were unable to stop the devil army at all. The soldiers at the front continuously died, and the soldiers at the back continuously retreated in terror. It was as if there was a massive wave being pushed away. Looking at the countless devils' ferocious and savage expressions, the Darkwada Continent's soldiers looked quite afraid. They rejoiced that they were Qin's people and did not have to fight against these monsters, or else they would have ended up like the fish-scale people. Qin's methods were simply too terrifying and cruel, and they did not dare to even think about rebelling. This allowed them to stabilize their morale. They also did their best to attack their own people, continuously shooting arrows. Some rode flying fish and rushed out, doing their best to kill the Blue Water Continent's fish-scale people. As the devil army charged over, the Blue Water Continent's soldiers started to show signs of defeat. As the devil army and the Darkwada Continent madly fought, the Blue Water Continent's soldiers started to flee, while the devil army and the Darkwada Continent's soldiers chased after them. News of the Blue Water Continent's defeat quickly spread, and countless people ran in terror while the Darkwada Continent's soldiers easily conquered region after region. In the end, the Darkwada Continent completely conquered the Blue Water Continent, obtaining countless cities and people, and many people escaped to other continents. This news instantly exploded in the fish-scale world. No one had thought that Qin would dare to act against them in the face of so many enemies, and he had even attacked an entire continent. At the same time, they also heard that the Darkwada Continent had become traitors. This caused the expressions of the other worlds to fall, and they all felt furious. Qin did not place them in his eyes at all. Facing so many of them, he still dared to attack others, so they all decided to attack Qin. By now, they had found something to resist Qin's illusion flower devils and teleportation spears, so they were not afraid of Qin. The grassy, half-beast, elf, and dark demon worlds all attacked Qin, while the Devil Horn Empire did not move. They were waiting for an opportunity to defeat Qin in one fell swoop and would not easily act. After receiving this news, Zhaofu also sent soldiers to defend the borders. Right now, Zhaofu wasn't afraid of them attacking. This was because Qin's main forces had not moved, and the ones attacking the fish-scale world were the Devil Army and the Darkwada Continent. The other worlds wanted to send soldiers to the Blue Water continent to stop Qin, so the 400 million Qin soldiers defending the Netherwater continent started to attack the nearest Ruoshui continent. Of these 400 million Qin soldiers, 300 million or so were fish-scale people, while the rest were Qin soldiers. They were the soldiers that Qin had sent to defend the Netherwater continent, and after living underwater for a long time, they had some experience in fighting underwater. Of course, with just 400 million Qin soldiers, they would not be able to take down the Ruoshui continent. The Ruoshui continent had 5,000 or so regions and 15,000 cities. It had 7 billion or so people and nearly 1 billion soldiers. If Qin's 400 million soldiers did not have any other methods, they naturally would not be able to take down the Ruoshui continent. However, Qin had other methods, which was what the fish-scale world had done to the human world in the past, which was an aquatic beast tide. After a few years, the 8 aquatic beast kings returned to the fish-scale world, and they could not help but sigh in amazement and excitement. This was their true home. Now that they had returned, the other aquatic beasts were doomed. Before, the other aquatic beasts had lived in fear of the 8 aquatic beast kings, and after they had been sealed by Qin, their good days had come. However, now, the 8 aquatic beast kings had returned. Roar, roar, roar. 8 massive roars sounded out throughout the fish-scale world, and countless creatures felt a wave of fear. Even the small fish and prawns started to panic. These roars announced their arrival. The 8 aquatic beast kings herded countless aquatic beasts towards the Ruoshui continent. There were roughly 1 million aquatic beasts, and because it had only been a short time, they had not been able to herd all of them. These sea beasts were about the same size as demon beasts, but their strength was much weaker than demon beasts. Most of them relied on their huge size to give them an advantage. Their physical strength was not that strong. In actuality, if the fish-scale world controlled the 8 aquatic beast nets and had the aquatic beast kings control aquatic beasts, they would be able to defend against Qin's beast army and devil army. This would have been their advantage, but it was a pity that it was Qin who controlled the 8 aquatic beast kings. The Ruoshui continent had just mobilized a lot of troops to the Blue Water continent and joined forces with other continents to resist Qin. They didn't expect that Qin still had such a powerful force. By now, the army that they had sent out quickly retreated. However, the aquatic beast tide gave off terrifying auras as it broke through the Ruoshui continent's defenses and started to invade the inner regions of the Ruoshui continent. Facing Qin's 2 armies, everyone's expressions became quite unsightly. They felt quite troubled. Which side should they go to support? The Blue Water continent's situation was the most dire. That place had already been swept through, and Qin was about to take complete control of that place. Once Qin took control of that place, he would attack the other continents, and the devil army was the greatest threat. In the end, they decided to send 30% of their forces to the Ruoshui continent and 70% to the Blue Water continent. The Blue Water continent's 2 sides quickly met. The fish-scale army had many people, around 3 billion or so, and they had prepared some items to deal with large creatures. This forced Qin's devils to stop attacking, and the Dark Water continent's army also moved out. There were 500 million soldiers in total. Yu Xian's expression was cold as he exploded out with a powerful aura and charged at Qin. The person blocking him was a peerlessly beautiful woman with golden hair and golden eyes. She wore a silver knight's dress and held a golden sword. She was Tina Pendragon, and she was someone that Qin had focused on nurturing. Not only did he find ways to increase her various powers, but he also raised her royal bloodline. Adding on her outstanding talent, she had the strength to fight with Yu Xian. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 of them started to fight. The terrifying shockwaves shook the surrounding water, and a terrifying aura spread out. As the 2 of them fought, the 2 armies ferociously charged. The devil army roared as they charged at the fish-scale army, while the fish-scale army roared as they charged at the devil army. The battle between the 2 sides was incredibly intense. Countless devil beasts tore apart or devoured the fish-scale people's bodies, causing blood to quickly dye the water red. There were severed limbs everywhere, creating a ferocious scene. The fish-scale world also used all sorts of items. Some summoned monsters, while others combined their powers to attack devils. There was also a type of spear that could be shot out. The spear would create a gigantic whirlpool that would pull in the monsters. The gigantic whirlpool would bring with it immense power that could tear apart the monsters' bodies and cause many casualties. The Darkwada continent's soldiers were currently fighting with the other fish scale soldiers. The battle at the Ruashui battlefield was also incredibly intense. Even though there were more aquatic beasts than devil beasts, they were not as effective. Moreover, the fish scale people were quite familiar with these aquatic beasts and knew their weaknesses. They took measures to suppress them, making it quite difficult for Qin to attack. Battles also started on the other battlefields. Zhao Fu led countless experts to defend the eastern continent, blocking the three worlds' attacks and defending against the Devil Horn Empire, which could attack at any moment. The southern continent of the Dark Demon World was defended by Bai Qi and others, defending against the Dark Demon World's attacks. The Dark Demon World's attacks were incredibly ferocious, and Qin's side mainly focused on defending. This battle lasted for 6 days, and both sides suffered many casualties. The fish-scale world's Zhao Fu took down the Bluewater continent and Ruashui continent with great difficulty. The Bluewater continent had already been taken down, and it was mainly defending against the fish-scale people's attacks. The Ruashui continent relied on the 8 aquatic beast kings to drive countless aquatic beasts over, allowing them to achieve victory. Zhao Fu had wanted to resist the pressure from the other sides and destroy the fish-scale world in one fell swoop. However, the Devil Horn Empire had suddenly acted. After hearing that Qin had turned countless devil beasts into devils, it had become incredibly furious and ferociously attacked Qin. The 1.5 million devil beasts and devil blood soldiers also started to attack Great Qin. This forced Zhao Fu to give up on attacking the fish-scale world and focus on defending. Even though they had suffered great losses this time, whether it was soldiers, beasts, or devil beasts, their gains were also massive. They had conquered 2 continents, obtained 11 billion people, and 20,000 or so cities. This caused Qin Kingdom's population to reach 115 billion people, 190,000 cities, and 2 more continents. Their fate had also greatly increased, making up for the fate they had lost from the 3 continents that had fallen. Of the fish-scale world's 7 continents, only 3 remained, and the other 4 had fallen into Qin Kingdom's hands. After this battle, the fish-scale world's strength had greatly fallen. Now, they only had 3 billion soldiers, which was nothing to fear. Qin Kingdom only needed to gather a bit of their forces to completely conquer the fish-scale world. Because the battle outside was quite intense, Zhao Fu brought back many soldiers and continued to restrict each other. Zhao Fu also sent out ambassadors, wanting to ally with the surrounding worlds to suppress the Devil Horn Empire. If they had allies to help, Qin Kingdom's situation would become much better. Even if they had a world to restrict the Devil Horn Empire, Qin Kingdom would be able to take out a portion of its forces to deal with one world, increasing Qin Kingdom's strength as quickly as possible. However, not a single person wanted to work with Qin Kingdom. This was because with Qin Kingdom's threat, they wanted to see Qin Kingdom being suppressed. They also wanted to see Qin Kingdom's strength weaken, so they naturally did not want to participate. Zhao Fu could only think of other ways to increase Qin Kingdom's strength. Now that the method of turning devil beasts into devils had been exposed, Qin Kingdom needed new methods. This time, Great Qin had also used the illusion flower devils and teleportation spears, but the other side had already thought of countermeasures. They had used a powerful barrier to block the illusion flower devil's pollen, and they had used spatial restrictions to nullify the teleportation abilities of the teleportation spears. Zhao Fu suddenly thought that since devil beasts could easily turn into devils, what about aquatic beasts? Those aquatic beasts were quite big and weak, but if they could be turned into devil beasts, they would be able to increase Qin Kingdom's battle power. In particular, Qin had 8 sea beast kings, who could directly order them to drive the sea beasts into the monster world. Qin's soldiers didn't need to capture and drive them away, so it wouldn't cause any losses to Qin. However, the number of aquatic beasts in the fish-scale world had greatly decreased. Before, when the fish-scale people had invaded the human world, they had lured over countless aquatic beasts. Now that they were attacking the fish-scale world, the 8 aquatic beasts had lured over countless aquatic beasts to attack the Midland continent, causing many aquatic beasts to die. Zhao Fu wasn't sure how many sea beasts he could drive over, so he ordered the 8 sea beasts to try and see how many they could drive. Of course, Zhao Fu had brought over 100 demons to see if the sea beasts could quickly transform into demons. They were demons to begin with, so they knew this very well. By now, more than half of the fish-scale world belonged to Qin, and the remaining 3 continents were forced to defend. Zhao Fu could do as he pleased in the fish-scale world, and he caught a 6-meter-long crab to see if it could be turned into a devil. Mama Jiggery walked up and stretched out a hand. Countless traces of devil chi gathered in her hand and formed devil orbs, which she sent into the massive crab's body. The crab's eyes became blood-red, and its aura became chaotic. It continuously struggled, trying to break free from Zhao Fu's restraints. Apart from this, there were no changes. Mama Jiggery frowned and turned to look at Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty, these aquatic beasts' intelligence is too low, and it's quite difficult for them to develop. Even though their bodies are quite big, their aptitudes are quite low, so they can be turned into devils. However, it will take quite some time. Also, these sea beasts can at most become low-grade devils. It's very difficult for them to become high-grade devils, and there are even fewer that can take human form." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. However, if they could turn into devils and increase Qin's strength, that would be a good thing. As such, Zhao Fu immediately had the 8 sea beast kings herd the sea beasts, and in the end, roughly 400,000 sea beasts were herded into the 4-soul devil world. After taking care of these matters, the Emperor Killing Sword within the sword mark started to tremble and give off waves of sword light. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, and he sensed that the Emperor Killing Sword world had gone through massive changes. Following this, Zhao Fu entered the Emperor Killing Sword world. The Emperor Killing Sword world was one of Zhao Fu's most powerful methods, but it had not been developed yet. If it had been developed, he would not have to fear the 3 factions at all. It was worth Zhao Fu greatly developing, and in the future, its power would be of great help to Zhao Fu. After all, this was a killing sword intent that could kill celestials, and it would be incredibly powerful against higher beings in the future. After entering the Emperor Killing Sword world, a massive blood-red vortex appeared in the sky, giving off a heaven-toppling killing sword intent. The air was incredibly cold, making it difficult for people to breathe, and it was incredibly painful and uncomfortable. The 100 people in Sword Obsession who had been fighting outside had been recalled by the Emperor Killing Sword world and were now sitting cross-legged under the blood-red vortex. Traces of blood-red chi continuously floated out of their bodies and flew into the massive blood-red vortex. The vortex's power covered the entire Emperor Killing Sword world, and the Emperor Killing Sword world continuously trembled as the weather changed and everything became chaotic. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted because he understood that the Emperor Killing Sword world was going to level up. It would become much more powerful and would be able to turn even more people into Sword Obsession. Boom, the blood-red vortex suddenly exploded, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless traces of blood-red chi quickly spread out, and the sky and ground of the Emperor Killing Sword world continuously expanded, forming a world that was 100 regions wide. An even greater wave of power entered the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to give off a blood-red light and give off a joyful sword hum. Zhao Fu looked at the Emperor Killing Sword. Not only had it become much more powerful, but its grade had also become much higher. It would most likely be able to grow alongside the Emperor Killing Sword world. In response, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. When the time came, Zhao Fu would definitely have a supreme killing weapon that could cause the heavens and earth to dim and gods and demons to retreat. The heavens and earth once again calmed down, and the killing sword pool at the center became 10 times larger. Now, they needed even more experts in the way of the sword to enter Sword Obsession and continue to provide the Emperor Killing Sword world with killing chi. The number of people who could enter Sword Obsession had increased from 100 to 1,000, which meant that they needed 1,000 geniuses in the way of the sword. Zhao Fu immediately thought of the ancient sword sect. That was the most powerful sect in the ancient STEM domain for the way of the sword, and it was a holy land for countless people who cultivated the way of the sword. There were naturally countless geniuses in the way of the sword gathered there, and the ancient sword sect greatly nurtured them, causing them to have decent strength. They were naturally the most suitable materials for Sword Obsession, so Zhao Fu would not have to look for them and could directly capture them. Thinking about what had happened before, Zhao Fu felt quite furious. Now, they were using all sorts of methods to kill him, so Zhao Fu felt that he should collect some interest. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu headed to the ancient stem domain. At the same time, Zhao Fu gathered all of the information he could about the ancient sword sect, as well as a list of names. This list contained the names of the ancient sword sect's geniuses in the way of the sword. All of them had immense talent in the way of the sword and were incredibly powerful. Even though they could not defeat their sect master, they were in the open while Zhao Fu was in the dark. It would be quite easy for them to bully the ancient sword sect's countless disciples. Of course, it would not be possible to capture 1,000 people one by one, as that would make everyone feel that something was off. If Zhao Fu did not capture 1,000 people, he would definitely be discovered, and things would become dangerous. Zhao Fu looked through the information on the list and thought about how to gather them together and capture them all at once. They all had something in common, which was what all geniuses in the way of the sword had in common, which was that they were extremely interested in everything related to the way of the sword. Perhaps Zhao Fu could prepare some things to draw them out. Ordinary things would not be able to attract these geniuses in the way of the sword, so Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use the killing sword intent. Of course, Zhao Fu had to deal with this, or else his identity would be exposed. After all, Zhao Fu had used the killing sword intent at the ancient stem banquet. He first had people write 1,500 letters. Zhao Fu would not stupidly write 1,500 letters. After writing the letters, Zhao Fu extracted the killing intent from the killing sword intent and sent it into the letters. There were only 2 simple sentences in the letter. If you want to comprehend the supreme sword Tao, come to a certain place quickly. Just the sword intent infused into the letter would definitely attract countless people. As a sword cultivator, the profoundness of the sword intent was irresistible, and any sword cultivator would want to obtain it. However, just in case, some people might not come. In order to maintain the number of 1,000 people, Zhao Fu prepared an extra 500 letters. These letters were quickly delivered to the disciples of the ancient sword sect. A white-clothed youth stood on top of a mountain peak, sensing the boundless power of heaven and earth. A servant interrupted him, making him unhappy. However, after the servant handed him a letter, a look of shock appeared on the young man's face. In the next second, he turned into a ray of sword light that shot into the horizon and disappeared. A woman in green robes gave off powerful sword chi and held a white handkerchief as she lightly wiped a sword. After receiving this letter, her expression became serious as she turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. A burly young man was brandishing a large sword, bringing about waves of ferocious sword winds. After receiving the letter, he laughed heartily and left with the letter. At first, most people did not pay much attention to this letter, but after opening it, their expressions greatly fell. They felt an ocean-like sword intent inundating them, causing their bodies to freeze. They felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies could not help but tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying sword intent before, and even though they felt afraid, they could not help but feel excited. The higher the grade of a sword intent, the more precious it was to them. Zhao Fu's sword intent had been split off from the killing sword intent, and it was one of the most powerful sword intents in the world. As such, they hurriedly headed to a certain place. Zhao Fu had been waiting there the entire time, and he had hidden himself. Seeing the sword geniuses arrive, Zhao Fu understood that his plan had succeeded. Seeing so many people arrive, these people felt that something was off. However, they wanted to see that sword intent, and adding on the fact that there were many of them, they decided to stay. Zhao Fu saw that more and more people had arrived, and there were now more than 1,000 of them. Zhao Fu was about to act when he instantly sensed danger. This was because a few extremely powerful experts of the way of the sword had stealthily arrived. These people's strength far surpassed the Harmony realm, and they were most likely some of the ancient sword sect's elders. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious, and he immediately chose to retreat. His plan had failed. Zhao Fu had expected that because he had sent out so many letters, the disciples who had received the letters would most likely report the contents to the higher-ups. With how terrifying that sword intent was, the higher-ups of the ancient sword sect would pay attention to it. As such, Zhao Fu could only give up. With his strength, he would not be able to defeat the ancient sword sect. It was a pity that Zhao Fu's teleportation spear could only teleport across a few worlds and could not teleport across 100 worlds. Otherwise, once they arrived, Zhao Fu would be able to activate the magic formation and instantly teleport them back to Qin City, completing the quest. Just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, a cold-looking middle-aged woman with a sword arrived. Looking at this cold-looking woman, everyone called out respectfully, "Madam." Zhao Fu thought about the ancient sword sect's information and understood that this was the ancient sword sect's sect master's wife. Zhao Fu immediately felt a wave of fury as he thought about how the ancient sword sect's sect master had insulted him. The cold-looking woman was also an expert of the way of the sword, and she gave off a powerful sword chi that made it so that no one dared to get close. She was quite beautiful, and she was tall and slim with white skin. It was said that she had been the ancient sword sect's #1 beauty back then. She was even younger than the ancient sword sect's sect master, only 30 years old. Moreover, she was not of the same generation as the ancient sword sect's sect master. Back then, the ancient sword sect's sect master had shamelessly disregarded his status as someone from the older generation to obtain the ancient sword sect's #1 beauty. She was a generation younger than the ancient sword sect's sect master, so her cultivation was naturally not as high. She only had heaven realm cultivation, but she was about to break through to the harmony realm. Zhao Fu had never thought that she would be drawn over as well. However, with that sovereign sword intent, no sword cultivator would reject it. As a sword cultivator, she had also come to see the sovereign sword intent. Seeing her, Zhao Fu thought of an idea and took out a few things. These things were small people made of mud, and they were called clone clay figurines. They could change into the user's appearance and had the same aura as the user. They did not have much power, but they were incredibly fast at escaping. They were proficient in escaping through the earth and could escape underground. They were quite suited for escaping. Zhao Fu had made many preparations for this trip to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, and he had many ways to escape. It would not be like the ancient stem banquet where he could not escape. Swish, 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 a few clay golems suddenly appeared, giving off powerful sword auras and killing intent as they looked at the ancient sword sect's people. This caused a few of the ancient sword sect's hidden elders to appear. Just as the elders were about to capture the few people who had appeared and interrogate them about what they were plotting, the few of them instantly turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the ground. The elders immediately chased after them. This sudden change caused the ancient sword sect's disciples' expressions to become incredibly serious. It seemed that this had been a trap to lure them here. Luckily, they had reported this matter to the higher-ups, and with the sect's experts protecting them, they did not have to worry. After the elders left, Zhao Fu gave off a deep sense of malice as he slowly appeared like a demon in the darkness, causing the air to instantly become cold. Sensing the malice from Zhao Fu, countless people looked slightly afraid, and their hair stood on end. "Hurry and leave." The cold-looking woman drew the sword at her waist as she looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, the people in the surroundings understood that staying here would only make things worse, so they all turned into rays of light and left. However, there were a few people who stayed, 4 men and 1 woman. They all had Saint Realm cultivations and were confident that they could help. "Who are you?" the cold-looking woman asked as she pointed at Zhao Fu with her sword. Zhao Fu did not reply and revealed his hidden eyes, causing the expressions of the people who had stayed behind to fall. At that moment, the cold-looking woman and the others all turned into rays of light and shot out. They now knew who Zhao Fu was. He was that terrifying person from the ancient stem banquet, and he had come to find them. With Zhao Fu's cultivation, the cold-looking woman, who was at the peak of the heaven realm, might not be able to defeat Zhao Fu, but stopping Zhao Fu would not be a problem. However, the key thing was that Zhao Fu had a nation armament, and when that nation armament exploded out with its full power, he could just barely fight against a world realm expert. Seeing them fly away, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and exploded out with his nation armament's power. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep them here, and he wanted to quickly end this battle. Now that news had spread, the ancient sword sect's experts would soon arrive. Boom, a terrifying power spread out, shaking the surroundings. The golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun as chains containing immense power shot out, shooting towards the escaping people from all directions. The cold-looking woman raised her hand and a massive amount of heaven and earth power entered her body. Her sword gave off a sharp sword light that flashed out, destroying the countless chains attacking her. As for the others, they did not have this kind of strength. After cutting a few iron chains, they were bound by countless iron chains and hung in midair. The cold-looking woman was startled, and just as she was about to break the chains binding her disciples, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, causing her to shiver. Bang! Zhao Fu slashed towards the cold-looking woman, and the cold-looking woman hurriedly used her sword to block. However, the massive power still sent her flying. Seeing that he had not been able to injure her, Zhao Fu exploded out with his nation armament's power. A black flame erupted around his body, and a terrifying power exploded out. The space around him could not withstand this power and started to twist. Boom! Zhao Fu once again slashed towards the cold-looking woman, knocking her to the ground and opening up a large crater. Within the crater, the cold-looking woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her aura became incredibly weak. Her injuries were evidently quite severe. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he looked at the 4 men and 1 woman bound in chains. He waved his hand and a blood-red crack appeared, sucking them in. The chains binding them did not disappear, and they were instead thrown into the killing sword lake. The cold-looking woman climbed up with great difficulty. Seeing that she could not save her disciples, she ran to the side. Shing! A massive sword light descended, once again sending her flying. She crashed to the ground and did not have any strength to get up. Zhao Fu came before her and coldly smiled as he squatted down and tore off her clothes, revealing her pure white body and her ample breasts. The cold-looking woman covered her breasts with her hands and cursed angrily, "Perverted bastard! What do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu did not reply to her. Instead, he grabbed her hands that were in front of her chest and pressed them on the ground above her head. The cold-looking woman struggled and glared at Zhao Fu as she said coldly, "If you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu was expressionless as 6 black motes floated out of the 6 desires demonic crystals within his body. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the 6 black motes floated out of his palm. Countless traces of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out, covering the 6 black motes and forming 6 black orbs. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the cold-looking woman's chest. The 6 black orbs entered her body, and a black diagram appeared. It was a circle with 6 demon gods within it. The diagram gave off waves of black light, and the cold-looking woman struggled in pain. However, her eyes gradually lost their luster and became deathly still. Zhao Fu frowned and let go. The cold-looking woman lay there like a corpse, and Zhao Fu said, "Stand up." The cold-looking woman slowly stood up. Her movements were quite clumsy, and her expression was wooden and her eyes were empty. Zhao Fu sighed. He had wanted to use one of the 6 desires demonic arts methods, the 6 desires puppet technique, to control the cold-looking woman. This method not only allowed him to control her body but also her mind. As the wife of the ancient sword sect master, if he placed her as a chess piece, she would be able to obtain information for Qin, which would be quite useful. However, it seemed that he had failed. The cold-looking woman's cultivation was too high, and her comprehension of the way of the sword was also quite powerful. Right now, Zhao Fu could only control her body, and his plan had failed. He could not stay here for long, so Zhao Fu picked up the cold-looking woman's body and turned into a ray of light, disappearing over the horizon. Boom, boom. Boom! Soon, powerful auras descended, causing the air to seem to freeze. The heavens and earth dimmed as countless experts from the ancient sword sect arrived, including the ancient sword sect master. Looking at the traces of battle and the bloodstains on the ground, he roared furiously, "Find that brat for this sect master. This sect master will cut him into 1,000 pieces and at the same time, ensure the safety of the madam." Yes. The experts obeyed and turned into rays of light as they shot over the horizon. They gave off incredibly ferocious auras, and no one dared to stop them. Zhao Fu quickly escaped because he knew how dangerous that place was. If he did not leave, he would definitely be discovered. Zhao Fu would not look down on a royal kingdom sect, so he naturally acted very carefully. By now, Zhao Fu was in another world and was looking for information about the ancient sword sect. He was not in a hurry to return to Qin City because he had not gathered the 1,000 sword geniuses yet. He had only captured 5 of them, so he needed 995 more. Zhao Fu still wanted to deal with the ancient sword sect, or else he would not be able to vent his hatred. Moreover, the ancient sword sect's disciples were quite suitable for sword obsession. At the same time, Zhaofu knew that the ancient sword sect was furious and was searching for him everywhere. They were doing everything they could to kill him, and they had even offered a high bounty and threatened others. If anyone dared to contact him, the ancient sword sect would be destroyed. The ancient sword sect was ranked second in the ancient STEM domain, and since they had spoken, countless people naturally did not want to have any contact with Zhaofu. Moreover, for the sake of the high bounty, they were searching for Zhaofu's whereabouts. Other factions were also searching for Zhaofu's whereabouts because Zhaofu was too dangerous. They wanted to know Zhaofu's goal, and this was especially so for the Netherine dynasty and Bear Mountain Kingdom. They were doing all they could to find Zhaofu and kill Zhaofu. This caused the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain to fall into chaos because of Zhaofu's appearance. However, the inner regions were so big, and no one had found Zhaofu yet. Within a mountain cave, a cold-looking woman's hands were bound by chains. Her clothes were torn, revealing a pair of snow-white things. Zhaofu had stopped using the Six Desires puppet technique, and the cold-looking woman had regained her senses. She looked at Zhaofu hatefully and furiously. Zhaofu coldly looked at her and said, "Ancient sword sect's madam. Tell me all of the ancient sword sect's secrets and I might give you a quick death." The cold-looking woman coldly harumphed and turned her head away as she said, "Don't even think about it, I won't betray the ancient sword sect. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The ancient sword sect definitely won't let you off, and when the time comes, you'll die a horrible death." Zhaofu felt a trace of anger as he said, "Is that so? I want to see if I die first or if I destroy your ancient sword sect first. I'll definitely sacrifice your entire ancient sword sect to the Emperor Killing Sword." The cold-looking woman turned her head to the side and ignored Zhaofu. Zhaofu sneered as he stepped forward and grabbed the woman's exposed snow-white thing with one hand. "Are you really not afraid that I'll do something to you? I only want to know all the secrets of the ancient sword sect." After being grabbed by Zhaofu, the cold-looking woman immediately struggled up and furiously looked at Zhaofu as she cried out, "You perverted bastard, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't betray the ancient sword sect. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll kill you even if I become a ghost." Zhaofu coldly smiled and completely ignored the cold-looking woman's words. He ripped off her clothes, revealing her body. This caused the cold-looking woman to angrily curse at Zhaofu. However, Zhaofu did not do anything else and instead left the cave. Zhaofu had the Six Desires celestial art, so he should be able to subdue the cold-looking woman. However, that would only make her body want Zhaofu and would not be able to make her heart submit. She would still maintain her own thoughts, which meant that even if he did her, she would not reveal the ancient sword sect's secrets. Before, Zhaofu had dealt with many women like this, but most women still had their own thoughts and were not controlled by Zhaofu. Moreover, Zhaofu did not want to continue using that method to subdue women. However, as the wife of the ancient sword sect's sect master, Zhaofu evidently would not let her off easily. Before leaving, he sent in the Six Desires demonic chi, causing the cold-looking woman to fall into desire. After leaving the cave, Zhaofu started to think about how to capture more ancient sword sect disciples. The ancient sword sect gave the order for all of their disciples to stay within the sect and not leave to prevent Zhaofu from taking revenge on them. The ancient sword sect had not guessed that Zhaofu's target was the disciples and not the ancient sword sect's sect master's wife. Zhaofu naturally would not attack the ancient sword sect, as that would be seeking death. What should he do? How could he capture the ancient sword sect disciples? After thinking about it, Zhaofu went to the Emperor Killing Sword world and looked at the 5 people within the Killing Sword Lake. They had long since stopped struggling and were in sword obsession. The 5 of them had been geniuses that everyone looked up to in the ancient sword sect, and they were among the top disciples. Now that they had fallen to such a state, it was quite a pity. This was especially so for the woman. She looked incredibly pure and refined, and she was a famous beauty in the ancient sword sect. However, she was now turning into a killing monster. Zhaofu collected their things and found that there were 5 tokens. These tokens were naturally from the ancient sword sect, and he would be able to sneak into the ancient sword sect. Now that the disciples had not come out, Zhaofu could only sneak in. Moreover, most of the ancient sword sect's elders and experts had gone to search for Zhaofu, so the inside of the ancient sword sect was quite empty, making it suitable for Zhao Fu to sneak in. After taking the tokens, Zhao Fu carefully walked towards the ancient sword sect. The ancient sword sect controlled 10 worlds, so the sect was naturally incredibly large and had countless disciples. Zhao Fu relied on the tokens to easily sneak in. Even Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that it was so easy. Just then, he had been wearing a cloak and carrying the tokens, and no one had stopped him. Now that he had entered the sect, Zhao Fu started to carefully carry out his plan. He could not capture them one by one, as there were too many of them. Capturing them one by one would take too long, and he would definitely be discovered. Zhao Fu thought of a good idea. In a hidden corner, Zhao Fu grabbed an ancient sword sect disciple and asked, "Where does the second-ranked Xiao Chongfeng of the ancient sword sect live?" The disciple quickly told Zhao Fu the information he wanted, but Zhao Fu casually killed that disciple and threw his corpse into the emperor-killing sword world. His talent was too low and was not suitable for sword obsession, so he could only kill him. The reason Zhao Fu wanted to find Xiao Chongfeng was because his strength was only below Gu Jian's and his identity was quite extraordinary. He was the grandson of one of the ancient sword sect's great elders, and if he used his name to gather everyone together, it would be quite easy. Senior apprentice brother. Harder. Just as Zhao Fu snuck into Xiao Chongfeng's courtyard, he heard a flirtatious woman's moans, as well as the sounds of something crashing. Following the sounds, Zhao Fu quickly found a young man with a trace of evil-looking aura doing it with a bewitching and beautiful woman. The woman's figure was incredibly enticing, and her skin was like jade and she had a pair of large breasts. Because Zhao Fu had collected information on the ancient sword sect, he knew some of the higher-ranked people. This woman was ranked 17th in the ancient sword sect, and she was called Lin Yan'er. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. While the two of them were focused on doing it, Zhao Fu soundlessly spread out his emperor's domain, cutting off all sounds and objects. Clang, 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 the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun as countless eerie chains giving off terrifying power suddenly flew out and shot towards the man and woman on the bed. This caused the expressions of the man and woman, who were immersed in pleasure, to fall, and they immediately tried to block. However, it was too late, the countless chains quickly bound the two of them and hung them in the air. At that moment, Zhao Fu slowly walked out. "It's you." Xiao Chongfeng looked at Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes and instantly realized who Zhao Fu was. His expression fell as he yelled and started to struggle. He had never thought that such a terrifying person would have infiltrated their sect. Lin Yan'er's expression was quite unsightly, but she was relatively calm and did not resist. Zhao Fu looked at Xiao Chongfeng, who was yelling and struggling, and his expression was cold as he said, "No matter how much you yell, it's useless. This place is already protected by a barrier, so you must do as I say, or I'll kill you right now." Xiao Chongfeng could only stop and ask, "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Fu directly stated his goal and had Xiao Chongfeng call over the ancient sword sect's elite disciples in batches. That way, Zhao Fu could bring them into the emperor-killing barrier in batches. If there were too many people, Zhao Fu was afraid of losing control, so he had to bring them in batches. Zhao Fu planned to capture 300 or so people each time. That way, he would be able to complete the task in 3 batches and reduce the chances of being discovered. Hearing that Zhao Fu wanted to capture those sword geniuses, Xiao Chongfeng immediately refused. Those people were people that the ancient sword sect focused on nurturing, and they were all destined to be extraordinary in the future. They were the future of the ancient sword sect, and if he harmed them, he might die in the future. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold. It seemed that Xiao Chongfeng would only submit after being taught a lesson. "Emperor, I have a way to make them come," Lin Yan'er said flirtatiously to Zhao Fu. This caused Xiao Chongfeng to look quite disbelieving, and he called out angrily, "Lil Sisyan." Lin Yan'er ignored Xiao Chongfeng's words. She was with Xiao Chongfeng mainly because of his status and strength, or else she would not be his woman. She twisted her alluring body and looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously as she said coquettishly, "Emperor, you're making me feel quite uncomfortable. You're making me very uncomfortable. Can you put me down first? I'll tell you what to do. I'll immediately tell you what to do." This caused Xiao Chongfeng to feel incredibly furious because this was a betrayal of him. He immediately yelled, "Lin Yan'er, you bitch, you dare to betray the ancient sword sect? You'll definitely be punished." She was somewhat angry and she turned to look at Xiao Chongfeng and said, "Senior brother, you in?" "You," Lin Yan said, "Senior, I, master." Following this, she turned her head and revealed her alluring body to Zhao Fu. She was not wearing anything, and she flirtatiously smiled at Zhao Fu as she spoke. "Crown Prince. Our ancient sword sect has a special method of sending messages, called sword light message. I can do it, and I only need a bit of my senior apprentice brother's aura to bring those people here. However, can you let them live?" Zhao Fu did not directly agree because he was angry at everyone from the ancient sword sect. He only said, "I can think about it." Lin Yan'er was startled, but she still maintained a smile and nodded. She sat down at the desk next to her and took out a talisman with the image of a flying sword from her storage ring. After that, she made a grabbing motion towards Xiao Chongfeng. Some of Xiao Chongfeng's aura was captured by her, and then she infused it into those talismans. With a wave of her sword finger, those talismans transformed into rays of sword light that shot out. Zhao Fu interrupted her, because Zhao Fu did not trust the woman in front of him, so he said, "I want to check these talismans." Lin Yan'er's expression did not change, and she gave a flirtatious smile as she handed the talismans to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu carefully checked these talismans, mainly because he was afraid that they would summon the ancient sword sect's experts. This was within the ancient sword sect, and once Zhao Fu's identity was exposed, it would be very difficult for him to escape. As such, he naturally had to be extremely careful. Lin Yan'er looked at Zhao Fu, who was carefully checking the talismans, and she stealthily stretched out her hand towards Zhao Fu's lower body. She felt a bit shocked and delighted. It seemed that Zhao Fu's body was reacting to her. Lin Yan'er did not hesitate and quickly squatted down, took off her clothes, and started to serve Zhao Fu. Xiao Chongfeng's face was completely red, and he felt like he was going to explode from anger. His woman, Lin Yan'er, was serving another man in front of him, calling him a slut, whore, and other vulgar words. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and frowned as he pushed Lin Yan'er away. Lin Yan'er lay on the ground with a lewd look on her face as she said, "Emperor, just let me serve you once, and you already want me." Zhao Fu felt quite angry and threw a piece of clothing at her as he said, "Put it on." Seeing that Zhao Fu was angry, Lin Yan'er could only reluctantly put on her clothes. However, she inwardly rejoiced that her life had been saved. Swish, 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 Zhao Fu activated the countless talismans, which turned into rays of sword light that shot out towards various parts of the sect. Now, Xiao Chongfeng was useless. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand, and a blood-red crack appeared as countless chains dragged him into the killing sword lake. Xiao Chongfeng continuously cursed at Zhao Fu before calming down. Lin Yan'er felt quite startled. Even though she did not know what Zhao Fu had done to Xiao Chongfeng, it was evident that he would not have a good ending. She obediently sat on the table and did not dare to move. She could not help but lick her lips, reminiscing about Zhao Fu's taste. By now, some of the nearby ancient sword sect disciples had arrived. Even though they did not often see Xiao Chongfeng, with his status and strength, they did not dare to not give him face. Zhao Fu had long since set up a barrier nearby, and as soon as the ancient sword sect disciples arrived, countless cold chains stretched out and easily subdued them before dragging them into the killing sword lake. Lin Yan'er watched on from the side in shock, not understanding why Zhao Fu had captured so many ancient sword sect disciples. Moreover, he had taken such a risk, it was definitely not just for revenge. People were dragged into the killing sword lake, and soon, there were 300 or so people. Zhao Fu had Lin Yan'er continue with the second wave, and rays of sword light shot out, drawing people over. These were all geniuses of the way of the sword, and those who had gone into sword obsession would definitely be incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu's 100 or so sword obsession cultivators had almost reached an undying and indestructible state, and they could not be killed. Very quickly, Zhao Fu had captured 600 or so people, and he had completed more than half of his quest. Zhao Fu wanted to capture as many people as possible, or even kill as many as he could. After all, even if he captured 1,000 people, 1,000 people was not much to a sect with 10 worlds. After all, the Qin Empire's population had reached 100 billion or so, and the ancient sword sect, which had developed for so long, had a shocking number of people. These disciples were the future of the ancient sword sect, and now that the older generation had died, the ancient sword sect would have to rely on them. Only by continuously having talented disciples could the sect continuously become stronger, or else it would continue to decline. The more Zhao Fu killed, the more people he captured. This would weaken the ancient sword sect's foundation, and perhaps he would be able to exhaust the ancient sword sect to death. However, even though Zhao Fu's idea was good, it was not very realistic. Soon, Zhao Fu sensed a powerful aura flying through the barrier. Luckily, Zhao Fu had taken a domain pill and had unlocked his perception, so he was very sensitive to the dangers around him. Zhao Fu immediately grabbed Lin Yan and quickly left the ancient sword sect. By now, 5 or 6 elders had charged in, and sensing the remnant aura, their expressions fell. They loudly gave orders to activate the sect's great formation and investigate the people who had snuck in. They found that 600 or so disciples had disappeared. This caused the entire ancient sword sect to be furious, and they confirmed Zhao Fu's identity. Now, countless people from the ancient sword sect were chasing after him, yet he had snuck into the ancient sword sect and killed 600 or so elite disciples. This was simply infuriating. That person was simply too arrogant and daring to do such a thing at a time like this. Countless people were incredibly shocked, and the ancient sword sect entered a state of alert. The ancient sword sect master roared, his voice shaking the surroundings, "We must destroy that boy's soul and sacrifice his head to the ancient sword sect. Right now, the ancient sword sect will not rest until that boy is dead." Countless people heard about this and felt quite shocked. This person had first stolen the ancient sword sect's madam and had snuck into the ancient sword sect to kill 600 or so elite disciples. He was quite daring. This was the first time someone had made the ancient sword sect suffer such humiliation and anger. Now, their hatred was indescribable, and his return had thrown the entire inner region into chaos. Everyone had a feeling that that person could wield the killing sword and had 3 emperor stars. He was definitely a world-shaking genius, and since they had let him escape back then, he would definitely madly take revenge. Now, he had returned. The Netherine dynasty and Bear Mountain dynasty could not help but become wary. They did not want to become a joke like the ancient sword sect. At the same time, the 3 sides issued orders to kill him, increasing the reward by more than 10 times, and forbidding everyone from having any contact with Zhao Fu. Everything was for the sake of killing Zhao Fu. They could not allow him to continue, or else the danger would only be greater. Countless people could not resist the temptation and started to search for Zhao Fu, wanting to kill Zhao Fu and obtain the huge reward. Now, the inner regions of the ancient stem domain were even more chaotic, and all of this was because of Zhao Fu. By now, the sky had darkened, and the night sky was completely dark. There were no stars or moon, and it was like a black cloth covering the sky, making people feel quite afraid. Zhao Fu brought Lin Yan to the mountain cave from before. Now, Zhao Fu did not dare to casually appear in cities, and he could only hide in the wilderness to avoid being discovered. Within the mountain cave, the cold-looking woman's face was red, and her body twisted as she continuously moaned. There was a puddle of water on the ground. Lin Yan felt quite shocked to see the cold and aloof sect master's wife being treated like this. The scene was quite alluring. However, the sect master's wife was quite lewd, and she desperately needed a man. Zhao Fu wondered if that emperor had played with her before. It seemed that she had already been ravaged by him. Lin Yan could not help but feel quite envious. After tasting Zhao Fu, she had wanted to do it with Zhao Fu. However, the timing was not good, and he had seen her doing it with Xiao Chang. He would definitely mind. Of course, Lin Yan did not lose confidence, as Zhao Fu still had a reaction to her body. Zhao Fu had left restrictions on Lin Yan's body, so he was not worried that she would run. He turned and entered the Emperor Killing Sword world, and he had a look at the number of people he had dragged into the Killing Sword Lake. There were 634 people, and he still needed 366 people to complete the quest. After returning to the mountain cave, he found that the 2 women were already tangling together and making lewd noises. Zhao Fu speechlessly stopped them and suppressed the 6 desires demonic qi within the cold-looking woman's body. The cold-looking woman gradually returned to normal, and she became cold again. Looking at Lin Yan hugging her, she asked in surprise, "Yan, why are you here? Also, let go of me." Lin Yan smiled and let go of the cold-looking woman as she said, I saw that big sis Feishue was in pain, so I helped her. This caused the cold-looking woman's face to become red, but looking at Zhao Fu standing by the side, she could not help but curse, you perverted demon, I'll definitely kill you. Zhao Fu disdainfully harumphed, do you still want to do what you did just then? The cold-looking woman, Ling Feishue, felt her expression fall. Thinking about that shameful scene from before, she gritted her teeth and endured it, no longer cursing at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out some firewood and started to roast a few wild rabbits. He had been busy over the past few days and had not had a good meal, so he wanted to fill his stomach. He had not completed the quest yet, so he needed to think of other methods. However, things would become difficult from now on. The ancient sword sect was on high alert, and any method would be incredibly dangerous. Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. Ling Feishue started to ask Lin Yan why she was here and what had happened, and Lin Yan gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After hearing Lin Yan's words, thinking about how so many of the ancient sword sect's extraordinary disciples had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands, Ling Feishue furiously asked, what did you do to the ancient sword sect's disciples? And what about those 5 disciples? Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at Ling Feishue as he coldly replied, of course to have them comprehend the peerless way of the sword. Do you want to see? Following this, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a figure appeared before everyone. She had a graceful figure and beautiful looks, and she gave off a refreshing and refined aura. However, her eyes were blood-red and fangs grew out of her mouth. She held a blood-red sword and gave off an intense killing sword intent, causing the cave to instantly become cold. She was one of the first 5 people that had been captured. Seeing this person, Ling Feishue and Lin Yan could not help but cry out. This was the 5th-ranked woman in the ancient sword sect, and most people called her 5th senior apprentice sister. However, she seemed to be a completely different person, and she was like a puppet filled with killing intent. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he replied, that's right. In the future, everyone in the ancient sword sect will become like this and go into sword obsession, allowing the Emperor Killing Sword World to regain its former power. The Emperor Killing Sword World has the power to kill celestials, and when that time comes, I'll fill the entire ancient STEM domain with corpses. Lin Yan and Ling Feishue felt incredibly shocked. They knew that Zhao Fu was the killing sword master, and the ripples from his killing sword intent had spread to hundreds of worlds. They clearly understood how terrifying this power was. However, they had never thought that this power could kill celestials. Celestials were the ultimate existences in the world, and those lofty higher beings were like trash in front of celestials. This was enough to show how terrifying celestials were. Now that the person in front of them had such terrifying power, they could not help but feel shocked. If he said that he would fill the entire ancient STEM domain with corpses, it would be possible for him to do so. Ling Feishue's face became pale. How could the ancient sword sect defend such a terrifying person? It was possible that the ancient sword sect would perish at his hands. Offending such a person for the ancient sword sect was simply not worth it. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to spare the ancient sword sect? I'll agree to anything you want. If you want my body, I'll give it to you now, Ling Feishue said in a low voice for the sake of the ancient sword sect's future. Zhao Fu said in a slightly mocking tone, do you think there's any chance of reconciliation between the ancient sword sect and me? Also, do you think your body can get rid of my anger and the humiliation I suffered that day? Ling Feishue looked at Zhao Fu and understood that there was no way to reconcile this matter. She lowered her head and did not say anything else, a trace of sorrow on her face. Lin Yan smiled as she sat next to Zhao Fu. She had already decided to follow Zhao Fu for the rest of her life. A peerless genius like Zhao Fu would bring her unimaginable benefits in the future. Emperor. I want to eat it too. Hearing her alluring voice, Zhao Fu's expression was calm and did not change much as he handed the roasted rabbit to her. However, Lin Yan smiled and leaned over, stretching her hand under Zhao Fu's body, saying, Emperor. I want to eat this. Zhao Fu frowned and slapped her hand away. Lin Yan pouted with a trace of dissatisfaction. She took the roasted rabbit from Zhao Fu and began to eat it. Zhao Fu also picked up a roasted rabbit and ate it. Soon, he finished it. Then, he looked at Ling Feishue, who was hanging there. As the mistress of the ancient sword sect, she would still be very important in the future. Zhao Fu picked up a hair, walked in front of her, and said, "Here." Ling Feishui remained silent and turned her head away. Zhao Fu was slightly angry as he threatened, "You want to experience that feeling again, right?" Ling Feishui raised her head angrily and glared at Zhao Fu as if she wanted to eat Zhao Fu alive. Zhao Fu handed the roasted rabbit to her, and Ling Feishui ferociously took a bite, as if she was biting Zhao Fu's flesh. Zhao Fu stood in front of her and looked at the snow-white thing in front of Ling Feishui's chest. Ling Feishui had not been wearing anything this entire time. Sensing Zhao Fu's gaze, Ling Feishui could not help but curse in a low voice, "Perverted thief." Zhao Fu did not mind and waved his hand, undoing the chains around Ling Feishui, and he threw a piece of clothing to her. He then put the roasted rabbit to the side. Ling Feishui hurriedly put on the clothes to cover her body before sitting on the ground and looking at Zhao Fu. She picked up the roasted rabbit and ferociously ate it as if she was eating Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu ignored Ling Feishui's gaze and thought about his future plans. He still needed 300 or so people to complete the quest, and he had not dealt much damage to the ancient sword sect. However, he had humiliated the ancient sword sect and caused them to be angered to death, which was a bit of a relief. Now, countless people were madly searching for him, and the ancient sword sect was on guard. Zhao Fu could not think of any good ideas, and he wanted to return to Qin City and end his journey to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. He would search elsewhere for the 300 or so people. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to return to Qin City. It was not a good place to stay in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, and if he was found, the consequences would be severe. The next day, Zhao Fu brought Ling Feishui and Lin Yan'er back to Qin City. Because the Emperor Killing Sword world contained Killing Sword Qi, anything that entered would be affected, so Zhao Fu did not casually throw people into the Emperor Killing Sword world. Both of them had restrictions that Zhao Fu had left in their bodies, so they could not escape and did not have the power they had before. However, at that moment, a dragon-shaped medallion flashed with light, and Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He took out the dragon-shaped medallion, which gave off a screen of light, and a few words appeared on it, "Emperor, where are you?" This medallion was given to Zhao Fu by the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and it was used to communicate with him. There was a limit to the distance, and it would be impossible to contact him from hundreds of worlds away. Looking at the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's message, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had been heavily injured and had relocated to another domain, so why would they still contact him? It was possible that this was a trap, and someone else had found a way to contact Zhao Fu and pretended to be someone from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group to contact him to lure him out. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to go. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had only acted like this because of him, and Zhao Fu felt quite guilty. Back when the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had retreated, they had not contacted each other, and Zhao Fu wanted to know about them. After giving them a place, Zhao Fu had them wait while he carefully went over. That way, he would be safe. However, when Zhao Fu arrived and saw the person in front of him, he did not have any worries. The person in front of him was a long-haired, black-clothed elder. He was the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's vice president, and they knew each other. "I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group," Zhao Fu said as he cupped his hands and apologized sincerely. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's vice president gave a kind smile and said, "This is fate. Everything went according to plan, so you don't have to blame yourself. Also, this is the reason why I'm here." The vice president took out many spatial rings and gave them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at them and found that they were all talisman stones and high-grade corpses. There were many of them, and they would be enough for a while for Qin. Zhao Fu had never thought that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group would become like this, and they had prepared so many things for him. It was the first time that Zhao Fu had felt so grateful towards a faction, and he felt quite touched. With so many things in front of him, Zhao Fu felt quite embarrassed to accept them, and he tried to refuse. The vice president lightly laughed, "If you want to repay us, head to the Devil Domain as soon as possible. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group is relying on you, so don't disappoint us." Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but ask, "What's with the 10,000 Dragon seal? Why do you have to go to the Devil Domain?" After returning to Qin, Zhao gave a large number of talisman stones and corpses to his subordinates and had them mass-produce talisman arrows and blood god pills. At the same time, he ordered the 8 aquatic beast kings to herd all of the aquatic beasts in the fish-scale world and prepare to conquer it. So many talisman stones gave Zhao a great deal of help, and Zhao felt that he had the power to conquer the fish-scale world. This was exactly what Qin had been lacking. However, no matter if it was creating the talisman arrows or having the 8 aquatic beast kings chase away the aquatic beasts, they all required time, and they could not be completed in a short period of time. As such, Zhao turned his attention to the people in sword obsession. He was still lacking 300 or so people. Zhao ordered people to collect information on all of the sword geniuses in the surrounding worlds and then organized Eternal Knights people to capture them. Zhao left this matter to Xianxia. News of the sword geniuses being captured quickly spread. Similar things had happened before, and now that the scope had expanded, some sects felt a sense of danger, especially those with sword geniuses. Even though they did not know what faction had the power to so brazenly capture sword geniuses, they could not afford to offend them. As such, they could only hide and order the sword geniuses not to go out and remain within their sects. This made things much more difficult for Qin. Qin could not directly attack sects, so he could only expand the scope of capturing sword geniuses. At the same time, this caused even more panic, and none of the sword geniuses dared to step out of their sects. A terrifying, strange, and dangerous aura covered the 10 or so worlds. Some powerful factions could not help but want to investigate who was doing this, but they could not find anything. Those people were all wearing black cloaks and were very secretive, and no information was leaked. The only thing that was clear was that the person in the lead was extremely powerful in the way of the sword, and those sword geniuses could not even take a few blows from him. This made the various factions feel even more curious. Why would such a powerful expert in the way of the sword want to capture so many sword geniuses? 10 or so days later, Qin finally captured enough people. Looking at the 1,000 sword geniuses in the killing sword lake, Zhao grinned. After the 1,000 people were completely converted, they could also be sent to the battlefield. They could grow through slaughter, and they could also increase the slaughter sword world's level. The slaughter sword world's power would continue to increase, and that would be Zhao greatest support. In the past 10 days, Qin had been constantly making talisman arrows. He had prepared a large number of talisman arrows for Qin, which were enough to release the most terrible power. At that moment, the 8 aquatic beast kings started to drive out the aquatic beasts from the boundary of the fish-scale world. They gathered all of the aquatic beasts and once again launched an aquatic beast tide, taking this opportunity to break through the fish-scale world's final defenses. The remaining fish-scale people could sense these changes, and the atmosphere in the entire fish-scale world became quite oppressive. It was filled with an aura of death, and countless people started to despair. The people from the remaining 3 fish-scale continents had all gathered together to discuss, and all of their expressions were quite unsightly. Yu Xian was also among them, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Previously, he had the ability to fight against Imperial Prince Qin, but now, he felt extremely powerless. Had his strength regressed? Just Tina Arthur alone would be enough to stop him. If Imperial Prince Qin personally acted, he would not be a match for him at all. Yu Xian clearly understood that he and Imperial Prince Qin were no longer on the same level. Everyone started to discuss amongst themselves. What should we do now? Qin wants to completely destroy our fish-scale world. If we had known that Qin had a way to counter us, we would not have signed the contract with Imperial Prince Qin. We definitely couldn't have allowed Qin to unify the human world. That's right. Who would have thought that Qin would be able to unify the human world so quickly and have such great power? We should have destroyed Qin back then. That way, none of this would have happened. The fish-scale world might really be finished. The 8 aquatic beast kings are herding all of the aquatic beasts in the world for a final wave of attacks. We only have 3 billion soldiers left. How can we stop them? Right now, we can only increase the number of soldiers. Even though they don't have stage 1 strength, they'll be of some use. I really regret drawing the 8 aquatic beast kings to the human world. Back then, the human world wasn't conquered, and the 8 aquatic beast kings were subdued by Qin. Now, they've become weapons for Qin to attack the fish-scale world. If only we had subdued the 8 aquatic beast kings back then. Ai. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in regretting. Hurry and spread this news and have the outside world madly attack Qin. Only by delaying Qin's forces will we have a trace of hope. Otherwise, we'll just sit there and wait to die. The meeting lasted for half a day before it ended. The leaders of the countless factions returned and immediately started to recruit soldiers. They told everyone about the dire situation and that they could only desperately defend or die. Hearing the various factions say this, the ordinary fish-scale people truly despaired and did not have any hope at all. The 3 continents started to defend with all their might, continuously strengthening their defenses and increasing the number of soldiers. Most of them had stage 0 to 7 or 0 to 8 cultivation, and there were 1.2 billion of them in total. This greatly increased the 3 continents' defensive strength. The news from the fish-scale world caused the expressions of the people in the outside world to fall. If they allowed Qin to fully conquer the fish-scale world, Qin would take over 2 worlds. Qin's strength would greatly increase, and when that time came, their situation would become even more difficult. They did not hesitate for too long before coming to a consensus. They could not allow Qin to conquer the fish-scale world, and they would do everything they could to stop him. The 3 worlds continued to gather countless soldiers, preparing to tie down Qin's forces and make it so that Qin would not be able to conquer the fish-scale world. The Devil Horn Empire's ruler, Yao Ming, felt immense pressure from Qin. His intuition had definitely been right, Qin was the Devil Horn Empire's greatest enemy. He now regretted not attacking Qin earlier. After receiving this news, the Dark Demon world continuously gathered soldiers and prepared to attack Qin. They also felt that they could not allow Qin to conquer the fish-scale world, or else the surrounding worlds would be doomed. The movements of the large worlds caused an austere aura to spread out in all directions, and the air became much heavier. The surrounding worlds sensed that a massive battle was about to erupt, and they started to pay close attention to this. At the same time, after hearing about this, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. This was not a joke, and Zhao Fu felt immense pressure. Zhao Fu ordered Qin's people to make preparations to prevent anything unexpected from happening. This time, they had to take down the fish-scale world. Within the fish-scale world's largest continent, a few people with powerful auras were discussing in a hidden corner. The fish-scale world is about to be taken down by Qin, what should we do? There's nowhere to run now. Let's join Qin then. They treat those who surrender quite well and won't treat us like untouchables. I also feel that surrendering is for the best. Resisting is pointless, and I don't want to die. But are we just going to surrender? I feel that if we go to Qin, we'll only be able to keep our lives and won't be valued by Qin. If we bring some gifts, perhaps Qin will reward us greatly, and we'll be valued as well. We'll be able to live our lives happily. Hearing this, the others smiled and nodded in agreement. That was the kind of life they wanted. Another person said, "What gifts should we give? I don't feel like there's much to give. We don't have many people, and Qin won't be interested in us at all." Everyone sank into their thoughts, thinking about what gifts they could give to Qin. The best gift would be something that could surprise Qin. One of the people gave a mysterious smile and said a few words to the people next to him, causing them to feel delighted. Within a hidden and luxurious courtyard, a boy with a golden dragon tail happily hugged a ball and played with it. Beside him, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and tender skin sat by his side. Seeing how happy the boy was, she could not help but smile, looking quite enchanting. Suddenly, the sound of fighting sounded out, causing the woman and the boy to feel quite startled. Following this, a person covered in blood rushed in and shouted, "Madam, second young master, hurry and leave, someone has discovered this place and wants to capture you." Hearing this, the woman's expression fell and she hurriedly grabbed the boy's hand. Just as she was about to run, a few powerful auras descended. Hearing this, the woman's expression fell and she hurriedly grabbed the boy's hand. Just as she was about to run, a few powerful auras descended. "Madam, second young master, hurry and leave," the bloodied person shouted as he blocked in front of them. The woman looked at the person covered in blood gratefully and picked up the little boy as she ran. Seeing everything in front of him, the little boy looked quite scared. A few people giving off powerful auras coldly laughed and sent out powerful attacks, killing the person covered in blood before attacking the woman and the boy. The woman and the little boy were not weak, but they were still not a match for those people. They were injured in a few moves and taken away. In Qin's imperial palace, Zhao was also reading memorials. A guard came in to report a piece of news, which surprised Zhao. He nodded and let them in. A few fish scale experts nervously walked in and respectfully called out, "We greet your Majesty Qin." Zhao smiled and nodded. "Get up. You did a good job. Qin won't treat you badly." Hearing this, they were completely relieved and hurriedly thanked Zhao. Zhao did not pay them any mind and gave them some rewards before ordering them to leave. He then brought in a woman and a little boy. "Mom. He's a big bad person, he even tried to kill me last time," the little boy said as he hid behind the woman in fear after seeing Zhao. Now that the woman was brought here, she understood who this handsome young man was, and she said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty Qin. What you're doing is too despicable. I hope you'll let us go." Zhao could not help but lightly laugh as he said, "Do you really think that's possible? You're the things that can threaten Yuxian the most. With you, perhaps Qin will be able to easily obtain a continent." One of them was Yuxian's little brother, and the other was Yuxian's mother. Zhao had never thought that a few fish-scale people who had surrendered would bring such good gifts. In that case, Qin would have even more confidence in taking down the fish-scale world. The virtuous-looking woman said coldly, "I won't let you threaten Xianxia. If you want to kill me, then kill me. However, please spare Ling Er, he's just a child." The Ling Er she spoke of was most likely the little boy hiding behind her. Zhao had always been concerned about this little boy's special ability, and he could not help but look at the little boy. This made the little boy feel even more afraid, and he hid behind the virtuous-looking woman, not daring to reveal himself. He grabbed his mother's hand and trembled. To him, Zhao was the worst and most terrifying person in the world. The golden dragon looked at the little boy and said to Zhao, "This little boy most likely has 1,000 worlds constitution and can easily travel between worlds. He also has a powerful ability to break through barriers, which is quite rare in the Heaven Awakened world." Hearing this, Zhao nodded and ordered people to take the little boy away. The virtuous-looking woman immediately hugged the little boy and said harshly, "What are you doing to my Ling Er?" Zhao lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry. We won't harm him, but we don't like people who resist. Also, we have something to talk to you about in private." The virtuous-looking woman's expression was quite unsightly, and she thought for a moment before comforting the little boy and telling him to go with someone else. The little boy looked at his mother worriedly, but in the end, he was followed out. Zhao once again said courteously, "The fish-scale world no longer has any hope. Yu Xian's abilities are quite good, and if you can convince him to join Qin, Qin will definitely treat him well. Also, Qin will fully nurture your son, Yu Ling. I hope you can consider him." The virtuous-looking woman's name was Yu Qingshui, and she shook her head, saying, "I won't make Xianxia submit to you. He's the fish-scale world's world protector and should protect the fish-scale world, not betray it." Hearing this, a trace of coldness appeared in Zhao eyes, and he said with a trace of threat, "Are you sure? We have limited patience." Yu Qingshui resolutely nodded. To have such an outstanding son like Yuxian was the pride of her life, and even if she died, it would be worth it. Seeing her resolute gaze, Zhao coldly harumphed, "Looks like you won't know your wrongs until you've been taught a lesson." Clang! Clang! The sound of chains rang out as 2 chains shot out from the air and bound up Yu Qingshui's hands, pulling her into a cross. Yu Qingshui's expression fell as she coldly cried out, "What are you doing?" Zhao did not reply to her, and 6 balls of pitch-black demonic qi appeared in his hand. Zhao pressed down on Yu Qingshui, sending the 6 desires demonic qi into Yu Qingshui's body. Yu Qingshui immediately felt her body heat up, and her breathing became heavier, wanting to do it with a man. Yu Qingshui found out what Zhao had done to her, and she cursed at Zhao, "You licentious fellow." Zhao did not mind. Once Yu Qingshui suffered enough, she would submit. A while later, Zhao looked at Yu Qingshui and saw that her dress was completely soaked, and Yu Qingshui's body was covered in sweat. However, the wettest part was Yu Qingshui's skirt. It was dripping with water and a large area of the floor was wet. Zhao could not help but feel quite shocked, Could this be the advantage of water race women? Seeing that she could not take it anymore, Xiaofu walked over and suppressed the 6 desires demonic qi within her body, causing her to temporarily regain her consciousness. Have you thought it through? Hearing Xiaofu's words, Yu Qingshui angrily cursed, I want to kill you right now, you bastard. Xiaofu coldly laughed and tore apart Yu Qingshui's drenched clothes, revealing Yu Qingshui's voluptuous body to Xiaofu. Xiaofu stretched out his hand and hugged her, while Yu Qingshui vigorously resisted. Xiaofu's hand also moved, and after forcefully kissing her, he said in an evil voice, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you convince Yu Xian to surrender, we definitely won't harm you. However, if you don't agree, we will immediately taste your body in front of your son and show him how lewd his mother is. After I conquer the fish scale world, we will also ravage your body in front of Yu Xian and show him. We will continuously torture him, and we will do this in front of everyone who knows you. Yu Qingshui gritted her teeth as tears danced in her eyes. She looked at Xiaofu hatefully, wanting to tear Xiaofu into 10,000 pieces. Xiaofu's gaze was cold as he looked at Yu Qingshui. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, he called out towards the door, bring Yu Ling in. No. I promise you. Seeing that Xiaofu really wanted to do that, Yu Qingshui couldn't help but sob and agree. Xiaofu coldly harumphed and had the guards not bring Yu Qingshui in, and he undid the chains. Because of the torture from before, Yu Qingshui's legs were powerless as she sat on the ground and continuously sobbed. Looking at her pitiful look, Xiaofu calmly took out a piece of clothing and gave it to her. Yu Qingshui took the Xiaofu clothes and stopped crying. She slowly put on her clothes and stood up coldly. Looking at her appearance, Xiaofu frowned and said in a dignified voice, we don't like you like this. Smile for us. Yu Qingshui felt quite angry, but she endured it and forced out a trace of a smile. Xiaofu lightly laughed and said in satisfaction, don't worry, as long as you can make Yu Xian submit, we will treat you well and definitely won't harm you. You should know that the fish scale world cannot stop Qin. Yu Qingshui was also thinking about this, and she understood that Qin was right. For her 2 sons, she would submit in the end. As for herself, she did not care too much. Mum. Are you all right? A while later, the doors opened and Yu Ling ran in. He stepped on a large puddle of water and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Yu Qingshui's face was red as she picked up Yu Ling and left the palace. Following this, Xiaofu gathered his subordinates and told them about this. This made them feel quite delighted. With Yu Qingshui's help, they naturally had more confidence in taking down the fish scale world. However, this was quite despicable. The various factions started to make preparations to attack the fish scale world. 3 days later, before Qin even started to attack, the various worlds started to ferociously attack Qin. Qin's factions also started to fight, and Zhao Fu led his people to the eastern continent. Because of Yao Ming, Zhao Fu had to go to the eastern continent. As for the fish scale world's attack, Zhao Fu left it to Tina Pendragon and Wang Jian. Zhao Fu felt quite at ease with them. The 2 sides did not have much to say and directly started to attack. The allied army swept towards the Great Wall like an unstoppable flood. The Devil Beast army roared, shaking the heavens as they continuously attacked. Apart from this, the large creatures from the 3 worlds also exploded out with powerful auras, spreading out like wild gales. Looking at the incoming allied army, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and shouted, fire! Swish, 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 rays of white light giving off incredibly sharp auras tore through the sky, leaving behind traces of light. Under the massive rain of arrows, countless people felt a wave of terror. Chi, 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 countless arrows descended, and as the rays of light flashed past, countless soldiers' bodies were instantly cut in half by the rays of light. Blood flew everywhere, and the allied army suffered massive losses. It was not just the allied soldiers, even the devil beasts were pierced by the rays of light. 10 or so rays of light tore apart a 100-meter-long devil beast's body, causing blood to pour out. The scene was incredibly terrifying. This caused the countless allied soldiers to feel incredibly shocked. They had seen Qin use this move before, but because there were not many of them, they could only use it once or twice at most. Qin did not have this move anymore. However, there were 3 or 4 times as many arrows as before. This was especially so for the devil beasts. They were shot out by massive ballistae, and they were many times more powerful than normal arrows. Even the devil beasts with powerful constitutions could not stop them. These ballistae were naturally the results of Qin's modifications to the dragon-slaying ballistae. They were mostly made of gold materials, and even though the arrows they shot out were much weaker than the real dragon-slaying ballistae, they were still incredibly powerful. Swish, 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 as the allied army watched on in shock, Qin once again shot out countless talisman arrows, which tore through the air. The sharpness of the arrows made countless people feel like they were about to die. There's more? What's going on? The allied army immediately gave the order to stop attacking, and Yao Ming's expression was quite unsightly as he ordered the devil beast army to stop. They had also lost many devil beasts just then. Qin immediately suppressed the battle. This was how terrifying the talisman arrows were. However, even though they had such an effect, they had used up a massive amount of talisman arrows. They had used up more than half of the talisman stones that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's vice president had given them. Even though they felt quite pained, since they had achieved their goal, Xiaofu felt that it was worth it. On the Dark Demon World side, they were suppressed by Qin's talisman arrows and were forced to stop. Over at the most important battlefield in the fish-scale world, the 8 aquatic beast kings had driven out 4 million aquatic beasts, which were split into 2 groups to attack the 2 continents. Each group had 1 billion soldiers supporting them, and Qin had taken these soldiers from other armies. Their goal was to forcefully conquer the fish-scale world and make it so that the fish-scale world could not resist at all. Tina Pendragon was in charge of conquering the largest continent in the fish-scale world. She had 1.5 billion soldiers and 500,000 or so terrifying devil soldiers. The other 2 groups did not say anything, and the 8 aquatic beasts herded countless aquatic beasts towards the 2 continents. Countless Qin soldiers roared as they followed behind the aquatic beasts and killed their way towards the fish-scale continents. Swish, 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 countless spears containing terrifying power shot out, piercing through the bodies of aquatic beasts and causing countless aquatic beasts to be injured or killed. Bang! Bang! Explosions continuously sounded out as the fish-scale people detonated something, causing a massive explosion that killed or sent the aquatic beasts flying. The fish-scale people desperately resisted, using all of their strength and all sorts of methods. They knew that if they did not go all out, the entire fish-scale world would be doomed. Boom! Even though their attacks caused many aquatic beasts to die, there were still a shocking number of aquatic beasts. They gave off an unstoppable aura as they slammed against the defensive walls, causing them to instantly collapse, and countless aquatic beasts charged in. The countless fish-scale people in front of them were either smashed to death or trampled to death by the aquatic beasts. Blood dyed the surrounding water red, and there were corpses everywhere. Kill! The Qin soldiers behind the aquatic beast army brandished their weapons and charged in. They started to fight with the fish-scale people, and the 2 sides started an intense battle. A Qin soldier slashed out with his saber, sending out a sharp saber light that split 2 fish-scale people in half. A Qin soldier held a spear and ferociously rushed forwards, stabbing his spear into a fish-scale person's chest. He then vigorously shook the spear, causing the spearhead to pierce through that fish-scale person's chest, killing him. A Qin soldier swung his sword, chopping off a fish-scale person's arm. That fish-scale person retreated in pain before being killed by a Qin soldier. The battle situation was quite clear. Qin's side was suppressing the other side and continuously killed fish-scale people. It was mainly because the aquatic beasts were massacring the other side, or else Qin's soldiers would not have been able to kill the fish-scale people so easily. The battle between the 2 continents collapsed, and Qin's soldiers started to conquer regions one by one. Wang Jian sent out his army and surrounded the final resistance army within a valley. There were roughly 1 million or so soldiers. Seeing that they would definitely die, the fish-scale people roared, "We'll live and die with the fish-scale world," before charging towards Qin. Kill, kill, kill! The sight of the 1 million fish-scale people fearlessly charging forward was incredibly shocking. Their aura seemed to shoot into the clouds, shaking the surroundings and causing the heavens and earth to dim. Wang Jian's gaze was cold as he raised his hand and swung it down. Puff, puff, puff. Countless archers, who had long since been prepared, shot out arrows that pierced through the fish-scale people's bodies. Blood flew everywhere as fish-scale people fell, but more and more fish-scale people rushed up. The sounds of fighting, arrows piercing bodies, and final roars formed a tragic song. Today was the day the fish scale world perished, and it was the day the fish scale race was destroyed. The ground was littered with corpses. Out of the last million people, 700,000 were mercilessly shot to death, and 200,000 chose to surrender in the end. At the same time, in the central continent, the army was ready to attack at any time. Xianxia. Surrender. There's no hope for the fish scale world, Yu Qingshui and Yu Ling sighed as they said to Yu Xian. Yu Xian felt quite troubled. Before, when he had heard that his mother and little brother had been captured by Qin, he had been incredibly worried and furious. He had never thought that his mother would come to persuade him to surrender, while he had wanted to defend the fish scale world to the death. Now, the leaders of the various factions all looked at Yu Xian. He was the fish scale world's world protector, and his decisions would directly affect the fish scale world. If he chose to surrender, everyone would feel despair and would be forced to surrender. If he chose to fight, they would still have a trace of hope and courage to fight against Qin for the fish scale world. By now, news of Qin conquering 2 continents had spread to both sides. Qin's side had smiles on their faces, while the fish scale people's faces were pale and felt incredibly powerless. They understood that there was no hope for the fish scale world. Now, there was only 1 continent left in the fish scale world, and the outcome was set in stone. Before Yu Xian could say anything, some fish scale people had already started to surrender. The fish scale world was at the end of its road, and they did not want to meaninglessly resist and be killed by Qin. With someone taking the lead, more and more people started to surrender. Yu Qingshui started to feel quite worried. Now that those people had surrendered, Yu Xian was not as important anymore. When that time came, that despicable Emperor Qin would definitely give the order to kill Yu Xian and Yu Ling. Xianxia, the fish scale world has already lost. Your mother is begging you, surrender. Yu Qingshui said with a trace of pleading in her voice. She did not want her 2 sons to die. Yu Xian felt an ache in his heart, but he still hesitated. After all, he had many conflicts with Zhao Fu. Would Qin's emperor spare him and his family so easily? In the end, Yu Xian said to Tina Pendragon, I know about you and trust your character. If I surrender, I hope you can guarantee the safety of my mother and little brother. Tina Pendragon felt quite startled and thought for a moment before preparing to speak. Yu Qingshui spoke first, Xianxia, don't worry. That emperor promised me that as long as you submit to Qin, he won't pursue what happened before, and Qin will greatly nurture you and Ling. After saying this, Yu Qingshui could not help but think about how Zhao Fu had ravaged her and forcefully kissed her. She felt quite angry and embarrassed, and her face became slightly red. Yu Xian did not notice this, and he thought about it before sighing and agreeing, I surrender. I'm willing to submit to Qin. Seeing that the world protector had surrendered, no one in the surroundings dared to hesitate and also loudly called out to surrender. In the end, Qin obtained the final continent without expending a single soldier. Following this, Qin started to take over the 3 continents that he had conquered, conquering region after region. System announcements sounded out in the fish scale people's minds, and all of them looked quite sad and melancholic. Today, the fish scale world had been destroyed. In the future, there would no longer be a fish scale world, there would only be a Qin empire. They were now Qin's subjects. However, Zhao Fu did not completely conquer the fish scale world's regions, and he left 100 or so regions for the fish scale world. After all, if he completely conquered the fish scale world would be unified. Soon, the heaven domain boundary would disappear, and the fish scale world would be revealed to the world. News of Qin conquering the fish scale world quickly spread, and the battle came to an end. The various worlds wanted to stall Qin and not let Qin conquer the fish scale world, but Qin had done it in the end. Now, everyone's expressions were quite unsightly, and they could only retreat. There was no need to continue fighting, and there was no need to make pointless sacrifices. The spectating worlds felt quite shocked. Qin had been able to resist such immense pressure and conquer a world. Qin was the first faction in the surrounding 100 worlds to have 2 worlds. By now, no one had any objections, and they all viewed Qin as the most threatening faction. At the same time, they became much more wary of Qin. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu felt quite happy. Seeing the other worlds retreat, Qin also started to retreat and return to Qin. After returning to Qin, Zhao sat on his throne, and there were countless fish-scale people kneeling below him. The person at the lead was naturally Yu Xian. Zhao gave a trace of a smile as he said, "You may all rise." Yu Xian and the fish-scale people let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao would not punish them, or else he would not have allowed them to rise so easily. They all yelled, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao gaze fell on Yu Xian and the fish-scale legatees. Back then, they had some enmity with Qin, but as long as they were willing to submit and serve Qin, Zhao would be magnanimous. Back when the fish-scale world had attacked the human world, they had been incredibly arrogant and had said that they would soon conquer the human world. Now, they were bowing at Qin's feet. Zhao could not help but feel a sense of heroism. The world was waiting for him to conquer, and it would belong to Qin sooner or later. "Li Si!" Zhao called out and had him read out the imperial decree. It was to give rewards and positions to the fish-scale people. Now that they were conquering the fish-scale world, the most important thing was to pacify the people and prevent them from rebelling. The fish-scale people happily went up to receive the rewards. They had never thought that Qin would treat them so well. Not only did he not punish them, but he had also given them so many benefits. The hidden dangers they had been worried about were now gone. "Your Majesty." Yu Xian lowered his head and held up the fish eye with both hands as he said respectfully, "This is the fish-scale race's clan armament, please accept it." At that moment, the fish's eyes were blue and as big as a fist. They were like gems and were incredibly beautiful, and they gave off a faint blue light and gave off a powerful water attribute aura. Now that the fish-scale world had been conquered by Qin, the fish-scale people were now part of Qin's race. As such, they could not keep their clan armament, so they could only give it to Qin. Zhao smiled as he stretched out his hand and grabbed at it. Because there were simply too many nation armaments, Zhao did not care too much about them. However, clan armaments were incredibly rare, and clan armaments could give all of Qin's race bloodline buffs. This was something that nation armaments could not give. Moreover, the fish-scale people only had one clan armament, unlike the human world, which had 4, so the bloodline buffs were much greater. After accepting the fish eye, Zhao gave out rewards to those who had contributed in this battle and concluded this matter. Following this was an internal meeting, which only those with great authority could attend. Li Si started to report on Qin's gains. Zhao had obtained 50,000 cities and 35 billion people. He had subdued 1.2 billion Stage 1 soldiers, conquered 6 kingdoms, and obtained countless resources and gold coins. The remaining 600,000 aquatic beasts had also been driven into the 4-soul devil world. Zhao gave a pleased smile. Adding on these gains, Qin's population had reached 150 billion and 240,000 cities. The main thing was that he had obtained 50,000 cities, which would give Qin another 50,000 beasts. Adding on the aquatic beasts that had become devils, Qin now had the power to defend against invasions from a few worlds and did not have to worry much. Following this, there were 60,000 or so fish-scale women. Most of them had noble bloodlines and had powerful phoenix chi, which provided a large amount of phoenix chi for the Emperor Phoenix statue to continue to increase its grade. Finally, there were plans for the fish-scale world in the future. Zhao planned to use the water race's world as a base for his navy in the future. He would greatly develop his navy so that he would not be as passive as before when facing the water race. After dealing with these matters, Zhao started to refine the clan armament. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out in the surroundings as the heavens and earth dimmed and clouds swirled. A massive blue fish appeared in the sky, giving off a massive might that caused countless fish-scale people's bloodlines to become restless. The blue fish was incredibly beautiful and was covered with fine scales. It had a pair of sapphire eyes, and it elegantly swam in the sky. Countless traces of Black Qin's fate flowed into the blue fish, causing it to go through great changes. The blue fish gradually became black, but its blue eyes did not change. Compared to its previous aura, it now gave off a trace of might and domineeringness. Deep blue light scattered down from the sky, covering the 2 worlds. The countless people within the worlds felt their bloodlines surge as a formless energy flowed into them. Countless fish-scale people felt a powerful wave of killing energy flow into their bloodlines. Only now did they truly become subjects of Qin, and this was a historic moment. Of course, the other subjects of Qin also received great improvements. Boom, another explosion sounded out as Golden Phoenix Qi flowed into the Emperor Phoenix statue like seawater. The Emperor Phoenix statue turned into a massive golden phoenix that danced in the sky, scattering down countless golden motes of light. The ripples that the Emperor Phoenix statue gave off were incredibly powerful, and they surpassed the power of an ordinary clan armament. Now that it had the Phoenix Qi of two worlds, the ripples were naturally quite terrifying. At the same time, countless women once again received countless benefits from the countless motes of light. Their appearances became younger, their constitutions became better, and their power also increased. The dragon phoenix within Zhao Fu's body quickly absorbed the Emperor Phoenix statue's power, and Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the Emperor Killer Curse had become slightly weaker. It seemed that a large amount of Phoenix Qi could reduce the power of the Emperor Killer Curse. In the end, Zhao Fu found that Qin's fate had also become much stronger. However, because there were still 100 regions in the fish scale world, Qin did not have the fate of two worlds. However, with such a massive amount of fate, Zhao Fu's 3 Emperor stars once again received a trace of life force, and they no longer looked as lifeless as before. They gradually recovered, but it would take a long time. A few days later, Zhao Fu came to a courtyard where Yu Ling was playing while Yu Qingshui sat to the side, her face red and thinking about something. Zhao Fu walked towards Yu Ling because after the Golden Dragon's explanation, he understood what the Thousand Worlds Constitution was. The Thousand Worlds physique was an extremely powerful space physique. It was born with a very strong space attribute power, and it could easily break through all barriers. It could use its own power to teleport at will, and it could also travel anywhere in the world at will. Not only the lower realms underworld, but it could also go to the upper realms God realm. Normally, it would be very difficult for almighty beings to capture someone with the Thousand Worlds physique. Unless they severely injured him at the start, he would be able to easily break through even the spatial shackles of an almighty being. Zhao Fu was quite shocked by this ability. Of course, the boy was still too young and could not unleash its true power. Zhao Fu wanted to nurture him well because he could be very useful in special situations. Zhao Fu wanted to nurture him well. Seeing Zhao Fu come in, the little boy threw himself into Yu Qingshui's arms in fear and said softly, "Mother. The bad guy is here again." Only then did Yu Qingshui react. She looked at Zhao Fu, and her face became even redder. She lightly patted Yu Ling's little head and said, "That Qin's Majesty, you can't say that he's a bad person anymore, or else the consequences will be severe." Yu Ling obediently nodded. He understood that his big brother and the entire fish scale world had submitted to him and could not say anything bad about him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yu Qingshui and Yu Ling bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and did not beat around the bush, directly stating his purpose here. This emperor wishes to take Yu Ling away from here and hand him over to a specialist to be nurtured. Yu Qingshui said hesitantly, "Your Majesty. Ling is still too young now, why don't you wait a few years?" Hearing that Zhao Fu wanted to take him away, Yu Ling hurriedly hugged Yu Qingshui and said, "Mother, I don't want to be separated from you." Zhao Fu thought about it and replied, "You don't know how dangerous the situation outside is right now. Yu Ling has the Thousand Worlds Constitution and should be nurtured as soon as possible. This is for his own good. As long as he can unleash the power of the Thousand Worlds Constitution, very few people in this world will be able to harm him. If you miss him too much, and Yu Ling can't leave you right now, we can bring him back every afternoon and take him away in the morning." Yu Qingshui was confused. "Your Majesty. May I know what the Thousand Worlds physique is?" Zhao Fu didn't know what the Thousand Worlds Constitution was, and he had only learned about it through the Golden Dragon. As someone from the land of inheritance, Yu Qingshui naturally didn't know much either. She only knew that Yu Ling was born with powerful spatial powers. Hearing this, Zhao Fu briefly explained the information about the Thousand Worlds physique. Yu Qingshui didn't expect Yu Ling's physique to be so strong. She was pleasantly surprised and quickly agreed. With Qin's help, she wouldn't have to worry about Yu Ling in the future. "Mother." Seeing Yu Qingshui send him out, Yu Ling angrily called out. Yu Qingshui began to comfort Yu Ling. She told him the importance of the matter and that he could come back every day instead of being taken away by Qin. After a while, Yu Ling finally agreed obediently. Zhao Fu also gave a satisfied smile and was about to leave with Yu Ling when Yu Qingshui stopped Zhao Fu and told Yu Ling to go play for a while. Yu Ling didn't know why. She looked at her blushing mother and ran away obediently. Seeing Yu Ling leave, Yu Qingshui said gratefully, "Your Majesty. Thank you for placing so much importance on Xian Heir and Ling Heir and for nurturing them." Zhao Fu calmly replied, "They have such great talent, and as Qin's subordinates, we will do our best to nurture them." Seeing Yu Qingshui blush and wanting to say something, Zhao Fu asked, "Is there anything else?" Yu Qingshui said with a bright red face, "I don't know why, but I keep fantasizing about doing it with Your Majesty." "Has Your Majesty not gotten rid of the black aura that Your Majesty sent into my body?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled and had her stand up. 6 balls of demonic qi appeared in his hand, and he pressed them towards Yu Qingshui's abdomen. After the 6 balls of demonic qi entered her, Yu Qingshui's body became soft and powerless, and Zhao Fu hugged her with one arm. Yu Qingshui leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and smelled Zhao Fu's scent. Her breathing became ragged and her consciousness became hazy. She raised her head and kissed Zhao Fu, and she could not help but stretch her hands towards Zhao Fu's lower body. By now, Zhao Fu had once again suppressed the 6 desires demonic qi within Yu Qingshui's body, causing Yu Qingshui's consciousness to come back. Her face was red as she let go and hurriedly left Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu said calmly, "The 6 desires demonic qi within your body has been completely suppressed by we. In the future, such things will rarely happen." Thinking about what had just happened, Yu Qingshui's face became incredibly red and her heart rate sped up, causing her breathing to become ragged. She nodded, unable to say anything. Zhao Fu called Yu Ling over and planned to take him away. Yu Ling ran over and seeing his mother's red face, he asked caringly, "What's wrong, mother?" How could she tell Yu Ling about what had just happened? Luckily Zhao Fu had suppressed that feeling within her body, or else if she really did that in front of Yu Ling, she would not be able to face anyone. Yu Qingshui shook her head and smiled as she said, "Mom's fine. Don't worry. Quickly leave with His Majesty and listen to His Majesty." Yu Ling looked at his mother and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu took Yu Ling away and gave him to people to train. He also prepared all kinds of cultivation items for him, all of which had powerful spatial attributes. Yu Qingshui looked at Zhao Fu and Yu Ling leave. Even though her consciousness was clear, she felt that her body's reaction was becoming more and more intense, so she ran into her room with a red face. Following this, she heard some sounds. Within a certain room, the ancient sword sex Madame Ling Feishue was twisting on her bed, doing something with her hands, and she was also making those sounds. Lin Yan air was the same, and it was even more intense. After waiting for a few days, Zhao Fu started to check the results, which were the results of nurturing Yu Ling. His aura became more and more powerful. Over 100 arrows containing ferocious power shot towards Yu Ling. Facing this attack, Yu Ling did not feel any fear and stretched out his small hand, causing a formless barrier to spread out. The 100 or so arrows were instantly reflected back, and Zhao Fu could see that in that instant, the arrows had disappeared. However, in the next second, they had shot out from where Yu Ling was standing, and it was as if space had been twisted, causing the arrows to be reflected back to Yu Ling. Zhao Fu smiled and continued to test Yu Ling's abilities. Next, he used spatial teleportation, and Yu Ling's body flashed everywhere incredibly quickly as if he had many clones. Yu Ling's body flashed everywhere incredibly quickly, and it was as if he had many clones. Afterward, Zhao Fu told Yu Ling to stop and gave him a few pieces of candy made from rare materials. Yu Ling happily accepted them and smiled as he called out to Zhao Fu several times. After a few days together, Yu Ling was no longer afraid of Zhao Fu, and he treated Zhao Fu like a big brother. Zhao Fu smiled and rubbed his head. He found that Yu Ling was quite likable. At that moment, a soldier came up and reported, "Your Majesty. Something has happened in the Wilderness Divine Hall." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded his head. After which, he arrived at the desolate Divine Hall. There was a blood-red light that soared into the sky. The blood-red qi that was being emitted was extremely ferocious. It could directly injure people, causing no one to dare to approach it. Zhao Fu unleashed his emperor's domain to block the baleful blood qi and walked into the desolate god palace. A figure giving off an intense blood-red light appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was an androgynous woman, and it was hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. However, her figure was quite voluptuous, and she wore blood-red clothes and gave off an intense godly spirit aura. When she saw Zhao Fu, she raised her head arrogantly and said, "You are the master of this place? Lowly mortal, why don't you kneel down and worship me when you see me? Aren't you afraid of my punishment?" Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh, but he also discovered the reason. Gods were extremely prideful creatures, and they normally wouldn't submit to others. The gods cultivated by Qin were not real gods. For example, the god of light surrendered to Qin so easily because he only had a little bit of divinity left. The desolate god in front of him was different. She was one of the ancient gods, and she had a complete divine spark. Although she was not as terrifying as when she was at her peak, her power was still terrifying. Naturally, she would not submit to Qin so easily. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not place her in his eyes at all, the desolate god said furiously, "Lowly person, you're seeking death. You dare to offend this god?" Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the desolate god punched out, bringing with it a powerful fist wind. Everything in the surroundings was affected, and cracks appeared on the ground and walls. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and took out the death ray sword and slashed. A gray sword light flashed out, splitting the terrifying fist energy in half and causing it to dissipate into a wild gale. The desolate god's expression fell. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "Do you think a godly spirit that has been dead for countless years is a true godly spirit? Even if you're a real god, I'm not afraid of you. I can still kill you." The desolate god felt humiliated and roared as she exploded out with a powerful aura and rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move, and the golden pupil in his left eye started to spin. Chains shot out from the air, binding up the desolate god that was about to attack. The desolate god vigorously struggled and yelled, "Lowly mortal, let go of this god, or this god will make you die a horrible death." Zhao Fu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a few blood-red arcs of lightning followed the chains and hit the desolate god, causing it to howl in terror and pain. Zhao Fu had used the God-Killer's power. Before, Zhao Fu had obtained the God-Killer profession and God-Killer power, which he had fused into his Emperor's profession. Under normal circumstances, he did not use the God-Killer power very often, nor did he fight with godly spirits. Right now, the God-Killer power was the most suitable to torture this desolate god. After a while, the desolate god begged, "Despicable mortal, let go of this god and this god will not punish you for your offense." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was quite displeased and increased the number of arcs of lightning, causing the desolate god to howl in pain in the air. It struggled to break free from the chains, and its aura became weaker and weaker. The desolate god could not bear the pain and yelled, "All right, mortal, don't torture this god. Mortal, don't torture this god. If you're willing to worship this god will give you unimaginable benefits." Huh? Zhao Fu looked quite confused. This desolate god actually wanted him to worship her. How was that possible? How could he worship a godly spirit? He had even killed godly spirits a few times, and now, it should be a godly spirit submitting to him. Zhao Fu continued to increase the number of arcs of lightning. The desolate god continuously howled, and her face twisted in pain. She powerlessly struggled and weakly said, "This god is willing to submit to you, don't torture this god." Zhao Fu was still quite displeased, and thinking about that godly spirit's arrogant tone, he said, "You should call us master now." "No." The desolate god yelled, she would never say such a humiliating thing. Zhao Fu did not say anything and continued to torture the desolate god. In the end, she could not take it anymore and cried out, "Master." Zhao Fu was quite satisfied as he put her down and asked, "What unimaginable benefits did you say before?" Zhao Fu was quite interested in this. Before, the desolate god had said that worshipping her would bring unimaginable benefits, and Zhao Fu was quite curious about what those benefits were. The desolate god was still quite angry. She had actually called a mortal master. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, so she did not reply to Zhao Fu. Seeing that Zhao Fu planned to continue using his God-Killer power, the desolate god was given a big fright and hurriedly said, "If you help me recover my divine power, I can let you enter the desolate god world and make you my divine guard." That's it? Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. Who would want to become her divine guard? Zhao Fu was not interested at all. Seeing Zhao Fu's disdainful look, the desolate god angrily yelled, "Don't look down on my divine guards, they have the ability to control blood god demons. They are incredibly terrifying, and a minor figure like you would never have seen them before." Hearing this tone, Zhao Fu could not help but want to use his god-killer power again. The golden dragon suddenly said, "I know about blood god demons, and they are indeed terrifying monsters. It's said that only very few desolate gods can create them." Zhao Fu paused and asked the golden dragon, "What are blood god demons? Are they really very powerful?" The golden dragon replied seriously, Blood god demons are monsters created from God's blood, and they are incredibly savage and evil. They can suck a person's blood dry from thousands of meters away, and they are very difficult to kill. Firstly, they do not have a precise form, and they can transform into all sorts of creatures. They can even parasitize people's bodies, and ordinary people will not be able to discover them. Also, because of the divine blood, countless low-level creatures and races are greatly suppressed. If they encounter a blood god fiend god, they can only be tortured to death. Moreover, the blood god fiend god is a forbidden technique in the divine realm, and many gods are quite afraid of it. In actuality, it was not like he had picked up a treasure. The desolate blood divinity was the reward for placing first in the ancient stem banquet, so it was naturally not simple. "Hurry up and hand over the method to create blood god demons." Zhao Fu looked at the desolate god as countless arcs of lightning appeared in his hand as he said threateningly. The desolate god looked at the arcs of lightning in Zhao Fu's hand in fear and cried out, "It's useless even if I tell you. Without this god's power, you'll never be able to create it. Moreover, it requires specialized divine guards to control it, or else it might go out of control at any moment." Arg! 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 The arcs of lightning in Zhao Fu's hand quickly shot out and landed on the desolate god's body, causing her to cry out in pain. "Are you going to tell me or not? Also, watch your tone, you should be the one asking me to tell you something," Zhao Fu said as he coldly harumphed. The desolate god was incredibly angry and gripped her fists, almost wanting to fight with Zhao Fu again. However, she clearly understood that with her current strength, she was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. Moreover, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was incredibly powerful and dangerous, and it felt like he was the king of a massive kingdom. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes stared at the desolate god, and the golden pupil in his left eye started to spin. The sound of chains rang out, and it looked like it was about to shoot out. The desolate god was given a big fright and hurriedly blocked with her hands as she cried out, "This god will tell you." "Don't do that." Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and put away the chains as he said, "Tell me. We don't have much time to waste with you. If you don't do well, we will refine you." Hearing that Zhao Fu was going to refine her, the desolate god immediately became much more obedient and said, "The core of blood god demons is the desolate god blood. Ordinary desolate god blood won't do, and we need an even more noble desolate god blood, which is the desolate god royal blood. This god has a bit of the desolate god royal bloodline, so your god royal bloodline is incredibly noble. A god royal bloodline is a king amongst godly spirits, and just thinking about it, you can see how terrifying it is. A minor figure like you can't possibly understand it, it's even more powerful than some sovereign bloodlines." In the beginning, the Aragami spoke quite honestly. However, when it came to her bloodline, she couldn't help but become proud. Boom! A massive emperor's aura, bringing with it the might of a sovereign, pressed down towards the desolate god. No one could stop it, and all creatures would have to submit. This caused the desolate god to feel quite startled. Her face became pale and her body felt weak as she looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have a sovereign bloodline. Moreover, that sovereign bloodline was clearly suppressing her bloodline. That was definitely a bloodline that was even more terrifying than her desolate god monarch bloodline. Otherwise, it would not have been able to suppress her bloodline. Who's a nobody? Whose bloodline is lower? Zhao Fu looked at her and said with a hint of ridicule. The desolate god muttered in dissatisfaction, "What's so great about having a high bloodline?" Boom! Zhao Fu heard these words clearly, and an even greater emperor's aura weighed down on the desolate god. The desolate god was so frightened that she hurriedly cried out, "Master! I was wrong." Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and said, "Continue talking about blood god demons. If you don't do it properly, we will really refine you." The desolate god gritted her teeth and said honestly, "The core material is the desolate god royal bloodline, and the other materials are various types of blood. The desolate god has to personally do this, or else she will suffer a backlash. Also, divine sins are a type of power that degenerates godly spirits, and they are extremely evil. As such, even if you create blood god demons, the desolate god will not be able to completely control them, and they might go berserk if they are not careful. As such, we need specialized divine guards. Blood god demons have a limit, and they rely on the desolate god's power. The stronger the desolate god, the more blood god demons they can create." After hearing her words, Zhao Fu thought about it. The more powerful something was, the more restrictions there would be. Moreover, without a desolate god, ordinary people would not be able to do this. "Can you create them now?" Zhao Fu asked in concern. The desolate god angrily thought to herself, "If this god could create them, would I be afraid of you? This god would beat you up in a matter of minutes." She did not dare to say this out loud, and she pretended to be honest as she said, "Master, my power has not recovered yet. I have only just awakened and do not have much power, so I need a large amount of faith energy." Zhao Fu understood and nodded as he said, "Right now, the Qin Empire has 150 billion people and can provide you with a large amount of faith energy. However, the prerequisite is that you must be loyal to Qin." The desolate god was quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be the ruler of such a massive empire. 150 billion people would provide a massive amount of faith energy, and perhaps she would be able to recover her strength soon and return to the godly realm. Thinking to there, the desolate god happily laughed and said, "Thank you, master. I will definitely be loyal to Qin." However, this was not what she truly thought. What she truly thought was that after she recovered her strength, she would teach Zhao Fu a lesson and make him call me master 1,000,000 times, no, 100 million times. "Is that so?" Zhao Fu smiled as he asked. The desolate god gave a naive smile, looking incredibly harmless as she nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Where are you coming from?" The desolate god immediately felt that something was off, but before she could react, chains shot out from the air. The desolate god swung her fists, sending 10 or so chains flying, but in the end, she was still bound up by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's smile became a cold smile as he stretched out a hand, and a black orb of light giving off terrifying power floated out of his hand. This orb of light contained a great deal of god-slaying power and could deal great damage to godly spirits. The desolate god was given a big fright as she cried out, "Master, I was wrong. I'll be loyal to Qin with all my heart." Zhao Fu ignored her words and sent the orb of light into her body. The desolate god's eyes were tightly closed, and she looked quite afraid. She had already prepared herself for immense pain, but nothing happened after the orb of light entered her body. Instead, it turned into restrictions and spread out. The desolate god's performance at the start made it so that Zhao Fu did not trust her at all. As such, he had to leave behind restrictions to prevent her from doing anything dangerous. The desolate god was quite displeased and sensed the restrictions in her body. She knew that her future days would be quite miserable, and she had to listen to that person or else she would be punished. "This person is simply a scum, this god will remember this." Zhao Fu returned to the palace and asked about the fish scale world. Qin had taken down the fish scale world, but he had only roughly conquered it and did not have complete control over it. As such, he needed some time to digest this information. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Zhao Fu ordered people to gather information about the dark demon world. After conquering the fish scale world, Qin's next target was the dark demon world. As Zhao Fu was thinking about how to attack the dark demon world, a medallion in Zhao Fu's spatial ring gave off a faint violet light. This was the light from the Cosmos Medallion. Zhao Fu took out the Cosmos Medallion and found that the Cosmos Historical Remnant was about to open. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. The Cosmos Historical Remnant only opened once every 10 years, and it was only the 9th year now. It would only open next year. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Cosmos Historical Remnant would open a year earlier than before. What had happened? Zhao Fu did not know what had happened, but he was quite interested in the Cosmos Historical Remnant. After all, it was said that it was a historical remnant left behind by a higher being, and it was the largest historical remnant in the surrounding 10 or so domains. There were countless treasures within, and even after 1,000 years, it had not been completely explored. This was enough to show how valuable the Cosmos historical remnant was. It was a historical remnant that countless people from the 10 or so domains wanted to enter, wanting to obtain large amounts of treasures and opportunities. Back then, in order to obtain this Cosmos medallion, Zhao Fu had even climbed the 10,000 dragon stage to enter the Cosmos historical remnant. Of course, all factions viewed the Cosmos historical remnant with great importance and sent their elite disciples in. Apart from the dynasty legatees and sects from the 10 or so domains, some ordinary factions people, and some independent people would also go. As long as one fulfilled the requirements of the Cosmos historical remnant and had a Cosmos medallion, anyone could enter. The number of people would definitely not be small, and it would be extremely large. It was destined to be an exceptionally bitter and bloody battle. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Cosmos historical remnant would open so early, so he had not gathered any information. Luckily, the Cosmos medallion gave off a light, so there was still some time to prepare. As such, Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to gather information about the Cosmos historical remnant. Information was definitely a must, that way, they would be able to avoid unnecessary losses. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive shockwave swept out in all directions. 5 colored light spilled down from the sky as a peerless expert giving off 5 colored light appeared. Countless people from the Dao Cultivation sect looked at the person in the sky in shock and could not help but loudly cheer. The Dao Cultivation sect's elders came out and looked at that person and smiled. The person in the sky was dressed in white clothes and had an elegant demeanor. He looked somewhat like Baihaoren, but his aura and power far surpassed Baihaoren's. He was Baihaoren's big brother, Bai Xingjun, the person who had been taken as a disciple by a higher being. Now that the Cosmos historical remnant had opened, he had rushed back from the heaven domain. They did not know why. Everyone looked at him in awe and excitement. This was the peerless genius of the ancient STEM domain, the most talented person in the past 1,000 years. All other geniuses paled in comparison to him, and he was the pride of the ancient STEM domain. Bai Xingjun descended from the sky, and countless people immediately surrounded him. They were filled with respect, excitement, and ingratiation as they called out, "Senior apprentice brother! Brother!" Baihaoren stood at the side and called out happily. It was clear that the relationship between the two brothers was very good. Bai Xingjun courteously returned the greeting and turned to look at Baihaoren as he smiled and said, "Haoren, I haven't seen you for a while and your cultivation has increased by quite a bit." Baihaoren embarrassedly smiled as he said, "How can my cultivation speed compare to yours? You're already a higher being's disciple." Bai Xingjun lightly laughed, "You'll have to work hard. If you perform well, I can recommend you to Master. Master treats people quite well." Hearing this, Baihaoren could not help but feel quite excited and earnestly nodded. "Jun Heir, why have you come back?" The Dao Cultivation sect master walked over and looked at Bai Xingjun as he asked. Bai Xingjun first bowed. To him, the Dao Cultivation sect master was like a father to him. "Master, the Cosmos historical remnant has opened, and one of the things is very important to me. As such, I asked for some time off from Master and came back to retrieve it." "What? Senior apprentice brother Bai came back for the Cosmos historical remnant? With him leading us, we'll be invincible in the ancient STEM domain. If anyone dares to offend the Dao Cultivation sect, with senior apprentice brother Bai here, they'll be seeking death." Countless people with Cosmos medallions cried out. With someone as powerful as Bai Xingjun to rely on, they would not have to worry at all in the Cosmos historical remnant. A while later, Baihaoren and Bai Xingjun returned to their courtyard. Bai Xingjun sensed something and asked in surprise, "Haoren, why do you have so little fate? Why do you have so little fate? You only have the Dao Cultivation sect's fate. Aren't you ranked first on the ancient STEM rankings?" Baihaoren, who had been in a good mood, gave a bitter smile when he heard this. The number one person on the ancient STEM rankings this year was not him, it was an extremely terrifying person. He was not a match for him at all, nor did he have the qualifications to be a match for him. Hearing this, Bai Xingjun felt quite shocked. If that person had been able to defeat his little brother, he would have been able to accept it. However, he had dealt his little brother such a heavy blow and looked as if he was inferior. He did not believe that anyone could do such a thing. What's going on? Tell me about it. Bai Haoran started to tell Bai Xingjun about everything that had happened at the ancient stem banquet. From the top 10 rankings at the start, to the battle with the ancient sword sect master, to the 3 emperor stars descending and that person escaping. Hearing this, Bai Xingjun's expression became serious. He had never thought that such a terrifying person would appear in such a short period of time. Facing such a person, Bai Haoran felt a trace of pressure, but he laughed. It had been a long time since anyone had given him such a feeling, and he was confident that he could defeat that person. The ancient sword sect's people's expressions were quite grim. The Cosmos historical remnant had started early, but they had no one to send. The ancient sword sect's first-ranked disciple, Gu Jian, was already half-possessed and could not even think clearly. How could they let him enter the Cosmos historical remnant? The ancient sword sect's second-ranked, third-ranked, and fifth-ranked disciples had all been killed by that despicable person. They could only send the fourth-ranked disciple to bring others into the Cosmos historical remnant. It was evident that they would not be able to obtain much this time, as the ancient sword sect did not have the strength to compete. It could be said that the ancient sword sect had already lost. This caused the ancient sword sect's hatred towards Zhao Fu to deepen. They had thought of hundreds of ways to torture and kill Zhao Fu, or else they would not be able to quench their hatred. The heavenly music sect's sect master said gently, "In air, there are many dangers this time. This time it will be quite dangerous." Not only did Bai Xingjun return to the ancient stem domain, but I heard that the emperor also obtained a Cosmos medallion and might enter as well. You should avoid getting involved with those two, you should have good gains. Imuroshi nodded seriously and said in a beautiful voice, "Master, I understand. I got it. I'll protect them this time." The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king handed a blood-red beating heart to the third prince, Xianxia. That heart was filled with life, and each time it beat, it gave off a powerful might. It was most likely not an ordinary item. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king said seriously, "This is a Harmony Realm Devil Bear's heart. There might be many dangers in the Cosmos historical remnant this time, so this is for you to protect yourself. This item can only be used a few times, so don't use it casually." Xianxiao said domineeringly and confidently, "Don't worry, Imperial Father. Your son will definitely be able to obtain massive gains this time and bring glory to you. With the Devil Bear's heart, as long as I don't have to face the top 3, your son will definitely win." The Ice Origin Kingdom's Bing Qixue was also making preparations. He had prepared for a long time for this Cosmos historical remnant, and he was going to bring some people from the Ice Origin Kingdom as well as 2 of his guards. Imperial Prince. I heard that the Cosmos historical remnant opened early, most likely because it sensed the Imperial Prince's arrival. Imperial Prince is truly someone blessed by the heavens and is revered by countless creatures, a bearded elder said to a mighty-looking and domineering-looking young man in a flattering manner. That elder was the ruler of a dukedom kingdom, yet he was trying to curry favor with this young man and even called him Imperial Prince. There was only one reason, which was that this person was a true Imperial Prince called Zhang Yueming. He came from a true empire and was not a fake like Zhao Fu. Even though his status was not as high as the others in his empire and he was not taken seriously, as a true Imperial Prince, he had terrifying power and could suppress everyone on the domain rankings. At the same time, with his identity, no one dared to offend him, or else if an empire's expert descended, they would be able to sweep through an entire domain. That was why the elder was trying to curry favor with Zhang Yueming. He had even offered up many women from the imperial family for Zhang Yueming to play with. His goal was to have an imperial prince as a backer so that no one would dare to offend his faction. Zhang Yueming laughed heartily as he reached his hands into the clothes of the 2 beauties. "It is indeed your honor for this imperial prince to come to your domain. With this imperial prince's ability, it is not a problem for me to sweep through your bunch of trash." "Yes, yes." The elder hurriedly agreed because he knew that Zhang Yueming had that kind of strength. As an imperial prince of the heaven domain, he would definitely be able to suppress the geniuses of the other domains. After all, the 2 of them were no longer on the same level. "Crown Prince. Please have a look." The elder took out another set of documents and handed them to Zhang Yueming in a fawning manner. Zhang Yueming nodded and said, Zhang Yueming, this is the information I prepared regarding the Cosmos historical remnant. At this moment, Zhang Yueming was kissing a woman next to him as he said disdainfully, this imperial prince doesn't need that sort of thing. This imperial prince can pass through a historical remnant in a few days. Don't disturb this imperial prince. Right now, this imperial prince wants to properly enjoy the beauty. Seeing this, the old man left the room helplessly. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of intense lovemaking. In the Green Province domain next to the ancient stem domain, Xianxia was fully focused on cultivating. Ever since she had lost to Zhao Fu, she had taken a big blow. As the number one person in the Green Province domain, she had lost, she could not accept this at all. At the same time, she felt a trace of resentment towards Zhao Fu for taking away the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl that she desperately needed, and she wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson. She had a feeling that she would meet Zhao Fu again. This time, she had increased her cultivation in all aspects in order to defeat Zhao Fu. After cultivating for so many days and with the full support of the Poem Dynasty, Xianxia now had a trace of confidence. Young master. Are you really going to bring us along this time? Young master, if you bring us along, won't we cause trouble for you? I don't want you to be injured. Humph. I want to go. The Cosmos historical remnant is the largest historical remnant in the surrounding 10 or so domains. I heard that there are countless treasures within, and I want to see it for myself. Young master, this servant also wants to see it. I don't want to leave husband's side, or else I'll miss husband. Hee. Young master, you have to bring me along as well, I want to be done by husband every day. A group of bewitching and beautiful women surrounded a handsome-looking monk. This monk was naturally the young sect master of the Desire Buddha sect, Yu Quan. The Desire Buddha sect was actually an evil sect, and it was an evil sect that focused on cultivating lust. As such, there were many women around them. As the young sect master of the Desire Buddha sect, the 10 or so women around him were all extremely rare. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had great talent. They were of great help to Yu Quan's cultivation. This time, Yu Quan had brought them for safety reasons. Because they all cultivated the same cultivation technique and were connected to each other, they could work together and release quite a bit of power. Moreover, once he ran out of energy, he could do it with them a few times and quickly recover. This was a form of insurance for him. Shing, 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 countless sword sounds sounded out as sword wind spread out. The one martial sex Ming Jian continuously bitterly trained, wanting to defeat that unreachable figure in his heart. That figure was Zhao Fu. After seeing that power, the prideful Ming Jian suffered a big blow, and just like Xianxia, he focused on cultivating. Seeing him work so hard, the one martial sect fully supported him, causing his power to rise incredibly quickly. Within a tall and luxurious palace, a figure sat within a black magic formation. That figure's aura was extremely powerful and seemed to have fused with the heavens and heaven and earth power could flow into it at any moment. This figure was a world realm expert and could freely use heaven and earth power. However, this figure was an elderly man. Moreover, this elderly man gave off a deathly aura and looked incredibly old. His face was covered with wrinkles and age spots, and there were only a few strands of hair left. It seemed that he had lived for a very long time, and his lifespan had run out. The elderly man's identity was not simple at all. He was the ancestor of a royal kingdom and had the strength of 10 worlds. He had once been a peerless expert whose name had shaken many domains, and his power was unimaginably great. Now that he was nearing the end of his lifespan, his power had greatly declined, and this Cosmos historical remnant was his final chance. His goal was to enter the Cosmos historical remnant and obtain something that could increase his lifespan. With his cultivation and lifespan, ordinary things that could increase lifespan were useless to him, so he had to find something that could increase his lifespan. This kind of thing could only be obtained in the Cosmos historical remnant. He had entered the Cosmos historical remnant in the past and knew some secrets. Back then, he had obtained many opportunities in the Cosmos historical remnant, which was why he had his current achievements. However, the Cosmos historical remnant had great restrictions. Those who were too old or had too high of a cultivation would not be able to enter. The elder had thought of a way, which was why he was within the black magic formation. "Begin," the elder said in an ancient voice to the people around him. The people wearing priest robes obeyed and brought out 10 young men and women. These young men and women gave off noble auras and had the aura of a royal clan. They were all from the royal clan, and their auras were quite similar to the elders. This was because these 10 young men and women were related to the elder by blood, and they were the elder's descendants. However, right now, they were crying and struggling, begging the elder to let them go. This was because the elder needed their lives to use a forbidden technique. This forbidden technique could temporarily restore his youth, seal his cultivation, and hide his age. This could trick the Cosmos Medallion and allow him to directly enter the Cosmos Historical Remnant, achieving his goal. However, there was a price. This forbidden technique required 10 people who were related to him by blood. In other words, he needed his grandchildren, sons, daughters, or even later generations. Moreover, after using it, it would greatly harm his body and cause his cultivation to fall. However, he was already someone who was about to die, so he did not have to worry about this. Facing the young men and women's cries, the elder's gaze was cold and did not change. He was a cold-blooded person, and in order to live a bit longer, he did not mind sacrificing his family. After all, the kingdom still needed him to lead it. Arg! 10 cries sounded out as the people wearing priest robes had the 10 people kneel around the black magic formation. They then took out 10 sharp swords and pierced them through the chests of the young men and women, causing blood to spurt out and the black magic formation to quickly absorb the blood. Boom! The black magic formation exploded out with a terrifying and strange power. Countless traces of black light spread out, causing the sun and moon to dim as an eerie wind blew. Countless ghosts howled as a massive wave of eerie and cold energy entered the elder's body. The elder's body started to become young at a rate visible to the naked eye, and his sparse hair started to grow out. Soon, a young man with snow-white hair and gray eyes who gave off an eerie and cold aura appeared. This was the elder from before who was about to die. The elder sensed his body's vitality and power, and his cold face could not help but smile. As for the 10 young men and women surrounding the spell formation, they were already dead. Their corpses were held in a kneeling position by some strange power, and their faces were filled with pain, anger, and hatred. The elder, or rather, the white-haired young man, did not mind these corpses and walked out of the room, starting to prepare for entering the Cosmos Historical Remnant. An ordinary-looking young man with a calm aura walked on the street, tossing out a medallion that gave off intense violet light. Everyone could not help but gulp, as the medallion in the young man's hand was the Cosmos Medallion. Now that the Cosmos Historical Remnant had opened ahead of time, the price of Cosmos Medallions had increased by 10 or so times. Moreover, everyone wanted one, causing the price of Cosmos Medallions to skyrocket. If someone sold a Cosmos Medallion, they would never be able to spend all of their money in their lifetime. Most people who obtained a Cosmos Medallion were very careful and did not dare to reveal that they had a Cosmos Medallion for fear that others would try to steal it. However, this young man had actually taken out a Cosmos Medallion. Many people's gazes became filled with greed, and they could not help but want to go up and snatch it. A few Saint Realm experts could not help but step out, surround the simple-minded young man, and say, "Hand over your Cosmos Medallion, or Grandpa will have you die here." The ordinary-looking young man lightly laughed, "So it's called a Cosmos Medallion. Tell me what it does and I'll spare your life." These words caused the Saint Realm experts to feel furious, and they all attacked towards the ordinary-looking young man. However, their bodies suddenly froze on the spot. Then, a gentle breeze blew, and their bodies turned into dust. A few Saint Realm experts had silently died just like that, and no one knew what had happened. This caused countless people to retreat, not daring to stand around the ordinary-looking young man, nor did they dare to have any thoughts about the Cosmos Medallion in his hand. It was evident that this young man was incredibly powerful. They did not know that this young man's aura was unimaginably powerful, and it was even slightly more powerful than that emperor's aura. If people from the heaven domain saw this young man, they would feel quite shocked. After all, this young man was quite famous in the heaven domain, and no one would have thought that he would come to an outer domain. What's the use of this Cosmos Medallion? The ordinary-looking young man smiled as he looked at a middle-aged man with decent strength and asked. The middle-aged man was so scared that his legs became weak and he hurriedly said, "Cosmos medallions are used to enter the Cosmos historical remnant. Look at the violet light coming from the Cosmos medallion, it's because the Cosmos historical remnant has opened early." The ordinary-looking young man understood and softly said, "Thank you," before turning into a light breeze and disappearing, as if he had never been there. Within the Eight Dragons Essence sect, Long Yang raised his head and wildly laughed. "Ha ha ha, this young sect master is going to bring you all in. There will definitely be countless women from the royal clan entering this Cosmos historical remnant, and there will definitely be one who meets the requirements to complete the Eight Dragons' divine art. When that time comes, this young sect master will challenge Bing Qixue and the others on the rankings and trample them beneath my feet. Also, this young sect master will not fear that emperor. Husband. We believe in you." "That's right. In our eyes, husband is the best, that emperor can't compare to you. Hee, that emperor was beaten up last time and is hiding somewhere. How would he dare to come out again? He naturally can't compare to our husband. Don't say that about him, that person doesn't have the qualifications. He just seems to have a bit of a sovereign bloodline, but his status isn't as prestigious as our husband's. This time, I hope that husband can find the last sister. When the time comes, we can finally serve husband. We've been waiting for this for a long time." The 7 peerlessly beautiful princesses leaned against Long Yang's side, and a pleased and proud smile appeared on Long Yang's face as he said, "I'll definitely find her this time. After this young sect master cultivates the divine art, in a few years, I will be able to take over the Eight Dragons Essence sect. When that time comes, you will all be the high and mighty sect master's wives. This young sect master wants to raise the Eight Dragons Essence sect to a true royal kingdom level sect." The 7 peerlessly beautiful princesses leaned against Long Yang's side, and they all expressed their trust. Zhao Fu had ordered people to gather information on the Cosmos historical remnant, but his subordinates had not finished gathering information yet. He heard some news and went to Lin Yan'er's room. He found that Ling Feishue was there, but she was no longer as cold and aloof as before. Instead, she seemed a bit more flirtatious. Zhao Fu did not mind this and looked at Lin Yan'er as he said, "Do you have detailed information on the Cosmos historical remnant?" Lin Yan'er bewitchingly laughed, "Yes, Your Majesty. I've gathered a lot of information on the Cosmos historical remnant and prepared a Cosmos medallion to enter next year. I never thought that the Cosmos historical remnant would open so early, nor did I think that I would be able to meet Your Majesty." Hearing this, Zhao Fu slightly smirked and looked at Lin Yan'er as he said, "Then tell us the information you've gathered." Lin Yan'er said coquettishly, "Does Your Majesty have a reward? Also, Big Sis Feishue has entered the Cosmos historical remnant before, so she should know more about the Cosmos historical remnant. I only have some general information." Zhao Fu looked at Ling Feishue and asked Lin Yan'er, "What reward do you want?" "We will do our best to satisfy you. We want to hear some general information first and then some detailed information." Lin Yan'er leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace in delight and hugged Zhao Fu as she tried to persuade him, "I only want a single reward, which is for Your Majesty to properly fuck me." Zhao Fu unhappily pushed her away and said, "That won't do, find another one." After being pushed away by Zhao Fu, Lin Yan'er's eyes danced with tears and she said pitifully, "Your Majesty, do you dislike my body? Do you dislike my body? I've only been touched by one man before because I haven't met His Majesty. If I met His Majesty, I would definitely give the first place to you. I really want to become His Majesty's woman and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly." Ling Feishue could not help but say, "Your Majesty. You can't do this to Yan'er." Zhao Fu tilted his head and rolled his eyes as he said, "All right, you also have a Cosmos medallion. Since you also have a Cosmos medallion, when the Cosmos historical remnant opens, you can follow us into the Cosmos historical remnant. Also, hurry and tell me about the Cosmos historical remnant." Lin Yan'er smiled and happily introduced the Cosmos historical remnant to Zhao Fu, saying, "Over the past 1,000 years, countless people have not been able to find out how big the Cosmos historical remnant is. They only know that it's split into 10 levels. The 10th floor is the outermost layer, and the first floor is the deepest. Each floor is very big, and not only are there all kinds of treasures, but there are also many dangers and legacies. That is also the most attractive place. The 10th level is the outermost level, while the first level is the innermost. Every level is the outermost level, and there, the level is the level to the level. Fu to the emperor to Qin's emperor. Ling, He Chen, emperor, Chen, emperor, Li, He, Fu, and emperor, Li, emperor, Yan, Chen, emperor, Li, king, Li, Fu, Chen, Zhao, Li, Fu, Chen, Li. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. You can't let others know that you are Qin's imperial prince, or else your enemies will find you. However, I believe in your Majesty, you will definitely surpass them. Points can also be stacked on top of one another. At the final level, those with a lot of points can participate in a special trial. This special trial has been held for over 1,000 years, and only a few people have passed it. As for the specifics, I'm not sure. Zhao Fu listened carefully, nodded seriously, and said, anything else? Go on. Lin Yan'er smiled as she said, Your Majesty. You've been standing for so long, aren't you tired? Let's sit down and talk. Hearing this, Zhao Fu sat down on a chair at the table, and Lin Yan'er and Ling Feishue also sat down. Lin Yan'er continued to talk about the cosmos historical remnant, and Zhao Fu listened attentively as he thought about what to prepare. After a while, Lin Yan'er said, Your Majesty. That's all I know. I'll leave the rest to Sister Feishue. She has entered the cosmos historical remnant before, so she should know better. Zhao Fu also looked at Ling Feishue. Ling Feishue felt quite nervous as she said, Your Majesty. If I'm willing to give you this information, I can work for Qin in the future. Can you spare the ancient sword sect? Even if it's just a bit less killing, it's fine. Hearing Ling Feishue mention the ancient sword sect, Zhao Fu's gaze became slightly cold as he looked at Ling Feishue and said, Are you trying to negotiate with us? Do you think us will agree? Ling Feishue's face was pale. She really did not want to see everyone in the ancient sword sect die at Zhao Fu's hands. She had deep feelings for the ancient sword sect, the place she had been born in. As such, she had always hoped that Zhao Fu would spare the ancient sword sect. However, the enmity between them was too deep, and there was no way for them to reconcile. Ling Feishue could not just watch as the ancient sword sect was destroyed, and she could only think of ways to save the ancient sword sect. Even if Zhao Fu was a bit more lenient in the future, that would be great. Big Sis Feishue. Only by listening to His Majesty's words will you be able to change His Majesty. His Majesty doesn't like you doing this, Lin Yan'er said vaguely. Lin Yan'er said vaguely. While Zhao Fu's attention was on Ling Feishue, she half knelt on the ground and served Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu helplessly stretched out a finger and pressed it against her forehead as he pushed her away, saying, We're talking about serious matters right now, so don't do anything rash. Lin Yan'er happily stood up and thought to herself, only when we're not talking about serious matters can we do that. Ling Feishue turned her head away with a red face and instinctively licked her lips as she started to tell Zhao Fu about the cosmos historical remnant. Even though there are countless treasures and legacies in the cosmos historical remnant, it's also extremely dangerous, or else it wouldn't take over 1,000 years to finish exploring it. There are some danger zones that even world realm experts will die without a doubt. For example, there's an abyss in the 10th level that you must not get close to. In the past 1,000 years, no one has been able to come out alive, so it's an extremely dangerous place. It's also quite barren and has almost no spirit chi, nor does it have any treasures. The 10th level is just the outermost level, and yet there are so many dangerous places. The closer you get to the inner level, the more dangerous it will be. I heard from the ancient sword sect's former sect master that the first level is a place of absolute danger, and even Emperor Heaven Realm experts can die if they enter. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite shocked. The dangers of the cosmos historical remnant surpassed anything he had imagined. Even a world realm expert could make him unable to retaliate, and Emperor Heaven Realm experts were the highest existences in the second level. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful in this trip to the cosmos historical remnant. Adding on the fact that he could not use his armaments, he did not have any powerful life-saving methods, so he had to rely on himself. Zhao Fu looked at Ling Feishue and signaled for her to continue. By now, the violet light from the Cosmos Medallion was becoming stronger and stronger, meaning that time was becoming shorter and shorter. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out throughout 10 or so domains as boundless violet light pierced through countless worlds. A massive violet orb of light appeared in the sky, and the sky was gradually dyed violet. The Cosmos Medallion in Zhao Fu's hand exploded out with intense violet light, and Lin Yan'er's Cosmos Medallion also did the same. The violet light gradually covered their bodies, and a powerful force pulled them into the sky, making them look like rays of light shooting into the sky. Luckily, as long as one had a Cosmos Medallion, they could directly teleport to the Cosmos Historical Remnant and did not have to go to a specific place. This was much more convenient and reduced a lot of trouble. Rays of light shot into the sky from the 10 or so domains and countless worlds, creating a majestic scene that could cause people to sigh in awe. When Zhao Fu opened his eyes again, he had appeared within a forest. The trees here were incredibly tall and thick, and the 1,000-meter-tall trees were quite ordinary. What was different from ordinary forests was that the trees here were all silvery white. It was not just the trees, but the grass, and even the ground were all silvery white. This was the Cosmos Historical Remnant's 10th level, the Silver Forest. Your Majesty! You have to protect me. Beside him, Lin Yan'er hugged Zhao Fu coquettishly, rubbing her large chest against Zhao Fu's arm. Zhao Fu looked at her and pulled his hand out as he said, "This is the Cosmos Historical Remnant, so be careful and don't be too careless." "Oh, okay." Lin Yan'er pouted and said in dissatisfaction. However, she understood that this trip to the Cosmos Historical Remnant was mainly due to Zhao Fu. With how dangerous the Cosmos Historical Remnant was, Zhao Fu being so cautious was a good thing for her, as her safety would be guaranteed. Zhao Fu walked ahead while Lin Yan'er followed beside Zhao Fu. She became serious and looked around. Suddenly, a few rat-like creatures leapt out from a dense underbrush and rushed at Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er. The rats were all 1 meter long and had silvery white eyes and fur. They were incredibly fast and looked like white blurs as they rushed over. Clang! Before Zhao Fu could do anything, a sword hum sounded out from the side. A red sword light slashed out, cutting the rats in half. The cut rats turned into countless motes of silver light that floated into Lin Yan'er's body. Zhao Fu looked at Lin Yan'er in surprise. From her reaction and strength, Lin Yan'er was also very strong. Zhao Fu had almost overlooked her strength. Lin Yan'er was ranked in the top 10s in the Ancient Sword Sect, and for such a large sect like the Ancient Sword Sect to be ranked in the top 10s meant that she was not weak. Those silver-white beasts were the Cosmos beasts from the Cosmos Historical Remnant, and the motes of light that floated into Lin Yan'er's body were points. Lin Yan'er stretched out a hand, and there was an image of a medallion on her palm. A beam of light shot out from it, and another page appeared. Number 129332, sex, unknown, points, 321293333, Lin Yan'er, points, 30 rank 129334, sex name red gold, points, 30, this was the rankings from before. Each page displayed 10 people's names, and people could either display their names or hide their names. They could also flip through the pages to see the top rankings. Outside, within the various large sects, there was also a stone stele that gave off light and displayed a page. This was the rankings from the Cosmos Historical Remnant. The stone stele was called a Cosmos stele and was made from a type of ore from the Cosmos Historical Remnant. Because there were many types of ore, Cosmos steles were quite easy to make. As such, almost every sect or kingdom had their own Cosmos stele, and they could use it to see their disciples' performance. Your Majesty! I'm only ranked 129333, Lin Yan'er looked at her ranking and unhappily muttered. Finding that Lin Yan'er was quite cute, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "We've only just entered, so we naturally won't have many points. Killing these low-grade Cosmos beasts won't give us many points, so let's continue onwards." Lin Yan'er found that Zhao Fu's attitude towards her was quite good, and she happily nodded. Following this, the two of them continued onwards. When they encountered some weak Cosmos beasts, Zhao Fu did not act and left them to Lin Yan'er. Zhao Fu did not care about the points from these low-grade Cosmos beasts at all. Roar! A roar sounded out as a 2-meter-long leopard rushed out and leapt at Lin Yan'er. Lin Yan'er was currently killing another Cosmos beast. At that moment, Zhao Fu attacked and a sword light slashed out, sending the leopard flying and crashing into a large tree. The tree trembled and the leopard fell to the ground, dead. It turned into countless motes of silver light and entered Zhao Fu's body, and a system announcement sounded out in his mind. System announcement. You have killed a cosmos leopard and obtained 80 points. Lin Yan'er flirtatiously smiled as she ran over and hugged Zhao Fu, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly nodded. Even if he did not act, Lin Yan'er would have been able to react. It was just that the cosmos beasts on the 10th level were too weak, and not only did they not give many points, but there were also no rewards. As such, it was better to focus on finding some historical remnants. That way, it would be more practical to obtain large amounts of items. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu completely focused on finding historical remnants, and he left the cosmos beasts blocking the way to Lin Yan'er to deal with. A few hours later, Zhao Fu finally found a historical remnant. It was an abandoned courtyard that was quite dilapidated and was quite big. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and brought Lin Yan'er in. However, after a while, Zhao Fu walked out in disappointment. This historical remnant had long since been explored by others, and everything of value had been taken away. Another 2 hours later, Zhao Fu found another historical remnant. It was a tall iron building that was over 1,000 meters tall and gave off a heavy metallic aura. Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er walked in and did not encounter any restrictions. They then walked up the stairs and still did not find anything. After reaching the top, they found that this was another historical remnant that had been explored by others. Everything of value had been taken away, and there was nothing left. The 10th level was the safest region, and countless people had come here before. Most of the historical remnant had been explored by those people, and there was nothing left apart from some extremely well-hidden historical remnants. However, the scenery on the iron building was quite good. It was a silvery white color that matched the blue sky and white clouds, creating a beautiful scene. Your Majesty, are you happy? Lin Yan'er squatted down to serve Zhao Fu, and she looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously as she spoke. Zhao Fu helplessly smiled and said, "Can you not always be like this?" Alright, let's see if there are any more historical remnants. If there aren't any, let's quickly obtain a checkpoint medallion and head to the 9th level, Zhao Fu said as he lightly tapped Lin Yan'er's head. Lin Yan'er stood up and seductively licked her lips as she hugged Zhao Fu and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Lin Yan'er to explore a few more historical remnants, but they still did not find anything. Those historical remnants had long since been explored. Your Majesty. Look at the rankings, Lin Yan'er suddenly said in shock. Zhao Fu curiously looked at the page, and he felt quite shocked as he saw that the page showed that first place, unknown name, points, 140,000 second place, unknown name, points, 100,000 third place, Zhang Mingyue, points, 90,000 fourth place, Bai Xingjun, points, 80,000. The first-ranked person had obtained 140,000 points, which was quite shocking. After all, Zhao Fu only had a few hundred points, so who was the first-ranked person? How could he have such terrifying strength? The second-ranked person was also quite powerful and also had 100,000 points. The first and second names were hidden, so no one knew who they were. The third-ranked person was Zhang Mingyue. No one had heard of him before, but he was most likely quite powerful. Zhao Fu knew who the fourth-ranked person was. He had been taken as a disciple by a higher being and was the most extraordinary genius in the ancient STEM domain in the past 1,000 years. As someone from the ancient STEM domain, Zhao Fu definitely knew about him. However, with his strength, he was ranked fourth. Just how powerful were the top three? This caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked as they stared at the rankings. The results of the Cosmos historical remnant were simply too unexpected. The Dao Cultivation sect, which had been filled with confidence, fell silent. They had thought that with Bai Xingjun present, their Dao Cultivation sect would definitely take first place in the Cosmos historical remnant. However, they were only ranked fourth, and there were 3 people above them. Bai Xingjun's expression became serious. He understood that the Cosmos historical remnant this time was not simple. Things had exceeded his expectations. Looking at the rankings, a trace of anger appeared on Zhang Mingyue's face. With his strength, he could reign supreme over everyone in the outer domains, but now, he was being stepped on by 2 people. With how he looked down on people from the outer domains, this was a great humiliation. Beside him, the Empress hugged Zhang Mingyue and said softly, "Emperor, don't be angry. Don't be angry, you will definitely surpass them." Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue's anger subsided slightly. He thought to himself that he was just giving them a slight lead, so he smiled and hugged the princesses in his arms, his hands roaming all over their bodies. The white-haired young man, who was already on the 9th level, had a serious expression on his face as he looked at the top ranker. He felt immense pressure and hoped that nothing unexpected would happen this time. Boom, a door of light giving off a massive aura descended, and an ordinary-looking young man smiled as he walked in. These rankings not only shocked the sects of the various royal kingdoms, but the countless people who had come to the Cosmos historical remnant were also shocked by these rankings. The top 4 people's strength was on a completely different level from theirs. They only had a few hundred or a few thousand points at most, but they all had close to 100,000 points. As for the person in 5th place, he was a bit more normal. He only had a little over 30,000 points, which was clearly not on the same level as the top 4. The person ranked 5th was the most outstanding person in his domain, yet he was ranked 5th. Moreover, there was a huge gap between him and the people ranked before him. This caused the expressions of the entire domain to become quite unsightly, and they felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. "Your Majesty. What do we do now?" Lin Yan'er looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. The performance of the top 4 people was simply too outstanding, and Zhao Fu had not even shown his strength yet. She was confident that Zhao Fu would not lose to them. Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not care much about the points, he cared more about the actual rewards. Those points would only be useful in the final level, and if he could not reach the final level, it would be useless. Zhao Fu definitely had to go to the final level, so Zhao Fu decided not to waste time on the 10th level and directly headed to the 9th level. After all, he would not be able to obtain anything here. "Let's go. Let's get a checkpoint medallion and head to the 9th level," Zhao Fu said as he led Lin Yan'er forwards, planning to get a checkpoint medallion and head to the 9th level. The checkpoint medallion for the 10th level could be obtained by killing a commander-class Cosmos beast. Because Zhao Fu had heard Ling Feishue talk about it in detail, he had a good understanding of it. However, soon, a massive abyss appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was impossible to tell how long this abyss was, but it was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. Sunlight could not reach the bottom at all, and it was completely dark and gave off a devouring coldness. Zhao Fu looked quite confused, he had come to the danger zone that Ling Feishue had mentioned. This was the abyss that Ling Feishue had mentioned. Sensing the coldness coming from the bottom of the abyss, Lin Yan'er felt a trace of fear, and she hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty. Let's leave. I heard Big Sis Feishue say that this place is very dangerous." Zhao Fu looked at the abyss and made a shocking decision, "We're going down." Lin Yan'er asked in shock, "Your Majesty, are you really going down? It's very dangerous down there, and it's said that no one has ever walked out." Zhao Fu looked at the abyss and nodded seriously, "It's precisely because it's so dangerous that we want to go down and have a look. Perhaps there will be shocking gains down there. If you're afraid, you can stay here." Lin Yan'er hugged Zhao Fu's arm and shook her head, "I'll go down with your Majesty." With how dangerous the Cosmos historical remnant was, Lin Yan'er did not want to leave Zhao Fu's side. She trusted in Zhao Fu's abilities, and perhaps there would be some gains down there. Zhao Fu picked up Lin Yan'er and jumped down into the abyss. With Zhao Fu's cultivation, he could fly, so he was not afraid of falling. This was the most direct and fastest way to reach the bottom of the abyss. The two of them quickly fell, and from a distance, it looked like a few rocks falling into the darkness. After entering the darkness, Zhao Fu took out a light pearl and lit up his surroundings as he continued to fall. It was impossible to tell how deep this abyss was. After falling for a few hours, Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er still had not reached the bottom. Zhao Fu wondered if this abyss had a bottom. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a massive suction force explode out from below, pulling Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er down, causing them to fall even faster than before. At that moment, Zhao Fu immediately used his flying ability, but he was pulled down by that massive suction force. Lin Yan'er tightly hugged Zhao Fu in fear. Clang, 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 the sound of countless chains could be heard as Zhao Fu's left eye's golden pupil quickly spun and countless chains shot out from the air, pulling on Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er's bodies and stopping them from falling. At that moment, Zhao Fu found that there were only a few hundred meters left before they reached the bottom of the abyss. This place was filled with broken bones, and they had most likely fallen to their deaths. That massive suction force had pulled their bodies down from such a high altitude, and ordinary people would have fallen to their deaths if they did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Just then, Zhao Fu had shot out thousands of chains to resist that suction force, or else he would have ended up like those people. What was surprising was that just as Zhao Fu's feet touched the ground, the massive suction force disappeared. However, the danger was not over yet. Zhao Fu felt that a lot of his strength was being absorbed by the ground. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and released his Emperor's domain, covering the two of them and blocking the suction force. This place was quite dangerous, and if it wasn't for the fact that his Emperor's domain was incredibly powerful, he would not have been able to resist that suction force at all. Ordinary kings' domains would not have been able to defend against it, and their bodies would have been sucked dry by the suction force. Moreover, as soon as their feet left the ground, the massive suction force would once again suck their bodies back down. Zhao Fu brought Lin Yan'er forwards and came to a very large cave. Zhao Fu immediately became wary because Zhao Fu sensed great danger from within the cave. Arg! Suddenly, countless things gave off sharp cries and flooded out of the cave. With the light pearl, Zhao Fu could clearly see what they were. They were a group of creatures that looked like humans and beasts. They had humanoid forms but looked like wild beasts. They were incredibly ugly, and their bodies were illusory, and they could move in the air. This group of monsters flooded out and tightly surrounded Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er. They used their sharp teeth to bite at the Emperor's domain, and the Emperor's domain was gradually bitten open, causing small holes to appear. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he took out a white sword and pointed it at the sky. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a powerful aura spread out, and a blinding pillar of white light shot into the sky. The blinding white light illuminated the surrounding abyss, making it seem as if it was daytime. Under the white light, the monsters screamed and died one after another. The monsters that were continuously pouring out of the cave also stopped and hastily retreated. Zhao Fu's thoughts were not wrong. These creatures lived in such a dark place and were similar to ghosts, so Zhao Fu took out the Seraph Sword and released a powerful light attribute attack. This attack was very effective against those monsters. Wielding the Seraph Sword that gave off an intense holy light, Zhao Fu brought Lin Yan'er into the cave. The countless monsters retreated in fear, not daring to take another step forward. Just like that, Zhao Fu wielded the Seraph Sword and continued to advance. After a while, the monsters disappeared without a trace. Zhao Fu became even more serious because the aura ahead was even more dangerous. Hiss hiss hiss, countless grayish-black snakes rushed out from the front, and each of them was dozens of meters long. They looked extremely ugly and had sharp teeth, and even though they looked incorporeal, they seemed more corporeal. They were no longer afraid of the holy light that Zhao Fu's Seraph Sword gave off, and they opened their massive mouths as they bit towards Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and continuously swung his sword, sending out white sword arcs that killed the incoming snakes. Beside him, Lin Yan'er also attacked, continuously killing the incoming snakes. However, there seemed to be an endless number of snakes, and more importantly, Zhao Fu found that as he killed the snakes, his power continuously decreased. It was not that he was using up power but that his power was mysteriously disappearing. This caused Zhao Fu to stop and allow the snakes to slam into his Emperor's domain. Lin Yan'er looked at Zhao Fu curiously and asked, "What is it, Your Majesty?" 72 blood-red energy barriers floated out of Zhao Fu's body and fused with his Emperor's domain, and Zhao Fu replied, "Don't kill these snakes, use brute force to pass through." Bang! Bang! Zhao Fu picked up Lin Yan'er's body and unleashed his energy barrier as he turned into a ray of light and charged towards the depths of the cave, sending the snakes blocking his way flying. The snakes swarmed up, wanting to stop Zhao Fu. The snakes seemed to form a snake mountain blocking Zhao Fu, and looking at the twisting snakes, the scene was quite shocking. Zhao Fu resisted the urge to attack because he found that if he attacked these snakes, his power would mysteriously disappear. As such, Zhao Fu definitely could not attack. However, he was blocked by this thick snake mountain, so Zhao Fu could not help but think of another method. Since he could not attack, he would use another method of attack. Zhao Fu had made ample preparations this time. He took out barrels of kerosene and poured them on the ground before igniting them. The massive flames continued to burn, and the searing heat was enough to melt steel. The countless snakes howled within the flames before being burned to death. However, as they died, the flames were gradually devoured by a formless energy. Not long after, the raging flames were completely devoured by an invisible force. This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, and he felt that this place was quite strange. The countless snakes flooded towards Zhao Fu, giving off hissing sounds that could cause one's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu once again poured out countless barrels of kerosene, and the flames started to burn. The snakes were once again burned to death, and the flames were gradually devoured until they disappeared. However, the number of snakes did not seem to decrease at all. At that moment, Zhao Fu understood that he could not forcefully defend against these snakes, nor could he forcefully kill them. He could only use some tricks. Zhao Fu once again poured out barrels of kerosene, and the countless snakes continued to leap at Zhao Fu before being burned to death. The flames gradually decreased, and Zhao Fu took this opportunity to rush over. Zhao Fu could still defend against the Emperor's domain's flames, so he did not fear the searing heat. The countless snakes continued to rush at Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu once again ignited more kerosene. The flames devoured everything, and the snakes were also burned to death, allowing Zhao Fu to once again charge forwards. After doing this 30 or so times, Zhao Fu finally escaped from the countless snakes. Luckily, he had a lot of kerosene this time, or else he would not have been able to pass this place. After escaping from the snakes, a massive hole appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This hole was very round and was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it gave off a bone-chilling coldness. The light pearl's light could not reach this place because it was devoured by a formless darkness. Your Majesty! Are we still going down? Lin Yan'er anxiously looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu replied, "We've come this far, and the final destination is most likely below. I'll go down and see what's there." Zhao Fu hugged Lin Yan'er and jumped down into the black hole. At the same time, Zhao Fu exploded out with the Seraph Sword's power, causing blinding white light to spread out and illuminate the surroundings as the two of them quickly fell. After a while, Zhao Fu looked down and found that the black hole did not seem to be very deep. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu's power seemed to disappear. This gave Zhao Fu a big fright, and his Emperor's domain and Saint Realm domain both disappeared as he powerlessly fell to the ground. Lin Yan'er exploded out with power, wanting to fly up and grab Zhao Fu. However, in the next second, she powerlessly fell from the air and heavily crashed to the ground. Cough, cough, Zhao Fu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and struggled to get up from the ground, while Lin Yan'er powerlessly lay on the ground with blood trickling out of her mouth. After coming here, all of his power seemed to have disappeared, and even his most basic strength seemed to have disappeared. As such, Zhao Fu felt that it was incredibly strenuous. What is this place? Why is it so strange? Zhao Fu looked around at the darkness around him. Because Zhao Fu had activated his vision before, he could see in the darkness, but he was not used to it. Moreover, the illumination jade's light had also disappeared, and it could no longer provide any light. Ta, 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 footsteps could be heard as some creature walked over. Zhao Fu held the dim seraph sword and warily looked ahead. By now, it was not just Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er, even some of the weapon's power had disappeared. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw what was walking over. It was 3 meters tall and had the head of a goat, the body of a human, and the feet of a goat. Its body was covered with white fur, and it held a massive trident. Seeing Zhao Fu, it felt quite surprised. It had never thought that a person who had come here would still have the strength to stand up. However, it quickly discovered the reason, and it savagely grinned as it said, "Sovereign bloodline. Such a pure sovereign bloodline. And it's of such a high grade, and it's only a trace away from breaking through to a divine bloodline. No wonder it still has a trace of strength." The monster muttered to itself, then looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Kid. Today is the day you die. It is your honor to die by my hands." Swoosh, as soon as the monster finished speaking, it instantly appeared in front of Zhao Fu and reached out to grab Zhao Fu. At that moment, Jiao Fu only had a trace of strength left. He had no strength at all and could not resist at all. Clang, a gray-white sword light suddenly slashed out, bringing with it a sharp arrow's aura. The unprepared monster was sent flying, crashing to the ground. A thin gash appeared on its chest, from which green blood continuously flowed out. The monster's injuries were not very heavy, and it got up with a look of shock on its face. It looked at Jiao Fu and cried out, "How come you still have power?" Jiao Fu's expression was cold and he did not reply. He had indeed lost all of his power, but Jiao Fu still had the Six Paths Demon Image's power. Their power had been sealed, and Jiao Fu could use it at any time. It was not affected by this place, so it had not disappeared. However, after that power entered Jiao Fu's body, it would disappear in an instant. Just then, Jiao Fu had used the instant that power entered his body to unleash an attack, and after unleashing that attack, the power would instantly disappear. Now, Jiao Fu's body did not have any power at all. Now, Jiao Fu understood why no one had been able to leave this place alive. With this place's special effects, ordinary people would most likely have died and would not have been able to reach this place. Even if they reached this place, they would not have the strength to even stand up, so how could they survive? Roar. Seeing that Jiao Fu was ignoring it, the monster furiously roared and gripped its pitchfork as it rushed at Jiao Fu, giving off a ferocious aura. Jiao Fu did not move, and the Six Paths Demon Image's power suddenly entered his body. The 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun, and gray chains giving off an eerie aura shot towards the monster and bound it up. However, in the next moment, the Six Paths Demon Image's power once again disappeared, and the countless chains also disappeared. The monster coldly laughed, and just as it was about to continue attacking Jiao Fu, it found that Jiao Fu had disappeared. In the next second, it realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Jiao Fu had appeared behind it and once again slashed out with a gray sword light, sending it flying. This time, the monster's injuries were quite severe, and the wound on its back was quite deep. Blood continuously flowed out, and the immense pain caused the monster to madly charge at Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu disdainfully laughed. He found that this monster was not actually very strong, and it was mainly because of the special stats here that allowed it to enter an invincible state. If it wasn't for the special stats, Jiao Fu would have been able to easily defeat it. Boom! Seeing the monster madly charge at him, Jiao Fu sent large amounts of the Six Paths Demon Image's power into his body and raised the Seraph Sword. An intense gray sword light shined out, and he vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive sword light that contained terrifying power. The monster was once again sent flying, leaving behind a 10 or so meter long gash on the ground. As for the monster, it fell to the ground with a deep wound on its chest, and its aura became incredibly weak. Jiao Fu coldly laughed as he walked over and kicked the monster's body, saying, "You're so weak, yet you want to kill me? And your tone is so arrogant." The monster furiously glared at Jiao Fu, not understanding how Jiao Fu could still use such power. Jiao Fu looked at the monster and raised his sword, preparing to kill it. The monster sensed Jiao Fu's goal, and its expression was filled with terror as it said, "Sir, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you." Jiao Fu laughed in surprise, saying, "This monster is too spineless. It surrendered so easily." However, Jiao Fu did not have any intentions of subduing it because it was too weak. However, thinking about how this monster was a creature from the cosmos historical remnant, perhaps it would be useful, so he agreed. Jiao Fu threw a few bottles of medicine to the monster, helping it recover from its injuries before asking, "Do you have any treasures?" The monster awkwardly asked, "What treasures?" Jiao Fu frowned and replied, "Shouldn't there be a reward for defeating or killing you?" The monster awkwardly shook its head. This made Jiao Fu so angry that he wanted to attack again. He had put in so much effort, yet he could not obtain anything. The monster was so scared that it hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried out, "Mozax is willing to submit to Sir. Please spare Mozax's life." A gray magic formation appeared in front of the monster's chest, and Jiao Fu received a system announcement that it had recognized him as its master. He unhappily accepted. System announcement. You have subdued Nothingness Hand Mozax and obtained 75,000 points. That person had instantly jumped to 5th place, which meant that he had obtained 75,000 points. No one knew how he had done this, and they could not do the same as the top 5 geniuses. They could only sigh in amazement, they could only look up to the world of geniuses. However, Bing Qixue, Baihaoren, Yin Ruoshi, and Shuj could sense that there was definitely that person in the top 5, and they were quite sure of this. Bai Xingjun also felt a trace of pressure. There were so many terrifying people gathered in the cosmos historical remnant, and there were already 3 people who had surpassed him. Bai Xingjun did not dare to be careless and became serious, preparing to go all out. After returning to the underground world and subduing Mozax, Zhaofu discovered his abilities. Even though he was not very powerful, his abilities were incredibly terrifying. His abilities allowed him to unleash a nothingness domain, which would cause all creatures' power to disappear. The range of the domain was very large, and it could cause great damage. Moreover, Mozax was still in a weakened state, so his battle power would quickly increase in the future. His nothingness domain would become even larger and cause great damage. However, his power was definitely not as monstrous as it was in this place. Anyone who entered would lose all of their power. Mozax unleashed his domain, blocking out the powerlessness of this place. Zhao Fu and Lin Yan Er recovered their strength, and Lin Yan Er got up from the ground. She had a joyful smile on her face as she hugged Zhao Fu. With her power, she would not have been able to reach this place, and it was possible that she would have died. As such, she felt quite happy that she had been able to follow Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty. Is the 5th-ranked person you?" Lin Yan looked at the 5th-ranked person and asked curiously. Zhao Fu calmly nodded. Lin Yan was so happy that she rubbed her large breasts against Zhao Fu. She had not misjudged him. Zhao Fu was not inferior to those at the top. Once he did, he would definitely shock everyone. Zhao Fu looked around because this place was quite big. Even though Mozax had said that there were no rewards, Zhao Fu still did not believe him and looked around. After a while, Zhao Fu found that he had made great gains. Zhao Fu went to a cliff face, which was made of a type of black jade. Zhao Fu examined it and found that it was soul-sucking jade, which could absorb all damage. Not only could it absorb magic damage, but it could also absorb physical damage. This was a very precious material, and the mountain walls were over 1,000 meters tall. They were all made of soul-sucking jade. Moreover, this was only the part that was exposed. There might be more inside. Zhao Fu was delighted and had Lin Yan and Mozax dig together. He slashed down with his sword, and a spirit-sucking jade that was hundreds of meters wide fell down, and Zhao Fu put it into his spatial ring. Lin Yan and Mozax also attacked the soul-sucking jade, putting it into their spatial rings, and the amount of soul-sucking jade quickly decreased. A few days later, Zhao Fu and Mozax had dug out almost all of the soul-sucking jade. There was a massive amount of soul-sucking jade stored in his spatial ring, and they could create at least 5 billion pieces of normal soul-sucking jade. This would be very useful on the battlefield, and Zhao Fu had already thought of how to use it. It would be another powerful trump card for Qin, giving Qin another layer of protection. Because Zhao Fu and the others had been digging for soul-sucking jade for the past few days, their points were far behind the others. The top 4's points were quite shocking. Number 1, unknown name, points, 320,000. Number 2, unknown name, points, 240,000. Number 3, Bai Xingjun, points, 220,000. Number 4, Zhang Mingyue, points, 200,000. The first person's strength was quite shocking, and the gap between him and the second person gradually widened. Unsurprisingly, he was the strongest. Everyone was very curious about this person. Just who was this terrifying person? The second person was also quite powerful, and he followed closely behind the first person. The third person's name changed, it was now Bai Xingjun. It seemed that when he went all out, he was quite terrifying. Zhang Mingyue became the fourth person, and with his status, he was being trampled on by 3 people. This made him feel incredibly furious, and he started to become serious, doing his best to obtain points. The 5th person had only been a flash in the pan, making many people feel quite disappointed. His points had not increased at all over the past few days, and he had been surpassed by countless people. Now, the 5th person had 90,000 points. Under the stimulation of the top few people, countless people went all out to obtain points, causing their points to increase incredibly quickly. Everyone guessed that the fifth person had been incredibly lucky to obtain so many points. Everyone had overestimated him. In actuality, he did not have the strength to rival the top few people. By now, most people had already headed to the 9th level. The 10th level had been explored by many people, so there was not much to be gained. As such, they could only head to the 9th level. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the medallion in Zhao Fu's hand flew into the sky and turned into a door of light that descended. Zhao Fu killed a commander-class Cosmos Beast and brought Lin Yan Air and Mozax to the 9th level. He was quite satisfied with the 5 billion soul-sucking jades in the 10th level, and he smiled as he headed to the 9th level. He wondered what he would obtain this time. After the light dissipated, Zhao Fu and the others appeared on a grassy plain. The grass here was blue and had sharp thorns, and if one was not careful, they would be injured. This was the 9th level, Bluethorn Plains. The Cosmos Beasts here were all in groups, and they were much more powerful than the Cosmos Beasts in the 10th level. The 9th level would definitely be much more dangerous than the 10th level. Zhao Fu was not interested in ordinary historical remnants, and he brought Lin Yan Air and Mozax to the danger zone in the 9th level. The danger zone would definitely be the most beneficial. However, before long, a group of hundreds of parrot-like birds, each of them 2 meters long, rushed at Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu did not act, and Lin Yan Air slashed out a sword light, slashing the strange birds apart and causing them to turn into motes of light that entered her body. At that moment, Mozax also acted. A black and gray barrier instantly spread out for thousands of meters, covering all of the strange birds. In the next moment, the strange birds powerlessly fell from the sky. The strange birds heavily crashed to the ground and died, turning into motes of light that entered Zhao Fu's body. As Mozax's master, Zhao Fu could obtain points for killing them. It seemed that Mozax was quite useful. After concluding this small interlude, Zhao Fu brought Lin Yan Air to the danger zone in the 9th level. A massive vortex appeared in the sky, and it was tens of thousands of meters wide. The vortex was incredibly chaotic, and it was impossible to see what was inside. The space around it was chaotic, and it gave off a massive might. Mozax embarrassedly shook his head and said, "Apologies, sir. This lowly one has never left the abyss before, so I don't know much about the 9th level." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit disappointed and brought Lin Yan Air and Mozax into the vortex. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a massive twisting power that seemed to twist Zhao Fu and the others' bodies into pieces. Zhao Fu immediately released his Emperor's domain, covering the 3 of them. Kacha, a clear sound rang out. This time, the Emperor's domain was unable to withstand that massive twisting power and was immediately torn apart. Zhao Fu planned to unleash his Saint Realm domain to protect everyone, but the Emperor's domain was suddenly shattered. At that moment, Mozax said fawningly, "Your Majesty. Let me do it." Mozax released a 4-meter-wide energy barrier that covered everyone's bodies, and the twisting power greatly disappeared. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. It seemed that Mozax's abilities were quite extraordinary. He could actually nullify all types of power. If he unleashed this ability to its peak, wouldn't he be able to destroy the heavens? A few hours later, everyone passed through the vortex and arrived at a desolate valley. It was completely silent here, and there was a trace of killing intent everywhere. It was much more dangerous than the danger zone in the 10th level. "Be careful from now on," Zhao Fu said to Lin Yan Air and Mozax as he looked ahead seriously. Lin Yan Air nervously nodded, while Mozax was much more relaxed. He once again spread out his domain. No matter what entered his domain, even if it did not lose all of its power, it would be greatly weakened. The 3 of them started to walk forwards. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, a few monsters leapt out of the void, giving off terrifying auras as they leapt at Zhao Fu and the others. The monster's body looked like a mouse, but it had a bat's head. Its teeth and claws had a metallic luster to them. They were probably very sharp and looked very frightening. As soon as these monsters jumped out of the void, they were affected by Mozax's nothingness domain, causing them to lose a large amount of power. Lin Yan Air grabbed them for a moment before vigorously slashing out with her sword. A red crescent slashed out, splitting the monsters in half. Zhao Fu squatted down with interest and looked at the corpses. He found that these monsters all had very powerful spatial attributes and could hide in the void. They could launch sneak attacks at any time and were incredibly dangerous. Now that he knew about these monsters, he had to be even more careful. Zhao Fu's group of 3 continued to advance, and more monsters appeared. However, because of Mozax's nothingness domain and Lin Yan'er's strength, Zhao Fu didn't attack. Then, 2 monsters that were thousands of meters long gave off boundless auras and stretched out their hands from the void, grabbing towards Zhao Fu and the others. This power was not something that Lin Yan'er and Mozax could defend against, so Zhao Fu immediately acted. He took out the Death Ray sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a 1,000-meter-long sword chi giving off a massive deathly aura storm towards the massive claw. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the 2 claws were blasted back and left behind deep gashes. The 2 massive monsters howled as they appeared in the void and furiously attacked Zhao Fu and the others. They opened their mouths and spat out 2 rays of silver light. The power was incredibly strange and terrifying, and it caused space to twist. Zhao Fu's gaze became serious and he raised the Death Ray sword, exploding out with a massive wave of power that blew out like a wild gale. A massive sword image appeared, which was hundreds of meters long and gave off a shocking sword aura. Zhao Fu had once again used a godly spirit skill. Boom! As the sword slashed out, the gigantic sword image clashed with the 2 silver-white beams of light. A shocking explosion sounded out as the 2 silver-white beams of light were slashed apart by the sword, and the enormous sword energy slashed the 2 giant beasts away. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and had Mozax and Lin Yan'er remain where they were while he leapt into the sky. Looking at the 2 massive beasts on the ground, he once again attacked. Countless traces of deathly aura flowed out from the Death Ray sword, spreading out hundreds of meters like a fountain. A beautiful woman wearing a palace dress appeared beside Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out. The beautiful woman gave off a massive wave of deathly aura as she attacked the 2 massive beasts. The 2 massive beasts looked terrified and sensed how terrifying this attack was. They wanted to hide in the void, but how could Zhao Fu allow them to escape? The golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun, and chains shot out from the ground with terrifying power, wrapping around the 2 massive beasts' bodies. The 2 massive beasts desperately struggled, but they were unable to break free for a while. Boom! The massive wave of deathly aura gave off terrifying power as it flowed towards the 2 massive beasts. The deathly aura madly flowed into them, taking away their life force, causing the 2 massive beasts to howl in pain and continuously struggle. Zhao Fu vigorously pulled on the chains, tightly binding the 2 massive beasts. In the end, the 2 massive beasts died, and killing them did not give him any points. Zhao Fu called over Mozax and Lin Yan'er and had them collect the 2 massive beasts' precious materials. The materials from these 2 beasts could at least be used to create epic-grade equipment, and they would be quite special. At the same time, Zhao Fu had them stay here because it would be quite dangerous from now on. Zhao Fu would not be able to protect them, so he had them stay here. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of sword light as he rushed into the depths of the valley. The inside of the valley was quite large and flat. There was a large platform with a silver cube floating above it. This should be the nest of that type of void beast. This was a treasure, and as long as one had it, they could nurture that type of void beast. However, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to act because there was a figure standing on the stage. That figure was wearing a silver-white cloak, and there was a rune on its back. The cloak was filled with a black fog and did not have a corporeal body. As Zhao Fu got closer, a pair of silver-white eyes appeared under the cloak, coldly staring at Zhao Fu. Swish! In an instant, that figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and the arm formed from the black fog held a silver-white dagger, which slashed towards Zhao Fu's throat. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and hurriedly retreated while releasing his emperor's domain. Xing! The dagger was abnormally sharp and gave off a cold light as it easily tore through the emperor's domain. The figure continued to leap towards Zhao Fu, the dagger in its hand stabbing towards Zhao Fu's heart. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and 72 blood-red energy barriers appeared around him, forming 72 spears that were 3 meters long. As the figure rushed over, the 72 blood-red spears gave off ferocious power as they shot out. Swish! That figure suddenly appeared behind Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu immediately sensed it. He slashed backwards, sending out a sharp sword light, but the figure once again disappeared. In the next second, the figure once again appeared above Zhao Fu's head, and the dagger in its hand gave off a large amount of cold light as it slashed down from the sky. Xiaofu reacted in time and raised his sword to block the descending dagger. The sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew everywhere, but the figure once again disappeared. This kind of opponent was quite annoying, as they could hide in the void at any time and could attack at any time. If Xiaofu was not careful, he would be injured. Swish, the figure once again appeared next to Xiaofu, and Xiaofu once again slashed towards the figure. This time, Xiaofu's sword hit the figure, but he did not feel as if he had hit anything. The figure suddenly appeared behind Xiaofu, and its dagger drew an arc of light as it slashed towards Xiaofu's back. Xiaofu was given a big fright and dodged to the side, avoiding this fatal attack. However, a gash was still left on his shoulder, from which blood continuously flowed out. Xiaofu felt quite furious and the death ray sword in his hand exploded out with a large amount of sword light. He spun, bringing with him a massive storm of deathly aura that swept out in all directions, shattering some of the rocks in the valley. This time, the figure did not attack again, it was forced into the distance by the massive storm of deathly aura, not daring to get close to Xiaofu at all. However, such a powerful AoE attack could not last for very long. As soon as Xiaofu stopped, the figure once again attacked Xiaofu. After this battle, the situation was quite disadvantageous for Xiaofu. The figure used its ability to travel through the void, making it so that Xiaofu could not attack him. If Xiaofu was not careful, he might even be injured. Xiaofu definitely could not go on like this, so after thinking about it, he decided to return to the surface and come up with an idea. The figure was also hidden in the void, waiting for an opportunity to attack Xiaofu at any time. After Xiaofu landed on the ground, he immediately closed his eyes. The figure looked at Xiaofu's current state and hesitated, wondering if he should make a move. Although Xiaofu seemed to have let down all his guard, as if he was standing there with his eyes closed, waiting for death, the figure felt a great pressure. Time fell into a stalemate, and after a while, the figure couldn't help but attack. In the next second, he appeared in front of Xiaofu, and the dagger in his hand gave off a cold light. The figure wanted to finish off Xiaofu in one go. At that moment, Xiaofu opened his terrifying eyes. His pupils instantly spun and a terrifying power exploded out like a wild gale, causing the ground to collapse. Clang clang clang, the sound of countless chains rang out, causing the figure to be given a big fright and hurriedly tried to escape. However, chains shot out from the void, sealing off his path of retreat. He could only try to run, but countless chains shot out from the void and blocked his path. The entire valley was covered by chains, leaving only small gaps. There were hundreds of thousands of chains, and the scene was quite shocking. After all, chains could also shoot out from the void and suppress that figure. They could lock down space, making his ability to travel through space useless. That figure had been bound up by countless chains and was struggling. In the next moment, Xiaofu released countless arcs of lightning, hitting the figure and teaching him a painful lesson. After being struck by the countless arcs of lightning, the figure howled in pain. The chains in the valley opened up, and Lin Yan'er and Mozax walked in. Seeing how Xiaofu was torturing the cloaked figure, Mozax felt quite afraid. He felt fortunate that he had immediately surrendered, or else he would have been tortured like this. A while later, Mozax walked over to Xiaofu's side and said, "Your Majesty should be done by now. I'll help you ask if he's willing to submit to your Majesty." Xiaofu stopped, and Mozax walked over and spoke to the cloaked figure. Perhaps it was because they were both creatures from the Cosmos historical remnant, but the cloaked figure seemed to trust Mozax. He looked at Xiaofu in fear, indicating that he was willing to submit. System announcement. Cosmos Beast Molef is willing to submit to you. Of course, Xiaofu accepted. There were no benefits to killing him, so it was better to accept his surrender. Following this, Xiaofu received a system announcement that he had obtained 140,000 points. Adding on the 75,000 points from before, Xiaofu now had 215,000 points, and the rankings once again changed. Number 1, unknown name, points, 320,000. Number 2, unknown name, points, 240,000. Number 3, Bai Xingjun, points, 220,000. Number 4, unknown name, points, 210,000. Number 5, Zhang Mingyue, points, 200,000. These changes once again shocked everyone. Even though there were no names, each ranking gave off a unique aura. That person who had jumped to fourth place was actually the fifth-ranked person from before. Just what had that person done to jump from the top 100 to fourth place? He was only a few thousand points away from surpassing by Xingjun. Countless people felt quite curious because the speed at which he was gaining points was simply too fast, and they could not believe it. Also, just who was that person? Before, it could be said that he had been lucky, but now, it had happened twice. This was enough to prove that his strength could rival the people at the top, and no one cared about him. Bai Haoran had been paying attention to this person the entire time, and seeing him instantly jump to fourth place, he was not too surprised. Instead, he felt an even greater pressure. Zhang Mingyue, who had been ranked fourth, had now fallen to fifth place. He was so angry that his face became red. He was now being stepped on by 4 people. He pushed aside the queen beside him and started to madly obtain points. The first-ranked young man did not seem to care about this at all and leisurely walked forwards. The second-ranked young man only cared about the first-ranked young man. He did not put anyone else in his eyes. Back in the valley, after subduing Molif, Zhao Fu started to collect his spoils of war. He immediately went to the den and looked at its information. Nothingness Beast Den, Grade, Epic, Description, a Nothingness Beast Den that can spawn 12 Nothingness Beasts every day. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu relocated the Denver. With the Nothingness Beast's ability to freely enter nothingness, it would be quite useful. Zhao Fu planned to fuse them into City Lord seals and make them Qin's beasts, which would make them even more powerful. This item was incredibly useful for saving his life, and he could use it to teleport when in danger. However, this cloak could only be used 3 times per day, which made it less valuable. However, it was still quite good. After putting away the spoils of war, Zhao Fu took Molif and the others and left this danger zone, planning to head to the 8th level. Of course, they needed a checkpoint medallion. The checkpoint medallion for the 9th level did not require killing the Cosmos Beast leader but depended on luck. The medallion would randomly appear everywhere, and they had to find it themselves. Zhao Fu felt that this was quite troublesome, but Ling Feishue said that when the medallion appeared, the surrounding 10 kilometers would flash with light, making it easier for people to find it. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others started to search. During this time, they encountered a few people. Even though Zhao Fu only had 4 people, they were too wary of Zhao Fu's strength and did not dare to do anything to Zhao Fu's group, so they could only stay far away from Zhao Fu. Roar! Roar, roar. Countless roars sounded out as countless Cosmos Beasts attacked a group of people. Within that group was a young man and 7 peerlessly beautiful women. They were Long Yang's group. They were all slightly injured, and they continuously attacked the Cosmos Beasts. Their expressions were quite unsightly, and facing these Cosmos Beasts, it was possible that they would die here. Roar! Roar, roar! Long Yang roared as he exploded out with intense golden light and pushed out with his palms. 8 massive golden dragons flew out with terrifying power, smashing Cosmos Beasts into meat paste and carving out a bloody path. Hurry and leave! Long Yang yelled as he looked at the 7 women he loved. He exploded out with all of his power for their safety and did not want any of them to die. Seeing how Long Yang was desperately protecting them, the 7 women were so touched that their faces were filled with tears. Some of them even said, "We're willing to stay and go through life and death with husband." Looking at the 7 women he loved, Long Yang felt a wave of warmth in his heart. However, he still hardened his heart and chased the 7 women away. If they stayed here, not only would they die, but they would also be a burden to him. In the end, the 7 women reluctantly left. Long Yang unleashed all of his abilities and madly attacked the Cosmos Beasts, while the Cosmos Beasts continuously surged over. Zhao Fu brought Molif and the others and flew in the sky, looking for the checkpoint medallion for the 9th level. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw the 7 women running away wretchedly. He had some impression of them and knew that they were Long Yang's women, and they had mocked him a few times before. There was also Long Yang, who had humiliated Lu Yuyu before. Now that they were in the Cosmos historical remnant, he did not have to hold back. Zhao Fu led his people and flew down to stop the 7 peerlessly beautiful women. One was dressed in red clothes and had bright red lips. She looked quite pretty but gave off a barbaric aura, and she was Princess Huiyan. The other was extremely beautiful and gave off a bewitching aura, and she was called Princess Chiu Mei. Next to him was a very beautiful woman with a fiery figure, she was called Princess Han Nan. There was also a tall, slim, and beautiful woman with a cold and arrogant aura, she was called Princess Han Shuang. There was a woman with a gentle and beautiful aura. She was called Princess Han Shuang. There was a woman with a gentle and beautiful aura. She was called Princess Bai Rou, and there was a woman with a seductive and cheerful aura. The 7 of them were stopped by Zhao Fu. Sensing the powerful auras from Zhao Fu's group, their faces became pale. They had just escaped from danger and had never thought that they would run into such a powerful group of people. "Where's Long Yang?" Zhao Fu asked calmly. He did not place Long Yang and the 7 women in his eyes at all. It was just a small enmity, and he could easily deal with it. Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, the 7 women's hearts sank. They instantly understood who this cloaked figure was. They had been incredibly unlucky to run into him. They had never thought that he would really come to the Cosmos historical remnant. The 7 women looked incredibly despaired because they knew that it was impossible for them to escape from him. Moreover, they had enmity with Zhao Fu before, and they had often mocked and belittled Zhao Fu. Now that they had seen him in person, they were truly afraid, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. "You damned women, His Majesty is asking you a question. If you don't answer, I'll kill all of you," Mozak said savagely as he pointed at them with his massive trident. Molav calmly stood by the side, and Lin Yen calmly smiled as she looked at the 7 women. This caused the 7 women to come back to their senses, and they looked at each other pitifully. The calmest of them all, Princess Han Shuang, calmly said, "Emperor, we know that we have enmity with you in the past. We would like to formally apologize to you, and we are willing to give you an undiscovered historical remnant. We hope that you won't harm us and save our husband." The other princesses looked at Zhao Fu with hopeful eyes. With Zhao Fu's power, he would definitely be able to save their husband, and that historical remnant would not be very important. An undiscovered historical remnant? Zhao Fu's expression froze, and facing the 7 women's hopeful gazes, he coldly laughed and waved his hand, causing countless chains to shoot out and bind them up. The 7 women panicked and started to struggle, and Princess Han Shuang's face became pale as she said, "Emperor, what are you doing?" They had enmity with Zhao Fu, and it would already be good if Zhao Fu did not kill them. How could he save them? Moreover, since there was enmity between them, Zhao Fu would not hold back and would force them to reveal the location of the historical remnant. That would be simple and direct. "Speak. Where is the historical remnant? Hurry up, and perhaps I'll give you a quick death." Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he came in front of the 7 women. The 7 women's gazes were either furious, cold, or hateful as they stared at Zhao Fu. They understood that Zhao Fu would not let them off. Princess Han Shuang said coldly, "We won't tell you. If you kill us, you won't be able to obtain the historical remnant. It's a very big historical remnant, and I'm afraid it's not fated with you." Facing this tough attitude, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent the 6 desires demonic qi into their bodies, causing their faces to become red. Their bodies twisted as they cursed at Zhao Fu for being a bastard, a scum. Zhao Fu asked again, and seeing that their attitudes were still firm, Zhao Fu decided that it was worth injecting more 6 desires demonic qi into them. In the end, the cold and arrogant Princess Han Shuang's face was red as she half knelt on the ground and uncontrollably served Zhao Fu. "I can give you the ruins and my body, but please let us go and save our husband." Her mind continued to resist the invasion of the 6 desires demonic qi. Because Zhao Fu wanted to know where the historical remnant was, they did not completely lose themselves. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and pulled over the fiery Princess Han Nan. As Princess Han Nan served Zhao Fu, she furiously glared at Zhao Fu and said, "I won't submit to you." Zhao Fu pushed her aside and pulled over Princess Chiu Mei. Princess Chiu Mei looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously and did her best to serve Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty, I'll definitely serve you well. I'll definitely serve you well. Please let us go and save our husband." Zhao Fu's words caused the women to look quite terrified, and Princess Bai Rou, who had a relatively gentle personality, started to sob. Molov wore a silver cloak and calmly stood there as if nothing had happened. Lin Yen looked quite envious and licked her red lips. Mozax looked at Zhao Fu and realized that Zhao Fu was not a good person. It was best to be careful in the future and not anger Zhao Fu, or he would be treated cruelly. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others followed the 7 women and quickly flew away. They saw thousands of cosmos beasts surrounding a young man and attacking him. That young man was covered with wounds and his body was dyed red with blood. His aura was incredibly weak, and if this went on, he would definitely die. Seeing that their beloved husband was about to die, the 7 women's eyes danced with tears as they looked at Zhao Fu and pleaded, "Emperor, please save our husband. I beg you, please save our husband now." Zhao Fu looked at Mozax, and Mozax understood and rushed downwards. Boom, Mozax landed on the ground with immense power and smashed open a large crater. He gripped his pitchfork with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, causing a black and gray barrier to spread out 10,000 meters. In that instant, all of the cosmos beasts and Long Yang powerlessly lay on the ground. Lin Yan Air and Molov also flew down and easily harvested the cosmos beasts' lives. The 7 women also flew down worriedly and landed next to Long Yang. By now, Long Yang was heavily injured and had fallen unconscious. The 7 women hurriedly took out all sorts of medicinal pills and healing items, stabilizing Long Yang's injuries before letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing that the cosmos beasts had all been killed, Zhao Fu coldly said to the 7 women, "Can you tell me where the historical remnant is now?" Princess Han Shuang nodded and said, "The historical remnant is 1,000 kilometers south, within a hidden mountain cave." Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he didn't believe them. Who knew if there were really ruins there? Perhaps it was a ruin that had been explored by others, so he said, "Take me there." Princess Han Shuang thought about it and agreed. After all, Long Yang was heavily injured and unconscious, and the 7 of them were not as strong as Lin Yan Air. With how dangerous this place was, they did not have the power to protect themselves, so they could only rely on Zhao Fu. At the same time, they understood that this crown prince would not let them go before he saw the ruins. A few hours later, Zhao Fu quickly led his people to the cave. However, as soon as they arrived, they found a group of people about to enter the cave. The 7 women's faces immediately paled. They hadn't thought that someone would actually discover this place. If the things in the historical remnant were stolen by them, then their fates would be miserable. They might even be skinned alive by Zhao Fu. There were more than 100 people in that group, and they should be from the same faction. All of them wore the same uniform, and their clothes were embroidered with a lotus leaf. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he descended, and just as that group was about to enter the cave, they sensed a terrifying aura. Their expressions fell, and they stopped and looked up into the sky. Looking at these people, Zhao Fu did not have much to say and directly said, "Kill them all." That was because if 2 sides discovered a remnant, they would definitely fight over it. Neither side would give up the remnant to the other. Only the victor would obtain the ownership of the remnant. "Wait." A handsome-looking young man walked out from the crowd and hurriedly said. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and raised his hand to signal for Mozax and the others to stop. He looked at the young man and asked, "What is it?" Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, the young man said nervously, "We'll leave now and give this historical remnant to you." Everyone looked quite confused. They had never thought that their senior apprentice brother would give such a precious historical remnant to someone else so easily. Someone could not help but call out, "Senior apprentice brother." "Why? There's only a few of them, we might not be the ones to lose." Someone else agreed, "That's right. Why is senior apprentice brother afraid of him?" The handsome-looking young man coldly glared at them and said, "This is my decision, all of you have to listen to me, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Some people could only endure it, looking quite indignant. Zhao Fu looked at them and had never thought that they would be so tactful. As such, he did not want to continue fighting and said, "You can all leave then." The handsome-looking young man cupped his hands in thanks and hurriedly left with his people. A while later, someone asked, "Just what's going on, senior apprentice brother? I feel that you're quite afraid of that person. Also, why did we give the historical remnant to them?" At that moment, the young man said seriously, "Did you not sense it? The 4th-ranked person on the Cosmos rankings gave off the same aura as that person. He's someone who can compare to Bai Xingjun. Do you know Bai Xingjun? That person was taken as a disciple by a higher being and is incredibly powerful. Someone who can compare to Bai Xingjun is definitely incredibly terrifying." We can't afford to offend such a peerless genius. If he had attacked just then, he would have been able to kill us all with a single hand. Only now did everyone understand how terrifying that person was. No wonder he had said that he would kill them all as soon as he opened his mouth. He did not place them in his eyes at all. There were also two non-human monsters next to that person, and they did not seem to be easy to deal with either. They gave off powerful auras of danger. Zhao Fu led his people into the cave, and a light pearl lit up the surroundings as a massive wooden door appeared before everyone's eyes. The wooden door was black and was 10 or so meters tall. There were many flowers and grass engraved on it, and it gave off an ancient and heavy aura. The wooden door felt quite sturdy and did not look like it was rotten at all. This was most likely the historical remnant that the 7 women had been talking about. Zhao Fu asked them, "Have you gone in before? What's it like inside?" Princess Han Shuang replied, "We went in once, but it was too dangerous inside and there were many spirits. We wanted to go back and gather the people from the 8 Dragons Essence sect to explore together, but we never thought that we would encounter a large group of cosmos beasts." Zhao Fu understood and nodded before saying, "Let's go in together then." Princess Han Shuang's expression was quite unsightly as she said, "Are we going in as well? Also, now that we've brought you here, you should let us off, right?" Zhao Fu looked at her and coldly harumphed, "You don't seem to remember what I said before. I said that if there isn't anything good in the historical remnant, I'll skin you. That's the price for angering me." Princess Han Shuang looked at Zhao Fu in fear before looking at Long Yang, who was being carried by Mozax. She bit her lips and said, "We can go in with you, but it's quite dangerous inside. Can you leave our husband outside?" Princess Han Shuang did not say anything else and retreated to the side. Zhao Fu went up and pushed open the wooden door and led his group in. It was incredibly cold inside, making people feel as if they had entered an icy cavern, and their hair stood on end. A while later, countless blue tongues of flames appeared as illusory soldiers giving off faint blue light appeared. They held all kinds of weapons and rushed at Zhao Fu's group. There were many of them, at least a few thousand of them. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not act. Mozax's nothingness domain spread out, causing the ghost soldier's strength to decrease. Molov held his dagger and quickly rushed over. The dagger in his hand gave off a cold light, and with a single slash, he killed a large number of ghost soldiers. Lin Yan'er also went up and slashed out with her swords, sending out red sword lights and easily killing the ghost soldiers. Soon, the thousands of ghost soldiers were all dead, and Zhao Fu led his group onwards. Not too long later, another group of ghost soldiers gave off cold auras and rushed over. Zhao Fu did not act and allowed his group to kill them. 5 or 6 hours later, after killing 10 or so waves of ghost soldiers, Zhao Fu and his group came to a large hall. This hall was quite wide, and there was a square stone stage that was 6 meters tall. There were countless ghost soldiers standing around the hall, numbering over 10,000. Seeing Zhao Fu and his group appear, they flooded over. Zhao Fu finally acted. He took out the seraph sword and raised it high, causing boundless white light to spread out as a beautiful seraph appeared. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the seraph spread her pure white wings, causing an intense white light to shoot out. The ghost soldiers were inundated by the white light and instantly died without being able to resist at all. Holy Light's attributes greatly countered these undead. With just a single attack from Zhao Fu, he killed 80% of the ghost soldiers, and Molov and the others easily dealt with the remaining ones. After killing all of the ghost soldiers, Zhao Fu came to the stone stage and found that it was a summoning stage. There was a magic formation on it, and it was called Krista, the Vengeance Spear. Krista was a spirit filled with vengeance and resentment. She was an undying spirit of vengeance and a nightmare summoned from the Shadow Island. She specialized in hunting down treacherous people. The victims of treachery will cry tears of blood for vengeance. Zhao Fu thought about it, then placed his hand on the formation and infused his power into it. The magic formation was instantly activated and gave off a blue light. Countless traces of cold and gloomy aura quickly gathered within the magic formation. The magic formation burned with countless blue flames, and a figure giving off a powerful aura slowly appeared. This figure was a woman with a slim figure. She wore black, tight-fitting leather armor and had long, black hair. Her skin was blue and gave off a faint blue light. She was quite beautiful and gave off a cold aura. She held a blue spear in her hand. Krista has answered the call and is willing to serve the Lord. After the figure appeared, he held a spear in his hand and half knelt on the ground, letting out a feminine voice. Xiaofu looked at Krista and could sense that she was not weak, so he smiled and accepted her loyalty. This was not the end of the historical remnant. There was a wooden door on the side of the hall that looked similar to the first wooden door. It was slightly black and had flower and grass patterns on it. The 7 women looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Xiaofu and the others would be able to pass through so easily. With their strength, they would not be able to reach this place. That was the difference in strength. They pushed open the wooden door and continued onwards. Soon, a group of skeleton soldiers giving off terrifying auras rushed over. There were many of them, and each of them was even more powerful than the specter soldiers from before. Xiaofu still did not act and left it to the others to deal with them. The others quickly killed the skeleton soldiers. With Mozax's nothingness domain, the skeletons were unable to resist at all and were cut down as easily as if they were vegetables. Xiaofu paid attention to Krista's performance. She held her spear and ferociously charged out, sending countless skeleton soldiers flying and turning them into piles of bones. It seemed that no one could stop her. The spear in her hand was most likely a type of soul weapon, and it dealt great damage to undead creatures. After killing the group of skeleton soldiers, Xiaofu looked through the pile of skeletons to see if there were any soldier souls. Qin now had 24 general armaments, and it was time to fuse with king armaments. However, king armaments required 1,000 soldier souls, which could be used to fuse with 10 general armaments. Qin currently lacked soldier souls, so Xiaofu wanted to see if the skeleton soldiers would drop them. Xiaofu was disappointed because he found that the skeleton soldiers did not drop anything. Soldier souls could only be obtained from soldiers who had been very powerful when they were alive, and they would only appear after countless years of nurturing. Not all skeleton soldiers had soldier souls. After killing wave after wave of skeletons, Xiaofu and the others came to an even larger hall. This hall was thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide, and there was a square stone stage. Around the stone stage were skeletons that were dozens of meters tall and held all sorts of bone weapons. There were not many of these skeletons, only around 1,000 of them. They gave off a massive aura, causing the air to feel quite oppressive. Xiaofu looked at these skeletons and wanted to subdue them. Looking at these massive creatures, Xiaofu wanted them all. If they could not become devils, they could become Qin's beasts. However, facing over 1,000 skeletons that were dozens of meters tall was quite dangerous, so Xiaofu had Lin Yan air and the 7 women retreat. Xiaofu led the others and rushed up. The others were responsible for pinning down the skeletons while Xiaofu tried to see if he could subdue them. Clang, 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 countless chains shot out, and Xiaofu bound up the dozens of skeletons that were charging at him. The skeletons vigorously struggled, causing the chains to clang. Xiaofu first tried to use his martial power to make them submit, which was to make them feel fear. As such, Xiaofu exploded out with a terrifying aura that covered the dozens of skeletons, and his power quickly seeped into their souls. The skeletons immediately felt a wave of fear, and the spirit flames in their minds continuously flickered. However, they still madly attacked Xiaofu, and Xiaofu frowned. He found that these skeletons did not seem to have any consciousness and only attacked instinctively. Xiaofu started to use the second method, which was to use contracts to see if he could subdue these skeletons. Xiaofu vigorously slashed out with the seraph sword, and a white sword light that was hundreds of meters long slashed out, destroying 7 or 8 massive skeletons. Molov continuously flashed in the air, and it swung its dagger, causing a cold light to flash out as a massive skeleton's head fell to the ground. Mozax's strength was relatively weak, but because of his nothingness domain, he could weaken a skeleton's strength before slowly killing it. Krista's killing speed was also quite fast. She threw out her spear, and the blue spear gave off a ray of light as it easily pierced through a skeleton's head. The spear seemed to be able to absorb souls, and after piercing through the skeleton's head, it wantonly absorbed the skeleton's soul flames. The skeleton's soul flames instantly disappeared, and the skeleton instantly died. The aura that Krista's blue spear gave off became even stronger. Over 1,000 skeletons were killed by the group, turning into piles of bones on the ground. Zhao Fu walked up to the stone stage, and this stone stage was the same as the one from before. It was a summoning stone stage. The Widowmaker Evelyn, the intelligent and deadly Evelyn, was one of the most deadly assassins in the runic continent. She could fuse into the shadows at will and use this ability to patiently track her prey, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the magic formation and sent his power into it. The magic formation was activated and gave off a faint black light. Countless traces of terrifying darkness aura gathered towards the magic formation, and a black fog gradually appeared within the magic formation. A figure appeared within the black fog. She had a seductive figure and snow-white skin. She had short, red hair and looked quite cold. She was only wearing underwear, leather boots, and gloves, and a large amount of her skin was exposed, causing people's hearts to speed up. Evelyn has answered the summoning and is willing to serve my lord. Zhao Fu first sensed Evelyn's power and found that it was a type of pure darkness power. Normally, people with this kind of power were incredibly evil, and seeing the cold smile on her face, it meant that she was that kind of person. Zhao Fu didn't mind. Whether it was light or dark, as long as she could serve Qin, Zhao Fu would accept it. So he accepted her loyalty again. There was also a wooden door here, which led to the next stage. Zhao Fu walked up and pushed the door open. Just as he pushed it open, an enchanting fragrance wafted out. Behind the door was a long corridor. Green vines wrapped around the pillars, and bright red flowers bloomed on the ground and railings of the corridor. The enchanting fragrance came from those flowers. Suddenly, Zhao Fu found that he was in a school, and a cool breeze blew against his face. This was the university that Zhao Fu had once studied at. The surroundings were very familiar, and Zhao Fu saw Wu Qingyang walking towards him. This was an illusion, and Zhao Fu clearly knew that it was an illusion from the start. Not only did Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline have great resistance, but Zhao Fu had also unlocked divine sense, one of the 5 celestial senses, giving him great resistance against illusions. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and once again opened them, coming out of the illusion. However, he felt a comfortable feeling at his lower body, and he looked down and found that Princess Han Shuang and the other princesses were serving him. They were also begging Zhao Fu not to kill them or skin them, they were willing to do anything. Zhao Fu stretched out a finger and a few rays of black light shot into their heads, causing them to wake up. They stood up with red faces and retreated to the side. They had never thought that they would serve Zhao Fu again, and they were still quite clear about that feeling. They had fallen into an illusion where Zhao Fu had wanted to skin them and burn Long Yang to death. As such, they could only beg Zhao Fu to spare them, and they took the initiative to run over and serve Zhao Fu. The cold and arrogant Princess Han Shuang's face was the reddest, as she had served Zhao Fu the longest both times. Mozax and the others soon came back to their senses and stood by the side. Krista's expression did not change and she coldly stood there. Evelyn looked at Zhao Fu's lower body and could not help but lick her bright red lips. Ling Yan was currently writhing on the ground as she called out to Zhao Fu. Much of her skin was revealed, and Zhao Fu woke her up. "Your Majesty." Ling Yan stood up and called out flirtatiously. She did not want to come out of the illusion, as within the illusion, Zhao Fu was doing it on her body. Zhao Fu looked at Ling Yan and the 7 women and said, "It's best that you stay outside, this corridor might be quite dangerous." Princess Han Shuang and the others nodded shyly, and Ling Yan unhappily nodded. Zhao Fu led the others out of the corridor and activated a defensive barrier to block out that enchanting fragrance. After walking into the corridor, they found that it was quite peaceful. There were bright red flowers that looked incredibly beautiful, and apart from that, there was nothing else. Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards. Within the hall, Princess Han Shuang and the 7 women were carefully taking care of the unconscious Long Yang, looking like a kind wife. Ling Yan said with a trace of jealousy and mockery, "Weren't you just serving His Majesty and feeling quite comfortable? And now you're acting like this in front of another man?" Some of Princess Han Shuang and the others were embarrassed and angry, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, their lives were still in Zhao Fu's hands, and Ling Yan was someone by Zhao Fu's side. Moreover, they had a special relationship, so they naturally did not dare to say anything. Within the corridor, Zhao Fu and the others had already walked for a long distance and had not encountered anything. It was incredibly quiet, and the enchanting fragrance had become incredibly dense. By now, even Zhao Fu's emperor's domain could not block out this fragrance, and it could easily seep in. As such, Zhao Fu could only use his Saint Realm domains to strengthen his emperor's domain, and everyone continued onwards. After walking for a while, there was a blood-red fog ahead of him. This fog was condensed from that fragrance, and it was incredibly permeable. Zhao Fu unleashed the Six Paths defensive barrier, adding on his emperor's domain and Saint Realm domain, but he was still unable to stop the blood-red fog from seeping in. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to become quite serious. Even though one's body had great resistance to illusions, the fragrant fog's ability to create illusions was incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu would definitely be pulled out of the illusion. This caused Zhao Fu and the others to stop and think about what to do. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and could not help but smile. He looked at Mozax and the others. They were quite powerful and most likely had their own domains. If he could layer all of their domains together and add on his own domain, their defensive power would increase by many times. Everyone continued onwards and arrived at a large hall. The mist here was the densest, and they could faintly see countless vines on the ground. There seemed to be a square stage at the center. Zhao Fu stopped at the outskirts of the hall and did not go in. Even though there did not seem to be any danger here, it was better to be careful. Zhao Fu took out a stone and tested it by throwing it into the hall. In that instant, all of the vines seemed to come to life and continuously twisted. Swish, 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 countless vines containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he had Mozax and the others maintain their domains while Zhao Fu took out the royal wood sword and stabbed it into the ground. A green energy barrier spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. The vines within the green energy barrier immediately withered as if their life force had been sucked away. Zhao Fu was using the royal wood sword's life force absorption ability to deal with these plants, and it would be quite effective. The vines continuously shot over and continuously withered. Some of the vines had powerful life force and were able to break through the green energy barrier, but they were unable to break through the defenses that everyone had set up. As the vines died, the fragrant mist became much thinner, and the hall was finally revealed to everyone. This hall was just like the hall from before, and it had a square stage. However, there were countless vines wrapped around the stage, and they had all withered and lost their life force. The royal wood sword had absorbed a large amount of life force, and its power had greatly increased. Zhao Fu cut off the vines around the stage with a few strikes and walked onto the stage. He found that it was a summoning stage, and it was called Crafty Demonis Lephren. Zhao Fu put his hand on the magic formation and once again activated it. Countless traces of blood-red fragrance gathered towards the magic formation, causing the magic formation to be filled with a dense fragrance. By now, this fragrance could no longer create illusions, and a figure giving off a powerful aura appeared on the magic formation. She was wearing a blue short skirt and a blue cloak, and she held a magic staff. Her figure was quite mature, and she had short, silver-white hair and purple lips, making her look quite bewitching. Her body gave off a faint fragrance that could cause people to become intoxicated. Lephren answers the call and is willing to serve my master. After Lephren appeared, she also knelt on one knee and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. She gave a faint smile and spoke in a flirtatious voice. Zhao Fu could sense Lefren's power. She was evidently more powerful than Krista and Evelyn, and she was most likely a powerful illusionist. As expected, Zhao Fu accepted Lefren's loyalty and looked around the hall. There were no more doors or anything else, and he had finished exploring the historical remnant. Zhao Fu felt slightly disappointed. He had not obtained anything from this historical remnant and had only obtained 3 powerful subordinates. Thinking about Lephren and the other's strength, he felt that the results of this historical remnant had been quite good. Then, Zhao Fu brought them back. Seeing Zhao Fu return and an extremely beautiful woman appear next to him, Lin Yan and the others understood that they had finished exploring the historical remnant and that there was a summoning stone stage at the end. That woman was the person who had been summoned. Princesses Han Shuang and the others could not help but feel nervous. Now that they had finished exploring the historical remnant, Zhao Fu had said that if he was not satisfied with what they obtained, he would skin them and make them sky lanterns. Zhao Fu walked out and looked at them before saying calmly, "Let's go." Princesses Han Shuang and the others let out a sigh of relief and found that Zhao Fu did not have any intention of harming them. However, they could not help but ask, "Emperor, you finished exploring the historical remnant, when can we leave?" Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and did not reply. He was still angry at them, so he naturally could not let them off. He led his people ahead. Princesses Han Shuang and the others' expressions were quite unsightly. They understood that Zhao Fu was not willing to let them off, so they had to worry about their own safety and Long Yang's safety. However, this was good. After Long Yang recovered, they would have the power to protect themselves. Otherwise, if they ran into cosmos beasts or other people, they would still die. Now that they had Zhao Fu's protection, they did not have to worry about danger. Thinking about that, Princesses Han Shuang and the others felt much better and followed behind the others. After coming outside the historical remnant, the sky had already darkened. There were countless stars twinkling in the night sky, creating a beautiful and majestic scene. However, the lighting was quite poor, making it difficult to see far away, making it difficult to travel. As such, Zhao Fu could only stop and rest here for the night. Now that they had entered the cosmos historical remnant, Zhao Fu had not had a good rest yet, so he could use this opportunity to recover his strength and mind. Molef, Lefren, and the others felt quite spirited, so they were responsible for keeping watch nearby. Suddenly, gray dragon images appeared around Zhao Fu's body, causing a look of pain to appear on Zhao Fu's face. Emperor Killer's curse had flared up, as it had been a while since Zhao Fu had done it with a woman. "Your Majesty, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing how pained Zhao Fu looked, Lin Yan'er walked over and asked caringly. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu pressed her against the ground, and Zhao Fu started to ravage her body. This caused Lin Yan'er to look incredibly emotional, and hot tears filled her eyes. She had waited for this day for a long time, and she intensely responded to Zhao Fu. However, soon, she collapsed to the ground. Princesses Han Shuang and the others' faces became red and their hearts thumped. Zhao Fu had actually done such an erotic thing in front of him. "All of you, come here." Zhao Fu let go of the powerless Lin Yan'er and said in a commanding tone. Princesses Han Shuang and the others understood what was going to happen, but for their lives and for the unconscious Long Yang on the ground, they steeled themselves and walked towards Zhao Fu. After some time, the unconscious Long Yang's injuries started to heal, and he gradually regained consciousness. At this time, the sleeping Long Yang suddenly heard the moaning of his 7 beloved women. His heart shook and he opened his eyes with great difficulty. Although he could only open his eyes a little and his vision was still blurry, he could clearly see that a man was riding on top of his 7 beloved women. A wave of fury rushed into his heart, and he felt as if his mind had exploded. Long Yang, who had been incredibly weak, once again fell unconscious. Hearing those shameful moans, Lefren and Evelyn gave enchanting smiles and turned to walk away. Seeing the two of them walk over, Krista also followed. Mozak stopped the three of them and asked, "What are you doing?" Lefren lightly laughed as she said, "Of course it's to get closer to Master. Also, move aside, with your strength, you won't be able to stop me." Hearing the women's pleas, Mozak understood and moved aside as he coldly harumphed, "If Master blames you, you'll know that you were wrong." The first ray of morning sunlight gently shone on Zhao Fu's face. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the delicate bodies lying around him, as well as the two beauties in his embrace. One was the cold and arrogant Princess Han Shuang, and the other was the charming and sexy Lefren. Zhao Fu smiled bitterly. Princess Han Shuang slowly woke up, and her face was red. She looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and could not help but say, "Emperor, Zhao Fu, you're not Zhao Fu. Can we leave with our husband now?" Zhao Fu frowned slightly and said in a dignified voice, "I don't like my woman being touched by others, and I don't like the way you address me." Princess Han Shuang inwardly sighed. She could already predict her future, and she understood that now that her body had been taken by Zhao Fu, she was useless to Long Yang. She could not become his woman, so she could only accept her fate. "Then husband, can you let Long Yang go? I want you to let him off this time. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly," Princess Han Shuang said as she hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "The most I can do is leave him here. Whether he lives or dies is up to him." Princess Han Xuan understood that this was the best outcome, so she lightly nodded and looked at the unconscious Long Yang in the distance. She had never thought that the 7 of them, who had protected their bodies for him, would be taken by another man in front of him. Moreover, the 7 of them had acted so lewdly last night. Thinking to there, Han Xuan felt a wave of excitement and shyness. Her body trembled and there was a slight reaction. Lefren lazily opened her eyes and lightly kissed Zhao Fu on the cheek as she said, "Master, I'm very happy. I feel like I'm starting to like you." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her. Dark element women were truly bold and charming. They did not hide their desires at all. Suddenly, a figure rode on Zhao Fu's body. The Widowmaker Evelyn had a cold smile on her face as she said in a domineering voice, "Master, I didn't enjoy myself enough last night." Afterwards, Zhao Fu left with his people, and he hugged the powerless Evelyn as he looked for the medallion to pass the 9th stage, leaving Long Yang behind. However, 2 hours later, a figure wearing a silver cloak appeared. It was Molef, who had been ordered by Zhao Fu to kill Long Yang. This was because Long Yang and Zhao Fu already had enmity, and now that Long Yang had stolen his woman, this enmity had been formed. Zhao Fu naturally would not let Long Yang off, so he ordered Molef to come back and kill Long Yang. This way, no one would know who killed Long Yang. However, when Molef returned, he didn't see anyone. Long Yang, who had fainted, was nowhere to be seen. Molef looked everywhere but couldn't find him, so he could only go back and report to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was a little surprised, but he did not take it to heart. Since Long Yang had run away, he could only do so. If he met him again, he would definitely kill him. Boom, a door of light gave off a massive aura as it descended. After a day of searching, Zhao Fu and the others finally found the checkpoint medallion for the 9th stage, and they immediately used it to head to the 8th stage. Because Zhao Fu had spent a lot of time searching for the checkpoint medallion, Zhao Fu's ranking had fallen to 19th place. Within the historical remnant, even though Zhao Fu had subdued 3 people, because they had been summoned, he did not receive any points. Right now, the rankings were just that there was a large gap between the people at the top and those at the bottom. Number 1, unknown name, points, 440,000. Number 2, unknown name, points, 320,000. Number 3, by Xingjun, points, 300,000. Number 4, Zhang Mingyue, points, 290,000. What was most shocking was that the person in first place had more than 400,000 points, which was more than 100,000 points away from the person in second place. His power shocked countless people, and even though no one had seen him before, they were all in awe of his power. The second, third, and fourth places were not very far apart, and the 3 of them were doing their best to obtain points. The person with the worst expression was the white-haired young man in second place, and he felt immense pressure from the person in first place. Even though his cultivation had been lowered, he had once been a world realm expert, and he still had all of his comprehensions and high-grade power. However, he had still lost to the person in first place. Just who was the person in first place? Zhao Fu did not care too much about the points. The 8th stage was a boundless desert, and the grains of sand were like grains of gold. There were no signs of life at all, and it was incredibly desolate. The 8th stage was called the Golden Desert. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and led his group to the danger zone of the 8th stage. The danger zone was called the Blood Sand Forbidden Region, and the sand there was a blood-red color as if it had been formed by absorbing countless amounts of blood, making people feel quite terrified. When they arrived, they found that a group of people had long since entered the danger zone. There were many bloodstains and sandworm corpses on the ground. There had most likely been an intense battle here, and many people had died. The corpses had most likely been taken away, which was why there were only bloodstains on the ground. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all as he followed the path that the group had taken and entered the danger zone. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as sandworms flooded out of the ground in front of him. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were 2 meters long and looked like worms. They had many legs, and their mouths were like suction cups, and they had many sharp teeth. These sandworms leapt at those people, and their suction cups could tear off flesh or grind bodies into meat paste. They were incredibly terrifying. Facing the countless sandworms, the group of 300 or so people only had 10 or so people left, and they ran in terror. They no longer had the lofty aspirations they had before entering the danger zone, nor did they have the curiosity from before. Suddenly, they saw a group of people slowly walk in, and they most likely wanted to see what the danger zone was like. They thought to themselves that they were a group of people who did not know their limits. They had suffered a lot here, and now they understood how terrifying this place was. However, they felt quite delighted. There was a large group of sandworms chasing after them, and if they used this group of people as bait, they would be able to survive. They quickly ran in the direction that Zhao Fu was in, but they did not dare to directly meet up with Zhao Fu. After some distance, they stopped and ran in another direction. Their goal was to let the sandworms discover this group of people. The sandworms sensed the powerful auras from Zhao Fu's group and felt that they were the greatest threat, so they all rushed towards them. Seeing this, the 10 or so people who had been running let out sighs of relief, and they couldn't help but be wild with joy. Their lives had finally been saved. However, facing so many sandworms, it was likely that they would definitely die. A half-man, half-goat monster walked out and exploded out with a powerful aura before raising its pitchfork and stabbing it into the ground. A massive black and gray barrier instantly spread out, and it was tens of thousands of meters wide. After entering the barrier, the sandworms visibly became weaker, the barrier was weakening them. At that moment, a beautiful and bewitching woman walked out and raised her magic staff, causing countless rays of piercing blue light to spread out. In that instant, the sandworms went berserk and started to attack their own kind. Soon, the ferocious sandworm tide became a pile of corpses, making everyone feel dumbfounded. The group of people who had been running could not believe that this person had destroyed the sandworm tide so easily. They felt that this person was simply too powerful, and they could not compare to him at all. Zhao Fu did not place these sandworms in his eyes at all. Mozax first weakened them, and Lefren cast an illusion. These sandworms had low intelligence and were easily fooled. They continued onwards and killed a few more waves of sandworms before Zhao Fu's group reached the depths of the danger zone. Suddenly, the ground violently trembled as countless traces of blood-red sand flowed out. A heaven-toppling aura spread out from the ground, and the surroundings fell deathly silent as the air became incredibly heavy. A 10,000-meter-long body that could cover the sky rose up from the ground. It was an incredibly massive sandworm, and it roared at the sky. The sound waves seemed to corporeal, and they could cause anyone's ears to hurt. Lin Yan'er and the others had already retreated to the back. They did not have the strength to participate in a battle of this level. Zhao Fu did not fight by himself, as he had many subordinates now. As such, he naturally had to surround and attack the sandworm. Mozax roared as he stabbed his pitchfork into the ground, and a black and gray barrier spread out like lightning. The massive sandworm's strength was greatly weakened. Molef disappeared and reappeared in the air. It slashed out with its dagger, opening up a 100-meter-long gash. Green blood flowed out, causing the massive sandworm to roar in pain. Krista vigorously threw out the blue spear. The blue spear contained immense power as it shot into the sandworm's body, causing it to howl in pain. Krista grabbed at the air and the spear returned to her hand. The seductive Evelyn appeared beside the sandworm in a flash and punched out with enough power to shatter a mountain, landing on the sandworm's body. The sandworm's body split open and green blood splattered everywhere as the sandworm once again held. After receiving so many attacks in a row, the sandworm became furious and wanted to attack again. At that moment, Lefren made her move. Lefren raised her magic staff and countless rays of blue light formed a blue flower. Lefren waved her hand and the blue flower flew into the sandworm's body, causing it to freeze for a few seconds. At that moment, Zhao Fu also attacked. The death ray swords around him gave off intense sword light, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. An enormous sword light tore through the air and sent the sandworm flying hundreds of meters before heavily crashing to the ground. The ground violently trembled and sand flowed everywhere, looking as if a disaster was about to descend. The sandworm had only been attacked by Zhao Fu and the others once, and it was already afraid. It knew that it was not a match for Zhao Fu and the others, so it turned its head into the ground and tried to escape. Of course, Zhao Fu would not let it escape, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun. Clang, 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 countless chains containing immense power shot out from the air, tightly binding the sandworm's massive body. The sandworm vigorously twisted, wanting to break free from the chains. Its body gave off a yellow light, and the blood-red sand around it gradually flew into the sky before forming spears made of sand. There were tens of thousands of them, and they shot out in all directions like a rain of spears. Mozaks and the others attacked or defended, while Xiaofu pulled the chains closer and swung his sword, destroying the incoming spears. Even though there were many sand spears, each one was not very powerful, and they were quite scattered, so they were quite easy to deal with. The sandworm desperately unleashed this attack, and it was quite weak. Xiaofu took this opportunity to pull the chains with all of his strength, pulling the sandworm to the ground. Everyone else quickly attacked. Molov continuously swung its dagger, opening up wounds. Krista continuously pierced the sandworm's body with her spear, and Evelyn continuously punched the sandworm. Everyone's attacks caused the sandworm to howl in pain, and wounds appeared on its body, making it look quite pitiful. In the distance, the 10 or so people who had been planning to escape could not help but come back out of curiosity. They looked incredibly shocked and gulped. When the sandworm had first appeared, they had thought that it had the power to destroy the world and that no one would be able to stop it. However, it was being completely dominated by that group of people, and it did not seem to be able to defend at all. That group of people seemed to be incredibly powerful. However, they did not dare to stay here because they had led the sandworm towards them. If that group of people discovered that they were still here, they would definitely chase after them. As such, they had to quickly escape. After this ferocious attack, the sandworm was heavily injured. Xiaofu came before it and asked, "Will you submit to me?" Before, Xiaofu had said that he wanted to subdue any large creature. However, as the most powerful creature in the danger zone, no matter what creature it was, as long as it could be subdued, Xiaofu would do his best. After all, it would be of great help to him when he returned to Qin City. The sandworm did not seem to be able to speak, but it seemed like it was willing to submit. However, just as Xiaofu got close, the sandworm exploded out with immense power, broke some of the chains, and swallowed Xiaofu in one gulp. This gave everyone a big fright, and they hurriedly attacked Xiaofu. The instant that Xiaofu was devoured, he unleashed his Emperor's Domain and Saint Realm Domain. Seeing the countless teeth coming at him, Xiaofu coldly harumphed and exploded out with all of his power. An aura flame erupted around his body as the Death Ray sword gave off a brilliant sword light. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive sword light shot out from the sandworm's body into the sky. The entire sky became incredibly austere as blood rained down, and the massive sandworm's body fell to the ground, dead. Xiaofu came out from the hole in the ground and looked at the sandworm's corpse, feeling slightly angry. This sandworm had been seeking death and had pretended to surrender, wanting to eat Xiaofu in one bite. As such, Xiaofu could only kill it. After killing the sandworm, a system announcement appeared in Xiaofu's mind: "You have obtained 100,000 points for killing the sand giant beast." However, even though Xiaofu had only obtained 100,000 points, this caused Xiaofu to once again appear on the rankings. With 310,000 points, he surpassed Bai Xingjun and took third place. Now, the rankings were revealed. Number 1, unknown name, points, 440,000. Number 2, unknown name, points, 320,000. Number 3, unknown name, points, 310,000. Number 4, Bai Xingjun, points, 300,000. Number 5, Zhang Mingyue, points, 290,000. Everyone was not as surprised by the rankings, as they knew that that person was incredibly powerful and could compete with the top geniuses. However, what they did not expect was for that person to surpass Bai Xingjun and take third place. This meant that he was even stronger than Bai Xingjun, and they could not help but gasp. They realized that they had underestimated that person. The second-ranked white-haired young man could not help but take notice of Xiaofu. Even though he felt that his opponent was only the first-ranked person, he could feel a massive pressure from Xiaofu and a trace of danger. Bai Xingjun, who had fallen to fourth place, looked quite serious. He understood that Xiaofu definitely had the ability to rival him, or else he would not be able to surpass him. The fifth-ranked Zhang Mingyue felt even more furious. Now that he had fallen to fifth place, this humiliating ranking made him feel like he had lost all face. He was an incredibly prestigious imperial prince, and yet he had lost to so many people in the outer domains. If word of this got out, he would not be able to face anyone, and people would say that he did not have the right to be an imperial prince. After killing the sand beast, Jiaofu looked around to see if he had any gains. He looked around and felt quite disappointed. There was only sand and he did not have any gains. Following this, Jiaofu looked at the sand beast's body to see if there was anything useful. He cut it off, and he found that there was an orb within the sand beast's body. This orb was 1 meter wide and extremely round. It was yellow and gave off a faint yellow light. It gave off a very powerful aura of sand, and it was not weak at all. Jiaofu looked at it and found that this orb was called the Sand Orb, and it had incredibly powerful sand control abilities. Jiaofu decided to give it a try. He held the sand orb and sent his power into it, and he immediately felt that he could control all of the sand around him. Bang bang bang, muffled sounds rang out, and in just an instant, Jiaofu controlled countless grains of sand to form 10-meter-tall sand soldiers. They gave off a powerful aura, and there were hundreds of them. Jiaofu withdrew his power in satisfaction, and the sand soldiers collapsed into countless grains of sand. Jiaofu then put away the sand pearl in satisfaction. Now that the beasts on the 8th floor had been killed, Jiaofu planned to head to the next floor, which was the 7th floor. Right now, Jiaofu's group was moving rather slowly. It was possible that some people had already reached the 6th floor. However, the difficulty and danger of each floor increased by several times. The number of casualties also gradually increased. Ling Feishui had said that ordinary people could only stay on the 10th, 9th, and 8th floors. The 7th floor could be life-threatening at any time. If they reached the 6th floor, ordinary people could die at any time. The 5th level could be said to be a terrifying place, and very few people could survive. Back then, Ling Feishui could only reach the 5th level and was unable to advance any further. The 7th level was already quite dangerous, so going to the 7th level did not require a checkpoint medallion but proof of one's strength. Within the boundless yellow sand, there was a stone stele that towered into the clouds. This stone stele was 100,000 meters wide and black in color. There were countless imprints on it. There were fist imprints, saber imprints, sword imprints, spear imprints. If one wanted to head to the 7th floor, one had to have the ability to leave a mark here. Only then would one have the qualifications to enter, or else one would not be able to proceed and could only stay on the 8th floor. There were countless people gathered here, and because there was only this stone stele, everyone could only gather here and try to see if they could leave a mark on it. Even if ordinary people swung their weapons and slashed at the stone stele, they would not be able to leave a mark on it at all. Instead, their weapons would be destroyed, and no one knew what this stone stele was made of. Now, countless people looked at the stone stele in shock. The deepest mark on the stone stele was a spear mark that was 9 inches deep. That was a mark left behind by the most powerful person from 1,000 years ago, and even now, no one had been able to surpass that mark. That person had already become a legend. However, there were 4 people who had left marks that were more than 9 inches deep. Those 4 marks all gave off terrifying auras that made people feel reverence. They were definitely marks that could only be left behind by supreme experts. The first fist mark was 12 inches deep, and the aura it gave off was that of the terrifying first-ranked person. The second was a claw mark that was 11 inches deep, and the aura it gave off was that of the second-ranked person. The third was a sword mark, and the fourth was a saber mark that was 10 inches deep. The people who had left their marks were Bai Haoran and Zhang Mingyue. These 4 marks were worshipped by countless people as miracles. After all, most people could not even leave a mark on a stone stele, so how could these people who had left marks more than 9 inches deep not be worshipped as miracles? Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as a well-dressed young man stabbed his staff against the stone stele, causing the massive force to turn into a wild gale that blew out. The staff had sunk 6 inches deep into the stone stele. Everyone could not help but cry out, and based on the aura he gave off, someone cried out, "He's the 27th ranked Li Yi. So powerful, but he's too young." Li Yi put away his staff and the stone stele gave off a black light. A black door of light appeared, and Li Yi coldly led some people in. The others did not leave any marks, nor did they try. They entered as Li Yi's followers, and each of them could bring 50 followers in. There was also the black door of light that had appeared. Only those who Li Yi led in could enter, they could not force their way in. Bang! An explosion sounded out as a green-clothed young man holding a spear gave off a ferocious aura as he stabbed it towards the stone stele. The spear pierced 8 inches into the stone steel, causing countless people to cry out in shock. Based on that young man's aura, someone found his name on the rankings and cried out, "He's the 7th-ranked person, anyone who can enter the top 10 is indeed powerful." The young man gave a prideful smile and returned to the crowd. His faction's people surrounded him and continuously praised him. Some others could not help but go over as well. After all, that young man was the 7th-ranked person, and such a genius was worth getting to know and befriending. Within the crowd, there were many people that Zhao Fu was familiar with, such as Bai Haoran, Yin Ruoshi, Leng Shang, Shi Shuj, Yu Quan, and a few others. Bai Haoran had been with his big brother and the Dao Cultivation sect's people to explore the historical remnant, but the situation had become quite grim. He was ranked 4th, so Bai Xingjun could only hand those people over to Bai Haoran and leave by himself. The first to go up was the Green Province Domain's Ming Jian. He gripped his sharp sword and vigorously slashed out. A sword light flashed out, leaving behind a 6-inch sword gash. Even though this caused many shocked cries, Ming Jian shook his head in disappointment, feeling quite dissatisfied with his own power. With his current power, he would never be able to surpass that person. Leng Shang, who was filled with killing intent, walked up and gathered countless traces of blood-red qi into his sword, causing it to give off a dense killing intent that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Xing, Leng Shang vigorously stabbed out with his sword, causing the blood-red sword to pierce into the stone steel, leaving behind a 7-inch sword gash. Seeing this, Leng Shang felt quite dissatisfied as he walked down. Following this, Bai Haoran also walked up. His fist gave off a 5-colored light and gave off shocking power as it slammed against the stone steel. An explosion sounded out, and he also left behind an 8-inch sword gash. Finally, Shi Shuj also walked up. Countless traces of black light formed a sword, and it gave off a powerful scholarly aura. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as the seemingly weak sword left behind a 9-inch sword gash on the stone steel. Countless people were sent into an uproar, just a bit more and it would be 9 inches. This woman would be able to compare to that expert from 1,000 years ago. Shi Shuj sighed. If it was before, she would have been quite satisfied with her current power, as she could compare to that expert from 1,000 years ago. However, the 4 marks on the stone steel gave off a light that was as bright as the sun. In front of those 4 marks, the mark she had left behind seemed too dim and could not be seen at all, which dealt a heavy blow to her. Now, no one was in a hurry to leave, they wanted to see how the geniuses performed and how deep of a mark they could leave on the stone steel. These marks were not only proof of power but also proof of their future potential. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the geniuses left marks on the stone steel, causing cries of surprise. The marks on the stone steel were like resplendent stars in the night sky, representing geniuses. Whether it was now or in the future, they would make countless people sigh in amazement, and the marks they had left behind would be remembered. Bang! Another massive explosion sounded out as a man dressed in beast skins kicked the stone steel. The surrounding space seemed to explode, and a 9-inch leg print was left on the steel. This caused a huge commotion. There was actually someone who had reached 9 inches. Who was this person who had suddenly appeared? How could he have such a powerful strength? This person would definitely be able to compare with that peerless expert from 1,000 years ago. Boom! While everyone was still in shock, a massive emperor's aura descended like the might of the heavens and earth. Countless people's bodies sank, feeling as if they had fallen into icy water and started to tremble. Sensing this familiar aura, Bai Haoran, Shi Shuj, Leng Shang, Bing Qixue, countless people's expressions changed as they looked up into the sky. A group of people appeared in the sky, led by a man wearing a cloak. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Others might not recognize this cloaked figure, but the people from the ancient STEM domain were incredibly familiar with him. The Killing Sword Master, the person with 3 Emperor stars, has really come. Seeing him arrive, countless people did not know if they were excited or afraid, and their bodies violently trembled. Bai Haoran's expression became quite serious. The things that this mysterious emperor had done in the ancient STEM domain were simply too terrifying, and he was now the target of the entire domain. This was because this mysterious emperor's potential was so terrifying that the entire domain was worried that he would take revenge. In the entire history of the ancient STEM domain, he was the only one who had done this. The ancient stem banquet was a scar that the ancient stem domain could not erase. In the future, it could lead to countless things, and it was something that the Tao cultivation sect regretted the most. Bai Haoran could only hope that his big brother could suppress this person, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. It was possible that the entire ancient stem domain would be doomed. Imaroshi also looked quite nervous. After seeing Zhao Fu's power, Zhao Fu was the person she feared the most. Even her master had warned her not to have anything to do with this person. After all, if she faced off against Zhao Fu, the only outcome for her would be death. Now that he had truly appeared in the cosmos historical remnant, she had to be careful and avoid meeting him as much as possible in order to avoid irreversible consequences. Bing Qixue sighed. After that matter, Bing Qixue's relationship with Zhao Fu had been severed. He did not know what Zhao Fu's attitude towards him or towards the Ice Origin Kingdom was like. Shuj looked incredibly excited. She had always felt that she would be able to meet Zhao Fu again, and now, she had finally met him. She had desperately cultivated for this day. She had to defeat Zhao Fu and take care of Zhao Fu's side. This was her greatest wish. However, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was even more terrifying than before, and she could not help but worry if she would be a match for Zhao Fu. Yu Quan viciously looked at Zhao Fu. He still remembered the enmity from that day, and he had been waiting to take revenge to take Zhao Fu's life to appease his anger. Of course, he understood that he was not a match for Zhao Fu, so he could only viciously look at Zhao Fu. He thought about how to take revenge, but he would not actually do anything. Boom, another explosion sounded out as a black flame appeared around the cloaked figure in the sky. A wild wind blew, and the Emperor's aura became even more intense, and some people could not help but kneel in front of the aura. Zhao Fu looked at the cloaked figure in the sky, and he looked at the cloaked figure in the sky. Xing, the cloaked figure slashed out with his sword, and a black sword arc flashed out as a 12-inch long sword gash appeared. Everyone could not help but gasp. A 9-inch long sword gash was already enough to shock them, and a 12-inch long sword gash was something that only the top-ranked genius could do. Now, this person had done it, causing massive waves to rise in their hearts. Zhao Fu ignored everyone's gazes and opened the black door of light before flying in and disappearing. He's the third-ranked person. After he left, someone yelled. Everyone quickly came to their senses. No wonder he was so terrifying. He was one of the top 5 geniuses. Everyone felt much better, as that kind of person was not someone they could compare to. Now, everyone's expressions were quite dim. Not only had they been dealt a heavy blow by Zhao Fu, but they had also been dealt a heavy blow by the marks left behind by the other 4 people. These were true geniuses, and they were nothing at all. Right now, they felt that there was no point in messing around here, and they felt that they would be mocked by others. As such, they did not stay here and opened the black doors of light and entered the 7th level. The 7th level was a boundless green rock region, which meant that there were green rocks everywhere. There was very little vegetation, and at most, there were some weeds. They were quite scattered and looked quite desolate. The 7th level was called the Green Rock region, and the gravity here was many times that of normal places. Walking on it made one feel as if there was some sort of power weighing down on one's body. The cosmos beasts here were all at stage 7 or 8, and if there were only a few of them, Zhao Fu would not be afraid. However, if they were in groups, Zhao Fu could only avoid them. After all, a group of stage 7 or 8 cosmos beasts was not easy to deal with. Your Majesty. Where are we going? Lefren lazily leaned against Zhao Fu's body as she spoke enticingly into Zhao Fu's ear. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "We'll go straight to the danger zone and see if there are any historical remnants there. The 7th level is quite dangerous, but there will be more historical remnants." Lefren hugged Zhao Fu and lightly blew into Zhao Fu's ear, saying in a soft and lazy voice, How about we do it after conquering the danger zone?" Evelyn, who was hugging Zhao Fu, lightly harumphed and said, "I really want it now. Let's have some fun before going to the danger zone, alright?" Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. Krista's gloomy face became slightly red. Before, she did not have much desire in this area, and seeing that 2 people like her wanted to be intimate with Zhao Fu, she had joined in. However, after trying it once, she had become infatuated. Princess Han Shuang and the others stood to the side with red faces, and Lin Yen felt quite annoyed. Back when she and Zhao Fu had entered the Cosmos Historical Remnant, she had been leaning on Zhao Fu's shoulder the entire time, and now, those two demon women had taken her away. However, she wasn't that strong, so she wouldn't be of much help to Zhao Fu in battle, so she understood that she wouldn't be able to beat the two demonesses. Luckily, Zhao Fu had finally done it with her once. In the future, she wouldn't have to worry about whether or not Zhao Fu would touch her. Thinking about how Zhao Fu had violated her, Lin Yener felt her entire body go limp, and her eyes glowed. Molef and Mozax consciously stayed at the edge of the group and didn't participate. They also pretended not to hear anything. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his group arrived at the 7th level's danger zone. Because of Ling Feishua's information, Zhao Fu felt much more relaxed. He knew where the danger zone was and did not have to look for it himself. The 7th level's danger zone was a stone forest, and there were countless stone pillars that were hundreds or thousands of meters tall. If one accidentally entered, it was possible that they would become lost. Roar! Roar, roar. Just as everyone stepped in, many stone beasts appeared. These stone beasts seemed to be made of stone and were 10 or so meters long. There were all kinds of creatures, such as tigers, leopards, bulls, boars. All of the stone beasts' auras were very powerful, and this place was much more dangerous than the 8th level's danger zone. Facing the thousands of stone beasts, Zhao Fu naturally did not have to act. Just like before, Mozax spread out his nothingness domain, and Zhao Fu found that Mozax was incredibly useful. He could weaken all power, and back then, Zhao Fu had looked down on him. Fortunately, he had not killed him, or else it would not have been so easy to take down this danger zone. Molef, Lefren, and the others turned into rays of light and rushed out, killing these stone beasts. Even though these stone beasts were powerful, Molef and the others were able to easily kill them. Molef slashed out with his dagger, slicing open a stone beast's head. Zhao Fu found that there seemed to be crystals inside, which were most likely the stone beast's cores. If he could shatter the cores, the stone beasts would turn into piles of rubble. Zhao Fu told Mozax about this, and Mozax rushed up with his pitchfork and stabbed through the stone beasts' heads, easily killing them. Lefren raised her magic staff, which gave off a blue light as she continued to use illusions to cause the stone beasts to attack each other. Krista continuously stabbed out with her spear, taking away stone beasts' lives, while Evelyn ferociously punched and kicked, destroying the stone beasts' heads. Lin Yener, the shabby princess, and the others also went up to help, unleashing attacks. They did not want to appear useless, as that would make Zhao Fu look down on them. Seeing everyone attack the stone beasts, Zhao Fu stood there by himself, looking quite awkward. As such, he could not help but act. He held the death ray sword and rushed up, sending out powerful sword lights that destroyed the stone beasts one by one. Soon, the thousands of stone beasts had died, leaving behind a pile of rubble. In actuality, there were almost no gains from the danger zone. For example, killing these stone beasts would not give anything, and even facing the beasts in the danger zone, it would be best to subdue them. Only then would there be any gains, or else they would not be able to obtain anything. This was why no one was willing to come to the danger zone. After all, it was so dangerous without any gains, so it was better to find some historical remnants. Everyone continued onwards. After killing a few more waves of stone beasts, Zhao Fu and the others walked for a while and were surprised to find that they had gotten lost within the stone forest. After walking for a while, they found that they had returned to where they had started. This caused Zhao Fu to become serious, and he started to leave marks on the stone pillars. It was impossible to fly here, so he could only leave marks to find a path. After a day or so, Zhao Fu and the others finally reached the depths of the stone forest. There was a very large open area here, and the ground was covered with green rocks. There was not a single blade of grass growing here, and the wind blew through the stone forest, giving off terrifying sounds. The surroundings were deathly silent. Zhao Fu looked around before walking in. And green magic formation was instantly activated, and a 5-meter-tall stone person appeared at the center of the open area. This stone person was not made of random rocks, and it looked like a stone statue. What's more, it was a very well-built and beautiful stone person. The stone person looked like a man, and his body was covered with elegant muscles. His upper body was bare, and he only wore a pair of pants. He looked quite handsome. After appearing, the stone person ferociously looked at Zhao Fu and stamped down, causing the ground to crack. The stone person quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu, punching out with a ferocious fist wind towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to pierce through an iron wall. Before Zhao Fu could act, Evelyn coldly harumphed and rushed forwards, punching out with immense power. Bang! After this attack, the stone golem did not budge, and Evelyn retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. As a beast from the 7th level's danger zone, the stone golem was evidently more powerful than Evelyn. After knocking Evelyn back with a single punch, the stone golem looked quite condescending. Evelyn did not want to accept this, and she once again rushed up to fight with the stone golem. Zhao Fu called out to her, he had not brought so many people here to fight it alone. Boom! Mozax exploded out with a powerful aura and stabbed his pitchfork into the ground. A black and gray barrier containing immense power instantly covered the ground. Xing, Molif disappeared and appeared behind the stone golem in the next second, slashing its dagger towards the stone golem's back. The stone golem's body seemed to be made of steel, and as the dagger slashed against it, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, it was only able to leave a shallow wound. The stone golem did not seem to feel pain and did not care about the wound at all. It turned around and attacked Molif, but Molif immediately disappeared into nothingness, causing the stone golem's attack to miss. At that moment, the others also attacked, and Lin Yan Er and the others tactfully retreated to the side. Lefren raised her magic staff and an intense blue light spread out, causing the stone golem to stare blankly for a few seconds. Zhao Fu raised his death ray sword, which gave off an intense sword light. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive gray crescent sword light slashed out, sending the stone golem flying. Boom! Krista raised her spear and blue flames appeared around her. Krista vigorously threw her spear, and it gave off destructive power as it shot towards the stone golem in the air. The stone golem was given a big fright and blocked with its hands, causing a formless energy barrier to spread out. Bang! The blue spear slammed into the energy barrier with terrifying power, resulting in a massive explosion. The barrier shattered, and the blue spear hit the stone golem's arms. However, because most of the power was blocked by the energy barrier, the blue spear was not able to harm the stone golem. Boom! However, Evelyn appeared in the air and twisted her body as she kicked the stone golem back to the ground. The stone golem's 5-meter-tall body heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and countless rocks to fly everywhere. Roar! The stone person crawled up from the ground and furiously roared as a powerful aura burst forth from its body, bringing with it wild gales. The stone person furiously looked at Zhao Fu and the others, raised its fists, and vigorously punched the ground. Boom! A formless energy wave spread out, instantly shattering the rocks around it. The energy wave brought with it an astonishing power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and a black aura flame erupted around his body. Massive amounts of power entered his sword, causing it to give off an intense sword hum. Following this, Zhao Fu stabbed his sword into the ground, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out, causing the ground to crack. Bang! The two massive shockwaves collided with each other, causing a massive explosion. A ferocious shockwave spread out, and countless rocks were sent flying. After everything calmed down, a 3-meter-wide trench appeared on the ground, which was where the two forces had collided. Shio! At that moment, countless shattered rocks floated up under a massive force and shot out with great force. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he had his people scatter, dodging most of the rocks. A small portion was blocked by the others, but they were still slightly injured. When the rocks hit their bodies, they felt quite painful, and there were a few bruises on their bodies. Bang! The stone person raised a large hand and slammed it against the ground, causing a formless energy to spread out. Rhombus-shaped stone pillars gave off ferocious power as they stabbed out from the ground, and Zhao Fu and the others immediately dodged. Zhao Fu felt a trace of anger in his heart. He raised the death ray sword and sent all of his power into it, causing it to give off boundless sword light. Countless traces of deathly chi flooded out, and a beautiful figure appeared beside Zhao Fu. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and the beautiful figure gave off boundless deathly aura as it vigorously slammed against the stone person, seeming to be able to devour all life. The stone person's expression was quite serious as it clenched its fist and slammed it against the ground. Stone walls that were 10 or so meters tall and 30 centimeters thick suddenly rose up from the ground, and there were 30 or so of them blocking in front of the stone person. Bang, bang. Bang, the massive deathly aura ferociously destroyed the walls, resulting in massive sounds. In the end, the stone person was able to block Zhao Fu's full-strength attack. However, Zhao Fu was not alone. Boom, Krista threw out her spear, and a blue ray of light containing immense power flew towards the stone person. The air seemed to explode. Bang, the stone person had just blocked Zhao Fu's attack with all of its strength, and facing the sudden attack, it could only unleash a defensive barrier. The blue ray of light slammed into the barrier, causing it to shatter, and the stone person was sent flying. The stone person flew backwards and crashed into a stone wall, causing it to crack. There was now a 3-centimeter deep hole in the stone person's chest. This stone person was most likely made of stone and did not have any blood or organs. Otherwise, with such a hole in its body, blood would definitely flow out. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that it was quite heavily injured. Shing, Molef appeared in the air and its dagger gave off a cold light as it slashed towards the stone person. Before the stone person could react, a gash appeared on its left shoulder. The stone person furiously rushed out of the stone wall, but at that moment, a blue flower floated above its head, and the deep blue light pulled it into an illusion. Boom, Evelyn appeared behind the stone person and her fist gave off countless traces of black aura as a massive wave of darkness energy flowed out. Evelyn punched the stone person's waist, and a muffled explosion sounded out as countless small cracks appeared on the stone person's waist. Even though the stone person did not feel any pain, this attack had dealt a heavy blow to it, causing its aura to quickly become weaker. However, the stone person would not admit defeat like this. It gathered its strength and backhanded, bringing with it a gust of wind as it attacked towards Evelyn. Shing, before the stone person could attack Evelyn, Molef once again appeared in the air and slashed down with its dagger, cutting open another gash on the stone person's body. The stone person furiously turned and prepared to attack Molef again. Bang, another muffled explosion sounded out as Mozax gripped his pitchfork with both hands and stabbed it into the stone person's body. At the same time, his nothingness domain's power flowed into it, causing the stone person's power to once again weaken. The stone person roared and continued to attack Mozax. Shing, 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 the sound of countless chains rang out as thousands of chains shot out from the air and bound up the stone person. The stone person exploded out with immense power and furiously roared as it continuously struggled, but it was unable to break free from the chains. Only then did the golem become obedient. It wanted to struggle, but it did not have the strength to do so. It lay on the ground, but it still furiously glared at the crowd. It was quite unconvinced that Zhao Fu had attacked it with so many people. Zhao Fu looked at the golem and gave a trace of a smile. Now, do you choose to submit or die? The golem angrily yelled at Zhao Fu, kill me. I will not surrender. If you don't kill me, I'll smash you into minced meat next time. Zhao Fu frowned as he looked at the stone man. That's killing? Or should I stay? After thinking about it for a moment, he felt that it wasn't worth it to kill it. He had no choice but to kill the sandworm earlier. If there was a way, Zhao Fu wanted to subdue it. He took out the sand pearl. This item could be said to be very effective against ordinary earth-type objects, such as stones. The sand pearl could turn them into sand. Zhao Fu took out the sand pearl because he wanted to torture the stone man. The stone man's body wouldn't feel pain, but it would still feel pain in its soul. The sand pearl gave off a faint yellow light that gradually seeped into the stone person's body. The stone person's expression became one of terror before it held in pain, feeling as if its soul was being disintegrated. Hearing its cries of pain, the people around it looked quite calm, as none of them were kind people. Lefren even looked quite pleased when she heard its cries of pain, as if she enjoyed hearing people cry out in pain. 7 or 8 hours later, the stone man finally could not take it anymore. With a weak aura, it surrendered to Zhao Fu, willing to serve Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and accepted the stone man's surrender. At the same time, he received a system announcement. Notification. Congratulations on subduing Stoneman's person, Stoneshan. You've earned 100,000 points. There were only 100,000 points, and Zhao Fu felt quite confused. This stone mountain was definitely much more powerful than the sandworms, so it was definitely worth more than 10 points. After thinking about it, Xiaofu decided that it was because they had teamed up. If it was just one person, the reward would have been higher. These 100,000 points caused some changes in the rankings, and Xiaofu's ranking rose by 1 place. Number 1, name unknown, points gained, 510,000. Second place, unknown name, 410,000 points. Third place, unknown name, points gained, 400,000. Fourth place, by Xingjun, 380,000 points. Fifth place, Zhang Mingyue, 390,000 points. That person was ranked second. Everyone looked at the ranking in surprise. However, because of the scene of Zhao Fu leaving a 12-inch sword mark on the stone tablet, everyone was not very surprised. In their hearts, Zhao Fu was someone who could be compared to the person in first place. The white-haired youth saw that he had been surpassed, and his face paled. Another uncertain factor had appeared, and his plan might become a bit more difficult. Back then, he had thought that Zhao Fu was in great danger, but now, he had been surpassed by Zhao Fu. Seeing that he had fallen to third place, the white-haired youth could not help but feel angry. By Xingjun's side, he had thought that he would be able to return to third place and suppress Zhao Fu. However, it seemed that Zhao Fu had improved too quickly, and he did not have the ability to do so. Zhang Mingyue looked furious and exploded out with power. Zhao Fu reaching second place meant that no matter what, he would be trampled on by the other 3 people. By Haoran, Bing Qixue, Leng Shang, Shi Shuj, and the countless people who knew Zhao Fu could only sigh in amazement and helplessness. They did not know what to say. The ordinary-looking youth in first place leisurely walked around the 5th level, and countless cosmos beasts did not dare to come close in fear. He did not care about everyone on the ranking because he knew that they would all be inferior to him. Even though he was not an arrogant person, how could anyone surpass him in such a barren place? Back at the valley, after Zhao Fu subdued Shirshan, he gave him some earth attribute treasures to help him quickly recover. Following this, Shirshan gave Zhao Fu an item. It was a black stone that was as big as a marble and gave off a faint black light. It was extremely heavy and required Zhao Fu to use his full strength to pick it up. Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite surprised. Just what is this thing? Shirshan's injuries had healed quite a bit, and hearing Zhao Fu's words, he immediately explained in fear, this is a type of 10,000 gravity origin stone, a treasure with extremely powerful gravity. It's the reward of the forbidden area. Zhao Fu understood and nodded, but he did not know how to use it. Within Zhao Fu's body, the golden dragon suddenly said, this 10,000 gravity origin stone can bring large amounts of land into the sky, and it can be used to build a sky city. Zhao Fu, if you want a sky city, you can consider using this thing on a sky city. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. He thought about a massive city in the sky and felt that it would be quite majestic. If it could be used for military purposes, it would be quite useful, as it would be a floating castle. In the future, it would be of great help to Qin in aerial battles. Zhao Fu immediately decided to build a sky city, and he asked the golden dragon in detail what materials he needed. After conquering the 7th level's danger zone, Zhao Fu planned to look for ruins. The 7th level would most likely not be the same as the 10th level, and there would most likely be many ruins that had not been discovered. At the same time, Zhao Fu planned to obtain a checkpoint medallion for the 7th level. The checkpoint medallion for the 7th level was quite easy to obtain and could be obtained by killing a type of rock spirit. To ordinary people, rock spirits were terrifyingly powerful. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and his group flew into the sky, and a person blocked Zhao Fu and his group. He was a young man who looked quite ordinary and gave off an ordinary aura. There was nothing special about him. Zhao Fu stopped in the air and looked at the young man in confusion as he asked, "What is it?" The young man cupped his hands and said with a resolute gaze, "My name is Xianxia, and I want to follow sir to become a peerless expert." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He had never thought that someone would suddenly say that they wanted to follow him. Zhao Fu did not know that his sword strike on the stone steel had caused countless people to worship him. Lefren, who was leaning against Zhao Fu, charmingly smiled as she said, "Do you think that just anyone can follow our master? Do you know that what you just did was seeking death? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll kill you on behalf of our master." Chen Jinghe felt quite nervous. He knew that this woman was not lying, and he could sense how dangerous she was. However, Xianxia was prepared. Xianxia was not weak and his talent was not bad either. However, if he wanted to become a peerless expert, he would not be able to do so with his strength. He definitely wanted to fulfill his parents' wishes, so he had to follow an extremely terrifying person, and Zhao Fu was that person. Hearing the words historical remnant, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. However, Zhao Fu did not trust the person in front of him, so he said, "Hand over your soul mark and take us to the historical remnant, and I'll give you a chance to follow us." Xianxia felt quite excited. He had never thought that he would succeed so easily. He immediately handed over his soul mark and took Zhao Fu to the historical remnant. A while later, Zhao Fu and the others came before a large boulder. Xianxia knocked on the boulder 7 times, causing the space around it to tremble and a black hole to appear. Zhao Fu and the others carefully walked in and found that it was a stone passageway. The passageway was quite smooth, and there were pictures of men and women doing it on both sides of the walls, making people feel an urge to have a nosebleed. Zhao Fu took a look at these pictures and felt that they were useless, so he did not pay them any more attention. Lefren did not seem to be interested either. Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards and came to a beautiful hall. There were 7 tables with peerlessly beautiful men sitting on them, and there were corpses below. There were both men and women, and they were completely naked. However, their expressions were filled with joy and comfort. The 7 peerlessly beautiful men were even more handsome than Zhao Fu, and they were all quite tall and slim. Moreover, they gave off different auras. Some were warm like sunlight, some were cold like ice, some were domineering like a king, some were lively like a little beast, some were arrogant, and some were refined. When these 7 men appeared together, they would definitely be able to bewitch countless women. The domineeringly beautiful man sitting at the center lightly laughed as he said, "Another batch. The 7 of us can have a good time again." The handsome man next to him looked at Lefren and the others lustfully and evilly as he said, "There are so many exquisite goods this time, this prince can't wait any longer." Zhao Fu slightly frowned, but before he could do anything, the domineeringly beautiful man disdainfully waved his hand and a pink wave of light spread out. Countless runes appeared in the hall, and Zhao Fu and the others' bodies froze, unable to move. At the same time, their bodies felt a wave of heat. Regardless of whether they were men or women, their bodies were boiling hot, and their breathing became ragged. Princess Han Shuang and the others' minds went blank and they felt powerless. Their faces were red, and they started to moan. Krista's eyes were filled with lust and her face was red as she breathed heavily. Evelyn hungrily licked her lips, and her body gave off an alluring aura. Lefren looked incredibly flirtatious and lewd. The domineering man gave a domineering smile as he walked down from the platform and said, "Now we can have some fun. First play with women, then play with men." The other men also smiled and came down. The domineering man picked up the charming Lefren, and the other handsome men also came forward. One carried the thirsty Evelyn, one carried the cold and shy Krista, one carried the beautiful Lin Yan, one carried the cold and arrogant Princess Han Shuang, one carried the weak Princess Bai Rou, and one carried the seductive Princess Qiu Mei. Looking at the 7 peerlessly beautiful women in their arms, the 7 handsome men felt quite tempted and gave lewd smiles, planning to enjoy themselves. They carried the women back to the platform. They were not satisfied with just one, so they carried the fiery Princess Han Nan and the beautiful Princess Wu Lin. One of them said unhappily, "Second brother, why do you want 3? It won't be easy for the 7 of us to split them." "Boss, after you've played with that woman, don't break her. I also want to play with that beauty." The domineering man looked at the flirtatious Lefren in his arms and smiled as he nodded. He could not bear to break such an exquisite beauty in one go. Another handsome man laughed as he said, "Boss, how about we play together? I quite like the beauty in your arms." All of the women felt incredibly powerless and their faces were red as they panted, looking like they desperately wanted to do it. Even if the 7 handsome men did anything to them, they would not be able to resist. The handsome men placed them on the platform and started to slowly take off their clothes. Suddenly, an orb of black chi came out of each woman's body and entered the 7 handsome men's bodies, causing the 7 handsome men's expressions to fall. The 6 black crystals within Zhao Fu's body trembled and massive amounts of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and his body regained its freedom. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and countless chains shot out, binding up the 7 handsome men. When the black qi entered their bodies, the 7 handsome men's bodies stiffened, allowing Zhao Fu to easily bind them up. At the same time, he waved his hand and countless rays of black light shot out and entered the people's bodies, causing them to return to normal. The women lying on the platform returned to Zhao Fu's side. Master, can you let me play with one? Lefren hugged Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly. Following this, Lefren turned her head. Even though she had a flirtatious smile on her face, her eyes were filled with savagery as she looked at the handsome men. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "Leave these 7 to me. Since they want to copulate, I'll fulfill their wish." Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the 7 handsome men and countless traces of 6 desires demonic qi entered their bodies. The 7 handsome men suddenly felt their bodies become incredibly hot, causing their faces to become pale. One of them hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu ignored his words because anyone who dared to touch his women would die. Zhao Fu would not accept their allegiance. Following this, the 7 handsome men loudly panted and their eyes became blood red, looking like bulls in heat. Zhao Fu loosened the chains, and the 7 of them leapt at each other as if they had lost their minds and started to do indescribable things. Zhao Fu was not interested in watching any longer. He left a drop of 6 desires demonic liquid in each of their bodies, and they would die from exhaustion. After having the remaining people leave, Zhao Fu walked to a hidden door in the hall and entered a secret room. He found a treasure box with 30 or so pink fruits. These pink fruits were only as big as longans and had smooth surfaces. They gave off a faint pink light and gave off a dense, alluring fragrance. Zhao Fu looked at them and found that they were pink fruits called charming spirit. Fragrant fruits. They could be consumed by women and would give them a charming spirit constitution. Their power and cultivation would also greatly increase, and they were incredibly precious. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also found a cultivation technique that was quite high grade and was suitable for people with charming spirit constitutions to cultivate, as well as 8 or 9 pieces of saint-grade equipment. After looking around and not finding anything else, Zhao Fu left the secret room and watched as they truly copulated. Zhao Fu did not have time to wait for the 7 handsome men, so he increased the amount of 6 desires demonic qi, causing them to become even more berserk. This could also be considered as revenge for the corpses of the man and woman on the ground. They tortured others to death like this, and in the end they also died in the same hands. Zhao Fu had wanted to keep their corpses because they were not weak and could refine high-grade blood god pills. However, looking at the ground and the liquid on their bodies, Zhao Fu left in disgust and set fire to the place. After coming out, Zhao Fu gave the charming soul fragrance fruits and cultivation techniques to Lin Yan, Princess Han Shuang, and the others. They were relatively weak, so these things would be of great help to them. As for Lefren and the others, they didn't need it. Lin Yan happily rushed over and wanted to serve Zhao Fu again, but Zhao Fu stopped her. Princess Han Shuang and the others had never thought that following Zhao Fu would bring them such great benefits. They understood that Zhao Fu truly saw them as his women, and they now accepted Zhao Fu. The 7 of them sweetly smiled and said, "Thank you, husband." "Sir. This relic, you." Xianxia, who was next to him, said nervously and even a little fearfully. He had brought Zhao Fu here, but he had not expected that it would be such a relic. Zhao Fu's woman had almost been touched by others, which was enough for Zhao Fu to kill him. Only then did Zhao Fu remember Xianxia. Seeing his expression, Zhao Fu understood the reason, but Zhao Fu did not blame him, because it was not his fault. "So," he said, "I can take you in, but my identity is not as good as you think. You have to be mentally prepared." Xianxia was so excited that he immediately cupped his hands and thanked Zhao Fu, expressing that he would follow Zhao Fu no matter what. Zhao Fu also accepted him with a smile. At that moment, Xianxia said, "Actually, Imperial Prince, I know of a historical remnant, but it's quite far away. I don't know if Imperial Prince is willing to go there. Also, I'm not sure what's inside the historical remnant." With this lesson in mind, Xianxia had deliberately added a sentence at the end to prevent any accidents from happening and Zhao Fu would blame him. "There are more ruins?" Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised. Alright, take me there. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others followed Xianxia to a canyon. There was a fort here that was protected by tough stone bricks. There were some wooden houses and pavilions that looked quite simple and unadorned, and they had most likely existed for a very long time. Zhao Fu and the others wanted to enter through the gate, but a restriction blocked them. Moreover, it gave them a reminder that only one person could enter. Zhao Fu had them stay here while Zhao Fu entered the fortress alone. After entering, the scene changed. It was as if Zhao Fu had not entered a fortress, but a prison. There were cages here, and there were all sorts of torture tools hanging on the walls. The lighting was dim, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Even though there were no corpses, it was easy to guess what had happened here. It was still a chilling scene. Not long after, a figure blocked Zhao Fu. She had a graceful figure and wore tight-fitting armor. She held a crescent weapon and had beige hair. Her eyes were incredibly ferocious, and there was a crescent moon mark on her forehead. The Bright Moon Goddess, Diana, was a warrior of the Bright Moon sect, and it was rumored that she was the manifestation of the Bright Moon divine power in the mortal world. She wore armor that flickered with light, and it gave off a cold light like snow on a winter night. She had fused with the star soul essence at the summit of Giant God Peak and was no longer immortal. She was currently doing her best to resist, searching for divine revelations, her power, and the meaning of her existence in this world. At the same time, Zhao Fu received a system announcement: kill the person in front of you. Seeing this system announcement, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Diana turned into a black blur and rushed at him, appearing in front of him in just an instant. She raised her weapon and slashed at Zhao Fu. Clang, a collision sound rang out as sparks flew everywhere, and Zhao Fu raised his sword to block this attack. Diana ferociously glared at Zhao Fu, and the crescent blade in her hand pressed down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent her flying before spinning his left eye, causing countless chains to bind Diana up. Diana struggled like a wild beast, and from how she looked, Zhao Fu could tell that she did not have her own consciousness and was like a wild beast. Now that he had captured her, was he really going to kill her? Zhao Fu felt quite hesitant because he did not like doing this. However, the system announcement was telling him to kill her. Zhao Fu thought about it and could only do this. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the countless chains binding Diana gradually tightened and sank into her flesh, causing Diana to howl in pain. The chains continued to tighten, and blood flowed out. Diana's bones were all broken, and she cried out in pain. Her body was then cut into 10 or so pieces by the chains, and they fell to the ground. Seeing this gory scene, Zhao Fu felt quite reluctant. However, what made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised was that the corpse and blood had disappeared. Zhao Fu continued onwards. A cold aura flowed out, and it was a woman riding on a hairy wild boar. She had an alluring figure and wore furry armor. She held a meteor hammer and had short hair. She looked quite cold and emotionless. Winter's Fury, Sijuani. Sijuani was used to suffering since she was young, and she worshipped violence. She was the most powerful person in the tribe and a leader. Ta, 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 Sijuani appeared on the wild boar and swung her meteor hammer as she attacked Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu received a system announcement that he could kill this person in front of him, but he could not use the same method. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, but before he could figure it out, Sijuani's meteor hammer had already arrived. Zhao Fu could only dodge to the side, and the meteor hammer smashed open a large crater in the ground. This made Zhao Fu feel quite wary and did not hesitate. Xing, Zhao Fu's sword exploded out with large amounts of sword light, and he slashed out. The massive sword energy sent Sijuani flying back and she crashed into a wall. The wall cracked, and her body was embedded within. The wild boar beneath her had long since been turned into a pile of meat. Sijuani was now stuck to the wall, and Zhao Fu walked over and slashed down. A cold light flashed out, and Sijuani's chest was cut open, causing countless organs to spill out. Sijuani weakly cried out before dying with a look of pain on her face. At the same time, her corpse disappeared. Zhao Fu continued onwards. A woman dressed in red armor blocked off Zhao Fu. Her figure was quite mature, and she had bright red hair and a pair of red dragon eyes. She looked quite valiant, and she gave off a powerful aura. Dragon Blood warrior Shavana was a warrior with dragon blood in her body. She had a low-key personality, and she was calm, cold, and calm. However, when fighting, the dragon's might that she had inherited would be released. Almost no one dared to look into her eyes, and they would instinctively run. At the same time, he received a system announcement. Xiaofu was not too surprised, and he attacked first. Bang! The blood-red dragon inscription barrier was shattered by Xiaofu's sword strike, and Shyvana's body was sent flying. Xiaofu took this opportunity to shoot out countless chains, trapping Shyvana in the air. Xiaofu followed the instructions and straightened the chains and started to tear at Shyvana's body. Arg! Shyvana continuously screamed in pain and felt her body being torn apart bit by bit, and blood flowed out from her wounds. Whoosh! Shyvana's body was torn apart, her arms, legs, head, and chest were all split apart, and countless pieces of her body rained down. Hope's beautiful and heroic head fell to the ground and rolled around like a ball. Xiaofu frowned as he looked at her slowly disappearing body and continued onwards. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flywheel weapon containing immense power flew towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's expression remained calm as he slashed the flywheel out, and a person walked out. She had light red hair and white skin. She looked quite beautiful and had a voluptuous figure. She wore tight-fitting armor and gave off a powerful aura. She was the person who had just attacked Xiaofu. War goddess Sivir was a mercenary with a reputation for being heartless. With her unyielding courage and boundless ambition, she had obtained shocking fame and wealth. Sivir grabbed at the air, and the flywheel that Xiaofu had sent flying flew back into her hand. She then threw it, and the flywheel spun as it gave off rays of cold light as it flew towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu stretched out a hand, and countless traces of ghostly chi flowed out, forming a ghostly hand that grabbed the flywheel as he lightly shouted, "Ghost devour!" Countless ghosts suddenly rushed out from around Sivir and madly leapt at her. Sivir swung her fists, killing 10 or so ghosts, but she was still knocked to the ground. The ghosts opened their fanged mouths and started to tear at Sivir's flesh. Sivir continuously cried out in pain until she passed out, and it was as if her corpse had been completely devoured. Xiaofu felt a little numb as he continued walking forward. A figure once again blocked Xiaofu's path. She had a bewitching figure and wore tight black armor. She had short black hair, and her left bangs covered her eyes. Her appearance was exquisite, and there were 2 treasured swords at her waist. The peerless swordswoman Fiona was the youngest descendant of the Loran family and a very powerful swordswoman. Both sides glanced at each other. 10 minutes later, miserable screams sounded out. Sharp sword arcs cut off Fiona's flesh bit by bit. In the end, only a pair of blood-red bones were left. It was a very cruel and bloody scene. Fiona's corpse disappeared again. Xiaofu sighed and looked ahead. He didn't know how long this road was. It seemed that he had already tortured and killed 5 women. If he continued like this, Xiaofu would become a pervert. If it continued like this, he would have to give up on this historical remnant. Xiaofu didn't want to continue like this. Even though Xiaofu wasn't a good person, he didn't like to torture and kill people like this unless he had a deep hatred for them. However, these women didn't have any enmity with Xiaofu. Perhaps sensing Xiaofu's thoughts, a large door appeared in front of Xiaofu. Xiaofu curiously opened the door and found himself in a bedroom that was decorated quite cutely in pink. There was a seductive woman lying on the large bed in the middle. She wore a strapless miniskirt and had a sexy figure. Her skin was snow white, and she was incredibly beautiful. She had long black hair, a pair of ears, golden fox eyes, and 9 tails. She was the 9-tailed fox, little Tanuki, a fox that wandered the forests of southern Ionia and dreamed of becoming a human. System announcement. Rape and kill the person in front of you, and you will pass the trial ahead of time. Looking at the beauty on the bed and the system announcement, Xiaofu felt a headache. He had never done such a thing before, and it touched his bottom line. Xiaofu didn't want to do such a thing. However, the system announcement showed that if he raped and killed the woman in front of him, he would pass the trial ahead of time. In other words, after killing her, everything would be over. Just as Xiaofu was hesitating, little Tanuki walked down from the bed and came before Xiaofu. She charmingly smiled and said, "It seems that you're not completely bad, but you won't be able to pass that perverted trial like this. However, that twisted pervert likes you so much and even broke the rules to give you a shortcut." As long as you do that to me, you'll definitely pass that perverted trial. After little Tanuki finished speaking, she seductively smiled and hugged Zhao Fu's neck. Her sexy red lips kissed Zhao Fu. Come on. I won't blame you. You don't have to worry, I won't really die. As long as you can pass that perverted trial, we won't have to suffer like this. If you want, I'll serve you every day from now on. Zhao Fu was still hesitant. Although little Tanuki had said so and she wouldn't really die, Zhao Fu still couldn't bear to do such a thing. Good husband. Hurry up. Little Tanuki continuously kissed and licked Zhao Fu, urging Zhao Fu to hurry up and do that thing, and then kill her. However, Zhao Fu was still hesitant and couldn't do it. At this moment, a sharp and distorted voice sounded, "Hurry up. As long as you do that, you'll be able to pass my trial. Then, you'll be my master, and you'll also obtain the sadistic killing inheritance. You'll be able to kill everyone, and you'll become a peerless expert." Hearing this voice, little Tanuki stopped and whispered in Zhao Fu's ear. This is that pervert. It seems like it really likes you. Good husband, can you hurry up and kill me? Zhao Fu thought for a moment, then gently pushed little Tanuki away and said flatly, I want to withdraw from this trial. I don't want to continue. Hearing this, little Tanuki's face turned pale. If Zhao Fu didn't pass the trial, then they would be abused forever. Master. I'm begging you. Tears fell from little Tanuki's eyes as she pitifully said. She had already called Zhao Fu master. Zhao Fu was still unmoved, because hearing that perverted and distorted urgent voice, it meant that the anxious one wasn't Zhao Fu, but it. Zhao Fu didn't want to be so passive, so he wanted to take the initiative. Sorry. I have to leave to look for other ruins. Zhao Fu said flatly and left. Wait. Don't go, come here, you've passed the trial. Seeing that Zhao Fu was really going to leave, the distorted and sharp voice hurriedly shouted at Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu was speechless. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. At the same time, he was curious about what he would obtain, what was this inheritance, and what was the thing that made the voice. Hearing this, little Tanuki couldn't help but cry and laugh because she was excited and happy. This blood-red sword was a two-handed sword that was around 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. It only had a single edge, and it was like a sharp tooth. Slashing at one's body would be like being cut open by a sharp tooth, and it would be incredibly painful. There were pictures on the blade of the sword, all of which were pictures of corpses. The sword hilt seemed to be wrapped in human skin, and it was most likely an ordinary devil sword. There were 8 crystal coffins around the stone stage, and there were women lying within them. They were the women that Zhao Fu had seen before: Moon Goddess Diana, Winter Wrath Sejuani, War Goddess Sivir. Apart from the 6 that he had seen, there were 2 that he had not seen before. One was wearing green tights and a green mask. She had jet black hair and a slim figure. Even though he could not see her appearance, he could tell that she was a very beautiful person. She was shown as Shadow Fist to Kali. The other was wearing explosive clothes, but she did not seem to be wearing any clothes. She used some plants to cover her body, and she had fiery red hair. She was quite beautiful and gave off a powerful aura. Her hands were plant-like claws. She was shown as Thorny Goddess Jela. After Zhao Fu walked in, a figure happily leapt at Zhao Fu. It was a young girl with exquisite features and long, blood-red hair. Her eyes were also blood-red and filled with cruelty, and she was not wearing anything. Master. You're my master. Hurry and take me so that I can slaughter the world with you. The young girl leapt at Zhao Fu's body as she happily and madly cried out. Zhao Fu looked at this young girl. She was most likely the sword spirit of the blood-red sword on the stone stage. Zhao Fu looked down at her and asked in confusion, Why did you choose me? The young girl happily cried out, Because Master's bloodline is terrifying and there are many terrifying and perverted things within your body. If I recognize you as my master, I'll definitely be able to slaughter countless people and make the world suffer. I've waited here for so long, and Master is the first person to make me so excited. I can finally leave with Master. Today, I'm happier than breaking my fingers or cutting my body. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart. This young girl was definitely a perverted madwoman. No wonder Shaoli had said such things before. Now, the question was, would Zhao Fu want such an evil and terrifying sword? The answer was yes. This sword was clearly not an ordinary sword, and it possessed immense power. How could such a treasure be left here and not be used? Come down first. I'll go get the sword. When the young girl heard Zhao Fu's words, she let go of Zhao Fu and stood at the side, looking at Zhao Fu with a pair of blood-red eyes. Zhao Fu walked onto the stone platform and reached out to hold the hilt of his sword. Boom, an enormous evil, twisted, crazy, and perverted power flowed from Zhao Fu's arm into Zhao Fu's brain, causing Zhao Fu's mind to go blank. A blood-red pillar of light containing immense power shot into the sky, shaking the surroundings. The blood-red light covered the entire sky, and the evil, berserk, and perverse power flooded out. Not only did Xianxia and the others look at this scene in shock, but everyone on the 7th level felt their hairs stand on end. They could not help but turn to look at the blood-red pillar of light that had appeared between the heavens and the earth. What kind of power is this? Something must have happened to a peerless treasure. Thinking of this, countless people excitedly rushed in that direction. Right now, Zhao Fu's body felt like it was being cleansed by a massive power. It was a berserk and evil power. The perverse power started to corrode Zhao Fu's body and soul, wanting to make Zhao Fu become like the young girl. Humph. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. Zhao Fu did not want to become such a person, so he exploded out with his full power, wanting to suppress the power that was corroding his body and soul. However, it was clear that Zhao Fu was no match for it, because this seemed to be the home field of the sword. There was an endless amount of power, and the power that Zhao Fu exploded out with was quickly drowned out. Some people outside the historical remnant had already arrived, and they looked at the scene in shock. They had sensed the ripples from here, but they did not know what was going on. Evelyn and the others stood guard at the entrance to prevent others from coming in and disturbing Zhao Fu. The others who had arrived looked at Evelyn and the others seriously and warily, not daring to act rashly. After all, they knew these people, they were the people beside the second-ranked genius. With the 12-inch sword Mark's power on the stone steel, they would not be able to defend against it. The person who had caused such ripples was most likely that genius. Following this, more and more people gathered here, and there were now over 10,000 of them. They looked at the historical remnant with greed, fear, and shock. Facing these people, Evelyn could not help but feel nervous. With so many people rushing in, they would not be able to defend against them. As time gradually passed, more and more people gathered, and some people could not help but want to act. There was evidently a shocking treasure within the historical remnant, so how could they just stand by and watch? What is that person doing inside? Finally, some people could not help but start to probe. Because there were so many people, their fear towards that person decreased. Evelyn and the others ignored their questions. The crowd started to become restless, and someone yelled, "Get out of the way, everyone should have a share of the treasure. If you don't get out of the way, we won't be polite anymore." These words immediately caused the atmosphere to become incredibly tense. Both sides drew their swords as if a massive battle would erupt in the next moment. However, it was evident that Evelyn's side was at a disadvantage. Within the historical remnant, Zhao Fu looked incredibly pained as that power tore at Zhao Fu's body and tore at Zhao Fu's soul. Zhao Fu could not help but release the Emperor Killing Sword World's power. The Emperor Killing Sword World's weather changed as clouds swirled and countless traces of Killing Sword energy gathered at a point. Shing, a shocking sword hum sounded out, tearing through the heavens and countless worlds. That massive Killing Sword energy flooded out like a heaven-toppling flood. At that moment, the ordinary-looking young man who had been leisurely walking around the 5th level sensed this power and his body froze. His expression fell as he looked behind him. Everyone outside the historical remnant felt as if they had been inundated by a flood of killing, and they felt as if they were suffocating. Some people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. The Killing Sword had the supreme sovereign sword intent and had an innate suppression towards that sword. Zhao Fu released the Emperor Killing Sword World's power and was finally able to suppress that sword's power. However, Zhao Fu did not like how crazy and twisted this sword was, so Zhao Fu sent his supreme sword intent into it, wanting to change some of its attributes and slightly weaken its power. In the end, the sword gained a trace of Killing Sword Intent's aura, and the twisted aura became slightly weaker. The young woman was also affected and became a bit more serious. Zhao Fu withdrew the killing sword power and pulled out the sword from the stone stage. He obtained countless pieces of information, but most of them were about killing people. This was most likely the so-called legacies, and Zhao Fu was not very interested in them. This sword was called the Sadistic Killing Sword, and it was a level 6 divine armament. Equipment that reached Earth divine armaments could be called divine armaments, and with such a high grade, it could be called intermediate divine armaments. Zhao Fu put it away in satisfaction, and the young woman with blood-red hair returned to the sword. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the 8 crystal coffins around him. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a wave of energy destroyed the restrictions around the crystal coffins. The 8 women slowly opened their eyes, some of them looked quite confused while others coldly stared at Zhao Fu. Shelly opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Fu as she gave a flirtatious smile and bowed as she said, "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." The others came back to their senses and called out to Zhao Fu, "Master." Zhao Fu did not leave any restrictions within their bodies, but the sadistic killing sword controlled their souls. Since Zhao Fu held the sadistic killing sword, he was naturally their master. After nodding, Zhao Fu took his people and left the historical remnant. The ordinary-looking young man on the 5th level looked quite serious as he looked behind him, no longer as relaxed as before. He felt that the cosmos historical remnant was starting to become interesting. It was not just the ordinary-looking young man, the white-haired young man, Bai Xingjun, and Zhang Mingyue also sensed that terrifying killing intent. Their expressions became quite serious, and they looked quite fearful towards this power. After coming outside, the wave of people who had wanted to enter the historical remnant was given a big fright by the killing sword intense power, and they looked at the historical remnant in fear. Seeing Zhao Fu come out, countless people immediately scattered, not daring to stay. Needless to say, Zhao Fu knew what was going on. Lefren looked at the women behind Zhao Fu and hugged Zhao Fu as she said in an alluring voice, "Master, you're quite popular with women. I've subdued another 8 sisters. Can I have a big fight later?" Evelyn crossed her arms and snorted, "Master, you're having fun inside, but we're fighting the enemies outside. You have to supplement me later." Shelly also threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace. Her whole body carried a seductive charm. Her pair of big eyes looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Shelly will properly serve Master." Zhao Fu said helplessly, "Let's continue looking at the ruins first." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, all of the women felt quite disappointed, and Evelyn seemed quite displeased. Some of Shavana's group of 7 blushed, while others looked quite calm. A few days later, they did not find any ruins. They killed a rock spirit and obtained a checkpoint medallion, and they headed to the 6th level. The 6th level was a boundless snowy plain, and there were no signs of life at all. The cold aura that it gave off was enough to freeze stage 5 or stage 6 people. This was not a place that ordinary people could come to. Just like before, they headed to the danger zone. They obtained points by subduing beasts. Ha ha ha, a few hours later, Zhao Fu and his group encountered a large group of pigeon-like cosmos beasts that leapt at Zhao Fu's group. The 6th level's cosmos beasts were mainly birds. If they flew in the sky, they would easily encounter large groups of cosmos beasts. However, now that they had many helpers, things were much easier to deal with. Zhao Fu paid attention to their performance. Chen Jinghe was using a bow and arrow, and he shot down cosmos beasts one after another. Diana's ferocious expression didn't change, and the crescent blades in her hands gave off crescent-shaped arcs of light as they killed cosmos beasts one by one. Winter's Fury Sijuani rode on a wild boar and swung her meteor hammer as she charged through the sky. Dragon Blood warrior Shavana punched out with her fiery orbs, while war goddess Sivir continuously threw her flying wheels. Fiona, the unparalleled swordswoman, wielded her sword with both hands and unleashed a magnificent sword art, bringing forth countless sword lights. Shaoli, the 9-tailed fox, threw out blue fireballs. Shadow Fist Akali swung the dagger in her hand, shooting out rays of green light. Thorn Happiness Ella shot out wooden spikes, killing nether beasts. Zhao Fu wanted to test out the sadistic killing sword's power, so he casually slashed out a blood-red sword light. This blood-red sword light hit a few cosmos beasts, instantly shredding them to pieces. This was not what Zhao Fu wanted, but it was the sadistic killing sword's effect. This sword was even more evil and perverse than all of Zhao Fu's previous swords, but it was still acceptable to use against enemies. After killing this group of cosmos beasts, they came to the 6th level's danger zone. However, Xiaofu was disappointed. The 6th level's danger zone was covered with corpses and had been conquered by someone else. Looking at the wounds on the corpses, it was most likely done by a single person. This disrupted Xiaofu's plans. Xiaofu had wanted to conquer the danger zones one by one, subdue the beasts, and bring them back to Qin City. Now that the danger zones had been conquered by someone else, Xiaofu could only look at the other historical remnants. A few days later, Xiaofu had explored a few more historical remnants but had not obtained much. He felt quite disappointed and decided to head to the 5th level. The checkpoint medallion for the 6th level was on a tall snowy mountain. As long as one could withstand the coldness and the blade-like wind and climb up the snowy mountain, they would be able to obtain it. This was not difficult for Xiaofu. Xiaofu's defenses were now incredibly firm, and he had the Emperor's domain, the Saint Realm domain, and the 6 Paths defensive barrier. A door of light appeared, and everyone entered it, arriving at the 5th level. The 5th level was different from the previous levels. It was a large stretch of ruins with dilapidated walls and weeds. This had been where countless people had lived before, but now, there were only empty houses. The 5th level's cosmos beasts were humanoid and had terrifying strength. All of them had almost reached stage 9, and if a large number of stage 9 experts attacked, even with Xiaofu's strength, he would have to run. The 5th level was the last level that Ling Feishui had reached, and because it was incredibly dangerous, she had not given much information. However, she had told Xiaofu where the danger zone was. Following this, everyone headed towards the danger zone. In the 5th level's danger zone, there was a tall and majestic palace called the 9 King Spirit Palace. It was where the king had lived, and there were countless vengeful spirit guards. They were incredibly powerful, and some had even broken through to the Saint Realm. However, after Xiaofu and the others arrived, the 9 King Spirit Palace was already quite empty. Apart from a few vengeful spirits jumping out, there were no large groups of vengeful spirits. In the end, Xiaofu and the others came to the depths of the ruins. There were traces of a huge battle here, and there were still some pieces of corpses. It seemed that the beasts here had been killed, and the ruins had naturally been conquered. Xiaofu sighed. He did not know who had done this, but he was sure that it was someone who had advanced in the rankings. Otherwise, it was impossible for a single person to do such a thing. Now, he could only look at the other ruins to see if he could gain anything. The 5th floor was another stage. The 10th, 9th, and 8th floors were the first stage, and the 7th, 6th, and 5th floors were the second stage. The danger of each stage increased exponentially. When the 8th floor wanted to enter the 7th floor, the stone monument stopped many people with low strength. The 5th level was the second stage, and if one wanted to go further and reach the 4th level, it would be quite difficult here. If one wanted to pass the 4th level, one had to pass the gatekeeper's test. Next to a red mahogany door that was thousands of meters tall and had golden flowers and birds drawn on it, there were thousands of armored gatekeepers. They had solemn expressions and gave off powerful auras as they stood there, not allowing anyone to come close. Anyone who came close would be attacked. The gatekeeper's power was naturally quite terrifying, and that was why Ling Feishui had stayed where she was back then. Moreover, she could not bring followers to this stage. Whoever passed the gatekeeper's test would be able to pass, and she could not bring a group of people. There were countless people here, and sensing the gatekeeper's power, no one dared to challenge them. A while later, a big man who was ranked 180th could not help but walk out and loudly say, "I want to go to the 4th level." One of the gatekeepers coldly looked at the big man and said in a thunderous voice, "If you can withstand 3 attacks from this general, you can enter the 4th level." The big man deeply breathed in and went on guard as he nodded at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper held a spear, and seeing that the big man was ready, he lightly swung the spear. Whoosh! As Xiaofu swung the spear, a powerful gale gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it rushed towards the big man. Countless rocks and sand were sent flying into the sky. The big man's expression fell, and he exploded out with terrifying power. His body gave off a blue light as a mite covered the surroundings. Facing the incoming gale, the big man chose to face it head-on, and he roared as he slammed into the gale. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the strong man smashed into the gale, causing it to scatter in all directions. They turned into a few gusts of wind and blew in all directions. A trace of a smile appeared on the big man's face, but the wild gale's true power was unleashed. It swept towards the big man, causing his body to give off an even more intense light, but he was still blown back like a stone being blown away by a gale. The brawny man was blown thousands of meters away and smashed into a house. He didn't get up for a long time, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked. This guard was too terrifying. With just a light shot, more than 100 people were swept away. How could they have the opportunity to enter the 4th floor? Everyone looked quite dispirited. Now that they had witnessed the terrifying power of the guards, they had lost the courage to challenge them, and they decided to stay on the 5th level. "I want to challenge." A very fat youth jumped onto the platform and shouted at the guard. The guard's expression was ice cold. He said the same thing as before: "If you can withstand 3 moves from me, you can enter the 4th floor." Whoosh, the guard once again attacked, and he swung his spear, causing a wild gale to blow towards the fat youth. The fat youth took out a 3-meter-tall shield and used it to block in front of him. The wild gale gave off ferocious power, but the shield gave off a semicircular barrier that blocked the wild gale. Everyone felt quite surprised, but they soon realized the reason. That shield was definitely a treasure, and the fat youth had relied on it to block the wild gale. At that moment, everyone felt a bit of hope. Where is it? The guard only said that we have to withstand 3 moves from him and didn't say that we have to rely on our own strength. If we rely on some treasures or tricks, we might be able to pass. Whoosh, the guard once again attacked, which was his second attack, and he vigorously swung his spear. This time, he was evidently stronger than before, and the wild gale was even more berserk. Under the wild gale, the ground started to crack. The fat youth held the shield with all of his strength and sent his power into it. The semicircular barrier that the shield gave off started to be covered with bronze inscriptions, and his defense once again increased. Whoosh, the wild gale furiously roared as it rushed towards the fat youth. The wild gale lifted up the ground, and countless rocks and houses were blown into the sky. The semicircular barrier violently trembled, but in the end, it was still able to block this attack. This was the second attack. Could it be that the fat youth would be able to block the third attack and enter the 4th floor? Bang! The guard once again attacked. This time, he raised his spear and ferociously stabbed at the fat youth, and a massive wave of energy smashed towards the fat youth like a mountain. The shield's barrier shattered, and the fat youth was sent flying back and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Everyone felt quite disappointed. In the end, the fat youth had still failed. However, this gave everyone a lot of confidence. They all went up to challenge, and even though many of them failed, there were still a few who succeeded. Baiharan also started to challenge. He unleashed his 5 elements domain, and the 5-colored energy barrier expanded to 10 meters wide. The spirit chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, and the 5 elements domain was like a vortex that absorbed countless traces of spirit chi. Whoosh, the guard once again used the same attack. He swung his spear, bringing with it a berserk gale as he rushed towards Baiharan. The 5 elements domain did not budge at all, and it successfully blocked the guard's first attack. The second attack arrived, and an even more ferocious wind rushed towards Baiharan. The 5 elements domain slightly trembled, but it was still able to block the attack. Bang! The guard stabbed out with his spear, unleashing his third attack. A massive piercing power stabbed towards Baiharan, and Baiharan's gaze became serious. The 5 elements domain absorbed a large amount of spirit chi, and it gave off an even more intense 5-colored light. In the end, the 5 elements domain shattered, and Baiharan successfully blocked the attack. Countless people could not help but cry out, and the Dao Cultivation sect's people also excitedly cheered. Facing the guard's 3 attacks, even some geniuses would not be able to block them. Only true experts could do so. Baiharan's strength proved that he was a true expert, and he was worshipped by everyone. At the same time, this also increased the Dao Cultivation sect's reputation, causing the Dao Cultivation sect's disciples to feel a sense of pride. Now that Baiharan had passed the trial, everyone could not help but discuss him, and Baiharan's fame greatly increased. At that moment, a powerful aura spread out like a ferocious flood. Everyone present felt this aura and fell silent. They turned to look in a certain direction and saw a young man wearing white clothes and a white dragon mask appear. His appearance caused everyone to feel quite nervous, and Baiharan and Shish's expressions were quite serious because this masked young man's aura was simply too terrifying. He's Yu Yi, ranked 6th, and the #1 expert in the White Dragon domain. Someone discovered his identity based on the aura he gave off and called out. Hearing this, everyone felt quite shocked. The White Dragon domain was incredibly powerful, and out of the 10 or so domains, it was at least in the top 3. As the #1 expert in the White Dragon domain, Yu Ye's power was quite terrifying. Moreover, his status was higher than most people's because he had taken over the White Dragon Kingdom and become a true king. Yu Yi stepped onto the stage, and everyone watched with wide eyes. Whoosh, the gatekeeper was still the same as before, and he swung his spear, bringing with him an intense gale as he attacked Yu Yi. Xing, the instant the berserk gale arrived, a white dragon sword appeared in Yu Ye's hand. Yu Yi gripped the sword and slashed out, causing a sword hum to sound out as a massive sword wind giving off an incredibly sharp aura slammed against the gale. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two winds collided, turning into a wild gale that blasted out, making it difficult for everyone to stand steadily. So powerful. Everyone could not help but cry out. This was the first time someone had not been at a disadvantage against the gatekeeper. Yu Yi was definitely the first, and even Shish had not been able to do this before. Someone said, if it wasn't for those 5 monsters, Yu Yi would definitely be the #1 expert, and it would be very difficult for anyone here to be a match for him. Someone else agreed, that's right. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful person. Bang, another massive sound rang out as Yu Yi once again swung his sword, blocking the gatekeeper's attack. A trace of seriousness appeared in the gatekeeper's eyes as he raised his spear and stabbed at Yu Yi. The air exploded as a massive piercing power shot out, seeming to be able to pierce through a mountain. Yu Ye's expression did not change, and his white dragon sword gave off an intense sword light as he also stabbed at the gatekeeper, causing a dragon-shaped sword light to shoot out. Bang, another explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided. A blinding light spread out and a shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack and countless houses to collapse. Countless rocks and sand were sent flying. After everything settled, the gatekeeper looked at Yu Yi with a trace of approval and said, "You're not bad. You've passed my test and may enter the 4th level." Boom, just as the gatekeeper spoke, a massive emperor's aura instantly covered the surroundings. Countless people's bodies sank, and they felt as if their souls had fallen into an abyss. Countless people looked up into the sky and saw an arrogant and domineering young man appear with a few noble women in his arms. Sensing the young man's aura, the gatekeeper's tone became more courteous as he said, "Emperor's son. According to the rules, you can directly enter the 4th floor. You don't need to pass my test." Hearing the gatekeeper's tone, everyone looked incredibly shocked. They understood that the young man in front of them was a true emperor, which was why he had such a powerful emperor's aura. At the same time, someone called out his name based on his aura. He's Zhang Mingyue, ranked 3rd. Everyone once again cried out in shock. He was Zhang Mingyue? So he was an imperial prince and a monster in the top 5. Only then would he have such terrifying power. Also, the gatekeeper's attitude is too bad. He's so cold to these people but so polite to an imperial prince. He doesn't even need to pass the trial and can enter the 4th level. He's clearly looking down on these people. How infuriating. It was a pity that they did not have a sovereign bloodline, or else these gatekeepers would also be polite to them. Facing everyone's shocked, envious, respectful, and worshipful gazes, Zhang Mingyue gave a proud and confident smile. After conquering 2 danger zones, his ranking had returned to 3rd place. He had the confidence to surpass the first 2. This caused his anger to disappear, and he felt incredibly happy. Normally, he would not bother with these commoners, but he was in a good mood today, so he said, "That's right, I'm an imperial prince. I come from the Heaven Domain Song Empire, and I'm the 6th imperial prince of the Zong Empire." Hearing his words, everyone was sent into an uproar. Shish and Baiharan looked at Zhang Mingyue in shock. Everyone now understood that the person in front of them was a true imperial prince from the Heaven Domain. This was a terrifying figure, and some people would never be able to see him in their entire lives. Those who thought that they had high statuses would feel inferior in front of him. They were princes and princesses of kingdoms, while this person was an imperial prince of an empire. The difference in their statuses was massive, and they could not be compared at all. Royal bloodlines were top tier in the outer domains and were looked up to by countless people. However, in the heaven domain, the imperial bloodline was the main character and was worshipped by everyone. This was because their bloodlines meant that they were innately powerful. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhang Mingyue's smile became even brighter, and there was a trace of pride in his expression. This was the feeling he wanted. Being looked up to by countless people was the treatment he deserved as an imperial prince, not being stepped on by the 4 people in front of him. He quite enjoyed this feeling, so his emperor's aura spread out even more intensely, showing everyone his power as an imperial prince. Imperial prince. We're willing to serve you as your women. Please take us in. 10 or so beauties flew into the sky and said to Zhang Mingyue in anticipation. Imperial prince. We're willing to follow you and pledge our loyalty to you. Many more people flew into the sky and expressed their loyalty to Zhang Mingyue. After all, Zhang Mingyue was a true imperial prince, and serving him would give them unimaginable opportunities. Zhang Mingyue looked at these people and of course did not think much of them. However, he noticed that Xianxia and Yin Ruoshi were already the #1 beauties of the other domains. Zhang Mingyue gave a domineering smile as he pointed at Xianxia and the other women and said, "Come and serve this imperial prince. If you perform well, this imperial prince can make you concubines and give you unimaginable benefits. Your factions will also be protected by this imperial prince in the future. This is your glory." Boom! Suddenly, an even more terrifying emperor's aura flooded out, causing countless people's bodies to feel a chill and instinctively feel terror. A group of people arrived, and sensing that person's aura, the gatekeeper looked incredibly shocked. He respectfully bowed to that person and called out, "We greet Imperial Prince." The gatekeeper's attitude was completely different, but everyone was completely shocked. This aura completely overwhelmed Zhang Mingyue's aura, causing Zhang Mingyue's expression to become incredibly unsightly. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhaofu was quite calm as he said, "I want to enter the 4th level." The gatekeeper nodded and said, "Yes." He then turned and pushed open the red doors. This attitude was completely different from before, making countless people feel furious. Zhaofu prepared to enter. Zhang Mingyue coldly harumphed and said domineeringly in a loud voice, "Who are you? Which empire's imperial prince? Just based on your fate, this imperial prince can tell that you're a fake. Don't think that you can compare to me. I'm the Zhang Empire's 6th imperial prince. Why aren't you bowing and telling me how you obtained the sovereign bloodline? This imperial prince will forgive you." Knowing that Zhaofu was the person who had trampled on him and made things difficult for him, Zhang Mingyue definitely would not be nice to Zhaofu and treated Zhaofu as an enemy. When he could not sense that Zhaofu had an empire's fate, he felt completely at ease. His voice contained a trace of mockery. He truly looked down on this fake. Zhaofu frowned but ignored Zhang Mingyue and continued onwards. Seeing that Zhaofu was ignoring him, Zhang Mingyue felt quite furious. A fake dared to treat him like this. He was simply seeking death. Zhang Mingyue stretched out his hand and a massive formless hand grabbed towards Zhaofu, seeming to want to crush Zhaofu. Bang! Zhaofu slashed out with his finger, sending out a black crescent that destroyed the formless hand, causing it to dissipate into countless streams of air. Zhaofu turned and looked at Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue yelled, "Didn't you hear what this imperial prince said before? Master." Seeing Zhang Mingyue act so arrogantly, Mozax called out to Zhaofu, wanting to help him kill him. Zhaofu's expression was slightly cold as he said, "All of you can leave. None of you can resist his power." Hearing this, Mozax and the others could only retreat to the side. Zhaofu then looked at Zhang Mingyue and said mockingly, "I only heard a dog barking. I only heard a dog barking." These words caused everyone present to gulp. This was the first time someone had dared to insult an imperial prince like this. This could lead to the danger of their entire clan being wiped out. However, that person's identity was clearly not simple, and he had some sort of backing, which was why he dared to speak like this. Xianxia and the other women had been quite angry at Zhang Mingyue for ordering them to serve him, but they were also quite wary of the empire and didn't know what to do. At that moment, Zhaofu had appeared and saved them. Because of this, they felt a trace of gratitude towards Zhao Fu, so their gazes were all on Zhao Fu. However, when Zhao Fu said those words, everyone understood that a battle between the two imperial princes was unavoidable. You dare to talk to me like that? Today, I will destroy your soul and let you witness the true power of a prince. Zhang Mingyue furiously roared before exploding out with his power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded throughout the sky as a violet aura spread out from Zhang Mingyue's body. A might descended like a massive hand, and everyone felt their bodies sink. The space around them started to tremble as 9 violet dragons appeared around Zhang Mingyue. The people in the surroundings continuously retreated in terror because this might was simply too powerful and was gradually increasing. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely die. At that moment, the space around them seemed to freeze, and everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. Zhang Mingyue stood there like an emperor of the 9 heavens, with the heavens and earth submitting and all creatures worshipping him. In front of him, everything in the world seemed incredibly small and insignificant. Sensing everyone's terrified gazes, Zhang Mingyue gave a trace of a smile as he drew a saber and pointed it at Zhao Fu as he said, "Today, you've seen a true imperial prince's power. Your death will be worth it." After saying this, Zhang Mingyue rushed forwards. Zhao Fu did not move at all and exploded out with his emperor's power. Perhaps it was because he felt that he was about to fight a true imperial prince, but Zhao Fu's bloodline became incredibly excited, and blood continuously flowed through Zhao Fu's body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a black aura exploded out, giving off an unstoppable aura. The sky seemed to sink as an aura of a sovereign descended upon the heavens and earth swept out. Everyone could only retreat in fear, because under this power, their bodies were instinctively trembling, and even their souls were crying out in grief. Similarly, 9 savage-looking black dragons giving off terrifying power appeared around Zhao Fu's body. The might continuously rose, causing space to twist. Time seemed to pass in an instant. Zhang Mingyue raised his saber and slashed at Zhao Fu. The saber light seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth, and nothing could stop the saber strike. At that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with Emperor's power and slashed out with the sadistic killing sword. Bang, the two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The sky seemed to explode, and a corporeal shockwave blasted out. The clouds in the sky were obliterated, and the ground caved in as countless people were swept away. Countless people retreated in terror, not daring to stay here for even a single step. The battle between these two emperors was unimaginably terrifying. The gatekeepers of the Mahogany Gate wore solemn expressions as they unleashed a barrier to protect the Mahogany Gate from being affected. Clang! Clang! After that massive explosion, the sky continuously exploded as the sound of metal clashing tore through the air. The two weapons clashed, resulting in ferocious gales, causing the heavens and earth to dim. At this moment, everyone was standing in the distance and looking at the two people fighting in the air with looks of shock on their faces. Was this a battle between imperial princes? As expected from a battle between the top 5 geniuses, the terrifying power here caused even the 6th-ranked Yuye's expression to dim. However, they did not know that the true battle had only just begun. 6 Spirit Slash. Zhang Mingyue looked furious as he slashed out 6 times with his saber, sending out 6 sharp violet crescents that slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword and spread out his emperor's domain. The 9 black dragons around him sent massive amounts of power into the emperor's domain, causing even more dragon inscriptions to appear. Bang, bang. Bang, the 6 terrifying violet crescents gave off incredibly sharp power and simultaneously slashed against Zhao Fu's emperor's domain, resulting in massive explosions. Zhao Fu blocked Zhang Mingyue's attack, but he was forced back a few steps. Arg! Zhang Mingyue roared as he raised his saber. Countless saber lights shot out, causing the air to become incredibly sharp, and Zhang Mingyue once again rushed at Zhao Fu. 72 blood-red orbs flew out and floated in the air. In the next moment, they formed 72 spears that pointed towards Zhang Mingyue. They gave off a piercing aura, causing people's hairs to stand on end and feel incredibly shocked. Swish, swish, swish. Sin Dragon. Facing the 72 spears, Zhang Mingyue's momentum did not change. He roared and a purple dragon around him entered his saber. Zhang Mingyue slashed out, causing the air to explode as a savage purple dragon rushed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, 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 the spear stabbed into the purple dragon's body, opening up holes, but the purple dragon still gave off a ferocious aura as it charged at Zhao Fu. It opened its mouth towards Zhao Fu, wanting to devour Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he raised the sadistic killing sword. Countless traces of blood-red light came out, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous blood-red light. Roar! A pained dragon's roar sounded out as the massive blood-red light flashed out, splitting the purple dragon into countless pieces from head to tail. This was the sadistic killing sword's sadistic killing effect. At the same time, Zhao Fu looked at Zhang Mingyue and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. Eerie ghostly chi flowed out as 3 100-meter-tall ghosts suddenly appeared around Zhang Mingyue. They raised their fists and gave off immense power as they punched towards Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue disdainfully coldly laughed, mere ghosts dare to attack this imperial prince. Sovereign bloodline. Zhang Mingyue roared as his eyes became violet and his hair seemed to be dyed violet as a violet wave of light spread out. Before the 3 ghosts could even attack Zhang Mingyue, they were swept away by the violet wave of light and turned into ghostly chi. Shing, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as Zhao Fu disappeared and appeared above Zhang Mingyue. His sword gave off ferocious sword energy as it slashed towards Zhang Mingyue. At that moment, Zhang Mingyue swung his saber to block Zhao Fu. Zhang Mingyue looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of condescension as he said, "With your strength, you won't be able to defeat this imperial prince. You don't know the power of a true imperial prince." Zhao Fu looked at Zhang Mingyue and coldly laughed as he asked, "Is that so?" Boom, Zhao Fu's blood roiled as his sovereign bloodline's power spread out. A black aura flame appeared around his body as a powerful gale spread out. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu used the explosive power to send Zhang Mingyue flying. Zhang Mingyue's face was filled with fury as he roared, 10,000 spirit slash. Clang clang clang, rays of saber light appeared in the sky, and there were over 10,000 of them. They gave off a massive saber chi that shook the surroundings, and even the people far away felt a sense of danger from the sharp saber chi. In the next moment, tens of thousands of saber lights crashed down on Zhao Fu like a tsunami. Zhao Fu defended with all his might, and he kept swinging his blood sword, slashing out blood-colored arcs of light that shattered the incoming blade lights. However, the force of the 10,000 strands of saber chi was simply too strong. Xiaochen was still knocked back, and his defensive barrier shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Boom, Zhang Mingyue took this opportunity to once again rush at Zhao Fu, his saber giving off a large amount of violet light. This caused the sky to rumble. A trace of fury appeared within Zhao Fu's heart, and he raised the sadistic killing sword. A blood-red light rushed into the sky, forming an enormous blood-red sun, and a perverted and berserk killing intent covered the surroundings. Shing, Zhao Fu's sword descended, and an enormous blood-red sword light that seemed to be able to slash apart 10,000 mountains slashed towards Zhang Mingyue. At that moment, Zhang Mingyue roared as the saber in his hand gave off an even more intense light. He vigorously slashed out, and a massive violet light ferociously slashed out. Bang, another massive explosion sounded out as the sword light and saber light collided. In the end, the sword light shattered the saber light, and Zhang Mingyue's body was sent flying hundreds of meters. A gash appeared on his chest, and blood dyed his clothes red. However, the wound was not deep. The intense pain caused Zhang Mingyue's expression to become savage, and he roared at Zhao Fu, "You deserve to die 10,000 times." Boom, Zhang Mingyue roared as a massive wave of violet chi rushed into the sky. Heaven and earth spirit chi quickly gathered, and the sky darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a massive might descended from the dark clouds. Shing, a saber hum sounded out as boundless saber chi tore apart the dark clouds. The ferocious saber chi poured down like water from the heavens. Countless people looked terrified, and they felt as if their bodies were going to be cut apart by the saber chi. A 10,000-meter-tall saber image giving off boundless saber chi appeared in the sky, giving off a heaven-shaking aura. Zhao Fu sensed how terrifying this attack was, so he switched out the death ray sword and pointed it at the sky. A gray pillar of light shot into the sky, and heaven and earth spirit chi madly gathered. A beautiful figure wearing a palace dress appeared within the gray light, looking like a god of death. The surroundings became incredibly cold and gray deathly aura spread out, and countless people felt a deathly power. Boom, Zhang Mingyue controlled the 10,000-meter-long saber, and it gave off boundless saber chi as it ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Xing, Zhao Fu also slashed down with the death ray sword, and the death godlike figure gave off a world-shaking deathly aura as it rushed towards Zhang Mingyue. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two destructive powers collided. The power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, and a blinding light caused the heavens and earth to turn into white light. The destructive shockwave instantly spread out tens of thousands of meters. The heavens and earth trembled as thin cracks appeared in the air. The ground collapsed, and rocks turned into dust. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground, and traces of destructive aura floated out, causing people to tremble as if they had fallen into icy water. Zhao Fu and Zhang Mingyue both retreated hundreds of steps, and there was a trace of blood at their lips. Both of them were most likely injured. Seeing the destruction caused by the two of them, the people in the surroundings uncontrollably trembled. Was this still a battle between humans? This was on a world-destroying level, and they were on a completely different level. Even though Shuj, Nether Spring, Ming Jian, and the others recognized Zhao Fu, they had never seen Zhao Fu's power before. Only now did they understand how terrifying his power was. The gatekeepers next to the red wooden doors looked incredibly shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that they were maintaining the barrier, this place might have been destroyed. One of the gatekeepers could not help but ask, "Are we just going to let them fight like this and not interfere?" The gatekeeper in charge of the trial nodded and said, "That's the rule. Let the two of them fight." It's a rare sight to see two princes fighting against each other. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Zhang Mingyue was slashed down by Zhao Fu's sword and heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a large crater. Zhang Mingyue coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and crawled up from the ground, looking quite wretched. Zhang Mingyue got up from the ground and looked at Zhao Fu savagely as he said, "Today, this imperial prince will definitely kill a trash like you. I'll show you the true power of the Zhang Empire's imperial prince." Boom! Zhang Mingyue vigorously pressed against the ground and an extremely terrifying power exploded out. A shocking explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Countless traces of violet light shot out from the cracks as a 10,000-meter-tall figure appeared in the sky. This figure was blurry and wore a violet dragon robe. It was most likely a man, but his body gave off a boundless ancient emperor's aura. Under this aura, the air seemed to stop flowing and time seemed to stop. All creatures in the 5th level sensed this terrifying emperor's aura, and the entire world seemed to be immersed in this emperor's aura. Countless people could not move at all, and their bodies and souls were being cleansed by this emperor's aura. They were like ants and could not resist at all, and they could only feel despair. This was the Zhang Empire's founding emperor, and it was a special secret technique of the Zhang Empire that could summon a dead emperor. An emperor who had founded an empire was naturally incredibly powerful, but looking at that blurry figure, Zhang Mingyue evidently had not used his full power yet. After the emperor's image appeared, it turned into a ray of light and entered Zhang Mingyue's body. Zhang Mingyue's power rose to the extreme, and even space could not withstand it and started to twist. Zhang Mingyue looked at Zhao Fu and his eyes gave off a violet light. His body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu, slashing towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu also exploded out with the 6 Paths Demon Image's power. Massive amounts of eerie ghostly chi erupted out like a volcano, and the sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds. Countless ghosts excitedly howled, and the entire world was filled with an eerie aura. This feeling caused countless people's hairs to stand on end and their bodies to feel icy cold. They felt as if they had come to a ghost realm. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as Zhang Mingyue, who had received his ancestor's power, slashed out with terrifying power towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also exploded out with the 6 Paths Demon Image's power, and his sword gave off ferocious ghostly energy as it slashed towards Zhang Mingyue. A terrifying shockwave spread out like a wild gale, causing the people standing far away to lose their footing and retreat. Bang bang bang! The battle between the two people in the sky once again caused the sky to explode, and terrifying auras continuously spread out. Saber chi and sword light wreaked havoc, and this destructive power seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. Many people still did not know what was going on. They wanted to try and see if they could enter the 4th level. However, looking at the layer of haze in front of them that was constantly spreading and accompanied by rumbling sounds, as well as the terrifying aura that was surging over, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks, thinking that something big must have happened. Seeing the people running back from that direction, they couldn't help but ask, what happened in front? Why would it cause such a terrifying phenomenon? That person replied with a look of terror, there's a battle between two emperors ahead. I'd advise you not to go over, it's too terrifying, and many people have died because of the shockwaves. I should leave as soon as possible to avoid being caught up in the shockwaves. A battle between two emperors? This caused everyone to feel quite shocked. This was something they had never seen before. Some people wanted to go and see just how terrifying the battle between two emperors would be. Sensing that terrifying aura, some people decided not to go, their own lives were more important. Evil hand devour. Zhang Mingyue roared as he stretched out a hand and stabbed it into the air. Countless long arms made of black aura containing ferocious power shot out from the air and grabbed towards Zhao Fu. There were over 10,000 of them, making everyone feel quite shocked. Zhao Fu's left pupil continuously spun and chains containing immense power shot out, colliding with the countless black arms. Zhao Fu had many chains and quickly suppressed Zhang Mingyue's evil hands. Ghost devour. At the same time, Zhao Fu lightly cried out as the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. Now that Zhao Fu used the 6 paths of reincarnation power, all of his ghost-type skills were greatly boosted. Arg, countless malicious ghosts howled and surged out from the surrounding void, surging towards Zhang Mingyue like a flood. It was as if they wanted to devour him. Zhang Mingyue coldly harumphed and the saber in his hand gave off countless saber lights that shot out like wild gales, killing the incoming ghosts. Xing, in the next second, Zhao Fu appeared in front of him and slashed out, sending out a crescent that sent Zhang Mingyue flying. After flying back, Zhang Mingyue once again stretched out his hand towards Zhao Fu. A black hole appeared behind Zhao Fu's body, and a massive suction force sucked Zhao Fu in. Zhao Fu unleashed his Emperor's domain to block that terrifying suction force before slashing out with his sword, shattering the black hole and causing the massive suction force to disappear. At that moment, the gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye once again spun and 3 100-meter-tall ghosts suddenly appeared next to Zhang Mingyue. Following this, Zhao Fu's fists ferociously smashed down, catching Zhang Mingyue off guard and smashing open a large crater. Zhang Mingyue coughed up a mouthful of blood and furiously looked at Zhao Fu, wanting to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. He looked quite mad. Suddenly, he threw his saber into the sky, and the saber turned into a ray of light as it shot into the sky. In that instant, all of the spirit chi in the heavens and earth gathered. Saber Sea Massacre Domain. Zhang Mingyue roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A massive wave of sharp saber chi descended from the sky, seeming to tear apart the world. Countless people felt pain in their bodies as they were injured by that saber chi, causing everyone to unleash defensive barriers and hurriedly retreat. Countless saber lights appeared in the sky, densely packed like an ocean. The boundless saber chi started to split the world, and it seemed as if nothing could stop it. Sensing this power, not only did countless people feel terror, but Zhao Fu also felt a massive pressure, and his expression became somewhat serious. Suddenly, within the sword mark space, the sadistic killing sword slightly trembled and some information flowed into Zhao Fu's mind, and Zhao Fu immediately switched out the sadistic killing sword. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sadistic killing sword in Zhao Fu's hand gave off a boundless sword light that pierced through everything. It was like a sun shining down on the world, and that perverse power caused people to feel despair. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground. Images appeared around Zhao Fu. There were headless angels, demons with broken legs, people with only their upper bodies, elves with only half their bodies. Countless dismembered corpses appeared around Zhao Fu's body, forming a sea of corpses. The perverse power was terrifying to the extreme, and it was as if the heavens and earth had fallen into terror. Arg! Zhang Mingyue raised his hand and slammed it down towards Zhao Fu, and the massive sea of saber chi gave off world-destroying power as it flooded towards Zhao Fu. Tyrannical killing sword. Zhao Fu gripped the sadistic killing sword and vigorously slashed out, causing the dismembered corpses around him to howl and give off a berserk aura as they flooded towards Zhang Mingyue. Boom! The light was dim and the wind howled. The sky was covered with cracks that were slowly being repaired, and the ground was covered with cracks. Rocks fell everywhere, creating a scene of devastation. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. This was a battle caused by two imperial princes. The gatekeepers guarding the red doors looked incredibly shocked. This was the most terrifying battle they had seen in over 1,000 years. These two imperial princes had not disappointed them. In the sky, Zhao Fu held the sadistic killing sword, and there was blood on his chest. Within a large crater in the ground, Zhang Mingyue was in a much worse state. His body was dyed red with blood, and his aura was quite weak. Zhao Fu's eyes exploded with killing intent. If he did not kill this kind of person, there would be endless problems in the future. When he had his empire descend, Zhao Fu would not even know how he had died. Xing, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared in front of Zhang Mingyue in the next second. His sword gave off a sharp sword light as it slashed towards Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue hurriedly slashed out, sending out an intense saber light that clashed with Zhao Fu's sword light. The saber and sword clashed, resulting in a clanging sound. Zhao Fu's expression became savage and a black aura flame appeared around his body as he pressed towards Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue's saber was gradually forced down, and he ferociously looked at Zhao Fu as he suddenly roared. Boom! A powerful aura exploded out from Zhang Mingyue's body, sending Zhao Fu flying back. Zhang Mingyue's blood seemed to be burning, looking like purple and blood-red flames. An intense emperor's aura reached its peak and swept out in all directions. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and also ignited his emperor's blood. A black and blood-red aura flame appeared, and an intense emperor's aura spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a large amount of blood-red sword light towards Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue raised his saber to block, but he was still sent flying. After crashing to the ground, Zhang Mingyue's expression became quite unsightly. He was now clear that with his strength, he was not a match for a fake like Zhao Fu. Even though he did not want to admit this was a humiliation, he knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu. Zhang Mingyue coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said loudly, "I, Zhang Mingyue, will remember this enmity. In the future, I'll make you kneel and beg me to spare you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu understood and grabbed at Zhang Mingyue, and countless chains containing ferocious power shot towards Zhang Mingyue. Zhang Mingyue's body gradually became hazy and he coldly laughed at Zhao Fu. He slashed out an enormous saber light, destroying the countless chains before disappearing. Zhang Mingyue, Zhang Emperor, Emperor, and Emperor. Seeing Zhang Mingyue disappear, everyone understood that Zhao Fu had won this battle. The arrogant and domineering imperial prince had escaped, causing many people to let out a sigh of relief and express that they did not like such an imperial prince. Everyone watched as Zhang Mingyue disappeared and understood that Zhao Fu had won. That arrogant and domineering emperor had escaped, causing many people to let out sighs of relief. They did not like such an emperor. The gatekeeper next to the red door was not too surprised. From the emperor's aura that Zhao Fu gave off, Zhao Fu was evidently many times stronger than Zhang Mingyue. Now, everyone looked at Zhao Fu in awe and fear. This emperor was truly terrifying. He had defeated another emperor head-on. Everyone accepted this battle and no one had any objections. After Zhang Mingyue left, Zhao Fu received a system announcement: "You fought with another emperor in front of the gatekeeper and fulfilled the conditions for a duel. The other emperor has left the cosmos historical remnant and is the loser. You will obtain all of his points." Looking at this system announcement, Zhao Fu opened the rankings. Number 1, unknown name, points, 1 million. Number 2, unknown name, points, 780,000. Number 3, unknown name, points, 550,000. Number 4, Bai Xingjun, points, 510,000. Number 5, Yu Yi, points, 300,000. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. Adding on Zhang Mingyue's points, Zhao Fu was now ranked first. He now had 1 million points, which was 220,000 points higher than the previous first-ranked person. He had never thought that he would have such a harvest, which was quite a pleasant surprise. The ordinary-looking young man who had been ranked first also looked quite shocked. He had never thought that the person from before would instantly surpass him and have 200,000 points more than him. This caused him to become serious. The second-ranked white-haired young man looked quite furious. Everything was just as he had guessed. That person was incredibly dangerous and had taken first place. This made his plan even more difficult, and it was possible that he would not be able to obtain that item. The fourth ranked by Xingjun did not say anything and only sighed. At the same time, he felt quite curious about who this person was and why he had such shocking power. Master! You're so powerful. After the battle concluded, the nine-tailed fox, Little Li, leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at Zhao Fu with admiration. Zhao Fu smiled and looked at the nine tails behind her. Zhao Fu could not help but think of Little Nine. There were many people around him who were related to the nine-tailed fox. For example, the Green Hill Mountain bloodline had the nine-tailed bloodline. The young chief Su Dafei was incredibly bewitching, and then there was Tamamonome, who was a nine-tailed fox herself. Then there was Little Nine, and now there was Little Li. Zhao Fu did not think too much and flew towards the red doors. At that moment, the gatekeeper respectfully pushed open the doors and cautiously said, "Emperor, you can enter without going through the trial. You can enter the red door without going through the trial, but your subordinates will have to go through the trial before they can enter." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and thought about it before having everyone stay here. Firstly, he had too many people with him, which was quite inconvenient. Secondly, it was the third stage of the fourth level, which would be much more dangerous. In order to be safe, he could only have them stay here. Hearing that they had to separate from Zhao Fu and stay in the fifth level, some of the women were quite unwilling. However, Zhao Fu was quite resolute, so they did not dare to insist. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and flew through the red doors, and the fifth level returned to how it was before. When Zhao Fu had been here, everyone had been incredibly careful and had not dared to speak too loudly. It could be seen just how powerful Zhao Fu's presence was. Now, there was nothing to worry about. Those who had to go through the trial went through it, and those who passed the trial prepared to head to the fourth level. After entering the red doors, Zhao Fu came to a hill. It was quite dim here, and visibility was quite low. It was completely silent here, as if there was killing intent all around. Anyone who was here could not help but feel terrified. The fourth, third, and second levels were called the three dark domains, and they were the most dangerous levels in the Cosmos historical remnant. The Cosmos beasts here were all at the Saint Realm, and if a group surrounded them, even World Realm experts would run. Zhao Fu started to carefully fly at a low altitude while looking around warily. Because of how dangerous this place was, Zhao Fu did not dare to be too flashy. Roar! Suddenly, a massive roar sounded out as a 30-meter-tall ape appeared. It was covered with black fur and had black eyes, and its body gave off a pure darkness aura. All of the Cosmos beasts in the second, third, and fourth levels were of the darkness attribute. This black ape's black eyes had already discovered Zhao Fu, and it raised its large hand, bringing with it a gust of wind as it slapped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and slashed out with the sadistic killing sword. A blood-red arc of light flashed out, slashing apart the incoming hand and leaving behind a deep gash from which black blood flowed out. The black ape held as it retreated. In actuality, the Saint Realm was already quite powerful, and if it was an ordinary stage 9 beast, that hand would most likely have been slashed apart. Zhao Fu rushed up and his sword exploded out with a blood-red light. The black ape furiously raised its other hand and vigorously slammed it towards Zhao Fu, causing the air to explode. Facing this punch, Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he stabbed the blood-red sword towards the incoming hand. Roar! A pained cry sounded out as the black ape's hand was slashed apart by the blood-red light, causing one of its fingers to fall off. It once again retreated, this time it was afraid and wanted to run. Zhao Fu held the sadistic killing sword and stabbed out, piercing through the black ape's chest. The black ape immediately died and turned into motes of black light that entered Zhao Fu's body, leaving behind a black crystal and a black heart. This black crystal was as big as a coin and had an irregular shape. It gave off a faint black light and a darkness aura. Zhao Fu looked at it and found that it was a darkness crystal. It contained pure darkness energy and was quite powerful. Anyone who used it would obtain the darkness attribute and their cultivation would increase by more than one stage. After all, if one's cultivation reached stage 0 to 6 or 0 to 7, after consuming the blood god pill, one's cultivation would immediately reach stage 0 to 9, and if one used the darkness crystal, one would be able to directly reach stage 1. Zhao Fu placed great importance on raising his cultivation to stage 0 to 6 or 0 to 7. Qin's stage 1 corpses now numbered in the tens of billions, and with these darkness crystals, Qin would be able to obtain a large number of stage 1 corpses. This would make up for the difference between Qin's foundation and the outside world. Even if stage 1 corpses died, they would quickly be replenished. However, it seemed that these darkness crystals were quite small, and they could only obtain one from killing a Saint Realm black ape. Compared to Great Qin's army of 10 billion soldiers, this was simply too little. The second item was a heart, and it was still beating. It was black and gave off a dense darkness aura. After looking at it, Zhaofu found that it was called the Darkness Ape Heart, and anyone who used it would obtain a pure darkness bloodline. This pure darkness bloodline was an elemental bloodline. It was not a demon or evil god bloodline, and it was a type of spirit race bloodline. Even though the spirit race was one of the 8 great races, they were incredibly rare in the Heaven Awakened world. They were lifeless creatures, but after giving birth to souls, they became a type of life form. The world's basic attributes greatly affected them, such as darkness, light, fire, ice, lightning, and so on. These elements caused the spirit race to innately have powerful attributes. The pure darkness bloodline was one such bloodline, and it was even stronger than some pure fire bloodlines, wind bloodlines, and lightning bloodlines. Of course, this heart only gave a low-grade darkness bloodline, so Zhaofu was not interested in it. However, the darkness crystal combined with the darkness bloodline was extremely powerful, and it could raise one's cultivation by at least 3 or 4 stages. Zhaofu continued onwards. Even though the darkness bloodline and the darkness crystal were quite useful, he did not focus too much on killing them. After all, a person's power was limited, and he would not be able to kill too many of them. Even if he brought the people on the 5th level in, it would not be enough unless he had an army. Roar! Another beast roar sounded out as a 100-meter-long lion appeared in front of Zhaofu. This lion had black fur and red eyes. It had 2 heads and was most likely at least a chief-grade cosmos beast. Zhaofu looked at Zhaofu, and his eyes were red. Zhaofu gave a trace of a smile and turned into a ray of light as he rushed up. The black lion discovered Zhaofu and opened its mouth at Zhaofu, shooting out 2 massive rays of black light that ferociously shot towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu's body flew to the side, avoiding one of the rays of black light, and he slashed out with his sword. A massive blood-red sword light slashed the rays of black light in half and slashed into the black lion's body, forcing it back a few steps and leaving a gash on its body. The black lion held in pain and furiously rushed at Zhaofu before opening its mouth and biting towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu did not dodge and stood in the air as the sadistic killing sword gave off an intense blood-red light and a terrifying aura spread out. Boom! Zhaofu slashed out and a massive sword light slammed into the black lion's mouth, sending it flying back and heavily crashing to the ground. Its 2 heads were a bloody mess, and it looked like it had been heavily injured. Zhaofu quickly went up and killed the black lion. He once again obtained a darkness crystal and a darkness heart, and both of them were more powerful than the previous one. The darkness crystal could increase one's strength by more than 2 stages, and after using the darkness heart, one could obtain an even higher grade darkness bloodline. However, Zhaofu was still not satisfied and continued onwards, hoping to find some historical remnants. Xing, xing, xing. A few hours later, Zhaofu continuously swung the sadistic killing sword, sending out sharp blood-red sword lights and sending out a ferocious storm of sword chi as he slashed towards a 200 or so big black deer. The black deer's body gave off a black energy barrier, blocking Zhaofu's attacks. The blood-red sword lights slashed against the energy barrier, causing it to gradually crack before shattering, and the massive black deer was sent flying. The black deer's body was covered with wounds as it escaped, and Zhaofu turned into a ray of black sword light and chased after it. His sword gave off an intense sword light and a sharp sword aura, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Xing, Zhaofu slashed down, and the massive blood-red sword light cut off the black deer's head. Blood spurted out, and the black deer's body turned into motes of light, leaving behind a darkness crystal and a darkness heart. The 200 or so meter long black deer was a chief-class cosmos beast, and killing one would give many points. The 2 items it gave were of a higher grade. A darkness crystal could increase one's strength by 5 stages, and the darkness heart gave a higher grade darkness bloodline, but Zhaofu was still not satisfied. If he could break through to the heavenly divine bloodline, Zhao Fu's power, constitution, and soul would all go through changes, and he would become even more powerful. He would be able to surpass even emperors. Zhao Fu continued to search. For some reason, even after searching for so long, he had not found a single historical remnant. Otherwise, he would have explored the 4th level, and with how dangerous it was, the rewards from the historical remnant would most likely be quite great. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out in all directions as a massive darkness aura flowed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted because he could sense a king's aura. That darkness dragon was definitely the darkness dragon king, which was also a cosmos beast king. After killing the darkness dragon king, he would definitely be able to obtain what he wanted, and Zhao Fu flew over in delight. A 1,000-meter-long black dragon appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It had shiny black scales and a pair of iron-like horns. It also had a pair of black wings and gave off a powerful dragon's might. Seeing this black dragon, Zhao Fu did not immediately rush up, as there were hundreds of cosmos beasts around it. It would be quite dangerous to rush over like this. Zhao Fu hid in a hidden place and looked around to see if he could use anything. He found that there were still 10 or so destruction crystals that Karash and Binoche had prepared for him. They were not as powerful as ordinary destruction crystals, but they would be useful now. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as Zhao Fu grasped an opportunity and threw out the 10 or so destruction crystals. The 10 or so destruction crystals exploded within the group of cosmos beasts, and shockwaves blasted out. Countless cosmos beasts were devoured and turned into motes of light. From a distance, it looked like 10 or so orbs of light had instantly spread out, causing the ground to tremble and a wild gale to blow away rocks. The 10 or so destruction crystals had killed hundreds of cosmos beasts, and now there were only 50 or so left. The cosmos beast king was also slightly injured. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to act. He would sneak attack 10 or so cosmos beasts and be discovered by the cosmos beasts before revealing himself to face the cosmos beast king. Roar. The cosmos beast king furiously roared at Zhao Fu and countless bolts of black lightning exploded out, causing people's bodies to tremble. Zhao Fu's face turned serious. This void beast king's power was almost the same as that of a sky-human realm cultivator. It would be very difficult to deal with. Boom boom boom, the void beast king controlled countless bolts of black lightning to attack Zhao Fu. Thunderous booms sounded out, and the air seemed to explode, causing people's ears to bleed. Zhao Fu unleashed the 6 Paths Demon Image's power, using his Emperor's Domain and 6 Paths defensive barrier to defend against the incoming black lightning. At the same time, he controlled the 72 blood-red spears, which gave off ferocious power as they shot into the Cosmos Beast King's body. Roar, the Cosmos Beast King held in pain, and its body exploded out with even more lightning, causing the sky to seem to explode. Countless lightning snakes slithered about and madly rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and once again used that move. Countless images of mutilated corpses appeared around Zhao Fu, headless angels, demons with broken arms, people without hearts, a murderous aura madly spread out. Boom, Zhao Fu's sword descended, and countless mutilated corpses rushed out and slammed into the black dragon. In the end, Zhao Fu once again won, and the black dragon was sent flying back, covered with wounds. Following this, Zhao Fu rushed up and finished off the Cosmos Beast King in a few moves, obtaining a darkness crystal and a darkness bloodline. Zhao Fu grinned and found a hidden cave. He sat on the ground and looked at the 2 items in his hands. If these 2 items fell into the hands of others, they would be priceless treasures. They could give one darkness power and a darkness bloodline, and they were incredibly attractive to ordinary people. However, Zhao Fu did not think much of them because Zhao Fu's bloodline was a sovereign bloodline, so he naturally would not be interested in a king's bloodline. Next was fusing. Zhao Fu first fused the heart and crystal together. Because they were both pure darkness power, the fusion was perfect, and they became a black crystal heart that gave off a powerful might. Zhao Fu then fused the heart into his own heart. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt his body tremble as a wave of darkness blood flowed out from his heart, and countless traces of darkness aura spread out. Soon, Zhao Fu became a person with black hair and black eyes. The blood within his body became black, and Zhao Fu gave off a pure darkness king's aura. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline started to show its effects, devouring the Darkness King's power. Zhao Fu's body gradually returned to normal, and at the same time, Zhao Fu's body started to go through changes. A few hours later, Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline completely devoured the Darkness King's power, and his body gradually returned to normal. His blood became red with a trace of a black crystal, and his pupils became different colors. Zhao Fu obtained the Darkness King's power, and his constitution once again became better. His cultivation greatly increased, but what disappointed Zhao Fu the most was that Zhao Fu's bloodline was still a sovereign bloodline, and it was just a trace away from breaking through to a divine bloodline. Zhao Fu did not know what to say. Why was that trace so difficult? He had tried so many times, but he still had not succeeded. Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed and left the cave. He continued to kill cosmos beasts while searching for historical remnants. Within a grand and luxurious Western palace, there was a tall, peerlessly beautiful woman dressed in tight black armor. She had long, silver-white hair and a crown with 2 horns on her head. She also had a pair of purple eyes, and she gave off the cold aura of a queen. She was now commanding countless darkness soldiers, who wore black armor and had pale faces. Their eyes were pure black, and their bodies gave off traces of a black aura. All of their auras were very powerful, and apart from infantry, there were also shield-bearers, cavalry, and archers. They were under the queen's command, and they acted as if they were facing a powerful enemy as they attacked in a certain direction. In that direction, there was a 1,000-meter-wide 5-colored energy barrier that gave off an unparalleled aura and unimaginably terrifying power as it ferociously smashed forwards like a berserk bull. One by one, the dark race soldiers were sent flying like sand being swept away. They had no power to resist at all. The darkness soldiers continuously rushed up and attacked the 5-colored energy barrier. Their weapons slashed against the energy barrier, and countless darkness arrows shot towards the energy barrier. However, facing the flood-like attacks, the 5-colored energy barrier was not damaged at all, and it was still as tough as steel. This was because there was a 5-colored disc within the 5-colored energy barrier that absorbed all of the attack power, making the 5-colored energy barrier incredibly tough. The Darkness Queen Syndra looked at Bai Xingjun seriously and said, "This person is simply too powerful, even with so many soldiers, we can't harm him at all." Looking at the darkness soldiers being swept away, Syndra could not help but act. She held a black whip and vigorously swung it, sending out a black energy whip that was hundreds of meters long and ferociously lashing against the 5-colored energy barrier. After being hit by this attack, the 5-colored energy barrier slightly trembled but did not deal much damage. This energy barrier was incredibly sturdy. A trace of a confident smile appeared on Bai Xingjun's face as he sent an even greater wave of power into the 5-colored energy barrier. The 5-colored energy barrier gave off terrifying power as it rampaged about, sending countless darkness soldiers flying. Seeing Bai Xingjun come closer and closer, Syndra's expression became quite grim because she found that Bai Xingjun was far more powerful than her. If they fought, she would definitely lose. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly descended. It was a cloaked figure giving off the aura of a darkness emperor. This caused the Darkness Queen Syndra to feel delighted, and she directly knelt on the ground as she said, "Great Darkness Sovereign, Syndra is willing to submit to you and serve by your side." She had no other choice. Bai Xingjun had come to kill her, and she did not want to die. As such, she could only submit to someone else. This person had the aura of a darkness emperor and was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As soon as Zhao Fu arrived and heard Syndra's words, he felt quite startled and did not understand what was going on. He had only felt that the ripples here were quite powerful, so he had quickly rushed over. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, Bai Xingjun's expression became serious as he cupped his hands and said in a slightly courteous tone, "Brother, she is someone that I must kill. She is someone I must kill, so please do not interfere." Zhao Fu felt quite hesitant. Sensing Bai Xingjun's powerful aura, he knew that he was Bai Xingjun, and he looked at Syndra as he said, "Should I offend such a powerful enemy for her?" Syndra could tell that Zhao Fu was hesitating, and her beautiful purple eyes gave off a trace of flirtatiousness as she said, "Great Darkness Sovereign, don't you want me to serve you? I have the Darkness Queen's bloodline, which is the most suitable bloodline for you. Also, my body has fused with the Darkness Origin Crystal, which is also very useful to you. That person wanted to kill me and obtain the Darkness Origin Crystal in my body. Zhao Fu found it strange that Cinderella called him the Lord of Darkness, but after thinking about it, he reckoned that it should be because he had fused with the king's blood of darkness previously, and that Zhao Fu did not know what a darkness crystal was. The golden dragon said, "The darkness origin crystal can be the source of all darkness. With her, we might be able to produce a large number of darkness crystals. I suggest that we accept her submission." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu accepted Cinderella's surrender without hesitation, because Zhao Fu had always wanted to obtain a large number of darkness crystals. Seeing that Zhao Fu had accepted his loyalty, Cinderella smiled and flew over to Zhao Fu. Bai Xingjuan's expression became cold. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. He had come for the darkness origin crystal, and he said rudely, "Sir, do you really want to participate?" Cinderella came to Zhao Fu's side and smiled as she leaned against Zhao Fu's body, greedily absorbing the Darkness Emperor's aura from Zhao Fu's body, feeling her body become excited. Zhao Fu did not mind Cinderella and focused his attention on Bai Xingjun. He understood that he had to fight this battle because Zhao Fu wanted the Darkness Origin Crystal. She could allow Qin to obtain countless darkness crystals, and Qin would have a large number of Stage 1 darkness soldiers. Facing Bai Xingjuan's rudeness, Zhao Fu coldly replied, "She's mine now, no one can take her away from me." Bai Xingjun angrily harumphed and said, "Then let me see just how strong you are and if you have the ability to protect her." Golden snake, wooden ox, water fish, fire sparrow, earth turtle. Bai Xingjun spread out his hands and a 5-colored energy barrier spread out. The 5-colored auras formed 5 massive creatures. One was a giant metal snake that was hundreds of meters long, one was a cow that looked like a piece of wood, one was a fish that was condensed from water, one was a sparrow that gave off flames, and one was a turtle that seemed to be made of mud. The 5 massive beasts gave off incredibly powerful auras and flooded over like a ferocious flood. The remaining darkness soldiers did not dare to come close. Sensing this aura, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. He understood that Bai Xingjun was not weak at all and was even slightly stronger than Zhang Mingyue. Otherwise, he would not have been taken as a disciple by a higher being. Zhao Fu looked down at Cinderella, who was greedily absorbing his aura, and said, "Back off for now, when we fight, I won't be able to take care of you." Cinderella understood and smiled as she kissed Zhao Fu and said, "Then King, I'll wait for your victory." Cinderella retreated, and Zhao Fu did not care anymore. He exploded out with his emperor's aura, and a massive might covered the surroundings. Bai Xingjun waved his hand and the 5 massive beasts gave off intense light, dyeing the world 5 different colors. Powerful gales blew, causing the heavens and earth to dim as the 5 massive beasts gave off terrifying power and rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu opened his right hand and the sword mark on the back of his hand flashed with intense sword light. Rays of light shot out, the Sky Demon Sword, Slaughtering Ghost Sword, Royal Wood Sword, Sin Dragon Sword, and Seraph Sword. The 5 swords floated around Zhao Fu and gave off intense sword light, causing the world to become sharp. Waves of sword wind blew in all directions, and the sharp sword wind could cut people's skin, making countless creatures instinctively not dare to come close. At the same time, the 5 swords gave off countless rays of sword light, looking like 3-meter-long swords of light that shot towards Bai Xingjun. Boom, 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 the 5 massive swords giving off different colored lights and the 5 different colored beasts ferociously clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless rainbow-colored lights shot everywhere, and shockwaves spread out, causing the ground to continuously collapse. Another peerless battle between experts had begun. The instant this battle exploded out, everyone on the 4th level sensed it and looked in Zhao Fu's direction in shock, not knowing what was going on. Bang, 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 the sky was covered by light as the 5 swords of light and the 5 different colored beasts violently clashed in the sky. Powerful gales blew out, causing sand and pebbles to fly and trees to snap. Xing, a massive sword hum exploded out as Zhao Fu held the sadistic killing sword and Bai Xingjun held the 5-colored sword. Their swords gave off terrifying power as they clashed, and the air seemed to explode. A terrifying aura continuously spread out, causing countless cosmos beasts to retreat in fear. Boom, the instant that Bai Xingjun was blasted back, he stretched out a hand and grabbed at Zhao Fu. His hand turned into a massive flaming hand that gave off searing heat as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite startled and his emperor's domain immediately appeared. The massive flaming hand slammed against the emperor's domain, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying. Bai Xingjun stopped his body from flying backwards and slashed out with his sword, sending out a five-colored crescent that tore through space and gave off powerful slicing power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also slashed out a blood-red crescent that also gave off ferocious power as it slashed towards Bai Xingjun. Bang, the two crescents collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The shockwave turned into wild gales that swept out in all directions, causing boulders to roll and trees to sway. Beside him, Syndra looked at the battle between the two people in shock. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying battle. Bai Xingjun was undoubtedly incredibly powerful, but luckily she had just submitted. This person was not bad, or else she might have been killed by Bai Xingjun. The terrifying auras that spread out caused everyone on the fourth level to look quite shocked. However, they could not help but gather here because they wanted to know what was going on. However, as they got closer and closer, the terrifying ripples became more and more powerful. The destructive aura spread out, causing everyone to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Boom! Boom! Explosions tore through the sky as the five massive beasts gave off massive roars and exploded out with terrifying power. The five swords gave off even more intense sword light as the two sides ferociously clashed, causing the heavens and earth to fall into chaos. Five-element sword. Bai Xingjun pointed the five-element sword at the sky and a massive sword light shot into the sky. The sky seemed to explode as a shockwave spread out, scattering all of the dark clouds and dense black aura, causing the sky to become a clear blue color. Shing, 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 five sword hums tore through the sky as five rays of sword light descended from the sky. They were gold, azure, blue, red, and yellow, and as the five rays of sword light descended, the heavens and earth trembled as the five elements madly gathered. Five massive swords of light gave off world-destroying power as they hung in the air, causing the world to fall into terror. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he equipped the Death Ray sword, and Zhao Fu's power and the Six Paths Demon Image's power all entered it. Boom! In that instant, the Death Ray sword gave off a massive sword hum, and countless traces of deathly aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. It seemed boundless, and it instantly covered the surrounding 10,000 meters. Zhao Fu's body was also covered by the dense deathly aura. Suddenly, countless traces of deathly qi started to spin, forming a massive vortex of deathly qi. Zhao Fu held the Death Ray sword as he stood at the center of the vortex. A massive wave of heaven and earth power was sucked in, and a boundless deathly intent caused the heavens and earth to freeze. That cold and gloomy aura made the world seem like it was about to die. Everything became a deathly gray color, and there were no signs of life at all. The surrounding darkness aura was also expelled. Bai Xingjun's gaze was cold as he looked at Zhao Fu and his five-colored sword descended. Boom! Boom! The five massive swords of light in the air pointed towards Zhao Fu and shot out incredibly quickly, leaving behind five massive traces as they shot towards Zhao Fu like bolts of lightning. The sky seemed to have been slashed open by five swords. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised his sword horizontally and countless traces of deathly qi continuously flowed out. The vortex of deathly qi gave off boundless deathly intent as it quickly spun and gave off a massive might. Bang, 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 the five swords of light gave off terrifying power as they shot into the vortex of deathly qi. The incredibly sharp sword light gradually pierced through the vortex of deathly qi, causing the vortex of deathly qi to give off five-colored light. However, the vortex of deathly qi continued to spin, and the boundless deathly power continuously weakened the five swords of light. Arg! Bai Xingjun loudly roared as he ferociously stabbed forwards with his five-colored sword. The five swords of light within the vortex of deathly qi exploded out with even more intense sword light and pierced through the vortex of deathly qi, causing the vortex of deathly qi to collapse. The five swords gave off dazzling light and gave off destructive power as they unstoppably blasted towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out. In that moment, countless traces of the collapsing deathly qi were absorbed by the Death Ray sword, causing it to give off an incredibly terrifying deathly intent. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive gray sword light slashed out, slashing against the five swords of light. The five swords of light were instantly destroyed, and the shockwave sent Zhao Fu flying back, causing Zhao Fu to cough up a mouthful of blood, and a gash appeared on his Hand. Xing. The instant that Zhao Fu flew back, the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun. Countless eerie chains shot out from the air, and all of them shot towards Bai Xingjun with immense power. Bai Xingjun was given a big fright, and his 5-colored energy barrier spread out. The chains heavily slammed against it, causing the 5-colored energy barrier to violently tremble before being pierced through by the countless chains. However, the power of the chains had been weakened, and Bai Xingjun slashed out a few times, destroying the countless chains, causing them to fall like rain. Roar! However, at that moment, a massive wave of eerie ghostly qi appeared beside Bai Xingjun. It was a 300-meter-tall demon with 2 horns, and it raised its fist and heavily smashed towards Zhao Fu. Bai Xingjun's body was like a sandbag, smashing open a large crater on the ground. Zhao Fu's body flashed and he appeared above the crater. He raised the death ray sword in his hand and countless rays of sword light shot out as Zhao Fu prepared to slash down. Bai Xingjun lay within the crater and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. Looking at Zhao Fu, who was about to attack, he slammed the ground. Bang, bang. Bang, muffled explosions sounded out as hundreds of earthen pillars rushed out from the ground and vigorously smashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out rays of sword light that destroyed the earthen pillars, causing dirt to fly everywhere. Bai Xingjun took this opportunity to crawl up and a powerful aura spread out. He gripped his 5-colored sword with both hands and vigorously stabbed it into the ground. Boom, a 6-meter-wide ray of lava rushed out of the ground with immense force. The massive heat caused the surrounding temperature to rise, and Zhao Fu was sent flying by the lava, causing his clothes to be somewhat charred. Standing in the air, Zhao Fu looked quite furious as he sent 6 massive traces of ghostly qi into his arm. Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand, and a ghostly hand that was hundreds of meters wide gave off boundless ghostly power as it slammed towards Bai Xingjun, wanting to turn him into meat paste. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 massive hands collided, resulting in a massive shockwave. A scalding shockwave spread out, causing the water vapor in the surroundings to disappear and countless plants to wither. Ghost Devour. Seeing that he was unable to attack Bai Xingjun, Zhao Fu roared and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. Countless traces of ghostly qi flowed out as ghosts ferociously leapt at Bai Xingjun like a flood. Bai Xingjun's gaze became serious and he loosened his grip on the 5-colored sword. He started to form hand seals and his hands gave off a green light. Boom, Bai Xingjun pressed his hand against the ground and a powerful green wave of light spread out. Green vines burst out of the ground, giving off ferocious power as they shot towards the ghosts. In just an instant, countless ghosts were bound up by the vines. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and lightly shouted, "Ghost God Soldier." The bound ghosts turned into balls of ghostly qi that turned into different weapons, sabers, swords, staffs, axes, etc. They instantly broke free from the vine's control and gave off sharp auras as they shot towards Bai Xingjun. Bai Xingjun was quite startled and his 5-colored energy barrier instantly spread out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as over 10,000 ghost soldiers smashed against the 5-colored energy barrier. The 5-colored energy barrier instantly shattered, and the countless ghost soldiers shot into it, about to pierce through Bai Xingjun's body. However, Bai Xingjun's body turned into a ray of light and shot into the ground, disappearing. The ghost soldiers smashed into the ground, giving off muffled sounds as a 10 or so meter wide crater appeared in the ground. Xing, in the next second, Bai Xingjun's body appeared behind Zhao Fu. The sword in his hand gave off a 5-colored sword light as he vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's heart tightened and his hair stood on end as he slashed out with his sword, blocking Bai Xingjun's attack. Arg! Bai Xingjun roared as a 5-colored aura flame appeared around his body. A powerful wind blew as Bai Xingjun sent Zhao Fu flying back. After flying back, Zhao Fu stopped himself and coldly looked at Bai Xingjun. He raised the death ray sword and ignited his emperor's bloodline. A massive emperor's might caused everything to fall silent. Countless traces of deathly qi flowed out as a figure wearing a palace dress appeared. Following this, that figure gave off a wave of deathly qi and rushed towards Bai Xingjun with unstoppable might. The 5-colored sword in Bai Xingjun's hand shot out countless rays of light, and the 5-colored aura flame around his body rose 3 meters into the air. Bai Xingjun vigorously slashed out, and a five-colored sword light containing power that seemed to be able to cut through everything flew out. Bang! The massive five-colored sword light clashed with the wave of deathly aura, causing countless sword lights and deathly aura to shoot out in all directions. In the end, the deathly aura was even more powerful, shattering the five-colored sword light and knocking Bai Xingjun down from the sky. Bai Xingjun, who had fallen to the ground, said with a trace of anger, "I admit that you're very strong. If it was before, I might not have been a match for you, but I'm not that Bai Xingjun from the desolate border." Boom! After Bai Xingjun spoke, a five-colored pendant giving off intense light floated out of his clothes. An unimaginable power flooded out like a fountain, and the ground and space around them began to collapse. Rays of boundless five-colored light descended from the sky, and the entire world sank into terror. The golden dragon said, "That person is using the power prepared for him by a higher being. Zhao Fu, you need to be careful." Hearing this, Zhao Fu earnestly nodded. Five Elements World. A loud roar sounded out as a five-colored energy barrier containing destructive power spread out incredibly quickly. It only took an instant for it to spread out, and a shocking explosion sounded out as the ground in the surrounding 100,000 meters was completely destroyed. A 100,000 meter wide and hundreds of meters deep crater appeared on the ground. Within the crater, there was a 10,000 meter wide five-colored energy barrier. It was like a world within it. There was a ground, a blue sky, a stream, flowers, and mountains. This 10,000 meter wide five-colored energy barrier continuously devoured the surrounding source energy, causing the space around it to collapse. The heavens and earth seemed to dim, and clouds became chaotic. Lightning continuously descended, making it seem as if the apocalypse had arrived. A trace of killing intent appeared in Bai Xingjun's eyes as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Today is the day you die. Do you have any last words?" Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and asked, "Is that so? Then wait until you have the ability to kill me." Boom! An explosion sounded out as a ghostly flame that was dozens of meters tall burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, and an eerie gale swept out. Bai Xingjun did not say anything else, and his expression was cold as he stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu. He vigorously pushed out, and the 10,000 meter wide five-colored energy barrier gave off world-like power as it smashed towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and space continuously collapsed. The pressure was enough to crush small rocks into powder. Even godly spirits would not be able to stop it. The 10,000 meter wide five-colored energy barrier quickly smashed towards Zhao Fu, and just as Zhao Fu was about to be smashed into meat paste, whoosh, at that moment, Zhao Fu tore open the clothes in front of his chest. A gray pearl floated out of Zhao Fu's chest, and 6 chains shot out. Boom! 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 6 explosions sounded out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Following this, everything seemed to freeze as a sky-toppling ghostly chi swept out, causing the world to become a ghost world. 6 1,000-meter tall figures giving off world-destroying power appeared in the sky. They were the 6 paths demon images at their peak. The 10,000-meter wide five-colored energy barrier gave off world-destroying power as it ferociously smashed towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, the 6 paths demon images raised their massive arms and gave off destructive power as they slammed towards the five-colored energy barrier. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 10,000-meter wide five-colored energy barrier was slammed into the ground. The shockwave spread out, causing the ground to be ripped apart. Boulders were shattered, countless trees were uprooted, and a massive crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide appeared. Bai Xingjun looked quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a method. He had thought that he would be able to kill Zhao Fu with the five-colored spirit stones, but it seemed that he had underestimated Zhao Fu. By now, the 6 paths demon images had surrounded the 10,000-meter wide five-colored energy barrier. They raised their arms and gave off destructive power as they slammed against the five-colored energy barrier. From a distance, it looked like this place was covered by dark clouds and flashed with terrifying light as destructive ripples spread out. Shi Shuj, Ming Jian, Yu Quan, and the others had already reached the 4th level and were heading towards the terrifying aura. As they got closer and closer, they could not help but stop because they found that it was Zhao Fu's aura. Bai Haoren's expression was quite unsightly as he looked ahead because he knew who was fighting with Zhao Fu. He was very familiar with that aura. It was his big brother, Bai Xingjun. He had once thought that with his big brother's talent, he would be able to suppress Zhao Fu. However, after seeing Zhao Fu's power, Bai Haoran did not think that way. He had never thought that the two of them would clash so quickly. Looking at the terrifying scene covered by dark clouds and the shockwaves that continuously spread out, it was evident that the battle was incredibly intense and terrifying. Boom, boom. Boom, the 6 paths demon images raised their massive hands and gave off terrifying power as they vigorously slammed against the 5-colored energy barrier, resulting in massive explosions and strong gales. The 5-colored energy barrier was incredibly sturdy, and after enduring so many attacks from the 6 paths demon images, it did not shatter. It only trembled and did not have a single crack. However, Bai Haoran understood that with how he was being suppressed by the 6 paths demon images, the 5 elements world would be destroyed sooner or later. He had to break free from the 6 paths demon images suppression. Boom, within the 5-colored energy barrier, Bai Xingjun started to form seals with his hands and 5 different colored orbs of light appeared around him. After the 5 orbs of light appeared, the 5-colored energy barrier gave off an intense 5-colored light and exploded out with a terrifying power. This wave of power was incredibly powerful, and it forced the 6 paths demon images surrounding it back a few steps. The 10,000-meter wide 5-colored energy barrier gave off a terrifying might as it quickly rose into the sky. Even from far away, it could be seen that the 5-colored orb of light gave off a terrifying aura as it floated in the sky. 5 elements extermination. Bai Xingjun coldly looked at Zhao Fu and finished forming hand seals, causing the 5 orbs of light to explode. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 5-colored orb of light gave off a blinding 5-colored light, looking like a 5-colored sun. At the same time, a world-destroying and earth-shattering power spread out, causing the space, ground, grass, and rocks to gradually turn into dust. In the distance, the people who had come to see what was happening froze because the terrifying aura filled the air and seemed to fill the entire heavens and earth. At this moment, their bodies couldn't help but go rigid. This was an instinctive fear, because if they continued forward, they might very well die. At that moment, everyone could only stop and look in shock at the 5-colored sun in the sky, dispelling all of the darkness in the 4th level. A massive crater that was 100,000 meters wide and 1,000 meters deep had appeared in the ground, and it was still collapsing. Zhao Fu and the 6 paths demon images stood in the air, enduring the 5-colored sun's power. They felt as if their bodies were being ripped apart, and it was incredibly painful. Zhao Fu brought the 6 paths demon images and landed on the ground. In actuality, it was advantageous to face the 6 paths demon images on the ground, as they were in the underworld. Boom, under Zhao Fu's control, the 6 paths demon images half-squatted on the ground and vigorously slammed their hands against the ground, causing it to collapse. At the same time, a gray magic formation appeared, and a wave of underworld yin qi erupted out like a volcano. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the yin qi, between the 6 paths demon images. His body absorbed the yin qi, and his body seemed to turn into a ghost. His jet-black hair became gray-white, and his eyes were filled with a dense coldness. At the same time, Zhao Fu's aura became incredibly powerful. Raising his head, Zhao Fu looked at the 5-colored sun in the sky, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. The 6 paths demon images roared and once again pressed their hands against the ground. Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains sounded out throughout the sky, shaking the underworld. Massive gray chains giving off an incredibly cold and eerie aura shot out from the ground towards the 5-colored sun in the sky. Xing, the 5-colored sun giving off blinding light, was bound up by the hundreds of thousands of massive chains that shot out from the ground. This scene was incredibly shocking, and from the distance, they could see the chains that seemed to come from the underworld binding up the 5-colored sun. The 5-colored sun was bound up by countless cold chains, and its light gradually dimmed. The 5 elements' destruction power seemed to be gradually sealed, causing Bai Haoran's expression to fall. Boom, Bai Haoran raised a hand and roared as a 5-colored aura flame appeared around his body. A powerful wave of power exploded out, and the dim 5-colored energy barrier once again brightened. It slowly twisted and started to break free from the chains. Zhao Fu looked at Bai Xingjun and coldly harumphed. The 6 gray dots in his right eye madly sped up, and a trace of gray blood flowed out from his right eye. Shing, 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 chains once again shot out from the ground. There were 100,000 of them, and each of them was 1 meter thick. They gave off massive amounts of cold and eerie power as they shot towards the five-colored sun in the sky, instantly binding it. Bai Xingjun roared as he exploded out with immense power, controlling the five-colored energy barrier to try and break free from the chains. The chains clanked as waves of destructive aura spread out from the sky, shaking the sky and spreading out in all directions. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a savage look as he raised a hand and vigorously grabbed at the air. Boom, the chains went taut before being pulled downwards, and the terrifying power from the underworld forcefully pulled the five-colored sun back to the ground. It almost smashed onto the ground, sending out a terrifying shockwave that caused the ground to collapse and trees to snap. Bai Haoran coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had just fallen from the sky, and he had been heavily injured. Now, the five-colored energy barrier was bound to the ground by countless chains, and the blinding five-colored light from before had disappeared. The 6 paths demon god squatting on the ground stood up and grabbed at the air, causing countless traces of yin qi to flow out and form different weapons. They then once again surrounded the five-colored energy barrier. Boom, the muscular animal path demon god gripped its fist and punched out with destructive power, causing the air to explode. The power slammed into the five-colored energy barrier, causing it to violently tremble. Bang, the hungry ghost path demon god raised its machete and ferociously hacked down at the five-colored energy barrier, sending out a powerful saber wind. As the machete slammed into the five-colored energy barrier, it once again violently trembled. Shing, another massive explosion sounded out as the hell path demon god gripped its pitchfork and gave off immense power as it stabbed into the five-colored energy barrier, causing a slight crack to appear on it. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and had the 6 paths demon god continue to attack. The heavenly law demon god held its spear and exploded out with a shocking aura as it prepared to deal the final blow to the five-colored energy barrier. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu and sent Zhao Fu flying with a punch. Zhao Fu's body flew out and smashed open a large crater on the ground. Because of this, the heavenly law demon god's attack stopped. Zhao Fu crawled up from the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fury as he looked at the white-haired young man in front of him. The white-haired young man was naturally the person who had once been ranked second. He had been about to head to the third level, but he had sensed the terrifying ripples here, so he had quickly rushed over. Seeing Zhao Fu and Bai Xingjun fighting, he had not hesitated to help Bai Xingjun. This was because Zhao Fu was ranked first and would greatly affect his plan, so he had to kill this threat. The white-haired young man turned to look at Bai Xingjun and said in a dignified tone, "The two of us will work together to kill this person." Bai Xingjun did not even need to think before agreeing. After all, Zhao Fu was his enemy and the white-haired young man was helping him. He had to obtain the darkness origin crystal, as that would allow his cultivation technique to improve and form the yin-yang 5 elements world. Seeing such a terrifying expert appear, Cinder felt quite shocked and felt a trace of fear. She stealthily retreated, planning to escape. She had only just submitted to Zhao Fu, so she naturally did not have much loyalty. Moreover, in a battle of that level, she would not be able to help much. The golden dragon looked at the white-haired young man and said to Zhao Fu, "That person's aura is quite strange. He's most likely some kind of expert who hid his power and entered the cosmos historical remnant. Be careful, he's incredibly terrifying." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. He did not understand why this white-haired young man had gotten involved. It seemed that there was no enmity between them. Swish, the white-haired young man instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu. His hand was like a sharp claw and gave off 5 cold lights as he grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu dodged to the side. The claw gave off 5 cold lights and left 5 deep claw marks on the ground, which were 2 meters deep. Zhao Fu looked at the white-haired young man furiously. Now that he had joined in, he could only fight. Following this, Zhao Fu controlled the 6 paths demon images to attack the white-haired young man. How could Bai Xingjun allow Zhao Fu to do as he wished? He stretched out a hand and 5 colored tentacles giving off powerful auras shot out, wrapping around the 6 paths demon images. He was responsible for pinning down these 6 terrifying monsters. However, the white-haired young man's Zhao Fu of the six of the demon of the six paths Fu of domain of sword. However, just as Zhao Fu moved, the white-haired young man grabbed at the air and countless traces of blood-red aura flowed out, forming a blood-red spear that gave off ferocious power as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gripped the death ray sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a gray sword light that shattered the blood-red spear. The white-haired young man held the spear and rushed forwards, stabbing towards Zhao Fu's throat. The immense sharpness caused Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. However, Zhao Fu did not move at all as countless traces of black aura flowed into his feet, and a black magic formation that was dozens of meters wide appeared, giving off a powerful aura. Swish, 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 black spikes that were 3 fingers wide gave off ferocious power as they stabbed out from the black magic formation. They seemed to be able to pierce through steel, and Zhao Fu used the king's profoundness that he had not used in a long time. The white-haired young man's expression slightly fell and he grabbed out with his hand, causing countless traces of blood-red aura to flow out and form another blood-red spear. The white-haired young man held the 2 spears and spun around like a whirlwind, sending out blood-red arcs of light that destroyed the countless black spikes. Zhao Fu raised the death ray sword, which gave off an intense sword light. He vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive sword light towards the white-haired young man. Bang! The massive sword light gave off ferocious sword energy and slashed apart the whirlwind, but the white-haired young man was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Fu felt quite startled as he felt a wave of danger coming from behind him, and he slashed out with his sword. Shing! The sword light and blood-red spear collided, resulting in a metallic collision sound. The spear that was stabbing towards Zhao Fu was deflected by Zhao Fu. The white-haired young man coldly harumphed and a massive wave of blood-red aura flowed out, forming a massive blood-red tiger behind him. It gave a massive roar and ferociously leapt at Zhao Fu. 72 blood-red energy orbs floated out of Zhao Fu's body, forming 72 blood-red spears that simultaneously shot out. The 72 spears turned into rays of light that pierced through the blood-red tiger's body, causing it to turn into traces of blood-red aura and dissipate. Bang! However, the white-haired young man had suddenly appeared next to Zhao Fu and kicked at Zhao Fu. The massive power behind the kick sent Zhao Fu flying. Cough! Zhao Fu lightly coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked furious as he equipped the sadistic killing sword. His sovereign bloodline started to burn as a terrifying emperor's aura spread out. The blood-red sadistic killing sword was gradually dyed black and blood-red, and it gave off an emperor's might as if it was an emperor's weapon. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the sadistic killing sword in Zhao Fu's hand gave off a boundless black sword light that pierced through everything. It was like a black sun covering the world, and the entire heavens and earth seemed to sink under that terrifying emperor's might, causing space to twist. Images appeared around Zhao Fu. There were headless angels, demons with broken legs, people with only their upper bodies, elves with only half their bodies, and countless soldiers who had died in battle. Countless corpses giving off black light appeared around Zhao Fu's body, looking like a massive black ocean of corpses. A terrifying destructive aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to change. Seeing Zhao Fu unleash this attack, the white-haired young man's expression became serious, and a massive wave of blood-red chi flowed out from his body. After the blood-red chi flowed out, it did not dissipate and instead wrapped around the white-haired young man. Gradually, more and more blood-red chi gathered and became denser and denser, and a massive might spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red chi continuously changed and expanded, forming a 1,000-meter-tall blood-red giant. It gave off a massive aura that seemed to be able to hold up the heavens and earth, causing the world to tremble. Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and the massive ocean of corpses gave off a terrifying aura as it flooded towards the blood-red giant. The blood-red giant held a spear and gave a massive roar as it gave off a courageous and invincible aura as it rushed over. Boom! The collision of the 2 attacks resulted in a massive gale. Countless boulders were blown into the sky and trees were uprooted as the heavens and earth were ravaged by the gale. Bang! The blood-red giant gave a massive roar and exploded out with an even more intense aura as it threw out its blood-red spear. The blood-red spear gave off terrifying power as it slashed out, leaving behind faint traces of blood. Countless black corpses were destroyed, unable to resist at all. Zhao Fu was quite startled because the spear was flying towards him. Zhao Fu raised the sadistic killing sword and sent large amounts of Emperor's power into it, causing it to give off an intense sword light. Boom, the massive blood-red spear gave off terrifying power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Just as it was about to hit Zhao Fu slashed down with his sword, sending out an enormous black sword light and causing a massive explosion to sound out. The blood-red spear was destroyed by Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back by the shockwave. Roar, roar. Roar. Roar suddenly sounded out. It was the 6 Paths demon images fighting with Bai Xingjun. They started to resist Zhao Fu's control over them. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to become quite unsightly. He had let them out for too long, and the Ghost World Pearl's sealing power had quickly weakened, causing the 6 Paths demon images to start to resist. 6 chains once again shot out from the Ghost World Pearl and shot into the 6 Paths demon images' bodies, putting them away. Bai Xingjun coldly laughed and dispelled the 5 elements world. The 5-colored energy barrier disappeared and Bai Xingjun flew to the side, pincer attacking Zhao Fu with the white-haired young man. Boom. Boom, 2 massive explosions sounded out as the white-haired young man looked at Zhao Fu with killing intent. A blood-red flame appeared around his body as a powerful power exploded out. Bai Xingjun coldly looked at Zhao Fu as a 5-colored aura flame appeared around his body. Boom, facing the 2 people, Zhao Fu's expression was serious and a cold ghostly flame appeared around his body. The 6 Paths demon images returned to his body, and Zhao Fu could now use their power. The white-haired youth was the first to attack. He turned into a ray of light and charged at Zhao Fu. The blood-red spear in his hand stabbed towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, and Bai Xingjun's 5-colored sword light gave off sharp sword chi as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's sadistic killing sword gave off a sword hum as a black crescent slashed out. Bang, the 2 sword lights clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless sword lights shot out in all directions, and a powerful wind blew in all directions. Boom, the white-haired young man's spear gave off countless traces of blood-red light, and a terrifyingly sharp aura spread out. The white-haired young man ferociously stabbed out like a wild beast, and Zhao Fu hurriedly turned and vigorously stabbed out with his sword. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded out in all directions as the battle between the 3 people caused the heavens and earth to dim. The sun and moon dimmed, and clouds became chaotic. Terrifying auras continuously flooded out, seeming to cover the 4th level. This place seemed to be covered by thick dark clouds, and terrifying thunder could be heard from within the dark clouds, as if there were ferocious beasts hibernating. Wild gales blew about, and the surroundings were filled with killing intent, making them feel bone-chillingly cold. In the distance, the people watching looked incredibly shocked. The battle ahead was becoming more and more intense, and it was not just 2 people but 3 people fighting. The person who had just joined was also a peerless genius. In other words, these 3 peerless geniuses were intensely fighting. This was definitely a peerless battle, and no one knew why these 3 terrifying people were fighting together. Even though they were quite curious, no one dared to get close. The aura coming from there was not something they could get close to, and they could easily die. Shi Shuj, Yu Quan, Ming Jian, and the others decided to go over and take a look. They wanted to see what was going on, causing the 4th level to fall into panic, and they also wanted to see just how powerful that emperor was. Bai Haoran also went over, mainly because he was worried about his big brother's safety. Bang, Zhao Fu's body heavily crashed to the ground, causing the ground to crack and collapse. A 10-meter-wide crater appeared, and within the crater, Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. With his current strength, he was not a match for the 2 of them. Bai Xingjun looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "You've lost for sure. Before, I wanted to let you off, but now it's impossible. Letting you off will cause too much trouble in the future. Perhaps you can leave the Cosmos historical remnant and keep your life, but I won't give you that opportunity." The white-haired young man looked at Zhao Fu with killing intent and said to Bai Xingjun, "Don't waste words and kill this person to prevent anything unexpected from happening." Zhao Fu coldly looked at the 2 of them and powerlessly lay within the crater, looking like he was waiting for death. The white-haired young man and Bai Xingjun leapt forwards, wanting to finish off Zhao Fu. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the sky seemed to be unable to withstand that ferocious killing intent and cracks appeared. Boundless sword light descended, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. That cold killing intent seemed to permeate everything. Lying on the ground, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A black and blood-red sword appeared in his hand, and countless rays of sharp sword chi seemed to explode out and spread out like lightning, destroying everything in its path. The white-haired young man and Bai Xingjuan's expressions fell, and they hurriedly unleashed their defensive barriers and retreated. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter wide and hundreds of meters deep crater had appeared in the ground, and traces of terrifying sword chi rose up from the ground. Within the air, Zhao Fu held his sword and stood there. His cloak had been torn apart and his clothes were gone, revealing Zhao Fu's handsome face. His eyes were completely blood-red and a blood-red sword mark had appeared on his forehead. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his body gave off a killing intent that seemed to freeze time and space. The white-haired young man and Bai Xingjuan's expressions became serious, and sensing this power, the ordinary-looking young man on the second level stopped. He thought about it and sat down cross-legged. The battle has only just begun, are you ready to die? Zhao Fu looked at the two of them with his blood-red eyes and said with dense killing intent. Boom, just as Zhao Fu spoke, he raised the emperor-killing sword and hazy, blood-red-eyed monsters holding blood-red swords appeared around Zhao Fu. There were over 10,000 of them, and they gave off heaven-toppling killing intent. Swish, 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 as Zhao Fu's sword descended, the sword souls locked onto the two of them with their blood-red eyes and gave off terrifying killing intent as they turned into black blurs and rushed over. 5 Elements World. Bai Xingjuan's expression fell and he once again unleashed the 5 Elements World. A 5-colored energy barrier spread out from his body, and there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. A world-like power exploded out. Blood Spirit God. Boom. Boom, the 10,000 sword souls did not seem like much, but each of them was incredibly powerful. They rushed in front of the two of them and swung their blood-red swords, slashing towards the two of them with all their might, sending out sharp blood-red sword lights. Bai Haoran unleashed 5 elements destruction power, destroying the incoming sword souls. The blood-red giant formed by the white-haired young man opened its mouth and spat out countless blood-red flames, incinerating the sword souls. Xing, a sword hum sounded out throughout the sky as Zhao Fu suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xingjun and slashed down with the emperor-killing sword. The heaven-toppling sword energy sent Bai Haoran flying 1,000 meters back, and he crashed into a small mountain. The blood-red giant roared as it ferociously stabbed its blood-red spear towards Zhao Fu, and its power seemed to be able to pierce through the ground. Bang, Zhao Fu slashed out backhanded and a massive blood-red crescent containing enough power to tear through space slashed out, colliding with the spear. Zhao Fu's body did not move, but the blood-red giant stumbled back 5 or 6 steps. They had only just exchanged blows, but the terrifying power that Zhao Fu gave off caused Bai Haoran and the white-haired young man to feel a trace of fear. Boom, Bai Xingjun did not hesitate for too long as the 5-colored pendant on his chest gave off an intense 5-colored light. An ocean-like wave of 5 elements power flowed into his body, and Bai Xingjun slashed out with his sword. The 5-colored energy barrier instantly spread out to 10,000 meters, giving off a world-destroying might. Roar. The blood-red giant roared as countless traces of blood-red flames erupted around its body. Its body continuously grew until it became a 10,000-meter-tall blood-red giant, and its body gave off a world-destroying power. Zhao Fu also unleashed the Emperor-Killing Sword's power. The Emperor-Killing Sword gave off intense sword light, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut apart by sword chi. Boom, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and gave off immense power as he shot towards the blood-red giant. The blood-red giant gripped its spear and stabbed out, causing the space around it to explode. Bang, Zhao Fu also slashed out, and the destructive sword slashed against the spearhead, causing a massive explosion to sound out. A terrifying shockwave swept out, and the Stage 9 Cosmos Beast could not resist at all. Boom, Bai Xingjun stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu and the 5-colored energy barrier gave off intense light, forming a ray of light that contained immense power as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu swung his sword, and a huge blood-colored crescent moon flashed. The 5-colored light beam that was fiercely shooting over was instantly cut in half, turning into countless light spots and dissipating. The battle between the three of them was naturally incredibly terrifying. Terrifying shockwaves exploded out, spreading out as if they could destroy the world, causing all living creatures to sink into terror. Some people finally reached the outskirts of the battlefield, and looking at the destruction caused by the battle, they fell into shock. The ground in front of them had been flattened, and the mountains and rivers had been wiped out. There were large craters and cracks everywhere, and rocks were scattered everywhere. All of the plants had disappeared, and there were traces of destructive auras rising from the ground. This is the battle that broke out just now? So terrifying. As expected from a peerless battle, only the top 5 geniuses would be able to do such a thing. The top 5 geniuses did not disappoint from the start. Not only did they have more points than everyone else, but the battle that had erupted out was on a godly level. However, they were even more shocked because they saw 2 people working together to fight a single person. Just how powerful was the other genius for 2 geniuses to work together to deal with a single person? Following this, they found that the person fighting 1 against 2 was the emperor from before. Baiharan also looked quite shocked. He had never thought that his big brother would work together with someone else to deal with a single person. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 3 people clashed together with terrifying power. A destructive explosion blasted out, causing space to tear apart, and the 3 people's bodies flew back. After fighting for such a long time, all 3 of them were somewhat injured. 5 elements destruction. Now, the 3 of them were filled with fury and killing intent, wanting to kill each other at all costs. Bai Xingjun unleashed his most terrifying attack. The 10,000-meter wide 5-colored energy barrier flew into the sky, and the 5-colored orb of light gave off a blinding 5-colored light, looking like a 5-colored sun. A world-destroying and earth-shattering power descended from the sky, causing space, ground, grass, trees, and rocks to turn into dust. Heavenly Snake. The 10,000-meter-tall blood-red giant raised its head and gave a heaven-shaking roar as a large amount of blood-red aura entered the blood-red spear. The blood-red spear seemed to have a life of its own and continuously condensed, forming a blood-red snake with dozens of eyes. It gave off an incredibly destructive power, and everything in its surroundings collapsed. Boom! Zhao Fu pointed the emperor-killing sword towards the sky and a blood-red sword light shot into the sky. A black and blood-red magic formation appeared in the sky and heaven and earth power continuously gathered as boundless black and blood-red light spread out from the magic formation. A heaven-piercing sword intent instantly descended, inundating everything. Under that sword intent, everything in the world turned into nothingness, unable to resist at all. Bai Xingjun gathered all of the 5 elements' destruction power at a single point, and that point gave off a brilliant light. The entire 5 elements' world's power seemed to weaken, and Bai Xingjun pointed with his finger. Boom! A 5-colored ray of light shot out incredibly quickly and tore through the heavens and earth, seeming to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! The 10,000-meter-tall blood-red giant also threw out its snake-like spear. The spear gave off an incredibly destructive power as it shot out like a blood-red ray of light. Explosions sounded out as the spear tore through space. Facing the 2 incoming attacks, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. The black and blood-red magic formation in the sky slowly started to spin as an aura of annihilation flowed out. Zhao Fu's sword descended. Boom, boom. Boom! Heaven-shaking sounds tore through the sky as the black and blood-red magic formation blasted down tens of thousands of meter-long blood-red sword lights, seeming to split the heavens and earth into pieces. Space seemed to shatter like a mirror, and as the sword lights landed on the ground, the terrifying power caused the ground to shatter. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion sounded out, and it was as if the world was going to split apart. The 3 attacks collided together, creating a terrifying explosion. Everything within 100 kilometers was instantly turned into nothingness, and terrifying shockwaves spread out like a bolt of lightning. Pfft! Within a ravine, Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and got up from the ground with great difficulty. A black figure suddenly leapt at him from the side, and Zhao Fu grabbed with his hand, grabbing that person's throat. He found that Syndra was looking at him with a wronged expression. Syndra had only dared to come out after seeing that there had been no movement for a long time. Because she had a master contract with Zhao Fu, she knew that Zhao Fu was fine. She had wanted to directly escape, but Bai Xingjun had locked onto her, so she could only obediently stay nearby. If she really escaped, Zhao Fu would think that she had betrayed him and would not stop Bai Xingjun. Instead, he would wait for him to kill Syndra before taking the Darkness Origin Stone. King! You're so strong, Zhao Fu let go, and Syndra smiled as she came over and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she said. Zhao Fu ignored Cinder's words and asked caringly, "How are those two people?" Cinder shook her head, "I don't know. I was worried about King's safety, so I hurried over. The other two people haven't moved, so they're most likely heavily injured. Perhaps they've been killed by the glorious king." Hearing this, Zhao Fu flew into the sky, and his eyes spun as he searched for those two people. They were mortal enemies, and Zhao Fu definitely would not let them off. He had to kill them. After flying into the sky, the ground was in a mess. There were craters everywhere, and there were also ravines. There were no signs of life, and some places had even formed canyons and collapsed plains. After searching for a while, Zhao Fu found a corpse that looked like rotten wood. It was the corpse of an elderly man, and he was incredibly old and seemed to be on the verge of death. The aura that this corpse gave off was that of a white-haired young man. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be able to kill that white-haired young man, and he was quite delighted. Now, he would have one less opponent. The golden dragon looked at the corpse and said, "He wasn't killed by you, his death was due to some sort of secret technique backlash, most likely caused by you heavily injuring him. Also, he's a world realm expert, put his corpse away, he most likely has many good things on him." Zhao Fu smiled. He understood the value of this corpse. Furthermore, there were probably countless treasures in his storage ring. However, Zhao Fu did not make an inventory for the time being. Instead, he continued to search for Bai Xingjun. However, after searching for a while, Zhao Fu found that Zhao Fu had already escaped, and his injuries were most likely quite severe. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and could only give up. He found a hidden place and started to treat his injuries. This time, Zhao Fu's injuries were not light. Cinderella stood guard at the side. Now that she had witnessed Zhao Fu's true strength, her loyalty to Zhao Fu had skyrocketed. The people in the distance had also been affected by the shockwaves. They had never thought that the three people's final attack would explode out with such terrifying destructive power. It was on the level of destroying the heavens and earth. After this place became deathly silent, everyone understood that the battle had concluded. From the rankings, Zhao Fu still stood at the top, unshakable position. The white-haired young man's name had disappeared, he had most likely left the cosmos historical remnant. Bai Xingjun's name was still there, but everyone understood that the other two people had lost. Two terrifying geniuses had teamed up, but they had still lost. That imperial prince's power was truly terrifying. Of the top 5 geniuses, only the first-ranked person had not fought with that imperial prince yet, the other geniuses had all been defeated. Elsewhere, Bai Haoran supported the heavily injured Bai Xingjun and quickly ran away. He did not dare to stay for even a moment, as he was afraid that Zhao Fu would attack him. At that moment, Bai Xingjun's expression was quite dispirited and he said weakly, "Haoran, I lost. Not only did I use the technique that Master gave me, but I also teamed up with someone else. In the end, I still lost." Bai Haoran lightly nodded. His big brother was an undefeatable legend in his heart, and that legend had been shattered by that person. However, Bai Haoran still believed him and smiled as he said, "Big brother. I'm sure you'll defeat him one day." Seeing that his little brother trusted him so much, Bai Xingjun smiled with some difficulty because he knew just how difficult it would be. Within a grand palace, Zhang Mingyue furiously rushed back to the Zhang Empire's palace and yelled to the guards, "Hurry and report to my imperial father that someone has insulted the Zhang Empire. Tell him to send a few Emperor Heaven Realm experts over." After returning to the Zhang Empire, Zhang Mingyue thought about the humiliation that Zhao Fu had given him and planned to take a few Emperor Heaven Realm experts to sweep through the outer domains. The most powerful people in the outer domains were only World Realm experts, and with a few Emperor Heaven Realm experts, they would be able to sweep through the outer domains. They would be able to kill whoever they wanted and would be able to kill whoever they wanted. They would be able to do as they pleased. This was the strength of an empire. The guards naturally disagreed with Zhang Mingyue's words and carefully reported this to the higher-ups. Within the palace, a scholarly-looking middle-aged man was talking to a few young men with extraordinary bearings. Those young men gave off dense emperor's auras, and their auras were many times stronger than Zhang Mingyue's. They were all imperial princes of the Zhang Empire. The guards went up and reported what Zhang Mingyue had said. One of the young men coldly harumphed, "That boy most likely ran into trouble everywhere and was taught a lesson, so he ran back to call for help." He's truly a disgrace to the Zhong Empire. Another person said condescendingly, apart from playing around, he's just playing around. Even though we're all imperial princes, he's just trash who doesn't know how to improve. It's better to just kick such a person out of the empire. A handsome-looking young man frowned and said, "Don't say that, after all, he's our sixth brother." Hearing this young man's words, no one said anything else. It was evident that this young man's prestige in the Zhong Empire was quite high. The scholarly-looking middle-aged man gave a praising smile as he looked at the young man and said, "Moonless. Go and see what's going on. Sixth brother should also be taught a lesson." However, no matter what reason that person has for bullying the Zhong Empire's imperial princes, that person must die. The empire's dignity cannot be challenged. The handsome-looking young man, who was Zhang Wuyue, cupped his hands and left the palace before coming to Zhang Mingyue's room. Seeing Zhang Wuyue arrive, Zhang Mingyue felt quite happy because out of all of his brothers, Zhang Wuyue was the closest to him. "Big brother, why are you here? Also, did Imperial Father agree to give me an Emperor Heaven Realm expert?" Zhang Wuyue smiled as he said, "How could Emperor Heaven Realm experts be given to you so easily? Even though there are many of them in the Heaven domain, all of them are incredibly precious people. Their cultivations are the strongest in the inner domains." Zhang Mingyue happily laughed as he said, "Thank you, big brother. In actuality, I know my limits and won't offend people with too high of a status. This time, I went to the outer domain and was taught a lesson by a fake. I'm so angry, that fake was actually so powerful." "That's right. Fake?" Zhang Wuyue asked with some interest. Following this, Zhang Mingyue told Zhang Mingyue everything that had happened, including how he had met Zhao Fu and how he had fought. Zhang Wuyue's expression became serious as he asked, "You said that that person's emperor's aura was not only stronger than yours, but it was also many times purer than yours? Without the blessing of an empire?" Zhang Mingyue nodded and said, "I'm quite curious as well, how could that fake have such a pure sovereign bloodline?" Zhang Wuyue explained, "As imperial princes, our sovereign bloodlines are the purest. The only ones purer than ours are early-stage emperor bloodlines." Zhang Mingyue cried out in shock, "No way. How could that person have an early-stage emperor bloodline? He can't have an empire, or else I would have died long ago. That's what I find strange. Even if ordinary people were lucky enough to obtain a sovereign bloodline, that sovereign bloodline would not be pure and would only be a mixed bloodline. However, that person had an early-stage sovereign bloodline," Zhang Wuyue said. Zhang Mingyue grumbled, "What should we do then? That person dared to injure me and treat me with such a contemptuous attitude. If Big Brother doesn't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger." Zhang Wuyue looked at him and said seriously, "All right. I will deal with this matter. Also, that person is not simple. You must treat him with caution." Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue smiled in relief. He could already imagine how Zhao Fu would die. Subsequently, Zhang Wuyue returned to the palace. Before, no one paid much attention to this matter, but after Zhang Wuyue told everyone about it, everyone asked in shock, "Early-stage emperor bloodline?" Zhang Wuyue nodded seriously, based on what sixth brother said, that person most likely has an early-stage emperor bloodline, and that emperor bloodline is much stronger than the Zhong Empire's emperor bloodline. Sixth brother's defeat was not unjust. "This isn't a small matter. We should send people to capture that person and interrogate him to find out why he has an early-stage emperor bloodline," someone said coldly. Zhang Wuyue shook his head. "I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Sixth brother met that person in the Outer Realms ruins. It will be very difficult to find that person now." The scholarly-looking middle-aged man looked quite serious and felt a trace of a bad premonition. He said, "Use our empire's secret technique to divine that person's location. If we can find out how he obtained an early-stage emperor bloodline, it might be of great help to the Zhong Empire. Moreover, this person is quite troublesome, so it's best to get rid of him as soon as possible." When everyone heard his words, they did not expect the middle-aged man to take this matter so seriously. He was actually going to use the empire's secret technique. This was also unexpected. One person said, "Father, are you sure? Is there a need to pay so much attention to it?" The scholarly middle-aged man replied seriously, My instincts tell me that we have to take this matter seriously. Following this, on a tall altar, an elder dressed like a priest stood at the center of a magic formation. Zhang Mingyue was called over. He had never thought that the empire would take this matter so seriously, and he felt quite delighted. Jiaofu was definitely going to die. A blood-stained piece of clothing was handed to the priest. It was Jiaofu's blood. Holding the piece of clothing, the priest started to recite an ancient story. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly rose as an eerie ghostly qi flowed out of the altar. Countless ghosts appeared, swirling around the priest like a vortex. Gradually, more and more yin qi appeared, and it had already spread 10,000 meters away. There were tens of thousands of ghosts around the priest, giving off a shocking aura. Boom, the priest threw the blood-stained piece of clothing into the air, and the tens of thousands of ghosts around the priest instantly swarmed towards the blood-stained piece of clothing. A powerful aura exploded out, and countless rays of gray light shot out. A massive image appeared in the sky. It was a ghost emperor with a pale face and a savage appearance. It was wearing gray dragon robes and had a gray dragon crown on its head. There was a gray dragon sword at its waist, and it gave off a cold and eerie aura. The Zhang Empire had a secret technique called Ghost Emperor Tracking. It summoned the image of a ghost emperor and had it enter the boundless heaven's secrets to search for the whereabouts of the person it wanted to find. After the ghost emperor image appeared, the priest bowed to the ghost emperor and said, "This old man wants to find this person. Please tell me, ghost emperor." Hearing this, the ghost emperor closed its eyes and its consciousness entered the boundless heaven's secrets. It followed the aura of that blood and quickly found the person. However, what it saw was a sea of mist condensed from deathly aura. The sea of mist sensed the ghost emperor's approach and gave off a massive wave of deathly aura as it flooded towards the ghost emperor. The ghost emperor's expression fell and it quickly retreated. However, the wave of deathly aura was incredibly ferocious, and the ghost emperor's consciousness was instantly inundated. On the altar, the ghost emperor suddenly opened its eyes and a wave of deathly aura exploded out from its body, causing the ghost emperor to instantly shatter into countless pieces. The deathly aura that flowed out from the ghost emperor's body was like a ferocious monster that flew out in all directions. The Stage 5 and Stage 6 soldiers were unable to resist at all, and their life force was devoured by the deathly aura. Boom, 3 rays of light suddenly descended from the sky, blood red, golden, and gray. The sky was instantly dyed 3 colors, and the 3 rays of light gave off unimaginable heaven and earth power as they ferociously slammed against the priest's body. The priest was sent flying like an ant and heavily crashed to the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and many of his bones were broken. This sudden change caused everyone watching to look incredibly shocked. The Ghost Emperor tracing was one of the Zhang Empire's most powerful secret techniques, and because it relied on the Ghost Emperor, it was not something that ordinary secret techniques could compare to. However, it was evident that the secret technique had failed, and the priest had suffered a terrifying backlash from heaven's secrets. From the intensity of the backlash, it was possible that he had divined someone who had been blessed by heaven's secrets. The deathly aura continued to ferociously spread, and the scholarly-looking middle-aged man coldly harumphed and grabbed out with his hand. A massive wave of Emperor's power that could seal the heavens and earth flowed out, sealing the deathly aura. However, in the next moment, the scholarly-looking middle-aged man's expression fell because he found that the deathly aura seemed to specifically counter Emperor's power. The Emperor's power that sealed the deathly aura was quickly devoured by the deathly aura, causing it to become even more ferocious. It madly rushed towards the people in the surroundings, especially those with sovereign bloodlines. Seeing this scene and sensing how terrifying the deathly aura was, the scholarly-looking middle-aged man could not help but cry out, "Emperor Killer Curse!" Boom! However, after attacking, he could not help but stop as massive waves crashed in his heart. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that something as terrifying as the Emperor Killer Curse would be drawn out. Just who was that person? Someone had actually used Emperor Killer to kill him. Moreover, from the power of the Emperor Killer Curse, it was definitely done by a higher being. Moreover, that person had been hit by the Emperor Killer Curse and had not died. That person is definitely not simple. In fact, he is extremely terrifying. The scholarly middle-aged man was not the only one who thought that way. Seeing the result, everyone else understood how terrifying that person was. Otherwise, there would not be such a terrifying result. Father. Zhang Mingyue started to feel nervous. He had wanted to use this to find Zhao Fu and then think of all sorts of ways to torture him to vent his anger. However, he had evidently caused trouble. The scholarly middle-aged man coldly harumphed and did not even look at Zhang Mingyue as he said to the others, "This matter is classified as the Zhang Empire's top secret and cannot be leaked. Also, invite people from the Heaven Secrets Pavilion to divine that person's location and do everything possible to obtain information about that person." Yes. Everyone solemnly obeyed. Following this, everyone obeyed. Some went to find out about that person, while others went to find people from the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, wanting to ask them to divine where that person was. The Heaven Secrets Pavilion was ranked number 1 in the Heaven domain when it came to using Heaven's secrets. However, the people who went to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion returned in a short while. They said that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had sensed that person's aura and had looked horrified, refusing the Zhang Empire's request. The Zhang Empire was a true empire, and even within the Heaven domain, it was a top-tier faction. However, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion did not give them any face, risking offending the Zhang Empire to not divine that person's location. When news of this spread, everyone's expressions became somewhat unsightly. Clearly, that person was truly terrifying. The people of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had long since known of that person's existence. The elegant middle-aged man felt a headache coming on. His intuition didn't lie to him. If it wasn't for this, he would have treated it as a small matter. Now, it had become a big problem. The person in charge of searching for that person also came back, and as everyone expected, there was no information found. "Father, what should we do now?" Zhang Wuyue looked at the scholarly middle-aged man and asked. The scholarly middle-aged man sighed. "Right now, we can only search for that person's information and whereabouts. If he is of value to us, we can pay a price to resolve this grudge. If not, then we can kill him by any means necessary. That person is far too dangerous." Hearing this, everyone nodded. With the Emperor Killer Curse, the higher being, the early-stage Emperor bloodline, and the Heaven Secrets Pavilion's abnormal behavior, that person was worthy of their attention. In the end, Zhang Mingyue was temporarily grounded. Zhang Mingyue let out a sigh of relief because he did not receive any actual punishment. However, he had never thought that the fake would have such a great background. Naturally, Xiaofu did not know about this. After recovering from his injuries, he opened the white-haired old man's storage ring with anticipation. Perhaps the white-haired old man wouldn't have died at his peak. After being injured by Xiaofu, he might have been able to escape. However, he was unlucky. The backlash from the secret technique he used ended up taking his life. As the second-ranked person, his gains were quite shocking. He was like a treasure trove with all sorts of precious treasures. Xiaofu also found some information and was shocked to find out that the white-haired old man was not only a world realm expert but also a king of a royal kingdom. He had never thought that he would be able to kill a world realm expert and a king of a royal kingdom so easily. Luckily, Xiaofu could not use his nation armament and the white-haired old man's cultivation was restricted, or else Xiaofu would have been viciously beaten up by him. Looking at the treasures in the storage ring, Xiaofu could not help but grin. Following this, Xiaofu found a Tai Chi stone. This Tai Chi stone was round and had a black and white Tai Chi symbol on it. It was as big as a plate and seemed to be made of ordinary rock. However, it was quite heavy and gave off an intense yin and yang aura. The Tai Chi stone was in a corner, but the Sun Devil mark and Moon Devil mark on Xiaofu's chest gave off intense light and reacted intensely to the Tai Chi stone. Apart from finding that the Sun Devil mark and Moon Devil mark could increase one's cultivation speed during the day and night, Xiaofu did not find any other uses for them. However, Xiaofu felt that he could give the Tai Chi stone to the Sun Devil mark and Moon Devil mark. After all, if they wanted to obtain some sort of power, Xiaofu would benefit the most. As such, Xiaofu took out the Tai Chi stone and placed it on his chest. The Sun Devil mark and Moon Devil mark on his chest gave off searing sunlight and gentle moonlight, covering the Tai Chi stone. Following this, the Tai Chi stone automatically fused into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu did not know where the Tai Chi stone was, and he could not find it even after checking his body. It was most likely hidden within the Sun Devil mark and Moon Devil mark. Finally, Zhao Fu started to examine his body and found that there was no reaction at all after fusing with the Tai Chi stone. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and felt as if he had not fused with the Tai Chi stone at all. King. Seeing that Zhao Fu had finished his work, Syndra leaned against Zhao Fu's shoulder and lightly stroked Zhao Fu's chest with her slender arms as she called out flirtatiously. Only then did Zhao Fu think of Syndra, and his disappointment was swept away. It could be said that the battle from before had been to steal her, so Zhao Fu immediately asked about the method to produce a large number of darkness crystals. After hearing the Golden Dragon's method, Zhao Fu grinned. After returning to Qin City, he would be able to produce a large number of darkness crystals, and the difference between Qin City and the outside world would be made up for. Qin City's overall strength would also rise by a level. Zhao Fu and Syndra searched around the 4th level but did not find anything, so they left the 4th level and headed to the 3rd level. The 3rd level was quite similar to the 4th level, and it was quite dark. However, the cosmos beasts here were much stronger than those in the 4th level. Zhao Fu's first thought was to find a danger zone. However, after searching for a while, he found a danger zone and found that it had been conquered. When Zhao Fu went there were only ruins. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and continued to explore the 3rd level. He found another historical remnant and obtained many gains, and in the end, Zhao Fu decided to head to the 2nd level. Moreover, Zhao Fu had obtained a checkpoint medallion for the 2nd level, which could only be obtained by killing a King-class Darkness Cosmos beast. He also obtained a Darkness Crystal and a Darkness King bloodline. Zhao Fu threw out the medallion, which turned into a black vortex and appeared in front of him. Zhao Fu and Syndra walked in. "You were waiting for me?" Zhao Fu looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him seriously. He understood that he was the previous number 1, and he understood how terrifying the aura he gave off was. It was many times more powerful than that of the white-haired young man and Bai Xingjun. The ordinary-looking young man lightly laughed as he said, I never thought that I would meet someone like you in the outer domain. Where are you from?" "I am the Heaven Domain's Wu family's Wu Wu." Zhao Fu had already put on his cloak and covered his appearance. Hearing Wu Wu's self-introduction and the fact that he was from the Heaven Domain, Zhao Fu could not help but feel wary as he replied, "I'm just someone from a remote place and am not an important minor figure." Hearing this, Wu Wu loudly laughed as he said, "How could you be a minor figure? With your power, you would be famous even in the Heaven Domain. The reason why I was waiting here was because I wanted to see that power." Zhao Fu shook his head and refused because this Wu Wu was the most terrifying person he had ever seen. Zhao Fu would not foolishly attack him, and there were no grievances between them, so there was no reason for him to attack. "Is that so?" "Apologies." Wu Wu stood up and cupped his hands towards Zhao Fu. He then gripped his fist and punched towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive fist image containing immense pressure blasted towards Zhao Fu, and the power seemed to be able to shatter boulders. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as a blood-red sword light flashed out, destroying the incoming fist image, which turned into a powerful gale and dissipated. At that moment, Zhao Fu frowned and told Syndra to stay away because it seemed that he had no choice but to act. Wu Wu smiled as he said, "I'm going to attack with my full strength now, so be careful." Boom! A powerful inner strength exploded out from Wu Wu's body, causing his body to give off a faint azure light. A powerful gale blew out with him at the center, and azure arcs of lightning appeared around him, causing the ground to gradually collapse. Bang! Wu Wu's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu in the next second. He raised his leg and kicked at Zhao Fu. The power behind the kick was like a massive beast smashing towards him, causing the air to explode. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and blocked with his sword as he spread out his Emperor's domain. Boom! That terrifying power slammed into the Emperor's domain, causing it to shatter like glass. Even though Zhao Fu used his sword to block, he was sent flying hundreds of meters and smashed into a massive tree, snapping it in half. This person is so powerful. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's lips, and the hand holding the sword felt numb. He felt a trace of anger in his heart as he got up from the ground and coldly looked at Wu Five. Not only did Wu Wu not feel afraid, but his smile became even brighter because Zhao Fu had become serious, which was exactly what he wanted to see. 72 blood-red energy barriers floated out of Zhao Fu's body and floated in the air, forming 72 blood-red spears that pointed towards Wu Wu. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the 72 blood-red spears gave off massive power as they shot towards Wu Wu. The piercing aura they gave off could cause anyone's hairs to stand on end. Wu Wu lightly laughed and placed his fist at his waist. His fist gave off an intense azure light as a wave of pure power spread out. Boom, the 72 spears gave off terrifying power as they shot over, and Wu Wu punched out. An azure light spread out, and the destructive power shattered the 72 spears, causing them to turn into motes of blood-red light and disappear. Clang, 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 by now, a ghostly flame had appeared around Zhao Fu's body, and he pressed a hand against the ground. Countless traces of ghostly chi flowed out, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun as chains giving off terrifying power shot out from the ground. Boom, Wu Five laughed as he raised his leg and ferociously kicked out. A massive wave of power swept out, bringing with it an enormous gale. Under that power, the chains started to shatter inch by inch. Martial Eagle. Wu Five looked at Zhao Fu and stretched out a hand as he grabbed at Zhao Fu. Countless traces of green aura flowed out, turning into a green eagle that gave off ferocious power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Xing, the sadistic killing sword in Zhao Fu's hand gave off an intense blood-red light as it slashed towards the azure eagle. The azure eagle was slashed apart and turned into countless traces of azure aura that were blown away. "You're still not willing to use that power?" Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Zhao Fu's ear, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. All of his hair stood on end. Wu Wu had once again appeared behind Zhao Fu. Bang, Wu Wu punched Zhao Fu's back, and Zhao Fu was sent flying back by that massive power. He rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. In the distance, Syndra looked quite shocked. Wu Wu was evidently more powerful than her master, and despite how terrifying her master was, he had been suppressed by Wu Wu. This Wu Wu was quite terrifying. Wu Wu lightly laughed as he looked at Zhao Fu, who had climbed up from the ground, and said, "If you don't use that power, you won't be able to defeat me. Even though I, Wu Wu, am not famous in the heaven domain, I have some fame. Up until now, I've only lost to 2 people. Those 2 people are peerless geniuses and are revered by countless creatures. Everyone knows that they will definitely become sovereigns in the future." Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the sky around Zhao Fu became blood-red. Traces of terrifying aura descended from the sky, and the cold and sharp aura caused the world to fall into deathly silence. A black and blood-red aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and an intense gale blew out, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu slowly stretched out his hand, and a black and blood-red sword appeared in his hand. Just as Wu Wu wished, Zhao Fu used the Emperor Killing Sword's power. Sensing this power, Wu Wu happily laughed, but his gaze was incredibly serious because he understood how terrifying this power was. Zhao Fu's eyes became blood-red and gave off an intense blood-red light, seeming quite eye-catching under his cloak. Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killing Sword and sent terrifying power into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to burn with a black and blood-red aura flame, and a berserk killing intent spread out like a fountain. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword descended, and a massive black and blood-red sword light containing enough power to split mountains shot out. A 10,000-meter long and hundreds of meters deep sword gash appeared on the ground. This power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth gave off a destructive aura that swept through the 2nd level, causing all creatures to fall into terror. Some of the people who had just entered the 2nd level sensed the terrifying ripples and could not help but look shocked. The Emperor's son was fighting with another genius. This emperor was simply too terrifying. He was fighting against so many geniuses by himself. His power was simply shocking. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to do this. Apart from fighting with Bai Xingjun for the Darkness Origin Crystal, Zhao Fu did not want to fight any other battles. Wu Wu flew into the sky and avoided Zhao Fu's attack. He unleashed his full power, and a massive azure aura flame erupted around his body. He raised his fist, which turned into a ray of light and gave off a mountainous aura as he punched towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu dodged to the side and Wu Wu punched the ground. An azure aura exploded out, causing the ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters to crack and collapse. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu swung the Emperor Killing Sword. Hazy sword souls holding blood-red swords appeared in the sky, and a massive sword aura blasted down. Zhao Fu pointed his sword at Wu Wu, and the 10,000 sword souls around him locked onto Wu Wu with their blood-red eyes. They gave off dense killing intent as they turned into black blurs and rushed at Wu Wu. Facing the countless sword souls, Wu Wu's fists burned with azure flames and a terrifying aura spread out. Wu Wu continuously punched out, and massive azure fist images containing terrifying destructive power continuously shot out. Bang, 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 the azure fist mark and sword soul both gave off immense power as they continuously clashed in the sky. Neither side was able to defeat the other, and they exploded in the sky, turning into powerful gusts of wind that blew out. Seeing that he was unable to harm Wu Wu, Zhao Fu's Emperor Killing Sword gave off a ferocious black and blood-red aura flame, and he stepped out with shocking power. Zhao Fu's body shot towards Wu Wu. In just an instant, Zhao Fu arrived in front of Wu Wu and raised the Emperor Killing Sword. He gave off boundless killing intent as he slashed down, and space seemed to be torn apart. At that moment, Wu Wu's right fist gave off an intense azure light, and a power that could twist space exploded out. As Zhao Fu's sword slashed down, Wu Wu vigorously slashed out, seeming to shatter space. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two extremely powerful forces collided. The powerful shockwave instantly spread out, causing the ground in a radius of 10,000 meters to collapse. The boulders within it were all shattered into pieces and shot in all directions. In that moment, Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with immense power, slashing out black and blood-red sword lights. Wu 5 also continuously punched out, sending out azure fist images that were so fast that they left behind after images. Bang! Bang! Sword light and fist mark continuously clashed, causing sword light and inner strength to shoot out in all directions. Wild gales continuously blew out in all directions, like a superstorm. Countless sand and dust were blown into the sky, causing boulders to roll and countless trees to sway. Boom! Zhao Fu raised his sword and slashed at Wu Wu with all of his strength, while Wu Wu punched out with all of his strength. The two immense powers once again clashed, and a terrifying shockwave exploded out, causing both of their bodies to fly back. Both of them flew back hundreds of meters before stopping their bodies, and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Wu Wu, and Wu Wu also looked at Zhao Fu, the smile on his face gone. This was because he knew that if Zhao Fu used that power, it would be enough to fight against him. Boom! Zhao Fu pointed the Emperor Killing Sword towards the sky, and a blood-red sword light shot into the sky. The sky was instantly dyed blood-red, and a black and blood-red magic formation giving off massive power appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered, and boundless black and blood-red light spread out from the magic formation. A heaven-toppling sword intent instantly descended, inundating everything like a flood. Under that sword intent, it seemed as if everything in the world would be destroyed. Facing Wu Wu, Zhao Fu started to use his most powerful attack. This attack caused the second level to become incredibly austere, and all creatures fell into terror. 8 Desolate Imperial Armor. Seeing Zhao Fu use such a terrifying attack, Wu Wu did not hold back and used his most powerful attack. Zhao Fu roared as an azure rune floated out of his chest, giving off boundless azure light that illuminated the world. In that moment, boundless heaven and earth power madly flowed over from all directions and gathered around Wu Wu's body, forming an azure battle armor. An azure aura swept out like a wild gale, sweeping out everything in the heavens and earth. Wu Wu wore azure battle armor and azure gauntlets on his hands. His body gave off azure light, causing the weather to change. The heaven-shaking power he gave off caused the world to continuously tremble in fear. He stood there like a martial god. Zhao Fu controlled the heavenly punishment sword formation in the sky, and the black and blood-red magic formation in the sky slowly started to spin as an aura of annihilation spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, a series of deafening explosions rang out in the sky. Within the black and blood-red formation, rays of blood-red sword light that were tens of thousands of feet long suddenly descended. They brought with them an incomparably shocking power, seeming to split the world into pieces. The space around them shattered like a mirror. Countless blood-red sword lights shot towards Wu Wu, while Wu Wu gave off a ferocious azure ray of light as he shot towards Zhao Fu. His hands were incredibly nimble, and he dodged the sword lights shooting towards him. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and spun his sword, causing the heavenly punishment sword formation in the sky to explode out with even more intense light as 10,000 destructive sword lights locked onto Wu Wu. Boom! The 10,000 blood-red sword lights gave off power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as they descended from above. The terrifying power caused space to collapse and the heavens and earth to continuously tremble, and nothing could withstand it. Wu Wu loudly roared as countless azure arcs of lightning exploded out around him, spreading out in all directions. Wu Wu's fist gave off an intense azure light, making it look like a small sun. Wu Wu punched out with all of his strength, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The air exploded as a massive azure ray of light containing unstoppable power ferociously slammed towards the sword lights. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the descending blood-red sword lights collided with the azure ray of light, resulting in a destructive explosion. A shockwave spread out for 1,000 kilometers before stopping. Everything on the ground, rocks, flowers, grass, trees, and all sorts of creatures were instantly devoured by the destructive light and turned into nothingness. The heavens and earth continuously trembled as if they were on the verge of collapse. Boom! At that moment, an azure ray of light giving off destructive power shot out from within the explosion, quickly hitting Zhao Fu. In that instant, everything was destroyed by that azure energy. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter wide and hundreds of meters deep crater appeared on the ground. Zhao Fu lay at the center of the crater, covered with blood, and his aura was incredibly weak. Dressed in azure armor, Wu Wu stood in the air and looked at the heavily injured Zhao Fu. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "The battle is over, you've lost. However, I admit that you're very powerful." Zhao Fu was covered with blood as he looked at Wu Wu weakly. He admitted that Wu Wu was powerful and terrifying, but he would not admit defeat so easily. Arg! Traces of ghostly qi rose up from the ground and spread out like fog. The entire world's temperature plummeted, and the eerie coldness spread through the air, seeming to be able to seep into one's soul. Boundless Yin Qi dispelled the darkness, and the Yin Qi spread to the second level, inundating everything. Countless spirits appeared in the air and seemed to sense something. They held in terror, making the world seem like a wretched hell. Sensing this power, Wu Wu's expression fell. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the space around Zhao Fu turned into nothingness, and all laws collapsed. The Six Paths demon images roared in terror as a massive power pulled at them. Crackle! Countless gray bolts of lightning exploded out in the surrounding 10,000 meters, destroying everything and making it so that no one dared to come close. Zhao Fu's clothes were reduced to dust, revealing Zhao Fu's naked, well-built body. Zhao Fu's body became incredibly pale, and his long hair gradually became gray-white and filled with a deathly aura. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's muscles bulged and violet scales appeared on his body. His fingernails grew longer, giving off cold light, and a pair of black demon horns grew out of Zhao Fu's head. His forehead split open as a pale white vertical eye appeared, and countless fangs grew out of his mouth as a pair of gray-black wings grew out of his back. Seeing this scene and sensing the 6 different types of ancient and savage Yin Qi, Wu Wu was given a big fright and cried out, "Are you crazy? Not only did you seal the 6 paths demon images within your body, but you're also fusing with them." He was right. Zhao Fu was currently fusing with the 6 paths demon images. His muscles were fused with the animal path, his violet scales were fused with the azure path, his black demon horns were fused with the hell path, the pale white vertical eye on his forehead was fused with the human path, the fangs were fused with the hungry ghost path, and the gray-black wings on his back were fused with the heaven path. Now, Zhao Fu madly fused the 6 paths demon images with himself. The 6 paths power merged into one, which was the strongest reincarnation Dao. When Zhao Fu once again opened his gray eyes, they shone with a gray ghostly light as he stood in the air. Everything around him seemed to have stopped, and he seemed to have no power at all. However, Zhao Fu felt that he could casually tear apart the heavens and earth, and even gods and devils would be annihilated. Sensing this power, Wu Wu could not help but feel nervous and shocked, and he could not help but gulp. In the distance, Cinderella was terrified and excited at the same time. She had actually followed such a terrifying person who was so powerful that it was off the charts. It seemed that this was the right decision for her. The geniuses who had entered the first floor were astounded as their hearts were filled with great waves. They had assumed that the martial monarch's son had unleashed his full strength in the battle against the two geniuses. He didn't expect Tian to have such a powerful technique. Just how strong was that Tian? Could it be that he was still hiding some ultimate power? Shi Shuj, Yin Ruoshi, Yu Quan, and the others all felt a deep sense of powerlessness because Zhao Fu was someone who stood on a godly pedestal, and they could only look up to him. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as he looked at Wu Wu and stretched out a finger. Boom, a pillar of aura from the 6 paths of reincarnation shot out from Zhao Fu's fingertip, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and Zhao Fu felt a sense of death. Bear's roar. The pillar of aura shot over with terrifying power, and Wu Wu roared as he stretched out a hand and vigorously slammed out. A massive bear's roar sounded out as a massive green bear paw slammed towards the pillar of aura. Bang, the pillar of aura and bear paw collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A powerful shockwave blasted out, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone to feel as if they were in icy water. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Ghost summoning. Zhao Fu's voice was cold as he lightly spoke. He stretched out a finger and tapped out, and a boundless wave of ghostly chi flowed out. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a 1,000-meter-tall ghost giving off an incredibly powerful aura appeared beside Wu Wu. It raised its hand and gave off terrifying power as it ferociously slammed towards Wu Wu. Wu Wu's gaze became serious and he straightened his hand, causing countless rays of green light to shine out, forming an azure saber hand that gave off a powerful and sharp aura. As the massive ghost hand slammed towards him, Wu Wu flew to the side and avoided the attack. Wu Wu rushed up and stabbed his azure saber hand into the ghost's body before flying upwards and slashing out. Roar. A pained howl sounded out as the 1,000-meter-tall ghost was slashed open from its stomach to its head. An azure light shot out and the ghost died, turning into ghostly chi and dissipating. The ghostly chi covered Wu Wu's body. Bang! 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 Suddenly, massive sounds sounded out as Wu Wu suddenly appeared behind Zhao Fu. His fists gave off large amounts of azure light as he continuously punched out incredibly quickly, leaving behind many afterimages. Massive azure fist images containing terrifying power smashed towards Zhao Fu. There were at least a few thousand of them, and they were enough to destroy a large mountain. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he turned and stretched out his hand. Massive amounts of reincarnation power flowed out, and a 1,000-meter-wide gray magic formation appeared in front of Zhao Fu's palm. This 1,000-meter-wide gray magic formation was formed from 6 discs. There were many lines on it, and it was incredibly complex and profound. It gave off a gray light and an incredibly powerful yin energy that seemed to be able to block everything. Bang, bang. Bang, the massive azure fist images contained terrifying power as they slammed against the magic formation, but they were unable to damage it at all and remained indestructible. Arg! Wu Wu loudly roared and exploded out with even greater power. His body shot out like a laser, leaving behind large amounts of azure light as he shot towards Zhao Fu. He gripped his right fist and countless traces of azure flames gathered, seeming to contain heaven-shaking power. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he withdrew his hand and the magic formation disappeared. Zhao Fu also gripped his fist and countless traces of yin chi flowed out. Massive amounts of reincarnation power flowed into his fist, giving off terrifying ripples. Wu Wu rushed in front of Zhao Fu and punched out with all of his strength, seeming to be able to shatter the heavens. Zhao Fu stepped forwards and vigorously punched out with his fist, giving off immense power. Bang, a massive shockwave spread out and Zhao Fu was forced back 10 or so steps, while Wu's body crashed into the ground like a meteor. The hundreds of meters of ground instantly collapsed, and a shockwave rippled out. Just as Zhao Fu was about to continue attacking, Wu Wu hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "I admit defeat." Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped. There were no grievances between him and Wu Wu, and Zhao Fu was quite wary of his identity. At the same time, Zhao Fu cancelled his fused state and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Fusing with the 6 paths demon images was a great burden on Zhao Fu's body. Boom. She was tall and slim and had white skin. She wore a black dress and was very beautiful. She had very long hair and a pair of black eyes. She gave off an evil aura, and her body gave off an ocean-like godly spirit aura. The 24-winged fallen angel was a high-grade godly spirit even in the godly world, and she had appeared here. Moreover, she had come from the first level and was not from the second level. Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly because he had used up a lot of power in the previous battle. Adding on the damage from fusing with the Six Paths demon images, not only did Zhao Fu not have much power, but his injuries were also quite severe. In actuality, fusing with the Six Paths demon images was something that ordinary people could not do, as their bodies would be destroyed by the Six Paths of reincarnation power. Zhao Fu only dared to do this because he had the Six Paths of reincarnation bloodline, or else he would have died. The aura that this fallen angel gave off was much more powerful than Wu Wu's, and Zhao Fu felt that it was best to leave. However, the fallen angel's evil gaze continued to stare at Zhao Fu because she had come for Zhao Fu. The Emperor Killing Sword's power, the purest early-stage Emperor bloodline, and the terrifying Six Paths of reincarnation power were all things she wanted. Sensing that evil gaze, Zhao Fu knew that the situation was bad. He gathered his last bit of power and flew away, not even bothering to put on his clothes. The fallen angel coldly laughed and stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. The surrounding darkness aura formed a massive hand of darkness that gave off immense power and grabbed towards Zhao Fu. This was a terrifying power, and with Zhao Fu's current strength, he could not resist at all. The hand of darkness was about to grab Zhao Fu. Bang! An azure ray of light slammed against the hand of darkness, resulting in a massive explosion. The hand of darkness was shattered by the azure ray of light, turning into countless traces of darkness aura and dissipating. Wu Wu, who was covered in azure flames, appeared where he was and looked at the fallen angel seriously as he said, "You leave first. I can help you block her, but you don't need to thank me, because I'm the one who challenged you to a duel, and I don't want someone with such potential to die here." Zhao Fu was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that Wu Wu would help him. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to continue transforming into a stream of light as he flew away. The fallen angel smiled contemptuously and said, "Two little fellows. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think you can stop me? You still want to escape from my hands? Dream on." Boom, the fallen angel's 24 black wings spread out, and a black energy barrier gave off an unstoppable aura as it quickly spread out, covering the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. This was her god domain. Zhao Fu's expression was unsightly as he stopped. If he did not break out of this domain, he would not be able to escape. Zhao Fu immediately swallowed a large number of medicinal pills to recover from his injuries. "Kid. It's not too late to piss off, this god isn't interested in you," the fallen angel said condescendingly as she looked at Wu Wu with her black eyes. Wu Wu looked at the fallen angel seriously and did not reply to the fallen angel. Instead, he went into a defensive stance because the fallen angel gave him great pressure. Moreover, after that battle, he had used up much of his strength. The fallen angel coldly harumphed and stretched out a hand towards Wu Wu. A massive wave of black aura flowed out, forming a 15-centimeter wide black ring of light in front of her palm, giving off an extremely powerful aura. She lightly pushed out. Boom, the black ring of light gave off boundless power as it shot out, and it continuously expanded. By the time it reached Wu 5, it was 10 or so meters wide, and it gave off the pressure of a massive meteor. Wu Wu gripped his right fist and massive power slammed into it. His right fist gave off a blinding light, looking like an orb of light, and the space around it slightly twisted. Bang, the black orb of light smashed forwards with terrifying power, and Wu Wu vigorously punched out. The two massive powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The black orb of light was shattered by the punch, but Wu Wu's body was smashed to the ground. The fallen angel looked at Wu Wu in the crater before looking at Zhao Fu and once again stretching out a hand. Boom, suddenly, an explosion sounded out as a powerful gale swept out, and a terrifying power spread out. Large amounts of azure flames blazed and condensed into a powerful-looking giant. It only had an upper body, and there was a person standing below it. It was Wu Wu. Wu Wu looked at the fallen angel and gripped his fist. The azure flame giant also gripped its fist, and a massive wave of power gathered. Bang, Wu Wu punched out, and the azure flame giant also punched out. The air seemed to explode as a destructive power punched out, bringing with it a massive gale as it flew towards the fallen angel. The fallen angel's expression became slightly serious and she raised a hand. The surrounding darkness aura madly gathered, forming a massive black orb that was hundreds of meters wide. It gave off a powerful aura and a terrifying darkness aura. Boom, the azure flame giant punched out with destructive power, and the fallen angel threw out the black orb in her hand. The fist and the black orb collided, and an intense shockwave spread out. The ground and the surroundings collapsed, boulders cracked, and trees were destroyed. Wu-Wu roared as his body rose into the air. The half-body giant grew 2 legs, forming a complete giant that was dozens of meters tall and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Bang, bang. Bang, right after the azure flame giant was formed, it continuously punched out, leaving behind afterimages. Even space seemed to explode, and terrifying energy flooded towards the fallen angel like a wild storm. The fallen angel was expressionless as she continuously slashed out with her fingers, sending out sharp arcs of light that slashed apart the incoming energy. The scattered energy sent out ferocious gales that blew out in all directions. Seeing the azure flame giant continuously attack, the fallen angel frowned and sent large amounts of darkness god power into her fingers, causing them to burn with black flames. Boom, the fallen angel drew a cross in the air with her fingers, and the light in the surroundings seemed to be devoured by darkness. The black cross gave off boundless darkness god power as it unstoppably slashed towards the azure flame giant. Wu-Wu sensed how powerful this attack was and his expression fell. He controlled the azure flame giant to cross its arms in front of it, and azure flames flowed forwards to defend. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the black cross was simply too powerful and sent the azure flame giant flying 100 meters away, smashing open a large crater. Wu-Wu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the azure flame giant turned into motes of azure flames and dissipated. The fallen angel was given a big fright and stretched out her hand. A black energy barrier giving off black light appeared, covering the fallen angel's body. Bang, the black and blood-red sword light slashed against the energy barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. The sword light disappeared and turned into a massive sword wind that dissipated. The black energy barrier gradually cracked, and a small wound appeared on the fallen angel's outstretched hand, from which a trace of blood flowed out. The fallen angel was not angry and instead looked delighted. After obtaining Xiaofu's power, she would no longer be restricted by the cosmos historical remnant. Because of Wu-Wu's delay, Xiaofu was able to quickly recover some of his strength and directly use the Emperor-killing sword's power. The fallen angel smiled and grabbed at the air. Countless traces of darkness aura gathered, forming a black sword in the fallen angel's hand. It was completely black and gave off an attractive force that seemed to be able to devour everything. Wherever it was, the light became much dimmer. Xing, the fallen angel slashed out with the sword, sending out a massive black ray of light that slashed towards Xiaofu like a tidal wave, giving off a shocking aura. Xiaofu sent massive amounts of power into the Emperor-killing sword, causing it to give off intense sword light. Xiaofu also slashed out with his full strength, and a massive black and blood-red sword light flew out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two sword lights collided, causing sword light to shoot everywhere, forming a massive sword chi storm. Everything in the surroundings was shattered by the sword chi, and the ground was covered with sword gashes. The sword chi storm spread out, and Xiaofu was forced back a few steps while the fallen angel did not move at all. It could be seen just how powerful she was. Boom, another explosion sounded out as an azure ray of light containing terrifying power shot towards the fallen angel. The fallen angel did not even look at it and slashed out, destroying the azure ray of light and causing it to turn into motes of light and disappear. Wu-Wu's body gave off azure flames as he appeared in the sky and looked at the fallen angel seriously. Bang, bang bang bang, booming sounds rang out in all directions as Xiaofu and Wu-Wu worked together to attack the fallen angel. Sword light and fist imprints shot out in all directions. Facing the combined attacks of the two, the fallen angel calmly dealt with them. There was not a hint of nervousness on its face. Not only did this turn of events exceed Xiaofu's expectations, but it also exceeded the expectations of the spectators in the distance. They had thought that everything would be over once Wu-Wu admitted defeat and the crown prince won. They never thought that the fallen angel would appear at this moment. Moreover, her power was extremely terrifying. Even when the imperial prince and Wu-Wu joined forces, it was difficult for them to defeat her. From this, one could see just how terrifying her power was. At the same time, they were also very curious about the identity of the fallen angel. Why would she appear here? Moreover, he could attack without restraint, unlike the previous goalkeepers who had attacked him without restraint. Even though they were not sure, they instinctively retreated a bit because that fallen angel was evidently quite evil. If they were discovered by her, they would definitely be attacked as well. With her power, even two peerless geniuses were not a match for her, so they could only die. Syndra looked at the fallen angel in shock. Even though she had never seen a fallen angel before, from the aura that the fallen angel gave off, she could tell that the fallen angel was the first level's darkness god. Her power was incredibly terrifying, and she had tried to break through the restrictions of the cosmos' historical remnant to return to the godly spirit world. However, she had failed every time, and in the end, she had been suppressed in the depths of the first level. However, she had run out and broken through the restrictions of the first level to appear in the second level, wanting to steal her master. If her master fell into her hands, he would definitely die. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu continuously slashed out with his full strength, sending out black and blood-red sword lights giving off destructive power. They ferociously flew towards the powerful fallen angel, and the cold killing intent caused the sky to freeze. Bang, bang. Bang, Wu-Wu's body gave off a massive aura as he continuously punched out, leaving behind large afterimages. Massive fist images containing destructive power smashed towards the fallen angel like a torrential storm. Facing this pincer attack, the fallen angel coldly smiled and spread out her 24 black wings, forming two energy barriers with countless fallen angel imprints on them. Zhao Fu and Wu Wu's attacks continuously slammed into the energy barrier, resulting in massive sounds. Light shot everywhere and powerful gales blew out, but they were only able to cause a few cracks to appear on the energy barrier. Seeing that the two people's power was gradually weakening, the fallen angel's cold smile became even wider, and she also started to attack. The fallen angel spread out her 24 black wings, giving off an intense light. An extremely dangerous power came from the black wings, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Swish, swish, swish. The 24 black wings exploded out with intense black light, causing the sky to tremble. Rays of black light containing terrifying darkness power shot out from the black wings, and there were 100,000 of them, enough to cause the sky to explode. Zhao Fu and Wu Wu were both greatly startled. Zhao Fu unleashed his Emperor's domain, and Wu Wu unleashed an azure energy barrier. Boom, boom. Boom, the rays of black light ferociously slammed into the defensive barrier, causing it to continuously tremble. Zhao Fu and Wu Wu vigorously maintained the defensive barrier, but there were simply too many rays of black light, and in the end, both of them were blasted back to the ground. Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at the fallen angel with an unsightly expression. She was simply too powerful, and with his current strength, he was not a match for her at all unless he fused with the Six Paths demon images. However, because he had only just fused with the Six Paths demon images, his body had already taken a lot of damage, and if he continued to fuse with them, his body would not be able to endure it. It was possible that he would die before the fusion was complete. Xing, Zhao Fu got up from the ground and pointed the Emperor Killing Sword towards the sky. A massive sword light shot into the sky, causing the entire Emperor Killing Sword world to tremble as countless traces of Killing Sword intent quickly gathered. Now, he could only use the Emperor Killing Sword world's power. The sky was instantly dyed blood red as a black and blood red magic formation giving off massive power appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered, and the magic formation gave off an even more intense black and blood-red light that shot out in all directions. A heaven-toppling sword intent flooded down, instantly inundating everything. Under this sword intent, the entire world fell deathly silent. Arg! Wu Wu roared and half-squatted on the ground. His right hand formed a claw as he grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Countless arcs of azure lightning exploded out and the ground cracked. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered, and an incredibly terrifying power spread out. An azure orb of light that was as big as a marble appeared in Wu Wu's right hand and absorbed all of the power around it. It quickly spun and became larger, and the aura it gave off became more and more terrifying. In the end, the orb of light became as big as a fist and gave off world-destroying power. Divine punishment. The fallen angel pointed her darkness sword towards the sky and cried out, causing the entire world to darken. Clouds swirled as massive amounts of source energy gathered, and a massive might descended, making it difficult for countless creatures to breathe. A 10-meter-wide black ring of light appeared above the fallen angel, giving off boundless black light that covered the surroundings. The dark and destructive aura caused everyone to fall into terror, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu controlled the heavenly punishment sword formation and started to spin. An aura of destruction spread out as tens of thousands of sword lights containing enough power to tear apart the heavens and earth slashed towards the fallen angel. Boom, Wu also threw out the azure orb of light that gave off an aura of destruction. The orb of light was incredibly fast, and it turned into a ray of light as it shot out. The massive power it contained caused space to continuously collapse. Boom, facing these two terrifying attacks, the fallen angel raised her black sword and slammed it down. A destructive power that seemed to be able to destroy all things flooded out from the black ring of light like a fountain. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed, and this was a godly spirit's world-destroying punishment. Bang, a deafening explosion rang out as the three powerful forces collided. The destructive power was absolutely terrifying. The shockwave spread out as if it was sweeping through everything. The sky within 1,000 kilometers collapsed into chaos, and a huge crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide appeared on the ground. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and countless trees were destroyed. There were no signs of life at all, and it was a terrifying scene after a disaster. There was still a terrifying aura of destruction on the ground. Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and powerlessly lay on the ground. With his previous injuries and his current injuries, Zhao Fu was so weak that he did not even have the strength to move a finger. Wu Wu pushed away the rocks with great difficulty and climbed out, looking at the sky with an unsightly expression. A trace of blood leaked out of the fallen angel's mouth, and her clothes and hair were in disarray, making her look quite wretched. Her beautiful face was completely cold because she did not have the strength of two people to heavily injure her. Now that Zhao Fu had almost no strength left, there was no need to worry. The only one who could resist was Wu Wu. The fallen angel's black eyes looked at Wu Wu, and her voice was filled with dense killing intent as she said, "You dared to injure this god wants you to suffer death. You asked for it." Clang, a massive sword hum sounded out as the fallen angel once again raised her sword. The surrounding darkness aura quickly gathered, forming a massive vortex of darkness that gave off an incredibly powerful might. Sensing this terrifying power, Wu Wu understood that he did not have the power to resist, so he could only sigh and activate something within his body. Boom, an unimaginable power exploded out from Wu Wu's body. Time, space, and everything around him seemed to be forcefully stopped by some sort of power, and the heavens and earth violently trembled as if they were in fear. The fallen angel's expression fell, and she felt a wave of terror. The power that exploded out from Wu Wu's body was the power of a higher being. Wu Wu had activated some sort of bloodline item, causing a higher being's clone to forcefully descend. The fallen angel did not hesitate and quickly grabbed Zhao Fu, who was lying powerlessly on the ground. She waved her hand and a crack appeared, and the fallen angel immediately entered it. Seeing this, Wu Wu's expression became quite unsightly. Seeing that the fallen angel had disappeared, he could only stop the secret technique, and the terrifying ripples also dissipated. The method that Wu Wu had used would affect even higher beings, and he would have to pay a great price. As such, he could not use it carelessly. Only people who were highly regarded by higher beings would be worthy of a higher being doing such a thing. Ordinary people would not have such methods. It could be seen that Wu Wu's identity was not simple at all. Now that Zhao Fu had been captured by the fallen angel, his outcome would be quite tragic. Wu Wu sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed countless healing medicinal pills. He planned to recover his strength and immediately head to the first level to see if he could save Zhao Fu. He did not want Zhao Fu to die like this. Zhao Fu was the third person to defeat him, and his future accomplishments would be incredibly terrifying. If he saved Zhao Fu would owe him a favor, and with Zhao Fu's potential, it was worth befriending him. Moreover, the fact that Zhao Fu had stopped attacking him in the previous battle had given him a good impression of Zhao Fu, and he could be considered a friend. Syndra looked at the sky worriedly. It was not easy for her to meet such a powerful master, and yet he was about to die. Syndra felt that it was quite a pity, and what made her heart ache the most was the Darkness Emperor's power. That was what Syndra had pursued her entire life, and it was what she loved the most. That was why she felt so worried and regretful. Within the first level's majestic temple, the fallen angel grabbed Xiao Fu and smiled as she walked into a magic formation. The magic formation gave off a faint black light, and there was a rectangular stone stage at the center. The fallen angel placed the powerless Xiao Fu on it, and Xiao Fu immediately felt all of his power being sealed. This was the effect of the stone stage. Xiao Fu's expression was quite unsightly. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he was definitely going to die. He did not have any strength left, and even if he did, he would be sealed by the stone stage. He could not use his nation armament yet, and it could be said that Xiao Fu did not have any way to escape. It was highly likely that he would die here. The fallen angel had activated the magic formation, which gave off an intense black light. A massive aura spread out as boundless darkness power gathered and entered the magic formation. Boy! To let this god devour you, it's your honor. The fallen angel gave an excited smile as she walked over. If she devoured Xiao Fu's early-stage emperor bloodline and those terrifying powers, she would only need a few years to break through the cosmos' historical remnants restrictions and return to the godly spirit world. With Xiao Fu's powers, she would be able to sweep across the world in the godly spirit world, and she could even become a top-tier godly spirit and become a god. Before, she had been on the first level and could sense the shockwaves from the battle between Xiao Fu and Wu Wu. If she was far away, she would not have been able to sense it. However, she was on the second level, and with her power, how could she not sense it? This was especially so for the aura that Xiao Fu gave off, making her feel incredibly delighted. She understood that the opportunity she had been waiting for over 1,000 years had finally arrived. In actuality, what she wanted the most was an early-stage emperor bloodline. No matter if it was an early-stage king bloodline or an early-stage emperor bloodline, they would be supreme treasures to anyone. If it was an early stage, it would be possible for others to inherit that bloodline. As for the other powers within Xiao Fu's body, they made her feel incredibly delighted. In her eyes, Xiao Fu was a human-shaped supreme treasure. The fallen angel first spread out Xiao Fu's body, because Xiao Fu was not wearing any clothes. The fallen angel looked at Xiao Fu's lower body and lightly laughed as she said, "Boy, you must have many women, right? You're quite powerful." Xiao Fu's expression was cold as he ignored the fallen angel, and the fallen angel did not mind either. She took out a dagger and smiled as she stretched it towards Xiao Fu's lower body. "Now that this god has castrated you, how do you feel?" The fallen angel evilly smiled as she slid the dagger, and the sharp edge seemed to cut through skin. Xiao Fu's expression was quite unsightly. As a man, being castrated was something that he could not accept, and he said with a trace of anger, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't play these tricks with me." Seeing Xiao Fu's reaction, the fallen angel smiled in satisfaction and swung the dagger, causing blood to fly out and Xiao Fu to look like he was in pain. However, the fallen angel did not stop and once again swung the dagger, sending out a few cold lights. Blood slowly flowed out, and the fallen angel cut open Xiao Fu's limbs. Bright red blood flowed onto the stone platform, but she did not cut anything from Xiao Fu. The fallen angel said with a trace of happiness as she said, "That thing is the most important thing to you men, and it contains a lot of source energy. This god is unwilling to destroy this treasure, or else I'll cut you off as a pet. It feels quite good, boy, and you look quite good." As the fallen angel spoke, she stretched out her hand and stroked Xiao Fu's cheek, causing Xiao Fu to angrily turn his head away. The fallen angel didn't care about Xiao Fu's actions. She smiled as she pressed the dagger against Xiao Fu's chest. The cold blade slowly pierced into Xiao Fu's body, and then gently moved downwards. Xiao Fu's chest was cut open, and blood kept flowing out. The dark spell formation under the stone platform shone with an even more intense black light. Countless strands of dark aura quickly gathered and flowed into Xiao Fu's body through his limbs. A look of pain appeared on Xiao Fu's face as he felt the darkness power continuously corroding his body. Suddenly, the pain weakened a bit and Xiao Fu's power recovered a bit. This was the effect of the Darkness King's bloodline that Xiao Fu had devoured, causing Xiao Fu to feel delighted. If this went on for a few more minutes and his strength recovered, he might be able to escape from the fallen angel. Now that Xiao Fu's limbs had stopped bleeding, he didn't have to worry about Xiao Fu running out of blood. Xiao Fu watched as the fallen angel stretched out a hand and pressed it against the wound on his chest. Just as she was about to do something, Zhao Fu wanted to stall for time and said, "Don't you want to know my identity, as well as how I obtained the sovereign bloodline and those terrifying powers?" Ordinary people would definitely be interested in these things because whether it was the sovereign bloodline, the 6 paths of reincarnation demon images, or the emperor-killing sword world, they were all things that others could only dream about, so they would naturally be interested. However, the fallen angel could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking, and she smiled as she pressed her hand against Zhao Fu's chest. A black magic formation floated out of Zhao Fu's chest, and the trace of power that Zhao Fu had just recovered was once again suppressed. "This god doesn't care about your identity, no matter who you are, you'll definitely die here today. Also, those powers of yours will soon be mine." Zhao Fu's face became quite pale, his final opportunity had disappeared just like that, and he might not have any more chances. Suddenly, the fallen angel took off her clothes, revealing her perfect body, and she sat on Zhao Fu's body as a black magic formation appeared on her chest. Following this, the fallen angel leaned against Zhao Fu's chest and gave a flirtatious smile as she said, "Boy, what do you think of this god's body? Do you want it? Stop dreaming. However, I'll let you have a look at this god's body. You can die in peace." Boom, an explosion sounded out as the 2 black magic formations that were pressed together exploded out with intense black light. Zhao Fu's expression became pained as all of his power was being devoured by the fallen angel. Not only was his power being devoured, but his lifespan was also being devoured. Zhao Fu aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hair became white and wrinkles appeared on his face, and his aura became weaker. The devouring process was incredibly painful, and he felt as if he was being eaten by the fallen angel. His consciousness became weaker and weaker. "Am I really going to die here?" Suddenly, the fallen angel cried out in pain as she felt intense pain all over her body. Zhao Fu temporarily regained some of his consciousness and found that the fallen angel had devoured his god-killer power. That power specifically countered godly spirits, so the fallen angel would naturally feel immense pain after devouring that power. The god-killer bloodline had fused with his sovereign bloodline, so if she wanted to devour Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline, she would have to devour the god-killer bloodline as well. The fallen angel's expression was cold, and because the 2 of them were so close together, she angrily cried out in Zhao Fu's ear, "Boy, why do you have the god-killer bloodline?" Before Zhao Fu could reply, the fallen angel's body went limp and became powerless. Her face was somewhat red because the 6 desires demonic cheese power had been devoured by her. The fallen angel felt furious, but she powerlessly cried out, "What kind of power is this? Arg!" Zhao Fu still did not reply, and the fallen angel howled because she had also devoured Zhao Fu's emperor killer. She wanted to devour Zhao Fu completely, but she had never thought that Zhao Fu's body would be hiding so many terrifying things. However, Zhao Fu did not feel happy too early. Because of the fallen angel's actions, gray dragon images appeared around Zhao Fu's body, and he felt immense pain. At that moment, for some reason, Zhao Fu recovered a trace of power, and he flipped over the fallen angel and started to ravage her. 2 days later, the fallen angel powerlessly lay on the stone stage. Her eyes were empty, and her mouth was slightly open. Her 24 wings were drooping, and she looked like a corpse. The liquid on the stone stage flowed down the stone stage and onto the ground. The darkness magic formation had stopped, and Zhao Fu stood by the side, looking delighted as he put on his clothes. This time, not only had he not been devoured by the fallen angel, but he had instead devoured a lot of her power. First, he had devoured a large amount of darkness godly power. The trace of demon divinity that Zhao Fu had fused with in the past had formed a divinity. However, it was very small, about the size of a grain of sand, and it gave off a dense demon god aura. Now, Zhao Fu also had divine power, and it was high-tier darkness godly power. This gave Zhao Fu another terrifying power. Moreover, because he had devoured a large amount of darkness godly power, the darkness royal bloodline and sovereign bloodline that Zhao Fu had fused were even more fused, causing Zhao Fu's body to have a darkness aura. Now, others could call him a darkness emperor. What delighted Zhao Fu the most was that the fallen angel had absorbed 10% of Emperor Killer's power. This meant that Zhao Fu would be able to live for a while longer, and he would not have to worry about the Emperor Killer curse for a while. Zhao Fu looked at the corpse-like fallen angel on the stone stage. It had only been 2 days, and she was already on the verge of death. However, Zhao Fu was quite surprised that this fallen angel was still a virgin. Not long after leaving the hall, Zhao Fu encountered a 10 or so meter long dog. This dog had black fur and 3 blood-red eyes. There were demon horns on its head, and its body gave off a powerful darkness aura. Because this dog was a darkness demon dog, Zhao Fu had thought that he would have to fight it. However, he had never thought that it would run over and affectionately rub its head against Zhao Fu, as if Zhao Fu was its owner. Zhao Fu told it to stand and roll, and it obediently did so, looking like an obedient dog. Zhao Fu could not help but smile, thinking that it was most likely because it had devoured a large amount of the fallen angel's divine power. Following this, Zhao Fu found out that its name was Black Demon. Now that he had it, Zhao Fu did not wander around aimlessly. The Darkness God Palace was incredibly big, and Zhao Fu did not know the way around. It would be a waste of time if he walked around randomly, so he asked Black Demon to lead the way. With Black Demon leading the way, Zhao Fu quickly arrived at the Darkness God Palace's treasury. There were powerful restrictions in the treasury, and if they were not removed, they would not be able to enter. However, it could not stop Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu had the fallen angel's divine power. He could easily remove the restrictions and enter the treasury. There were mountains of gold coins, equipment, and darkness crystals. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu's heart rate sped up. He then started to plunder everything, not leaving a single gold coin behind. After plundering a large amount, Zhao Fu happily smiled as he led Black Demon around the Darkness God Palace. Because he had just given Black Demon a bottle of high-grade medicinal pills as a reward for being so obedient, Black Demon became even closer to Zhao Fu. After casually looking around, Zhao Fu did not find anything else, so he brought Black Demon to the core of the Darkness God Palace. There should be good gains there. At that moment, Zhao Fu brought Black Demon to a stone door with countless fallen angel engravings on it. After opening the door, they could enter. However, the entrance was guarded by 2 demons that were 100 meters tall, muscular, and had a pair of black wings. As demons guarding the temple's core, these 2 demons were definitely very powerful. Zhao Fu might have to spend some effort to enter, but there was still no battle. When the 2 demons saw Zhao Fu, they directly knelt and opened the door. Zhao Fu smiled as he entered the temple. It was very empty and there was nothing inside. There was only a magic formation with 24 black, rhombus-shaped crystals floating above it. They were arranged in a circle. After going up and looking around, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He found that the entire God Palace was a rare treasure. Not only could it give off great power, but it could also create a large number of fallen angels. Even though the fallen angels created did not have very pure bloodlines, they were still high-grade bloodlines and could obtain high-grade power. They could also increase one's cultivation, and countless people would want them. If Qin had an army of fallen angels, they would all be high-grade soldiers. Qin's foundation would surpass that of the outside world, and it would be comparable to the inner regions of the domains. If it developed, it would not be afraid of the ancient sword sect. However, the Darkness God Palace required 24 god emissaries and a high-grade fallen angel godly spirit to be of use. Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled. He stretched out his hand and used the fallen angel's divine power to easily take over the Darkness God Palace. With the fallen angel's divine power, everything would be much simpler. After taking control of the Darkness God Palace, Zhao Fu was in a good mood and continued to walk with Black Demon. After taking control of the Darkness God Palace, Zhao Fu obtained some information. Not only did the Darkness God Palace have a treasury, but there were also other things. For example, the book pavilion had many precious books and darkness skills. There was also the garden, which had all sorts of darkness spirit items. There was also the extremely precious darkness fountain water, which was like the fountain of life to people with darkness constitutions. However, darkness fountain water was even rarer. There were also places for cultivation, as well as places for sacrifices and nurturing fallen angels. There were also other places, such as the sleeping palace and the living hall. The place that Zhao Fu wanted to go to the most was naturally the place to nurture fallen angels. However, on the way, Zhao Fu met some people. The first was an old man wearing reading glasses and an old robe. He was in charge and was quite powerful. This time, he took the initiative to stop Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu with an unfriendly gaze. "Who are you?" Why do you have my lord's divine power? You even occupied the darkness god palace. Do you know that it belongs to my lord? Do you know your crimes? Zhao Fu laughed in disdain. Because he controlled the darkness god palace, Zhao Fu knew this old man's name and said, "Coolly, I'm the owner of the darkness god palace now. Now, I'm the master of the darkness shrine. You should call me master. Your previous master is now mine. Also, I don't like your attitude. Kneel down now." Cooley's expression fell, and his body uncontrollably knelt to the side. He wanted to resist, but he did not have any strength at all. He could only furiously look at Zhao Fu. These people's souls had completely fused with the darkness god palace. Now that Zhao Fu controlled the darkness god palace, he controlled everyone's freedom and lives. Zhao Fu did not mind the old man and had him kneel to the side before continuing onwards. The second person Zhao Fu met was a man dressed in black armor. He held a spear and had a darkness sword at his waist. He was riding on a black horse with black wings and gave off an intense darkness aura. He was quite direct and rushed up to attack Zhao Fu without saying anything. In the end, Zhao Fu made him obediently kneel to the side. The man was the fallen knight Carlo, and he was responsible for guarding the cultivation room. The third person they met was a treant, most likely a darkness treant. His tree trunk and leaves were both black, and he gave off an intense darkness aura. He was responsible for guarding the garden, and he was called Elise. Elise was quite tactful. Even though he did not know what his previous owner was doing, seeing his new owner, Zhao Fu, walk over, he respectfully called out to Zhao Fu. Since his attitude was so good, Zhao Fu naturally would not do anything to him. The last person they met was a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a maid's dress and had a voluptuous figure. She had a pair of large breasts, and there was a faint flirtatious look on her face. She looked like a seductress. Her name was Nosy, and she had a lot of power in the Darkness God Palace. She was mainly responsible for managing the Darkness God Palace, and when she saw Zhao Fu arrive, she gave a friendly smile and called out, "Male master." As for why she called out like that? It was because she had seen Zhao Fu do it with the fallen angel before, and because the fallen angel seemed to be enjoying it, she intensely cooperated with Zhao Fu. Nosy did not sense that something was wrong, and she thought that her master had fallen in love with the man in front of her. As such, when she saw Zhao Fu, she affectionately called him male master. Zhao Fu calmly nodded and accepted this form of address, and he finally arrived at the place where the fallen angel was being nurtured. There was a very large stage that was 9 meters tall and was black. It seemed to be made of iron, and there was no roof. There was an orb of light giving off intense black light in the sky, as well as 24 black spears. The orb of light was 10 or so meters wide and gave off a black light. There was an image within it, which was the appearance of the fallen angel. There were 24 black spears around it, which seemed to be made of crystal. They were 3 meters long and flashed with black runes. They gave off powerful light and were definitely very precious treasures. Zhao Fu gave a happy smile. This would be the first step for Qin to rise in the heaven-awakened world. As long as he developed, he would not have to fear the factions in the outer domains, and Qin would be able to establish himself in the outer domains. The first step here was not like the legacy land from before, because now that he had entered the heaven-awakened world, he needed a new beginning. Before, because of the lack of a foundation, Qin had been on the passive side most of the time. Now that he had made up for this, Qin would have the initiative, and this would be the first step for Qin to rise. "Sir, you've been doing it with Master for so long, so you must be hungry, right? Do I need to prepare some food for you?" Nosy asked considerately. Zhao Fu nodded. Even though the higher his cultivation became, the less he needed food, he still had a desire for good food. Nosy lightly smiled and bowed before leaving to prepare. Following this, Zhao Fu sat at a long table and started to enjoy the food that Nosy had prepared for him. It was mostly demon beast meat and fragrant wine. Because he had taken control of the Darkness Palace, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about what Nosy would do. Now, Zhao Fu treated this place as his own home and did not hold back at all. After eating to his heart's content, Zhao Fu lay on a chair, and Nosy brought out some exquisite desserts for Zhao Fu. He stood by the side and waited for Zhao Fu's orders. After a while, Zhao Fu had rested enough and was about to leave the Darkness Palace. Master. Now that Master hasn't come out, you should take good care of Master and not torture him like before, Nosy gently reminded. However, Xiaofu coldly harumphed. He was still angry. That fallen angel wanted to devour him. It was already good enough that Xiaofu didn't kill her. How could he feel pity for her? Nosy did not understand why Xiaofu was angry. After thinking about it, he squatted under Xiaofu and started to serve Xiaofu, saying charmingly, "Male master, do you like this? You can torture me all you want, but you have to be more tender to Master. You are her first man." Xiaofu lowered his head to look at the beautiful Nosy. Compared to the fallen angel, he still preferred the sweet and charming maid. "This god will kill you." Suddenly, a voice filled with deep hatred sounded out. It was the fallen angel who had changed into a dress and furiously rushed in. Hearing her master's hateful voice, Nosy realized that she had misunderstood something. The handsome man in front of her was her master's enemy. She did not hesitate and stood on the fallen angel's side, wanting to attack Xiaofu. However, Xiaofu had sealed her body. Xiaofu looked at the fallen angel condescendingly and smiled as he said, "Do you still have the ability to kill me? Don't you feel the restrictions in your body?" The fallen angel did not care about anything and forcefully exploded out with power. She wanted to tear Xiaofu into thousands of pieces and destroy his soul. Otherwise, she would not be able to vent her anger. A darkness aura exploded out from the fallen angel's body, and the 24 wings behind her gave off an intense black light. A massive might spread out, and the terrifying power caused the hall to fall into deathly silence. The fallen angel stretched out a hand and gathered darkness divine power, preparing to attack Xiaofu. However, in the next second, her body heated up and she collapsed to the ground. Her face became red and her breathing became ragged, and there was a trace of lust in her eyes. The fallen angel knew what this feeling was, and she angrily yelled at Xiaofu, "You bastard, you dare to use such a despicable thing on this god? This god will kill you." Xiaofu stood up and came to her side as he coldly laughed, "Neither of us are good people, so what right do you have to say that about me? You wanted to kill me before, and I'm already being very merciful by not killing you. I'll give you a chance to submit to me." The fallen angel ferociously glared at Xiaofu as she said, "You want this god to submit to you? Don't even think about it." Xiaofu did not care about the fallen angel's words and activated the 6 desires demonic qi within her body, causing her body to become even hotter and her face to become bright red. Moreover, Xiaofu also activated the Emperor Killer curse within her body, causing her to howl in pain. On one side was the shameless reaction of her body, and on the other side was the immense pain. The two feelings stacked together were enough to make one go crazy. Xiaofu sat back down on his chair and ignored the fallen angel's howls as he leisurely ate the desserts on the table. Nosy looked at the fallen angel struggling in pain on the ground and tears flowed out of her eyes. She looked at Xiaofu pleadingly, hoping that he would spare the fallen angel. Xiaofu ignored Nosy's pleading because if the fallen angel did not submit, he would not spare her. Xiaofu needed her to help Qin give birth to a large number of fallen angels. That was something that could help Qin resist the outside world, and Xiaofu definitely had to obtain it. After a few hours, the fallen angel's howls became hoarse, and Nosy's face was covered with tears. In the end, the fallen angel gnashed her teeth and said hatefully, "This god is willing to submit to you." Xiaofu lightly laughed and walked over to the fallen angel's side and stopped the 6 desires demonic qi and Emperor Killer curse. After the fallen angel regained her freedom, she pushed Xiaofu to the ground and tore at Xiaofu's clothes. "What are you doing?" Xiaofu asked mockingly. The fallen angel's face became red as she glared at Xiaofu and said angrily, "You bastard, hurry up and give it to this god." Nosy's face became red as she watched what happened next. Her body could not help but react, and she revealed a look of envy and thirst. Soon, her wish was fulfilled, and she was violated by Xiaofu on the table. Boom! A few hours later, an explosion suddenly sounded out, interrupting Xiaofu. The Darkness God Palace had released a darkness energy barrier, and it seemed that someone was attacking the Darkness God Palace. Xiaofu put on his clothes and brought the fallen angel and Nosy outside, and he found that it was Wu Wu attacking. After dispelling the darkness energy barrier, Wu Wui flew in with a confused look on his face. He looked at Xiaofu, who was waiting by the side, as well as the two red-faced women behind him. One of them was the fallen angel. Wu Wu was a little resentful, but he was more surprised because he and Zhao Fu were no match for the fallen angel. But now, Zhao Fu seemed to have subdued the fallen angel. He did not know how he did it. Zhao Fu's identity and ability made Wu Wu look at him even more highly. Perhaps Zhao Fu's identity was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Zhao Fu was also quite surprised that Wu Wu had come to save him, and he gratefully smiled as he said, "Thank you." Wu Wu waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Zhao Fu also remembered that there was a special trial in the first level, where one could obtain very precious items, so he asked Wu Wu about it. Wu Wu explained. There were some trials, but he had casually chosen one and passed it. He did not pay much attention to it. Zhao Fu felt that it was a pity. He was already at the first level, so he naturally couldn't pass the trials. The fallen angel said disdainfully, "Those trials are nothing. The truly precious one is the Great Void's final trial. The rewards are all rare treasures, and each trial can only be taken once. If you pass, the trials option will disappear. If you fail, the trial will be given to the next person." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Brother Wu, it's fine. How about we go to the final trial together?" At this time, Zhao Fu had already regarded Wu Wu as a true friend, so he was very polite to him, not as cold as before. Zhao Fu was also this kind of person. If you were good to him, he would naturally be good to you. Wu Wu nodded and agreed. He was quite curious about the cosmos historical remnant because it was quite rare even in the heaven domain. "Aracena. Take us there." Zhao Fu turned to look at the fallen angel. Aracena was her name. Because the first level was also very large, with her leading the way he would be able to reach the final trial. Aracena looked reluctant. She was a high-tier deity. She was not used to listening to someone's orders and being reduced to being a guide. However, seeing that Zhao Fu was about to activate the Six Desires demonic chi again, Aracena glared at Zhao Fu angrily and brought Zhao Fu and Aracena to a tall stone platform. This stone stage was 10,000 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide, and it gave off a majestic aura. There was a square-shaped stone stele at the center of the stone stage, and there was a stone book on it. It gave off a powerful aura, making it so that no one dared to get close. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear as he walked up. He knew that he was ranked first on the rankings and could accept 5 special trials and obtain 5 treasures. Anyone who was not in the top 30 would be attacked if they got close. After coming to the stone stele, Zhao Fu placed his hand on the stone book, and a screen of light appeared in front of Zhao Fu. There were trial names and rewards written on it. Zhao Fu was quite shocked as he looked at the trial rewards. All of them were incredibly rare treasures, sovereign bloodlines, Emperor Heaven-grade equipment, peerless medicinal pills, world beast eggs, heaven-defying spirit items, supreme arts. There were 100 or so trials in total, and it seemed that Zhao Fu would be able to pass all of them and obtain all of the rare treasures. However, in reality, he could only choose 5, so Zhao Fu could only choose from the 100 or so trials. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that the Darkness God Palace was also a trial, and he could only obtain it by defeating Aracena. Now that the Darkness God Palace had been obtained by Zhao Fu, this option was grayed out and could not be chosen. These factions had different difficulty levels, and the more difficult the rewards were, the better the rewards were, while the easier the rewards were, the worse the rewards were. The Darkness God Palace was a difficult trial. For the first trial, Zhao Fu chose the Darkness Sharp Boundary out of consideration for Qin's soldiers. The reward was a Darkness Key, which was a low difficulty one. It could open up a space that contained countless amounts of Darkness God Iron, which was a top-grade silver-grade material. If he could obtain this Darkness God Iron, all of Qin's soldiers' equipment would be upgraded to top-grade silver-grade equipment. Right now, Qin's soldiers mainly had blue-grade equipment, and if they could upgrade to top-grade silver-grade equipment, Qin's strength would rise by another level. After choosing a trial, Zhao Fu's body disappeared, and Wu Wu also chose a trial and disappeared. Aracena stood by the side and waited in dissatisfaction. After entering the trial, Zhao Fu found that there were many metallic puppets here. These metallic puppets were 100 meters tall and were all made of sturdy steel. They were incredibly heavy and seemed quite powerful. Zhao Fu's trial was to head to the other side, so he did not have to kill all of the puppets. However, with so many puppets blocking his way, it would be quite difficult. Moreover, he could not fly here. To be careful, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, and a sharp sword light slashed onto the nearest metallic puppet. A clanging sound rang out and sparks flew everywhere, but it only left a shallow wound. With this terrifying defense, Zhao Fu would have to use his full strength to defeat a metallic puppet. There were at least 1 million of them here, and Zhao Fu felt a wave of pressure. This was a relatively easy trial, but it was already so difficult. Zhao Fu rushed into the midst of the metallic puppets, and the metallic puppets moved with heavy steps towards Zhao Fu. Soon, Zhao Fu retreated. This was because these puppets could attack together and had defensive skills. As such, Zhao Fu could only retreat and think of other ways to deal with them. Suddenly, Zhao Fu looked at the heavy and slow-moving metallic puppets and thought of something, the 10,000 gravity origin stone, a stone that gave off immense gravity. Boom, Zhao Fu sent all of his power into the marble-sized stone, and a formless gravity spread out. The ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters was subjected to immense gravity, and the ground instantly cracked. Riding on the 10,000 gravity origin stone, Zhao Fu walked towards the metallic puppets. Under this immense gravity, the metallic puppets became incredibly slow, and they only moved after a while. Zhao Fu leisurely walked over, and he was able to reach the other side without taking any damage at all. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. Of course, this was mainly because of the 10,000 gravity origin stone, or else it would not have been so easy. After passing the trial, Zhao Fu obtained a piece of metal that was 30 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide. There were many inscriptions on it, and it flashed with black light. This was the key to the dark region. After obtaining the key, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and he returned to the outside world. Zhao Fu chose the second trial, which was called Death Plants, and the reward was a celestial peach. This celestial peach was the legendary celestial peach, and there were a few types of celestial peaches. One type of celestial peach had small flowers and small fruits that ripened once every 3,000 years. After eating it, one would become a celestial and become lighter. One type of celestial peach had sweet fruits and ripened once every 6,000 years. After eating it, one would ascend and become immortal. One type of violet rune seed ripened once every 9,000 years. After eating it, one would become as old as the sun and moon. In actuality, the higher one's cultivation was, the less effective some spirit items and medicinal pills would be. Just the fact that this celestial peach was effective on those with Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation and above made it a rare treasure. Moreover, it could directly increase one's lifespan by 1,500 years. Even among spirit items that could increase one's lifespan, this was one of the best. The reason Zhao Fu chose the celestial peach was because the golden dragon had told him that not only could it provide a large amount of life force and reduce the power of the Emperor Killer Curse, but it also contained a faint trace of celestial source energy. Even though ordinary higher beings would not be interested in this trace of celestial source energy, Emperor Heaven Realm experts would madly fight over it, as it would be of great help to them in the future. As such, Zhao Fu listened to the golden dragon and chose the celestial peach. This celestial peach was something that the white-haired young man had wanted, but it was a pity that he had not succeeded and had died in the cosmos historical remnant. After entering the trial space, Zhao Fu saw a boundless grassland. The sky was blue and there were a few white clouds floating about, creating a beautiful scene. There seemed to be a large tree at the center, but because of how far it was, Zhao Fu could not see it clearly. This trial's difficulty was quite low, and as long as Zhao Fu headed towards the tree, he would be able to pass. Even though it was quite warm and sunny here and there was not much danger, it was evidently not like this. Just as Zhao Fu took a step forward, hundreds of green vines that were as thick as an arm shot out. Not only did they contain immense power, but they also had countless sharp spikes. Facing the countless vines, Zhao Fu raised the sadistic killing sword and vigorously slashed out. A blood-red sword light flashed out, slashing the countless vines into pieces. After being slashed apart, the vines leaked out green liquid and quickly retreated into the ground. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, thousands of vines giving off terrifying power shot out, giving off shocking auras as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Xiaofu sent his emperor's power into the sadistic killing sword and countless blood-red sword lights shot out. Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, and a blood-red crescent containing extremely sharp power shot out, slashing the countless vines into pieces. However, in the next second, the ground started to tremble as countless vines as thick as an arm shot out. They were like a green ocean, giving off a ferocious aura as they surged towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu's expression slightly fell and a powerful aura exploded out. A black flame appeared around his body as he sent even more power into the sadistic killing sword. Boom, he slashed out, and a massive blood-red sword light, bringing with it a berserk blood-red sword wind, slashed towards the green ocean. Puff puff puff, the blood-red sword light gave off terrifying power as it slashed out, slicing apart countless vines and causing green liquid to fly everywhere. Xiaofu sliced through a large patch of vines with a single slash. However, more vines shot out from the ground, forcing Xiaofu to retreat. Looking at the green ocean in front of him, Xiaofu thought of two things, the sand pearl and the royal wood sword. Xiaofu took out the 1-meter-wide sand pearl and sent his power into it, causing an intense yellow light to shine out. The ground started to turn into sand, and the countless vines started to panic. The ground was where they had taken root, and once it was destroyed, they would naturally die. Xiaofu looked at the sand pearl and said swish, 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 the green ocean of vines shot out, giving off immense power as they shot towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu switched to the royal wood sword and vigorously slashed out, causing a green energy barrier to spread out and devour the vine's life force. Before the ground could turn into sand and devour life force, the green ocean of vines quickly withered and turned into yellow vines, and Xiaofu successfully reached the large tree. This large tree was a peach tree. It was dozens of meters tall and had a lush crown. The branches had many branches, and the trunk was very thick. It was a full 6 meters tall, and its leaves were like green jade. There were peaches the size of 2 fists on it. The entire tree gave off a powerful and ancient aura of life, and it was most likely incredibly old, at least 9,000 years old. Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and the celestial peach on the tree swayed and fell into his hand. Following this, the tree turned into an illusory image and disappeared, cutting off any thoughts of digging up the entire tree for Xiaofu. Xiaofu felt that it was a pity, there were still 30 or so celestial peaches on the tree, and if he could take them all, even higher beings would be tempted. If he dug up the tree and planted it himself, even higher beings might try to steal it. Looking at the celestial peach in his hand, Xiaofu smelled a very strange peach fragrance. Xiaofu did not plan to eat it and would deal with it later. After returning outside, Xiaofu started to choose the third trial. It was called the strongest defense, and the reward was an earth barrier. This earth boundary could fuse with the ground and was extremely powerful. It could defend against attacks from Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators, and it covered a large area. It could cover an entire world for a month, and it was the best life-saving item for a kingdom. Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaofu. Now that Qin was facing many dangers, if Xiaofu wanted this earth barrier, Qin would have an extra layer of protection. Xiaofu once again entered the trial space. This trial was quite simple, and it was to break through many barriers. A blue barrier had appeared in front of Xiaofu, and he could only use one attack. If he could not break through it in one attack, he would fail the trial, and the difficulty was average. The first barrier was quite extraordinary, and the aura it gave off was like a defensive barrier used by Heaven Realm experts. This level of defensive barrier was quite acceptable to Xiaofu, and the sadistic killing sword gave off intense sword light as Xiaofu ferociously slashed at the barrier. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the barrier shattered into countless shards and disappeared. The second barrier appeared in front of Xiaofu. It was a red barrier and was even sturdier than the previous one. The aura it gave off was that it had broken through the Heaven Realm and reached the Harmony Realm. This was quite difficult for Xiaofu. Experts of this level could use some heaven and earth power, so the barrier naturally contained heaven and earth power. Using the sadistic killing sword would not work, so Xiaofu took out the Emperor killing sword. A black and blood-red sword light containing corporeal killing intent slashed against the barrier, causing it to shatter and turn into countless rays of red light before disappearing. The third barrier was even more powerful than the second barrier, and the aura it gave off was even more powerful, surpassing the Harmony Realm and reaching the Great Earth Realm. Great Earth Realm experts could use heaven and earth power at will, so the barrier they cast definitely had a large amount of heaven and earth power supporting it. It was almost impossible for Heaven Realm experts to break through, let alone Zhao Fu, who only had stage 9 cultivation. In the end, Zhao Fu was able to pass through the third barrier. Zhao Fu not only exploded out with his full power, but he also used the 6 paths demon image's power. The fourth barrier was a white barrier, and its defense was equivalent to the world realm. Zhao Fu could not help but feel worried, as the world realm was his limit. Using the 6 paths demon images and the Emperor Killing Sword World's power, he was barely able to break through the fourth barrier. The fifth barrier was a black barrier, and it gave off a terrifying aura that was at the divine realm. If the world realm could control the power of a world, then the divine realm could control the power of 3 worlds. Zhao Fu did not have the confidence to break through this barrier, so he could only give it a try. A blood-red sword light shot into the sky as the heavenly punishment sword formation appeared in the sky, and a massive sword intent spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword descended, and 10,000 rays of sword light containing destructive power slammed into the black barrier. The black barrier violently trembled and a few small cracks appeared on it. Fortunately, this allowed Zhao Fu to pass through the fifth barrier. Seeing the fifth barrier disappear, Zhao Fu could not help but feel worried. If there was another barrier, it would be at the extreme divine realm, and Zhao Fu would not have any chance of breaking through it. After all, the extreme divine realm surpassed the divine realm and could control the power of 6 worlds. How could Zhao Fu break through it? System announcement. Congratulations, you have passed the trial and obtained the earth barrier. Hearing this system announcement, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. A tomato-sized glass orb giving off a dense earth aura floated out of the sky and landed in Zhao Fu's hand. This was the earth barrier. After returning to the outside world, Zhao Fu chose the 5th trial as the Emperor trial, and the reward was a Fairy Emperor bloodline. The Fairy Emperor bloodline was the fairy race's Emperor bloodline, and fairies looked similar to the flower fairies in Qin City. They had pointy ears and exquisite faces. However, there were many types of fairies, and most fairies had bodies like normal people. Fairies were also a type of outlander race, and Zhao Fu wanted to use the Fairy Emperor bloodline's power to break through to a divine bloodline. At the same time, there were many other benefits. It would be easier for Zhao Fu to obtain outlander fate, and it would be easier for outlander races to submit to him. After all, Zhao Fu had a trace of an outlander race's bloodline, and it was a sovereign bloodline. Because he could obtain a sovereign bloodline in this trial, it was much more difficult than the strongest defense from before. However, Zhao Fu was prepared and had a lot of confidence as he entered the trial space. A platform appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was very big, but there was nothing on it. There was only a figure standing in the center. He had a muscular body and black skin. His long violet hair was tied up, and he had pointy ears and a somewhat savage face. This was a devil that gave off a powerful emperor's aura. Zhao Fu smiled and walked towards him. The reason why Zhao Fu was so confident was because the trial required him to bear the emperor's aura. Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline was only a trace away from breaking through to a divine bloodline, and it was far more powerful than ordinary sovereign bloodlines. That Fairy Emperor bloodline was the lowest grade sovereign bloodline, so Zhao Fu did not fear its might. Boom! As Zhao Fu came closer, the fairy exploded out with a powerful might, causing the surroundings to become heavy. It was as if there was a weight of 10,000 kilograms weighing down. Zhao Fu's body sank, but he was still able to bear it. Zhao Fu's bloodline was of a much higher grade than his, and it greatly weakened the might that he released. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult for them to withstand it. Zhao Fu continued onwards. Another explosion sounded out as an even more powerful emperor's aura descended. The massive aura caused the space around it to twist, making people feel terror. Zhao Fu's body once again sank, and he felt as if there was a massive hand pressing down on his body, making it impossible for him to move at all. Zhao Fu ignited his sovereign bloodline and a black flame appeared, causing the might to greatly dissipate. Zhao Fu continued onwards. The might naturally became stronger and stronger, and in the end, the terrifying might almost caused space to collapse. Under this might, ordinary people would feel as if they would be crushed to death. However, Zhao Fu used the advantage of his sovereign bloodline to resist it. He walked in front of the figure, and when the figure disappeared, an irregularly shaped blood crystal floated where it was. Zhao Fu grabbed the blood crystal and put it away. Most sovereign bloodlines existed in the form of blood crystals, and there were different grades depending on the purity of the bloodline. The rarest and most precious were early-stage emperor bloodlines. Fusing with a sovereign bloodline would only give a sovereign bloodline, and the bloodline would not be pure, which was why it was a mixed bloodline. This kind of bloodline was very different from a pure sovereign bloodline. If one could obtain an early-stage emperor bloodline's blood crystal, their bloodline's purity would reach the level of a pure sovereign bloodline, which was the same grade as his children. This was why early-stage emperor bloodlines were so precious. After obtaining the fairy emperor bloodline, Zhao Fu went outside. By now, Wu Wu had already come out. As the second ranked, he could only choose from 3 trials, and he had already passed. He was waiting for Zhao Fu outside to say his final goodbyes. This is my Wu family's keepsake. In the future, if you come to the heaven domain, you can directly enter the Wu family. Those who recognize this will treat you more courteously. I'm going to continue adventuring, so let's say our goodbyes in the future. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wu Wu smiled as he spoke and handed a blue jade medallion to Zhao Fu. The jade medallion was 3 fingers wide and had a picture of a martial artist carved on it. There was also a Wu character written on it, and it gave off a powerful aura. Zhao Fu smiled as he received it and said courteously, I'll definitely go visit in the future. Next time we meet, I'll properly receive you. Following this, Wu Wu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Zhao Fu once again came before the stone stele and looked at the trial options on the screen of light, planning to choose the final trial. At that moment, the golden dragon asked Zhao Fu to choose the most difficult trial. Zhao Fu did not have any confidence at all, as it was already very difficult for Zhao Fu to pass the most difficult trial, let alone the most difficult one. As for the most difficult trial, only the person with the highest score could choose it. That was the reincarnation trial. If one could pass this trial, they would have the opportunity to enter the reincarnation platform. The reincarnation platform was a supreme treasure for reincarnation, and it required countless precious treasures to create. Moreover, there were very few of them in the Heaven Awakened world. This was because only extremely powerful higher beings, half-step celestials, or even true celestials could create such a thing. No one else had the ability to do so. As such, the golden dragon wanted Zhao Fu to have a try. This sort of opportunity was incredibly rare, and it was worth it even if he had to waste a single trial. After all, once he passed, he would be able to enter the reincarnation platform and would have a great guarantee in the future. In the future, no matter what dangers he faced, even if he would definitely die, as long as he entered the reincarnation platform, he would be able to reincarnate and have a chance to start over. Moreover, this reincarnation not only allowed him to keep his memories from his previous life, but it also allowed him to keep his bloodline and source energy. It was something that countless people dreamed of, and even ordinary higher beings would be incredibly moved. Zhao Fu's body once again gradually disappeared, and he appeared in a dark space. The grass, trees, and ground were somewhat black, and the surroundings were filled with an eerie aura that could cause people's hearts to feel a chill. This place was quite big and spacious, and he could not see the end of it. What was more important was that there were no system announcements, so he did not know how to pass this trial. As one of the most difficult trials, Zhao Fu could not be careless, as he could fail at any moment. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive roars sounded out as massive wild beasts rushed out. There were all sorts of animals, such as chickens, ducks, tigers, dogs, cows, snakes, and others. All of them were 10 or so meters long and were a gray-black color, and they gave off yin qi. What was most terrifying was that their auras were all at the heaven realm. This caused people to fall into despair, as even world realm experts would die in front of such a large group of heaven realm wild beasts. The wild beasts gave off boundless auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Their power was enough to destroy everything, and no one could stop them. What should he do? Zhao Fu felt a massive pressure. If it was just a few, Zhao Fu could deal with them, but there were at least 1 million of them, so how could he stop them? As expected from the most difficult trial, it was not something that ordinary people could pass. Roar! As Zhao Fu did not know what to do, a massive roar sounded out. It was the animal path demon image within Zhao Fu's body, and it seemed to be quite excited. Zhao Fu thought of something and happily let out the animal path demon image. The animal path demon image came out and exploded out with a powerful aura as it gave a heaven-shaking roar at the countless wild beasts charging at it. The beast tide that seemed to be about to destroy everything suddenly stopped, and they all lay on the ground in terror. The animal path demon image walked over and inhaled, and the powerful wild beasts turned into countless traces of yin qi and were sucked into its mouth. After obtaining a large amount of yin qi, the animal path demon image's power increased, and its body became slightly bigger. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Ever since he had sealed the 6 paths demon images, their power and bodies had not changed at all, and now they had become stronger. However, this was a good thing. Not only could he get rid of those terrifying beasts, but the demon image's power would also increase, and Zhao Fu would be able to use even more of the 6 paths demon image's power. After the animal path demon image devoured a large amount of yin qi, Zhao Fu immediately put it away. This was because it was very easy for the 6 paths demon images to go out of control, especially now that their power had increased. Just as he put away the animal path demon image, Zhao Fu's vision blurred and he arrived at another place. The sky here was blood red, lava flowed everywhere, and the thick smell of sulfur was pungent. There were no signs of life here, and it was like hell. Roar, countless demons appeared in the air, giving off powerful auras as they savagely and evilly leapt towards Zhao Fu. Their auras were just as terrifying. At that moment, the hell demon image once again roared, and Zhao Fu understood something. He released the hell demon image, which also roared, causing countless demons to crawl to the ground. Just like the animal path demon image, the hell demon image devoured these demons. After putting away the hell demon image, Zhao Fu's vision blurred again. Zhao Fu came to a group of buildings. There were all sorts of buildings here, but they looked quite ancient and dilapidated. This was most likely a large residence, and there were countless pale white figures aimlessly walking about like ghosts. When Zhao Fu appeared, they immediately sprang at him. Now that Zhao Fu understood the trial's contents, he did not feel any fear and directly released the human path demon image. It devoured the countless pale white figures. Zhao Fu's vision blurred again, and Zhao Fu came to a group of rocks. The rocks here were all black and shiny, and there were no plants at all. There were only groups of hungry ghosts, continuously looking for food. Seeing Zhao Fu appear, the hungry ghosts' eyes lit up and they madly rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately released the hungry ghost path demon image. In the end, the hungry ghost path demon image devoured the countless hungry ghosts. Its strength had greatly increased, and its body had also become bigger. Following this, Zhao Fu came to a cave, where countless ugly Asuras gave off killing intent and were devoured by the Asura path demon image. Finally, Zhao Fu came to an empty space. There was nothing here, and countless sky ghosts appeared. All of their auras were incredibly powerful, and they flooded at Zhao Fu like an unstoppable tide. Roar! A massive roar sounded out as Zhao Fu once again released the heavenly path demon image, which devoured the countless sky ghosts. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had the 6 paths demon images, which were born from the 6 paths of reincarnation. They had the supreme 6 paths power, and the other ghosts were unable to resist them at all. Without the 6 paths demon images, it was possible that Zhao Fu would have failed and would not have been able to pass this reincarnation trial. After all, the first wave of powerful wild beasts was something that even Zhao Fu would not have been able to deal with. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body was sucked in by a massive force, and his vision blurred as Zhao Fu appeared in another space. What entered Zhao Fu's eyes was a tall altar that was 1,000 meters tall. Zhao Fu stood below the altar and looked at the altar, which seemed to reach into the clouds. The ground around it was very flat, and there were white soul-calling banners everywhere. There was a straight stone path at the center that led to the altar. There was a massive gray vortex in the sky that gave off a massive might. At the center of the vortex was a gray magic formation that gave off intense light. The entire space gave off a cold and eerie aura, making it seem quite eerie. The light was quite dim, and standing here would cause one's hair to stand on end. It also gave off an ancient feeling, and it seemed that this place had existed for a very long time. Zhao Fu stood on the stone path, and after thinking about it, he decided to head to the altar. However, as soon as Zhao Fu stepped out, a mass of might descended and heavily weighed down on his body. Zhao Fu's expression fell. The trial still hasn't ended. Ordinary saints would not be able to withstand this might. Perhaps the reincarnation trial had only just begun. This was the final trial. Zhao Fu exploded out with his power and resisted that might as he walked forwards. Finally, Zhao Fu reached the bottom of the altar and looked at the tall altar. Zhao Fu did not hesitate. He had to ascend the altar and would not back down. Boom, Zhao Fu stepped out and an even greater might descended. Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline instinctively sensed immense danger and automatically ignited. A powerful aura exploded out, causing a black flame to appear around Zhao Fu's body. What happened next was just as Zhao Fu had expected. As Zhao Fu continued to advance, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. An ancient, vicissitude and chaotic aura surged towards him like a tidal wave. Zhao Fu knew what this aura was. It was the aura of reincarnation. Under the reincarnation aura, even Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline felt a trace of fear, because no matter how powerful an emperor was, they would still die in the end. This reincarnation power was one of the ultimate powers in the heaven-awakened world because nothing in the world could escape reincarnation. Not only would sovereign bloodlines feel fear, but even heavenly divine bloodlines would feel fear. In fact, even higher beings would feel fear in front of this reincarnation power. After all, if they could not become celestials, they would not be able to escape reincarnation. The reincarnation aura that emanated from this place belonged to the most ancient reincarnation aura in the world. It was many times stronger than the reincarnation aura that Zhao Fu emitted when he merged with the six paths. According to the Golden Dragon, the most important material to build the reincarnation platform was the 6 Daos jade, which could only be obtained by entering the 6 Daos of reincarnation. The 6 Daos of reincarnation was guarded by the 6 Daos demon statue, and it was the main body, not the clone in Zhao Fu's body. With them protecting the 6 paths of reincarnation, even immortals would not be able to crash into the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was why the reincarnation platform was so rare. Only an extremely powerful person could build one. As Zhao Fu continued onwards, the might became more and more powerful, and the reincarnation aura also became more and more powerful. Not only did the sovereign bloodline feel afraid, but Zhao Fu's body also instinctively trembled, and every cell in his body gave off a feeling of terror. Continue forward. In the end, Zhao Fu's soul was like a candle flickering in the wind. He fell into endless fear, and his consciousness was no longer under his control. Zhao Fu could only stop. It was not just because of fear. Under that massive might, Zhao Fu's body started to crack. In front of the world's most ancient reincarnation power, even Zhao Fu's powerful sovereign bloodline was unable to withstand it. Zhao Fu's expression hardened. He had to ascend the reincarnation platform no matter what, no matter the cost, because everything would be worth it. Roar! 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 6 massive roars sounded out as Zhao Fu started to fuse with the 6 paths. Terrifying power exploded out as an enormous ghostly flame spread out, causing wild gales to sweep out. Zhao Fu's body turned deathly pale. His muscles bulged and purple scales grew. Demonic horns grew on his head, and a pale vertical eye appeared on his forehead. Fangs grew in his mouth, and a pair of black wings grew on his back. Now that the 6 Daos had fused into one, Zhao Fu also grasped that terrifying reincarnation power. However, compared to the reincarnation power that the altar gave off, it was like comparing a newborn baby to an elderly man who had lived for who knew how long. Although it could not be compared, creating Zhao Fu gave him the ability to resist. With the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Now, Zhao Fu did not feel as much fear as before, and he activated his sovereign bloodline. He looked like a great emperor who controlled reincarnation, and a 6 paths of reincarnation magic formation appeared behind him, giving off intense light that shined in all directions. Countless remnant souls followed behind him. In the end, Zhao Fu barely managed to step onto the sacrificial altar and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was not only because of the immense pressure on his body, but also because of the damage from fusing with the 6 paths demon images. However, when Zhao Fu stepped onto the sacrificial altar, Zhao Fu felt as if his mind had exploded, and his mind went blank. The ancient samsara aura in the surroundings flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a reincarnation mark condensed on Zhao Fu's forehead. The mark was a circle with 6 dots and many lines. It was gray and looked incredibly mysterious and ancient. After obtaining the reincarnation mark, Zhao Fu's 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline greatly improved. In the future, the damage from fusing with the 6 paths demon images would be greatly reduced, and his control over the 6 paths of reincarnation power would greatly increase. At the same time, his control over the 6 paths demon images had greatly increased, and he did not have to worry about them attacking him. This was because Zhao Fu now had reincarnation power within his body, which greatly countered the 6 paths of reincarnation power. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Fu looked around the sacrificial altar. There were many stone statues, and they all looked the same, an old monk sitting cross-legged on the ground chanting scriptures. They were about as tall as a normal person, and there were 300 or so of them. At the center of the sacrificial altar was a 1-meter-tall round jade platform, and anyone who sat on it would be able to reincarnate. Zhao Fu walked over and found that there was a round piece of black jade with the 6 trigrams of Tai Chi on it. There was a crack on it. The golden dragon explained, "That's the reincarnation jade. The crack on it is because someone used the reincarnation stage once. The reincarnation stage can only be used 3 times at most." From the marks here, it seems that Zhao Fu was the first person to pass the reincarnation stage. The person who used the reincarnation stage is most likely the owner of the Cosmos historical remnant. He most likely did not die and instead reincarnated. It's just that for some reason, he has not returned to the Cosmos historical remnant. Perhaps something unexpected happened during the reincarnation. Hearing the golden dragon's words, Zhao Fu felt a chill run down his spine. The owner of the Cosmos historical remnant was definitely incredibly powerful and terrifying, or else there would not be a Cosmos historical remnant or a reincarnation stage. After looking around, Zhao Fu planned to leave. Right now, Zhao Fu was not interested in reincarnating. When he left, he obtained a spatial key that allowed him to directly enter the reincarnation stage, but he could only use it once. After returning to the outside world, Zhao Fu received a system announcement, "Congratulations, you have passed the 5th trial. You are currently in the 1st level and have obtained the corresponding rewards. The Cosmos historical remnant will close in 3 days." Zhao Fu looked at the system announcement and did not pay it much mind. He had made great gains from the Cosmos historical remnant this time, and Zhao Fu smiled as he brought Ericina back to the Darkness God Palace. The Darkness God Palace was a type of construction treasure that could become big or small. There was no need to rebuild it, so it could be easily taken away. Zhao Fu made the Darkness God Palace small and brought some people with him to the 2nd level. Syndra had been waiting here for a long time, and because of the master recognition contract, she knew that Zhao Fu was fine. In the end, Zhao Fu returned to the 4th level and brought the people who had stayed behind. When they had entered the Cosmos historical remnant, it had only been Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er. He had never thought that there would be so many people leaving, 20 or so of them. After everyone returned to Qin City, the Cosmos historical remnant had officially concluded. End of chapter 1275. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.